System, damn you. You tell me what use that money was, I'll beat you to death. In the prison cell of the Black Dragon's cabin, Roland furiously pummeled the system, before him the latter crackling with electricity, without stopping. 2 weeks ago he had transmigrated, bringing along a system that gifted him $999.9 billion right from the start. Roland thought he'd never have to worry about money again. But it turned out this world didn't recognize USD at all. That mountain of cash was no different from waste paper. Most critically, that damned system made him trade the treasure the original host had picked up for a pile of USD. Captain, where's the treasure? The treasure worth 100 million berries. Roland took out a stack of US bills. I've already exchanged it for money, no need to thank me. Captain. Every officer on the ship stared at that stack of unfamiliar paper currency, falling into dead silence. The captain fainted on the spot, without catching his breath. As for Roland, he was locked up to await the captain's decision upon waking. Why wait for the captain to wake? Roland was a squad leader of this pirate crew, and only the captain could make decisions. Besides, Roland was the captain's nephew. But Roland never understood why people in this world would call an ordinary apple worth less than 1 USD a treasure. Host Daddy, it's not my fault. The world you were supposed to transmigrate into was an urban novel world. The original world. Roland's eyelid twitched as he calmed slightly. Then tell me, what world is this now? Ding dong, Host Daddy. According to this system's detection, this is the world of the manga One Piece. One Piece. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Roland shouted it was impossible. I stopped watching One Piece after Roger died. How could I possibly transmigrate to such a place? Ding dong, Host Daddy. According to this system's detection, the manga Daddy was reading before transmigrating was a doujinshi of One Piece. The system stated bluntly, pirates. Aren't those just sex-crazed tanukis? Roland reminisced, wondering how a tanuki could possibly relate to piracy. Though that female lead setting was pretty good, her body could transform freely. Double the fun. Wait, I only read doujinshi, so that means I don't even know the plot. Roland's expression changed drastically, and inside his heart the wailing of a groundhog echoed. Damn it, what kind of god-tier terrible start was this? ZZ. In the dark, damp environment, faint electric sounds made Roland quite irritable. What are you buzzing about now? Host Daddy, I leaked electricity. The system's tone was quite aggrieved, claiming it was all because of Roland's beating. Roland was at a loss for words. His system wasn't even the kind that made you invincible with one ding, but on top of that it couldn't take a beating either. Mr. Pirate. At that moment, a female voice completely out of place with the atmosphere came from the corner of the cell. It was a woman with a dusty, disheveled appearance. Surprisingly, even trapped in a cell, she wasn't overly panicked. Sorry to disturb you, but may I ask what you're doing? She tucked the book under her knee, looking quite puzzled at Roland, who was clawing at the air. Huh. Roland paused, remembering he wasn't alone in the cell. He glanced at the woman. Nothing, just consider me having a fit. Pay me no mind. Roland couldn't be bothered to explain. This woman was someone he'd picked up from the roadside these past few days, counting it toward this month's performance quota. After all, small pirate crews like theirs had miscellaneous income. When they couldn't plunder anything, they even had to make a living by fishing. They were pirates, and they did get involved in gray areas, like casually picking up homeless people and sending them somewhere for money. But their crew was too small to get a good price, so most transactions fell through, and those people ended up staying with the crew. Roland noticed this woman looked like a refugee, so he picked her up purely to fulfill this month's quota. Of course, Roland still retained his conscience from before transmigrating, so he never truly intended to sell her. He'd just throw her into some small town eventually, to make her own way. But he didn't quite understand why the vice captain and the others had thrown this woman into the cell with him. By the way, I still don't know your name. Roland asked, looking up. I'm called. Robin hesitated, carefully examining Roland. Although the man before her didn't seem like a bad person, she didn't dare speak her name. After all, she hadn't fully escaped from Spandam and his men yet. She shook her head. Sorry, I can't quite remember. That's fine too. I'm a pirate, so it's normal that you don't trust me. Roland didn't press further. Robin bowed slightly to Roland as a response. I want to see the captain. I want to see the captain. Just then a sharp shout came from the cell entrance. A muscular youth wearing shackles was being pressed forward by 5 or 6 pirates. One pirate pulled a mechanical switch. With creaking sounds, the floor of the cell began to shift, and a giant fish pool emerged before everyone's eyes. Philip, you want to silence me? Don't be fooled by him. The man struggled and shouted. Although no one responded, his savage strength made him difficult to approach. Until the pirate called Philip whispered something in that man's ear. Suddenly his body went rigid. Splash. The next moment the water's surface turned crimson red. Strange. This blood. Robin's brows furrowed slightly. As someone who'd fled since childhood, she was used to such sights, but her divided eyes saw something different. But she didn't intervene. Considering her current disguised identity, she simply let out a soft scream, then closed her eyes, pretending to faint from fright. He's dead just like that. Compared to Robin's familiarity with such things, Roland was seeing someone killed for the first time, instinctively backing away. But once he recognized who that weasel-faced figure was, Roland immediately exploded with rage. Philip, why did you betray me? Roland stared at Philip with utter loathing. That bastard had reported Roland's trip to the treasure vault to the captain, causing Roland to be locked up here, despite Philip being near the vault at the time. Why, oi? Philip walked over with a smile. Roland, oh Roland. If you weren't the former captain's son, how could a worthless bounty zero idiot like you ever be squad leader? You're brain damaged. How could you ever compare to me, Philip? Philip's expression turned terrifyingly savage but soon relaxed with a satisfied air. But don't worry, in a few days it'll be your turn to feed the fish. Impossible. The captain is my uncle, he'd never kill me. Roland lunged forward several steps, gripping the bars with both hands. Although his memories were vague, Roland remembered this cheap uncle loved him dearly. So much, so that even locked up his heart wasn't troubled, and he even had the leisure to ask a stranger's name. Of course he wouldn't kill you, because he already. Philip curved his lips into an arc, making a throat-slitting gesture at Roland. Roland suddenly realized something. Bastard. Roland instinctively tried to grab Philip by the collar through the bars, but missed. How could? Haha, looks like you figured it out. Philip burst out laughing. You're lucky the devil fruit you picked up is a Logia type. Devil fruit. Logia type. What's that? Roland listened in complete confusion. For someone who hadn't read One Piece, he genuinely didn't understand. But suddenly he recalled that apple worth less than 1 USD, and that night, when Philip had hurried out of the treasure vault. Wait, it's you. Roland's pupils contracted as he realized a possibility. You swapped out the treasure, so that night you. Captain Roland. Philip suddenly straightened up, loudly cutting Roland off. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Given your current situation, talking nonsense will only make things worse for you. Everyone knows the captain is only temporarily disciplining you. Admit your fault properly and stop throwing dirt at innocent people. Maybe in a few days you can reunite. Philip's voice was sincere and polite, like an old friend looking out for Roland, but that barely suppressed smirk looked fake no matter how you looked at it. Come here a moment. Huh. Philip was a bit confused, but still warily leaned his ear over. You son of a... In the cell, Fei Li Pu had already left and Luo Lan could no longer curse. Bruised and battered, Luo Lan leaned against the wall, panting heavily, but the anger in his heart refused to dissipate. I said that apple worth less than $1 was a damn treasure, and I've been the scapegoat from the very beginning. As blood rushed to his head, Luo Lan also realized that his current situation was indeed quite dire. During this time, another 2 or 3 brothers were killed by Fei Li Pu in the prison, not thrown to feed the fish, but directly slit throats. Now the prison cell was filled with a nauseating stench of blood. He understood that Fei Li Pu was killing them to show him as soon enough he too would become one of the departed here. System, say something. Well, the system was genuinely troubled. Based on its previous perception, the captain had no intention of killing Luo Lan. It was just a matter of a few days in prison. Who could have expected this turn of events? It had already brought them to the wrong world and absolutely couldn't let another death occur. Otherwise it would truly be expelled from the system registry. Ding Dong detected that the host's current world is the One Piece world. Ding Dong system restarting. Ding Dong system restart failed. Ding Dong reason detected, system level 2 low. Ding Dong system upgrading and remodeling. Please wait patiently, host. Rumble. The roar of a tractor starting up sounded, thick smoke billowed before him, and the system panel in Luo Lan's view instantly vanished, as if frozen. System. 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 Luo Lan kept calling out, feeling abandoned. Although this crappy system wasn't much use, having it gave him a sense of security, that he was the protagonist and could never die. No, I have to save myself. After a brief moment of dejection, Luo Lan pulled himself together. Although he had never watched One Piece, after living here for a few days he knew some basic facts. This world had personal combat power. In front of the strong, even metal could be crushed. Perhaps he was that 1 in a million strong one. That's right, I'm a transmigrator, I'm the protagonist. Luo Lan straightened up, took a deep breath as if possessed by Bruce Lee. Ouch, it hurts. Luo Lan cried out in pain, feeling as if his bones were about to break. Sigh. Just then a sigh came from the next cell. Young master, it's useless. Even the captain may not be able to cut through the steel bars here. You are. Luo Lan blinked. Although the memories he had inherited were always vague, this voice was familiar. Are you Elder Mu? Elder Mu's full name was Mu Lei Si, the former vice captain and quite senior in their pirate crew. How is uncle? Luo Lan tilted his head and squeezed toward the bars, asking urgently. The captain. Sigh. Elder Mu opened his mouth wanting to tell the truth, but ended up sighing. That Fei Li Pu seems to have eaten a rare Logia-type devil fruit. We are no match for him. Young master, we wronged you. We. Even in the second before they were captured, they still thought Luo Lan had secretly eaten a devil fruit. Will I die, eh? Luo Lan asked. Probably. Yes. Elder Mu pondered for a moment, then added, but don't worry for now. You are the old captain's son. You are safe until Fei Li Pu fully consolidates his power. Old fool, what are you babbling about here? Since you can't tell where the treasure map is, you're useless. Before Elder Mu could finish, Fei Li Pu suddenly appeared and interrupted. With a clang, the heavy iron door opened. In an instant, Fei Li Pu's entire body transformed into a kind of dust with a peculiar smell, and he appeared above the large fish pond, grasping Elder Mu by the neck. A splash. Another patch of red. No. Luo Lan's eyes were splitting with rage, his hands gripping the iron bars tightly, but he uttered no more words. What? Scared stupid? Fei Li Pu laughed. Luo Lan turned his head sharply and said word by word, Fei Li Pu, you better clean your neck and wait. You want to kill me? Fei Li Pu couldn't help but find it amusing. He was a Logia-type ability user, almost invincible without a physical form. Unless Luo Lan could master the legendary armament Haki, but was that possible? Buzz. Fei Li Pu pulled the switch and a massive electric current surged through the bars and across Luo Lan's body. But Luo Lan gritted his teeth and made no sound, as if something was sustaining him. A tough nut after all. Hope you can keep it up for a few days. Withdrawing the switch, Fei Li Pu entered the neighboring cell, searched for something in vain, then left cursing. Before leaving, he glanced at Luo Lan again. He actually wanted to kill Luo Lan right now, but he couldn't. Luo Lan was not only the nephew of the recently deceased captain, but also the son of the most respected old captain. Killing him without reason would harm his subsequent rule. That was why he had locked the woman Luo Lan had allegedly trafficked in with him, hoping they would fight. Even if she just left some scratch marks on Luo Lan, he could then blame Luo Lan's death on that woman. But that woman truly disappointed him. But it doesn't matter. Once I fully control the power on the ship. Huh. Fei Li Pu walked away laughing, leaving Luo Lan with burning eyes behind him. Damn it. System. You told me to wait, hurry back. I need to cheat. Luo Lan shouted loudly, then soon his expression turned serious. Relying on others was worse than relying on oneself. He couldn't fully depend on the system. That thing was too unreliable. He carefully observed the metal bars, looking for the weakest ones. During the earlier electric shock, he had noticed that the prison was rather damp, and due to occasional electrification, there were rust marks between the metal bars. Perhaps with a bit more strength he might be able to escape. This one. It took Luo Lan quite some time, but he found the weakest bar. Ouch, damn it. Luo Lan was in so much pain that he almost cried. He immediately understood that even if this was the weakest metal bar, it was still something he couldn't budge. Transmigration hadn't changed his physique. In his past life, he couldn't twist a steel rebar with his bare hands. Damn it. Is this how it ends? I've only transmigrated for a short while. After an unknown amount of time, Ding Dong system upgrade successful. Ding Dong host. Dad, are you still alive? The system called out frantically. Damn system, you finally finished upgrading. Luo Lan cried tears of joy as if grasping a lifeline. Quick, think of a way to get me out. Ding Dong host, please add wealth and points to resolve this crisis. As soon as the system finished speaking, a picture appeared in Luo Lan's mind. A standard attribute panel, as if he only needed to have a certain amount of wealth to add points. Host Luo Lan strength 12, note normal human attribute level is 7 speed, 11 defense, 14 stamina, 15. Before he could finish reading the panel, the system popped up a prompt. Ding Dong, add points now. Without thinking, Luo Lan clicked confirm. Ding Dong, insufficient balance. Add points failed. Luo Lan stood there stunned, then subconsciously tapped to check the balance. Wealth 0. 1,000 system coins. Luo Lan, damn system, you're fing with me. Host Dad, don't panic. The previous coins were used for the upgrade, but it's okay. Didn't you withdraw some dollars earlier? Those dollars can be converted back into system coins at a certain ratio. The system proposed a solution. Luo Lan's eyes lit up, thinking it was a great idea. Not. He had been locked up right after taking out that small amount of dollars. Not only did he not know where those dollars were now, but the problem was that he simply couldn't get out. How could he get the money without getting out? System, that money should still be in my room, or they might have put it in the warehouse. Go get it yourself. Luo Lan suppressed his anger and asked tentatively. Ding Dong, the host must personally feed the treasures to this system for it to be recycled and traded. The system shook its head. I'm locked up here. How do you expect me to get the dollars in my room? Luo Lan grew irritable. Ding Dong host, Dad, you just need to add points to strength to get out. Ding Dong, insufficient balance, I can't add points. Luo Lan gradually became frantic. Ding Dong host, Dad, this system remembers you withdrew some dollars earlier. After converting those dollars into system coins, you can add points. The system offered a solution. Let it all burn, I'm tired. Tears of regret flowed from the corners of Luo Lan's eyes, cursing himself for accidentally reading the wrong book. ZZ. As the system reappeared, the annoying sound of its electric leakage once again rang in his ears. Upgrading for nothing, still leaking electricity. Wait, electricity? A flash of inspiration, Luo Lan abruptly stood up. Maybe it can. The outline of an idea gradually took shape in his mind, eventually forming two big words. Electrolysis. Host Dad, what's wrong? The system asked, seeing Luo Lan's expression change. Nothing. Luo Lan shook his head and commanded the system, damn system, stay still. With that, he grabbed the system firmly, as if catching a rabbit. What are you doing? The system suddenly had a bad feeling. Bang! In the nick of time, Luo Lan clenched his hand into a hammer and slammed it heavily onto the system. Host, you bang. 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 In the corner of the cell, Luo Bin's eyes slightly opened. What is this little pirate doing again? Not long after. Now the power source is sorted. Luo Lan clapped his hands, quite satisfied as he looked at the system, sparking with electricity. Dad, what are you doing? Hurry up and add points to escape. The system said on the verge of tears. Shut up. Luolan exhaled angrily, and the system immediately shut its mouth. Luolan looked around, confirming there was nothing else suitable in the cell, so he had to take off his clothes and tear them into strips of cloth. He glanced at the woman in the corner, confirmed she was still asleep, then relieved himself and untied his belt. After finishing, he dripped the collected urine onto the torn cloth. Host Dad, are you trying to use electrolysis to corrode? The system finally guessed what he was up to. Exactly. Luolan nodded, giving an affirmative answer. Actually, earlier when he noticed the dampness and the rust on the bars, he had thought about whether electrolysis could accelerate the corrosion of the iron bars to escape. But at that time there was no power source. So it was just a thought. Now, wasn't the leaking system a continuous power source? As for the wires, the iron bars, and the spacing between the bars happened to allow connection to the system's two poles. Even if not perfect, the wet cloth could barely conduct electricity. Distinguishing the positive and negative poles was easy. Connect the two poles of the power source through metal, insert them into the electrolyte solution made of urine. The one producing tiny bubbles is the cathode, and the one connected to it is the negative pole. Actually, he could have directly asked the system if it could discharge externally, or asked it about the positive and negative poles, but Luolan had lost confidence in this unreliable system. After completing all the preparations, Luolan confidently connected the positive pole of the system's leaking point to the weakest bar, and the negative pole to another adjacent bar. Finally, he used the wet cloth strip to bind the two together, forming a circuit. If I really survive, I will definitely teach that heroine in the book a lesson. Success or failure, this is the moment. Luolan held his breath and focused, staring intently at the weakest bar. Soon, under the chemical action, a yellowish-brown rust stain appeared on the surface where the bar contacted the cloth. Haha, it works, it works. Luolan was overjoyed. Was that rust? Why? Luo Bin was greatly shocked in her heart. She had been awake all along. Except when Luolan relieved himself, she deliberately averted her gaze, but every move in the cell was under her surveillance. From her perspective, this man simply tied a urine-soaked cloth to the bars, and then the iron bars rusted. Well, what was the principle? Driven by a strong curiosity, Luo Bin simply opened her eyes, came to Luolan's side, and spoke very naturally. Mr. Luolan, is there anything I can do? You're awake. Perfect, can you spare some holy water for me? Luolan smiled and reached out. Luo Bin. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from the Black Dragon, a naval warship sailed steadily across the sea. Rest assured, if you need more fine goods, just come to me. Inside the warship's command room, Captain Mouse had just ended a call with a regular customer via Den Den Mushi and confirmed that protection fees from several pirate crews had been received, putting him in a rather good mood. Haha, another fortune coming my way. Brew brew brew. Just then a nearby Den Den Mushi suddenly rang, interrupting Captain Mouse's delight. Captain Mouse frowned slightly in annoyance, but upon seeing the Den Den Mushi's transformed appearance, his expression immediately turned sycophantic. Lord Spandam, at this late hour, what business do you have with me? Cut the crap, how's that thing I told you about a few days ago coming along? A scolding voice came from the other end of the Den Den Mushi. In response, Lord Spandam, according to my investigation, Nico Robin seems to have infiltrated a certain pirate crew as a captive, thus escaping your pursuit. Oh, that does sound like something that woman would do. Really, after all these years of fleeing, why couldn't she just die quietly and let me get promoted and rich? The figure projected by the Den Den Mushi muttered a few complaints, then cast a scrutinizing gaze at Captain Mouse. So where is she now? Captain Mouse wiped the cold sweat from his brow and whispered, I haven't found her yet. Not found. You bastard. A sharp reprimand came from the other end of the Den Den Mushi. If you haven't found her, then get out there and find her. Do you believe I'll have my father strip you of your military rank? Brew brew brew. The Den Den Mushi was hung up almost immediately. Spandam, I curse you. Captain Mouse's chest heaved violently, as if he had suffered some great injustice. Although Spandam's CP9 and their Navy's superior authority were both the world government, they were still different departments, weren't they? And that Nico Robin too, why did she have to flee to the East Blue of all places? No, she shouldn't have escaped at all, as someone like her doesn't deserve to live. Captain Mouse, what do we do now? The adjutant approached and asked. What else can we do? Spandam may be a worthless playboy, but his father Spandam is a man with real power. Our dealings in the East Blue must not be exposed to headquarters. And then, just go through the motions for these thankless tasks. Also, I recall the large slave auction in the Sabaody archipelago is about to start, isn't it? Understood, sir. On the other side, the Black Dragon. The process of electrolytic corrosion was not as smooth as imagined. For instance, because the rust produced by electrolysis is non-conductive, the rust had to be wiped off at regular intervals before repeating the previous steps. During this time, some people would conduct routine patrols. However, they couldn't see the system, only Roland tying his clothes to the railing. So they didn't bother him much. After all, Roland was a captain-level figure, and there was no need to offend him unnecessarily. That bastard Philip did come by a few times, but he seemed to be searching for something nearby, and didn't pay much attention to Roland. The biggest problem was the suitable electrolyte, namely urine, which was running low. Roland later shamelessly asked the woman for more several times, but she just snorted and turned away in embarrassment, ignoring him. Roland found it quite exasperating. Life and death were at stake, and she was still shy about such trivial matters. It was only because he hadn't yet been molded into a villain by the environment here, unable to commit murder or bloodshed. Otherwise, Fortunately, Roland did hold a certain status on this pirate crew. At least until Philip truly succeeded, they wouldn't let him die of thirst, so the solution problem was barely resolved. Of course, normal fresh water could also work, but that was for drinking, and its effect was even worse than urine. Zing! Time passed slowly amidst the tense atmosphere and the sound of electric current. From the morning of the first day to the early hours of the third day. Ha 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 ha, it's done, it's done. Finally snapping off the rusted rod that had been corroded to the thickness of a needle, Roland was so excited, he almost screamed. Really? It's done. Robin covered her mouth in disbelief, feeling her worldview collapse. She had indeed read in some books about methods to rust iron. But those methods required electricity. But where did the electricity come from? Noticing Robin's expression, Roland couldn't help but lift his chin. You there, stay here for now. Of course you can leave, but if you're discovered now, I won't let you off. You're going after that, Philip. Robin guessed Roland's intention and shook her head. But he seems to be a devil fruit user, you're no match for him. That's not your concern. When we get back to town, I'll release you as promised. Roland said confidently. Ridiculous. He had a cheat. Once he got that stack of dollars, he could activate it. Robin nodded lightly and said nothing more, retreating obediently to the corner. Roland glanced at the woman in the corner again. To be honest, ignoring her dirty, grimy face, her figure was not bad, but he couldn't muster much interest. He would never forget how he had been transported to this world. Just wait, one day I'll teach that heroine from the doujinshi a good lesson. Roland swore to himself again. But come to think of it, what was that doujinshi heroine's name? Roland tried to recall. Was it Robin? Shaking his head, he didn't dwell on such trivial matters. Taking a deep breath, he continued to widen the gap and finally escaped the cage. As he passed the fish pond in the center of the dungeon, his eyes turned fierce. Although he had only been transported a few days ago, for some inexplicable reason, he felt a strange familiarity with the Black Dragon pirates. He was certain that this feeling had nothing to do with the original owner. It was as if he had been on this pirate crew before. Philip, just you wait. Roland's actions went smoothly. It was early morning and no one was patrolling. He first went to the ship's storage room, found nothing, then returned to his own room. It's really here. Seeing several stacks of cash on the table, Roland felt both joy and a hint of bitterness. This proved that even if Philip interfered, the captain and the others wouldn't delve deeper into the matter. Ding-dong detection of unused upgrade materials. They have been converted into equivalent system coins totaling 10 million system coins. Host Roland, wealth 0. 11000 system coins, strength 12 LV, 100, 0100, speed 10 LV, 100, 0100, defense 14 LV, 100, 0100, stamina 15 LV, 100, 0100, hockey to be unlocked. Shop to be unlocked, 1 million system coins for 1 attribute point. Which direction should I invest in? Roland furrowed his brow in thought. This was a tough decision. Strength. It seemed like the best choice. But Roland's mind involuntarily recalled the scene of Philip's body becoming intangible. If he couldn't even touch him, adding more strength would be futile. Or balanced allocation. Or perhaps speed is the key. Creak. While he was thinking, a faint sound of a door opening came from behind. Roland's face changed drastically as he drew the short sword at his waist, ready to strike. It's me. A familiar voice came through. Roland looked closely and saw it was his cellmate. Didn't I tell you not to wander around? Sorry, but when I was trying to escape, I noticed some movement underneath the cell. So I thought there might be another layer of space beneath the fish pond, and that old man might still be alive. Robin said softly. Maybe. Still alive. Roland hesitated only briefly before turning back to the ship's dungeon. Indeed, as the woman had said, in a hidden crevice at the bottom of the fish pond, they found the still living Old Moo and a man named Manka. According to Old Moo, the fish in the pond never ate people. The reddening of the water surface was due to some tricks used in the past to intimidate during business negotiations. But that was all in the past. Those who live by the sea often rise early. As the sky was still dim, several elderly men stepped out onto the deck. A gust of wind howled across the sea. The old men shivered and rubbed their hands, trying to warm themselves up quickly. Strange, why does it feel colder than usual these days? Oh really? It is a bit colder. It wasn't this cold this time last year. Hey, what's this? Someone noticed small pieces of paper scattered all over the deck. I have some here too. Picking up the paper, they found something written on it. Several old pirates looked at each other and shook their heads. They couldn't read. Go wake up those young brats. Pirates can't sleep, and every day. Soon a few young pirates were roused, and one of them happened to be literate. Grumbling with sleepiness, he took the paper, but after scanning its contents, he instantly perked up. What does it say? Hey, don't just stand there, read it out. The literate young man patted his cheeks, took a deep breath, and said, it says, It says that Philip stole that devil fruit and killed the captain. What a... Inside the captain's cabin of the Black Dragon, countless tiny spore-like particles floated in the air. With a thought, Philip shaped the spores into his own form. Ha, just a little more, and I'll fully master the elementalization of a Logia. The day after tomorrow. No, tomorrow, I will officially take over the Black Dragon pirate crew. Philip was ecstatic, feeling an incredibly powerful energy. With this power, he could truly accomplish great things. He could lead the crew away from the East Blue, known as the weakest sea, and make a name for himself. He might even contend for the title of Pirate King. He had heard that in the second half of the Grand Line there was hockey that could counter Logia users, but as long as he was careful, it should be fine. Too bad the treasure map still hasn't been found. Could the rumor about that treasure be false? Philip pulled back his thoughts and sighed softly. He glanced at the long-dead Captain Halson. That old fool. I'm your real son, yet you were going to give the devil fruit to that bastard. Even if that fruit was discovered by Roland, even if I'm only your adopted son. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, his clenched fists cracking. Bam, bam, bam. Just then urgent knocks came and a bald, burly man pushed the door open. Boss, something terrible. Such a fuss, what's the matter? Philip unclenched his fists, the anger on his face receding slightly. The bald man was clearly panicked, stammering, without forming a coherent sentence. Finally, he slapped the paper onto the table. Philip took the paper skeptically, and his face instantly changed dramatically. This couldn't be possible. He had dealt with everyone involved. The only one left, Roland, was still in the cell and couldn't have gotten out. When did this happen? Just this morning. This morning. Could it be? Philip's heart skipped a beat, and he rushed out without a moment's delay. As soon as he stepped out, he was immediately surrounded by crew members demanding an explanation, whether the paper's content was true and if the captain was really dead. But he had no time to explain. He said it was fake and ran toward the cells. The others followed since the paper involved the devil fruit. Word had it that a devil fruit's market price was 100 million berries. If they got their hands on it, they wouldn't need to sail for the whole year. Even if they didn't sell it, they could use it to boost their strength, and the Black Dragon pirate crew would no longer be looked down upon by others. The brig at the bottom of the ship was dark, damp, and reeked of blood. Arriving at Roland's cell, Philip saw the half-lying figure in the corner and breathed a slight sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then suddenly jolted, his face turning ashen. No, there's still one missing. He had forgotten. He had also locked a woman in there. But now there was only one person in the cell. Swish! From the darkness, a silver flash flickered. Roland lunged at Philip with a short blade aimed at his chest. Roland! Philip, a pirate with 100 million berry bounty, still had basic reflexes. He instinctively raised his hands to block the fatal strike. But Roland was faster, stopping mid-motion and changing direction. No! Philip felt a chill between his legs then. Aya! Die! Roland didn't give him time to scream. He stabbed again, and again, blood gushing out. Aya! Why? How was he so fast? How did he get out? The cell's iron bars were unbreakable even for Philip. Screams continued if Philip couldn't comprehend. But he had no time to think. Vaguely he seemed to see his great-grandmother. Damn it. I won't accept this. I only became a devil fruit user not long ago. Huh. Philip paused. That's right, I'm a devil fruit user. I'm a user. The attack had come so suddenly that he had forgotten. In a flash, Roland moved like a phantom and thrust his blade again toward Philip's chest. No, I'm not ready yet. A warm liquid unexpectedly streamed down his pants. Philip squeezed his eyes shut while frantically activating his devil fruit power. He didn't feel the expected pain. Philip opened his eyes to see the short blade along with Roland's arm piercing through his chest. For a moment he didn't react, but then ecstasy flooded him. Haha, Roland, see, you can't kill me. His movements and expression were exaggerated, like a gambler who had just won a life-or-death bet. Yet Roland merely smiled softly, looked around at the gathered crowd, and raised his hand. Everyone, you saw that clearly. The morning breeze swept through and an uncanny silence enveloped the area. Sunlight pierced through the gaps in the overhead planks, illuminating the dim cabin and casting light on every face present. Roland wore a smile. The crowd burned with anger, while Philip's once ferocious face had turned deathly pale like that of a corpse. Philip, what exactly is going on? Didn't you say the fruit had already been sold by Roland and was beyond recovery? And the captain, what happened to him? You didn't actually kill the captain, did you? In an instant, the cacophony of accusations exploded like rolling thunder throughout the cabin. They were not fools. Philip's intangible body just now was clearly that of a legendary power user. You did this deliberately. Philip's entire body trembled as he stared at Roland. Had deliberately, my foot. If he could have truly ambushed and killed Philip with full acceleration, that would have been ideal, but this turn of events was actually the second contingency. Philip, stop playing dumb. Tell us, is what's written on that paper actually true? Several agitated pirates had already moved in. Everyone, listen to me. Philip shoved them aside. I did consume the fruit, but it was because the captain gave it to me beforehand. Before he could twist the narrative further, another voice rang out across the scene. Philip, you certainly have the nerve to speak. Then how do you explain my disappearance? The speaker emerged from behind Roland. It was Mules, the man who had been thrown into the fish pond days earlier. He stood beside Roland, stepped forward, and surveyed the scene. Everyone, what is written on that paper is true. Philip stole the fruit, killed the captain, and nearly took my life as well. Mules held considerable seniority within the Black Dragon pirates, and his words carried weight. Chief Mule says it's true, meaning the captain is dead, and Philip killed him. But why? Wait, does this mean Philip is definitely a natural-type devil fruit user? The crowd buzzed with murmurs, though their initial unified fury had given way to more measured consideration. No, how are you still alive? I clearly. Philip's eyes bulged wide. How the Black Dragon was built by us old salts. You think you know her better than I do. Thanks to you not cutting my throat, I managed to keep my life. Chief Mule spoke. No. Philip clutched his head in agony, feeling as though reality itself had twisted. He had firmly controlled the pirate crew moments ago. How had circumstances shifted so abruptly? He looked at Roland's faint smile, at Mules, who should have been digested inside a fish's stomach, and heard the questioning voices around him turn into increasingly vicious curses. An overwhelming surge of emotion erupted from within him, culminating in a furious roar. Shut up, all of you. I stole the fruit and I killed that old bastard. So what? His chest heaved violently, as if venting some nameless rage, but the moment a sliver of reason returned, Philip regretted it. He wanted to explain, no it's not. Yet the entire cabin fell silent save for his barely audible denial trembling in the air. As expected, you still can't keep your composure. Mules wore a cunning smile, stepping back to stand once more beside Roland. The crowd noticed this subtle maneuver and understood precisely what it meant. Soon the rustling of footsteps echoed as the surrounding people gradually shifted to gather behind Roland. That settles it, Roland thought, exhaling deeply. This was the second contingency plan. He still lacked a clear understanding of natural-type devil fruits, but he reasoned that regardless, revealing the truth was necessary to draw the majority back from Philip's side. With that, they would hold the numerical advantage and moral high ground. Even if the power user possessed extraordinary abilities, they should not be able to cause significant trouble. But the very next moment, Old Wong, what are you doing? Chief Mules shouted in fury. Roland turned to look and saw that besides Philip's original bald loyalists, over a dozen more stood firmly behind him. He knew Old Wong was also a captain, merely one who had defected from another pirate crew. What got a problem? Of course there's a problem. Did you forget the captain took you in back then? Chief Mules could not have anticipated this development. I remember fine, but that's all in the past now. Old Wong laughed heartily and stepped forward to address the crowd. Everyone think carefully. Captain Philip may have done some questionable things, but Captain Philip is now a natural-type fruit user. A natural-type power user. The moment those words left his mouth, chaos erupted among Roland's followers, with several immediately returning to Philip's side. More people bowed their heads in calculation, while only a handful cursed Old Wong as a treacherous opportunist. In an instant, the situation, once a collapsing wall everyone pushed upon, completely reversed. Damn it, what kind of allure does a power user hold? Roland watched the scene in utter disbelief. Chief Mules gazed at his former companions with bewildered eyes, unable to understand why they would react this way when the captain's murderer stood right before them. Philip remained frozen in place until Old Wong respectfully addressed him as captain, which finally snapped him back to reality. Roland, it seems I have won in the end. Philip burst into ecstatic laughter, never having imagined that so many would still support him after the truth was exposed. Though he had consumed the spore fruit, he had not yet fully mastered its abilities, and each activation of his elemental form drained his stamina. If everyone aboard were hostile, he would not last long. What do you say? Ignoring Philip, Roland suddenly turned toward another group, the only faction still uncommitted. Menka, don't forget who took you and your sister in back then. Chief Mules commanded sternly. Before the man could respond, Old Wong immediately barked, Menka, you'd better think this through. Your sister must be only 4 years old, right? Menka was also a squad captain with an active bounty of 2 million berries. His defection to either side would significantly tip the balance. But before he could make his decision, that's right, I am a power user, a natural type at that. Sure, I killed the captain, but pirates only care about profit. Philip's chest swelled with pride as he stepped forward. Everyone watched closely. I am the spore man, consumer of the spore fruit. The moment his words fell, spores like fine dust drifted into the air around him. His originally slight figure swelled several times in size as the fluffy spores expanded outward, creating a fearsome appearance. How? Afraid I'll keep talking and your people will all scatter. Philip smiled. You seem to have pissed yourself just now. Roland suppressed his inner turmoil and replied, raising his gaze. You're asking for death. Everyone attack. Like a stone cast into still water, ripples spread outward. As the two issued their commands, the scene quickly descended into chaos. Those who supported Philip struck first, hoping to share in the spoils of victory. Those firmly aligned with Roland cursed viciously and resisted fiercely, while those still weighing their options were forced into the fray. During the melee, 2 more attempted to switch sides to Philip's camp, but in the chaos they were met with a single axe blow. The few who remained neutral stayed true to their stance, taking no action. Additionally, 2 of Philip's followers suffered from hay fever, which somewhat alleviated the pressure on Roland's side. In the corner, Robin watched this battle. She considered a farce with quiet detachment. As an O'Hara orphan with a bounty of 79 million berries, although she had not yet mastered armament hockey, she was the user of the Hana fruit capable of making her hands sprout on any object, including the back of an enemy's neck. With this ability, she believed she could catch them off guard and snap Philip's neck in one move. However, to be safe, she should first fetch over a dozen barrels of seawater and douse the man with it. For someone who could already produce over 100 hands, this was hardly difficult. But she had no intention of intervening. However, Robin hesitated for a moment. She was wondering, if that little pirate would just tell her exactly how he managed to escape, maybe she could reconsider. But in the end, she shook her head. When she was young, she had encountered far too many kind people who took her in only to reveal a completely different face once they discovered her identity. The demon of O'Hara. The monster who destroyed 6 warships. The sinner who sank the lifeboat. For so many years, she had borne these baseless accusations, living amidst endless vituperation. Actually, she didn't hate those people. This world simply had no place for someone like her. Because she held no hatred, she could certainly act, strike first, and flee afterward. It didn't matter if that little pirate cursed her afterward for letting Nico Robin escape. But now was not the time. She had not yet fully escaped the grasp of the world government. If she acted, and they found even the slightest trace, she was as good as dead. Captain Philip, deal with Roland quickly. Roland seawater. Ability, users seem weak to it. Clang clang clang. Boom boom. Inside the ship's hold, the clash of metal and thunderous explosions echoed relentlessly. At the center of the battlefield, Roland and Philip's confrontation remained relatively quiet, yet everyone understood that the outcome of this entire war hinged on these two. Swish swish swish, again. Roland's figure moved like lightning, his short blade leaving trails of shadow in its wake. Thanks to investing all his attribute points into speed, he maintained absolute offensive dominance. Under normal circumstances, his enemy would have perished 100 times over by now. Yet every strike seemed to pierce nothing but dust kicked up in the air, dealing no damage at all. No matter how many times you try, you can never hit me. Shut up. Roland roared in anger and thrust his blade straight toward Philip's mouth. Uff! The fluffy spores scattered like a single drop of water falling onto a lake's surface. As the ripples subsided, Philip's entire face had restored itself as smooth as still water. His figure darted, and wielding an axe, he brought it down hard toward Roland's head. Hoo-hoo! Roland was exhausted but had no choice but to dodge. He couldn't land a blow on him, yet the man posed a constant threat to his life. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out as another round of combat began. Yet as time dragged on, Roland gradually felt his strength waning. Damn it. Completely immune to physical damage. How am I supposed to fight like this? Roland's mindset shifted. His blade movements grew sluggish, and he began gasping uncontrollably as wounds started appearing across his body. He sensed that if he couldn't find a way to counter this, he'd simply exhaust himself to death. During the fight, he had heard someone shout that seawater could suppress ability users. But where was he supposed to find seawater now? That old man surnamed Mu was utterly unreliable. Why hadn't he mentioned seawater's weakness at the outset? Roland could have prepared accordingly. Even though he was in the ship's hold, multiple layers of decking beneath his feet made it impossible to break through. And these damn things. He shook his head, dispersing the floating spores around him. Though he didn't suffer from hay fever, these tiny particles entering his nose and eyes were incredibly uncomfortable. At times he could barely see clearly. Wait, these spores can affect me. Roland suddenly spotted a blind spot. If the spores could penetrate his nostrils and blur his vision, then could it be that this isn't truly complete immunity? In a daze, an image of desolate autumn winds flashed through Roland's mind. In certain martial arts novels, struggling sects would have disciples practice striking falling leaves to master the art of handling weight with effortless grace. The formidable force behind each strike would leave the leaves unharmed. An infuriating sight, yet the leaves remained tangible after all. As these thoughts spiraled through his mind, Roland deliberately extended his hand to catch a drifting spore. I caught it. It's not completely immune. Roland's heart leaped with joy. This was a groundbreaking discovery, one capable of shifting the tide of battle. But as Roland followed this thread of thought further, a bucket of cold water was quickly poured over his enthusiasm. No matter how erratically leaves drifted, they were merely palm-sized. They could be grasped, torn apart, swept into heaps, and burned. But how could one tear apart spores so minute they were nearly invisible to the naked eye? Burning them seemed plausible, but where would such a massive fire come from? No, wait, no. Roland's pupils contracted sharply as a wildly bold idea struck him. There's a flaw. Philip, noticing Roland's momentary lapse, surged forward like a bolt. Roland's mind raced like a tidal wave, causing him to lag half a beat. His body bore fresh wounds, but luckily he'd avoided vital areas. I don't know what trick allows your movements to be so swift, but you can't possibly defeat me. I can strike you, but you'll never land a blow on me. You've droned on about that enough times. Land a hit on me first. Haha. Philip paid no mind, continuing to talk even as he fought. Do you know what? The moment that fruit was stored, I went straight to that old man. I asked him for it, and he told me Roland found it. It rightfully belongs to him. When that old man woke up later still unaware that I'd consumed the fruit, I went to him again. And he just dismissed it. Said something about it being mine anyway, so forget about it. Damn it, why should he? He knew better than anyone how badly I wanted to become a devil fruit user. My bounty was higher. My strength surpassed yours. Ha ha ha, he wouldn't give it to me. Bang bang bang. Amidst the relentless clashing of metal, Philip's voice suddenly slowed. His face no longer bore anger, but twisted into a fanatic fervor. So I had no choice but to kill him. I took back what rightfully belonged to me, in my own way. Ha, actually I should thank you. After swapping the devil fruit, I was terrified, spent every day worrying about being discovered. And that night you appeared perfectly, so perfectly. It made me want to laugh. Philip's expressions grew increasingly unhinged, the dense spores writhing like maggots as they emerged and retreated with his manic laughter. Until, boom, a thunderous clash erupted as blades and axes collided violently, releasing an ear-splitting roar. The sudden commotion caused the surrounding battleground to fall eerily silent, drawing everyone's attention. Captain Luo, that little pirate. What's going on with Philip? He's a devil fruit user now. Why can't he handle Roland? Quang quang quang. Amidst the sounds of shock and disbelief, a barely perceptible dark red arc of electricity flickered around Roland's body, producing a sound akin to crackling current. Roland failed to notice the faint tremor within his yet-to-be-unlocked conqueror's hockey ability, which quickly subsided. So you killed your own father. For a worthless fruit. Roland fixed Philip with a death stare, each word delivered with biting precision. He already knew the treasure had been swapped by Philip beforehand, but he still carried considerable guilt over the current situation. If he hadn't been deceived by the system into exchanging for the treasure, Captain Luo probably wouldn't have fallen into a rage-induced collapse, leaving Philip with the opportunity. Things might not have escalated to this point. But looking at it now, Philip had been insane from the start. Facing Roland's furious gaze, Philip inexplicably felt his heart tremble. He suppressed that flash of fear. So what? You think you can kill me for revenge? You can't even touch me. Good, very good. Just watch me take you down. Roland gritted his teeth and bolted toward the cell entrance. Philip froze for a second, then burst through the door. Don't even think about escaping. Thud, thud, thud. Roland ran ahead, while Philip chased behind in a frenzy. Despite having invested all his attribute points into speed, Roland's stamina had long been depleted. He'd sustained several more injuries along the way. But he didn't stop. He sprinted across the deck, weaved through railings, charged through the main hall, and broke into the kitchen. He led Philip on a wild chase around the ship, eventually finding refuge in a small storage room at the stern, a place for miscellaneous and used items. Roland's body was drenched in blood as he leaned against a door he hadn't had time to open, tilting his head back to gasp for air. Creak. Philip shut the door behind him, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he realized Roland had nowhere left to run. Run, keep running. Where do you think you're going this time? His features twisted grotesquely, and the floating spores swirled violently in response to his mood, growing denser and making it harder to breathe. Roland's already pale face turned even whiter, yet the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. What are you laughing at? Philip felt an ominous sense of dread. If you let me share some basic knowledge with you. In a confined space, when the concentration of combustible particles in the air exceeds a certain threshold, even the smallest spark will trigger an explosion. As he spoke, a chilling grin suddenly appeared on Roland's exhausted face. He pulled out a box of matches he'd snagged while passing through the kitchen, struck one, and lit it. So, boom. The azure sea shimmered under the sunlight, a warship bearing a seagull emblazoned flag, gliding silently across the waters of the East Blue. Brew brew, spandam, I'll F you. After hanging up the transponder snail, Colonel Mouse's curses never ceased. Over the past 2 days, Spandam had completely treated him as a subordinate, ordering him about, yet he feared the presence of CP9's informants and dared not slack off. Yet despite his curses, he felt a sense of relief. He had already investigated the infamous pirate crews of the East Blue, many of which had colluded with him for profit, and found no trace of Nico Robin. Although Spandam had ordered him to investigate the remaining crews, this matter was essentially over. Sir, do we really have to check every single one? His adjutant frowned. Check nothing. Just go through the motions later. Worst case, we'll say Robin has already left the East Blue. After all, who knows where that woman is? Colonel Mouse glared at the adjutant. Forget that. What did the auction house say? Colonel Mouse turned to matters of profit. No problem, but they said the demand is quite large this time, and asked if we can supply enough. If not, they'll contact others. The adjutant was puzzled by the scale of the demand. Not surprising. Ever since that madman caused chaos at Mary Geos, the celestial dragons lost most of their slaves. Add the nobles who followed suit, and the demand naturally rose. Colonel Mouse waved dismissively. Do we have enough stock? We might be a bit short. Some special requests are hard to fulfill. No matter. We can't get high bounty pirate slaves, but beautiful women. We have as many as we want. Colonel Mouse paused mid-sentence. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the distance, so loud that even the warship beneath them trembled violently. Ah, it wasn't me not. Guilty conscience-stricken Colonel Mouse stumbled to the ground, clutching his head and begging for mercy. Realizing the commotion seemed to have come from elsewhere, he rose still shaken and followed the adjutant's gaze toward the source. On the distant horizon, flames shot into the sky. Clearly the noise had originated from that direction. What's happening over there? Colonel Mouse adjusted his cap with trembling hands. Sir, at 1 o'clock. A ship. It's on fire. No, it exploded. No, it looks like a pirate ship. The lookout shouted down to Colonel Mouse. Pirates. A cold wind howled across the sea. Meanwhile, on the stern deck of the Black Dragon, flames blazed as if the morning sun had been doused in gasoline. Yet it was only the beginning of the day. Bathed in the firelight, Roland stared at his handiwork, disbelief etched on his face. I'm alive. Roland slapped his cheeks. The sensation was real. He hastily checked his body, realizing he was almost completely naked. His pants had burned away, leaving only a few charred strips hanging from his hips. His upper body was bare, but his focus was elsewhere. I'm unharmed. How did I get out? The explosion had been rash, driven by impulse and a gamble. He had allocated all 10 attribute points to speed, confident he could escape the blast radius, but he expected to be severely injured by the shockwave. In fact, he had even entertained a faint death wish. Perhaps dying would let him return to inherit his $999.9 billion. But now, aside from being a bit disheveled, he only had minor burns, no missing limbs. Roland frowned, straining to recall the moment before the explosion. It felt like someone pushed me. Roland instinctively reached toward his back. For a split second, he thought he had felt a pair of hands. He looked around, but saw no one. Yet if no one was there, how had he? Before Roland could ponder further, hurried footsteps approached from behind. What happened? What was that sound? Did someone fire at us? No. Could it be a tsunami? The commotion was so extreme that the Black Dragon pirates, who had been locked in an internal conflict, rushed out, weapons in hand, alert for danger and worried about their leaders. But when they smelled the acrid scent of burnt spores in the air and saw Roland amidst the blazing flames with Philip nowhere in sight, an unthinkable thought forcibly surfaced in their minds. Had Roland caused this? Did that mean Roland had won? Silence fell over the entire deck. As if their souls had been drained, they stared blankly at Roland's back, no one daring to approach or speak. Until, long live Captain Luo. Cheers erupted throughout the ship. In an unnoticed corner, Luo Bing lowered his clasped hands, retracting the power of the flower fruit. Consider this repayment for the favor of bringing me aboard. Listening to the ensuing cheers outside, Luo Bin let out a long breath and smiled. A cold wind howled across the sea. Sensing something, Luo Bin instinctively looked in another direction. Her smile gradually froze, then twisted into terror. After a few moments, the cheers outside abruptly ceased. Marines are coming. Run, came the alarm from the lookout. Ordinary Marines would not have terrified Nico Robin. But Colonel Mouse, furious at being embarrassed by pirates, quickly ordered his ship to advance. But before they had traveled far, the sea surface began to freeze, the ice groaning under tremendous stress. Creak, creak, creak. A figure leisurely rode a bicycle across the ice, passing directly in front of the warship. He stopped, looked at Colonel Mouse with mild confusion, as if he had just happened to pass by. Aoki. Akiji. Recognizing the figure on the sea, Colonel Mouse was terrified, his entire body trembling. Why would a mere branch captain encounter such a great figure? And why would such a person come to the insignificant East Blue? Had his crimes been exposed? Aoki. Admiral Akiji, what are you doing here? Colonel Mouse called out the man's name, forcing a strained smile. Heard a commotion, came to check. Akiji leaped onto the deck. No, why are you in the East Blue? Is there a mission from headquarters? Marine Branch 16, codename Mouse, ready to cooperate. All for justice. Colonel Mouse saluted nervously. No need to be so formal. Captain Garp invited me for a drink. Said there's a good restaurant in the East Blue, so I'm taking a vacation. Akiji's glasses reflected a cold light, his words ambiguous. Never mind that. Those look like pirates over there. Want me to help? He turned his gaze toward a pirate ship fleeing in the distance. No need. Colonel Mouse shook his head repeatedly, not daring to trouble such a figure and wanting him gone. Moi. Akiji frowned thought for a moment, then nodded in understanding. All right. Promotions in the East Blue are tough. I won't steal your credit then. You carry on. I'll be off. Akiji waved, mounted his bicycle, and leisurely pedaled away into the distance, as if he had truly just passed by. A cold wind blew. It was some time after Akiji left before the bone-chilling pressure in the air began to ease. That scared me. I thought he was here for me. Colonel Mouse collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. Tell me about it. The adjutant wiped his own cold sweat. They say he's the most eccentric of the new admirals. He might just act without orders from above. Sir, about the goods. Let's lay low for now. At least until that guy leaves the East Blue. Understood. Sir, should we still pursue? A Marine in charge of navigation hurriedly asked. Of course. Pursue. Colonel Mouse stood up, venting his accumulated frustration on the pirate ship that had embarrassed him. But Admiral Akiji seems to have forgotten to melt the ice. The Marine scratched his head, pointing ahead in dismay. Before them lay a vast, unbroken ice curtain stretching for miles, following the path of Akiji's bicycle from one end of the horizon to the other. The ice wall blocked their way. On the sea, Akiji was nowhere to be seen. Should we call Admiral Akiji back? Get lost. You think you can call him back? Colonel Mouse was relieved to see him go. Report. Another Marine rushed in. What now? Sir, there's someone in the sea. Meanwhile, at the edge of the ice curtain. Kazan, where have you been these days? You're an admiral now, you know. Ha ha ha. The transponder snail carried Sengoku's angry voice along with Garp's laughter. Ignoring them, Akiji stood alone on the sea, gazing toward the fleeing black dragon. He exhaled a plume of cold air, his glasses fogged with frost, expression unreadable. How long will you run this time? Nico. Robin. 10 days later, in Doja Town. The bookstore owner only noticed Robin reading in the corner when it was time to close. Hey, who let this beggar in? What if he dirties the books? Robin was startled by the owner's shout, and quickly shook his head. I won't dirty them. If I do, I'll buy them. I have money. Get the hell out of here. The owner didn't believe Robin at all, and swung a wooden club at Robin's head. Thwack. The owner had swung too hard, and the wooden club got stuck between the shelves. Robin took off running at the sight. Damn it. Seeing that Robin was still clutching the book, the owner grew even angrier, and charged out after him, club in hand. Not long after, the bookstore owner returned empty-handed, muttering curses under his breath the entire way. But when he returned to the counter, he froze upon seeing several crumpled bills on the desk. Is this payment for the book? Robin placed the book into his backpack and counted the remaining money, letting out a sigh. Sigh, there's not much money left. As she grew older, she could manage to scrape together enough for food and shelter through odd jobs. Under normal circumstances, she'd be working simple manual labor at the docks right about now. But over the past few days, the Navy's activity had noticeably increased. Naval patrols were everywhere near the docks, so she couldn't go there. As for other types of work, most employers wouldn't hire someone with an uncertain background like her. She dared not reveal her origins, for the moment she did, the Navy would come for her. Passing by the seafood market, Robin paused and made a point of wandering inside, hoping to find something for tonight's dinner. Unfortunately, she'd been too late in her job search today, and most of the leftover seafood had already spoiled. During her previous escapes, she'd eaten spoiled food like this once and fallen severely ill, so she wouldn't take that risk unless absolutely necessary. She took a detour to the vegetable market and gathered plenty of discarded greens. These wouldn't fill her stomach much, but she wasn't worried. She spotted several bakeries in town, and from years of experience wandering and fleeing, she knew many would throw away unsold cakes at day's end. She could try her luck later. At midnight, Robin arrived at the back alley of a bakery. Still fresh. Morning, Doja Town Central Hospital. White beds, white uniforms, white-clad nurses. Every morning upon waking, Roland would experience a disorienting sense that these medical facilities, nearly indistinguishable from those on his former Earth, were somehow pulling him back. Had he returned there again? System. Roland called out softly in his mind. I'm here. Unfortunately, reality diverged from his hopes. The response echoed not just in his mind, but a visual display, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Upon closer inspection of the nurse in white, she bore the unmistakable appearance of the thigh-high stockings often depicted in manga. Nurses on Earth rarely dressed like this. There was a joke about it. What happens when you need just a few stitches, but then you see the nurse? What then? Sir, are you even listening? The nurse's voice came from beside him. Oh, I'm listening. Roland snapped back to attention and asked, how's it looking? Can I be discharged? Sigh. The nurse sighed, knowing full well that whatever he'd said had gone in one ear and out the other. Mister Roland, from our observations, your injuries should be no longer serious. However, the hospital still recommends keeping you for a few more days of observation, given that you've clearly suffered extensive burns. The nurse repeated. It's fine, these wounds are minor. I just want to know if that area still functions. Yes, it functions. And it's in excellent condition. The nurse naturally understood what Roland was referring to, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. It was strange. Under normal circumstances, she'd answer such questions without any fluster, never blushing. Perhaps it was because this patient's physique was simply too impressive. Even under anesthesia, it remained. Hey, what are you thinking about? Roland interrupted the nurse's wandering thoughts. Eek! The young nurse let out a startled cry, covering her mouth in embarrassment. Looking up, she saw Roland's mischievous grin and immediately realized he'd done it on purpose. Mister Roland, please remain still when we remove the bandages later. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I won't tear your skin off. Roland burst out laughing. It was worth noting that Roland had ultimately ended up in the hospital after all. When he'd returned to base, he'd felt fine, but Mu Lao and the others insisted he receive proper medical attention at a legitimate facility. Additionally, he did harbor some concern about potential lingering complications. Fortunately, everything checked out clear. While the nurse removed his bandages and applied medication, Roland refocused his attention on his status panel. Host Roland. Wealth, 250,000 system coins. Strength 27 LV, speed 20 LV, defense 14 LV, endurance 15 LV. Conqueror's Haki unlocked. 25003000. Still short by over 5 million berries. I wonder if Old Man Mu can collect that debt. The accumulated wealth came from the Heilung pirates plundering over the years, a total of 17322,361 berries. After Roland set aside over 2 million berries, a shortfall of 5 million remained. Somewhat unexpectedly, the system had flagged the funds as illicit at the time, reducing their value by half. Though this hardly posed a significant problem. Even though I'm still unclear about what Conqueror's Haki entails, the name itself sounds overwhelmingly powerful. I must acquire it. With that thought in mind, Roland began considering his path forward. First, he possessed a system capable of strengthening him, but advancement required corresponding wealth, making money an absolute necessity. Thus, generating income became his primary objective. The real question was how to obtain funds quickly and in substantial amounts, matters he needed to carefully consider. Now that I think about it, piracy doesn't seem particularly promising. Roland did a rough calculation and found that each raid typically yielded only 2 to 3 million berries on average. This estimate didn't even account for operational costs like crew wages, equipment depreciation, and fencing stolen goods. The actual profit margin would be considerably lower. Like this recent voyage, the Heilung was nearly destroyed, meaning they hadn't earned a single berry and actually incurred losses. However, according to Elder Mu and the others, the Heilung was built by their own people, so repair costs could be avoided. What other avenues could generate income? Quick money typically came from either highly illegal ventures or monopolies with significant technical barriers. For the former category, their current pirate operations already covered that ground. As for the latter, if they transmigrated to ancient times, they could have turned to salt production or liquor brewing. But examining the nearly modernized hospital room before them, this world clearly lacked nothing in those areas. What about lower-tier opportunities? Roland continued pondering, and before he knew it, peculiar notions began surfacing in his mind. Selling sketchbooks. This wasn't baseless speculation. He genuinely read numerous novels featuring protagonists who built fortunes through adult publications. Upon reflection, it might actually be a viable path. Such items required minimal production costs, while effectively stimulating dopamine responses appealing to both genders. The only question was whether this world would permit such sales. One Piece, if I recall correctly, originated from Japanese manga. There shouldn't be restrictions on this front. Though wait, One Piece is actually a shonen series, isn't it? Roland mused internally but couldn't reach a firm conclusion. His knowledge of this world remained too limited. It seems I'll need to set aside time for deeper investigation. Roland nodded to himself. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, an urgent knocking sound came from outside the door. The nurse frowned and was about to get up to check. Hey, open up. The door was shoved open and 2 Navy soldiers walked in with cigarettes in their mouths. The nurse immediately stepped forward and said angrily, "What do you think you're doing? This is a patient room, and smoking is prohibited in patient rooms. Cut the nonsense. We're here to arrest pirates." One of the sailors bearing a scar across his face cursed. The other, a slender sailor, scrutinized Roland on the bed from head to toe. Pirate. Roland's heartbeat quickened. He couldn't understand how he'd been discovered. He didn't even have a bounty yet. "Ladies." The nurse stepped in front of Roland and said angrily, "There are no pirates here. Mister. Roland is merely a burn victim. He has nothing to do with pirates." But the 2 sailors completely ignored the nurse's words. They rummaged through the room recklessly. Damn it. Roland clenched his fists beneath the blanket. He had already prepared himself to fight to the death if discovered. But then, apologies. The 2 sailors saluted both Roland and the nurse. "We received intelligence suspecting pirates have infiltrated Dojia Town. For the safety of all townsfolk, even hospitals must be thoroughly searched. We ask for your understanding. All of this is in the name of justice." "It's fine, it's all for everyone's safety." Roland nodded, expressing his understanding. The nurse, however, shot Roland a bewildered glance. As soon as the 2 sailors left, the nurse couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Roland, you wouldn't happen to be a pirate who snuck in, would you?" Roland's heartbeat quickened further. How did everyone seem to know he was a pirate? But he didn't let it show. "Missin', have you ever seen a pirate reeking of seafood?" "You're not from around here." I'm from Haido Village. I rarely come to town." Roland answered honestly. "I see." The nurse nodded knowingly. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, Mr. Roland. Let's continue." "All right." Meanwhile, the 2 sailors walked out of the hospital. "Sir, it's that female nurse, just now." The slender sailor pointed to the ward above and explained, "According to the files, she's an orphan with no parents and no spouse. The perfect target for capture. Unfortunately, she has a nursing job. If she goes missing, her colleagues might come looking." "No matter." The scarred sailor waved his hand. "Aren't we spreading rumors about pirates infiltrating the town precisely to prevent that? Once those people disappear, everyone's first suspicion will be those non-existent pirates. And when they report it to us, we can conveniently pin it all on the pirates." The slender sailor's eyes lit up, unable to withhold his praise. "Scarred sir, your plan is brilliant." "Oomph." The scarred sailor glared at the slender sailor, displeased. "Don't take credit for what isn't yours. This is all Colonel Shu's far-sighted strategy. Having said that, the scarred sailor faced the direction of Navy Branch 16 and saluted respectfully. The slender sailor imitated him, saluting in the same direction. That nurse girl could easily fetch 600,000 or 700,000 berries at the slave market. If she were prettier, the price could go even higher. This was practically picking money off the table. They could always blame it on pirates afterward. As Navy personnel, they could then mount an expedition against the pirates, earning the townspeople's praise while building an impressive record. Simply wonderful. By the way, pacing himself, the scarred sailor suddenly remembered something and asked, "Which pirate group has been most active around here?" Since they planned to pin the blame on pirates, the pirates couldn't be too far away. Nor could they be too strong, or they might not be able to handle them. It's the Halong pirates. In the patient room, the nurse replaced Roland's bandages with fresh ones and set up an anti-inflammatory for drip. Just then, knock knock knock. An urgent knocking sound came once again. No way. Here we go again. Roland snapped to full attention. It was well known that when a pursuit came back, it likely meant they had confirmed his identity. They're actually coming back. The nurse grabbed a glass medicine bottle, vowing to make these unruly sailors pay. Soon bang. As the door burst open, the nurse raised the bottle and smashed it toward the person's head, but it was blocked by a pair of strong, steady hands. "Nurse, what do you think you're doing?" Sorry. Recognizing the visitor, the nurse quickly apologized. "I thought it was those troublemakers again." Roland, seeing who it was, breathed a slight sigh of relief. Troublemakers? Old Mu looked puzzled. Yes, some sailors came causing trouble just now. Before long after the nurse left, Old Mu couldn't help asking, "Captain, what happened just now?" "Some sailors." Roland quickly recounted the events. "They insisted there were pirates in town. Could they have found something?" Roland asked. Probably not." Old Mu shook his head. "There have indeed been more sailors in town lately, but it shouldn't be a problem. We've been here for years without being discovered. Tell the brothers with bounties to keep a low profile for now." "All right, Captain." With that, Old Mu glanced around, then leaned in and lowered his voice. "The money you wanted is secured. I'll bring it over in a couple of days, but it's too conspicuous to bring cash to the hospital. What do you think? Then meet at Sister Rand's place." "Fine," Old Mu added. "Also, everyone's been found. Not a single one missing. It's a shame we let Old Wan's group off easy." Roland waved dismissively. "It doesn't matter. This chaos has shown us who our true allies are." Originally, after defeating Philip, he planned to deal with the fence-sitters, but the commotion attracted nearby Marines. Under those circumstances, there was no time to handle them. After barely shaking off the Marines, they discovered Old Wan's group had taken their people and fled. The neutral faction shamelessly stayed, but everyone, including Roland, gave them the cold shoulder. They discussed dealing with them later, but as they neared the base, the Black Dragon capsized under the strain, and many crew members went missing. Roland paused, then seemed to think of something. "Also, you don't need to call me Captain in private." "How can that be? You're the great pirate who single-handedly defeated a devil fruit user. Now that everyone's here, it's time to announce your succession as the new captain." "Oh, but first we should hold Halson's funeral." "Really, it's not necessary, Anne." Roland hesitated, ultimately not voicing his reluctance to be a pirate. "Young master, I'll just call you young master, alright." Old Mu laughed, thinking Roland was bothered by the formality. "Forget it." Roland waved his hand, then suddenly remembered something. "By the way, did that woman who was locked up with me escape?" He realized immediately it was a stupid question. That woman was an ordinary person. She would have taken the chance to flee and seek help from the Marines. "She escaped. I saw her looking for work nearby a few days ago," Old Mu said with a hint of sympathy. "Unfortunately, no one wants to hire someone with such an unclear background, and she seems to have nowhere to stay." He recalled seeing her rummaging through trash bins and couldn't help adding, "Speaking of which, I owe my life to that girl." "Is that so?" Roland fell into thought. Initially, he planned to abandon her once they reached the base. But now they owed her a debt, and Old Mu's mention of it clearly indicated he wanted to repay that favor. "I've got it. Doesn't Sister Rand need an extra hand?" Roland's eyes lit up. "Next time you see her, ask if she's interested. We can provide room and board." "Good." Time passed quickly. That afternoon, Roland declined the suggestion to stay for observation, checked out of the hospital, and headed to a small village outside town. In his vague memories, his late father had been a book lover, and the house was filled with many books that could help him understand this world. But as soon as he reached the doorstep, he was surrounded by the brothers of the Black Dragon pirates. It turned out some damned soul had leaked the news of his discharge, and everyone had come to celebrate. After drinking and eating, they kept shouting, Captain Roland, giving him a headache. He felt like a beleaguered emperor. Roland insisted that he would only take over as captain after Captain Halson's funeral, and the crowd finally relented. After the feast, Roland entered the study and spent the entire night finally gaining a rough understanding of this world. First, the world's geography was bizarre. A ring of land encircled the planet, but most of the population lived on various islands in the sea because the land was too towering. There were also many races, including the legendary mermaids, which filled Roland with imagination. He also learned a lot about devil fruits and found a devil fruit encyclopedia in a gilded box. He discovered a potential source of income he had thought about that morning. Good news, the world didn't ban risque books. Bad news, the market was already well established, and most seemed to be published by something called Pleasure Street Publishing. The content was inferior to what he had seen, but it would be hard to turn a profit in the short term. The funeral wouldn't be held anytime soon. Roland stayed in the village for 2 more days. Thinking that old Moo should have secured the money by now, he went to town again. Then, hey, why are you back to your old trade? Roland saw Robin on the road. It's you. Robin saw him too. Robin had been having a rough few days. Because it was the weekend, several cake shops were closed. Also, she noticed the marine station nearby were becoming more active. She was running out of opportunities to appear in public. Just as she was figuring out how to leave, she bumped into that shameless little pirate. Roland saw Robin looking like a refugee and assumed she was dissatisfied with the waitress job and had gone back to her old ways. After asking, he learned that old Moo had never run into her again. At a nearby restaurant, Robin gulped down food. She had been starving for days, and at just over 20, she still had a hint of girlishness. She wolfed down her meal, then realized halfway that it was a bit unseemly. She pursed her lips, straightened herself, and began eating in small bites, trying to act ladylike. Roland was speechless. Come on, just eat freely. What's the point of pretending? Oh, Robin replied weakly and buried herself in her food. Roland didn't bother to start a conversation. When Robin was almost done, he said, let's get you a change of clothes first. Those clothes are really worn out. Robin nodded. Roland had already told her about the job. She hesitated for a moment, then said, but I'm not from around here and my background is a bit unclear. It's fine. It's part of Black Dragon's business, so I can make the call. Roland waved his hand with a smile, his voice carrying a masculine charm. Robin felt a slight sting in her nose, a fleeting illusion of home. But she quickly dismissed that absurd feeling. She knew this emotion was false. Once the other person learned she was Nico Robin, the devil child, this seemingly amiable pirate would show his most vicious fangs. She had encountered this too many times. Still, having a job for now solved her immediate problems. Boss, check please. Roland stood up and called out, unaware of what Robin was thinking. Honestly, he looked down on this woman. She had limbs and could work. The docks even hired female laborers. If she had any ambition, she wouldn't be in such a sorry state. If she hadn't happened to save old Moo's life, he wouldn't bother with her. Leaving the restaurant, he took Robin to a nearby clothing store and picked out a decent outfit. While she changed, she also freshened up. The dust on her face was washed away, revealing a delicate face with a few freckles. Edge. Roland was startled. Had this woman had freckles before? He couldn't remember. Thanks. Don't mention it. The cost of the clothes will be deducted from your wages. Oh, and the meal just now will also be deducted. Huh. Didn't you say it was your treat? Robin's chest heaved slightly. Did I? Of course. All right, forget it. Where are we going now? Don't ask so many questions. Just follow me. Huh. Roland suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on a girl with orange hair not far away. What's wrong? Robin asked, puzzled. She looks familiar. Roland frowned. He felt he had seen her somewhere before, but couldn't recall. She's a pickpocket, Robin stated bluntly. How do you know? On the western edge of Dojia Town, near the docks, a tavern had always thrived due to its proximity to the harbor. Yet for reasons unknown, it had been closed for a week. As Roland pushed open the door, a woman's impatient voice rang out from within. Can't you see the closed sign? Sister Ran, it's me. Roland. The woman, recognizing the familiar voice, covered her mouth in delight. You're out of the hospital. Well, Roland's lips twitched. Although he was called Roland on Blue Star, and his nickname was indeed Roland, he really disliked being called that. It was nothing serious, they were just worrying over nothing. Roland waved dismissively and took a seat at the bar. So I heard about it from Uncle Mo. I never imagined something like that would happen on your trip. The woman spoke while mixing drinks, then paused as she noticed been beside Roland. Who is she? Could she be Roland's girlfriend? The woman's eyes gleamed with the particular concern of an elder. No, but you're short-handed here, aren't you? I thought I'd bring her along. Roland replied. Oh, Uncle Moo did mention it. The woman looked at Bin kindly. He said if you hadn't found him by chance, he would have starved to death. What would you like to drink? She paused, suddenly realizing Bin might be visiting such an upscale establishment for the first time, and pushed the menu toward her. Noticing this subtle gesture, Bin felt a warmth in her heart. Though she was far from the country bumpkin the woman mistook her for. Yet when she took the menu, her expression turned peculiar. Special cocktail, 2 million belly each. What the hell? Was this place a den of thieves? Blueberry cocktail, the regular kind. Bin emphasized the word regular. See Roland. That's exactly the face anyone makes when they see a 2 million belly price tag. Who would ever buy that? The woman said helplessly, noting Bin's reaction. Don't worry about that. We have clear pricing, and we're not forcing anyone to buy. Besides, a beauty like Sister Ran could double the price for her special cocktails, and it'd still be fine, Roland teased. Smooth talker, just like before. Huh. The woman suddenly froze, staring at Roland in a daze, just like before. Sister Ran, why are you staring at me? Roland grew a bit uncomfortable, glancing around. By the way, where's little Danny? She's been so worried about your injury that she hasn't been sleeping well. She's probably still asleep now. Nodding, Luo Lan suddenly thought of something and turned to Luo Bin, his voice low. I almost forgot. You know I'm a pirate. But Sister Ran isn't. So if you can work hard here, you're welcome. But if you dare report us to the Marines, I won't let you off. I won't report. In fact, I have my own grudge with the Marines. Luo Bin placed a hand over her chest. Good then. What's your name? Luo Lan pressed. Luo Bin. Don't give me that amnesia nonsense again. Luo Lan stared at her. I don't believe in that old cliché. Fine, I'm actually from West Blue. Luo Bin paused. My name is Bin Luo. Not long after, a knock sounded at the door. Old Mu had arrived with the money. Just as he was about to ask for a drink, he noticed Luo Bin at the counter. What are you doing here? I've been looking for you these past few days. Old Mu's eyes widened. Luo Bin felt a bit awkward. I ran into her on the road and brought her here. You're really unreliable. Never mind that. Where's the money I asked for? Luo Lan rubbed his hands together. He was only 5 million belly short of unlocking Haki. Old Mu didn't answer directly. Instead, he thanked Luo Bin once more, then carried large bags of items into the back courtyard of the tavern, clearly gifts for Sister Ran. Strange, what's their relationship? Are they lovers? Luo Bin asked curiously. Impossible. They're over 20 years apart, and Danny is already 6, Luo Lan said, noting that Danny was Sister Ran's daughter. Then, I'm not entirely sure either. Luo Lan shook his head. It wasn't odd to bring gifts as a greeting, but the way Old Mu looked at Sister Ran was too peculiar. There was both the concern of an elder for a younger and a sense of equality between peers mixed with a deep guilt. Yet in his hazy memories, he couldn't find the reason. Alright, that's all. If you need anything else, just let us know. As long as we haven't been caught by the Marines. Old Mu patted his chest in assurance. I told you don't have to. We still haven't finished the last batch. How can that be? After a few more pleasantries, Old Mu pulled out a stack of items wrapped in a bag from his pocket. Then 3 pairs of eyes turned simultaneously to the only outsider in the room. Luo Bin scratched the back of her head awkwardly. I'll go take a walk. Once sure Luo Bin had left, Old Mu opened the bag, revealing a stack of crisp banknotes. Here's 6 million belly in total. I added an extra million in case it wasn't enough. Is that sufficient? More than enough. Luo Lan was overjoyed. In recent days he had learned about Haki, and though the information was limited, he knew one thing in this world: Haki was the hallmark of the strong. Most importantly, there was a type of Haki that could counter those troublesome ability users. By the way, is this money clean? Luo Lan was about to ask, but found it troublesome, and simply had the system check. Ding dong. Illegal income, the system prompted. Illegal income couldn't be converted into system coins at full value. After all, the system's foundation was urban. Forget it. Sister Ran, please make me 3 special cocktails. Luo Lan said to Ranjia. Okay. Soon 3 cocktails that looked no different from ordinary ones were prepared. Luo Lan then used the 6 million belly he had just received to pay for the drinks. Afterwards, Sister Ran transferred the 6 million belly back to Luo Lan under the guise of a gift. Xiaolan, I really don't understand what use this is. For this operation, Sister Ran was already puzzled for the second time. She actually knew that Luo Lan was money laundering, but who was he laundering for? Besides, in their kind of place, black money and white money were the same. Luo Lan also knew that the money laundering process wasn't very rigorous, but as long as it could fool the system's judgment. Anyway, I have my reasons. Ding dong. Legal income. As expected, after the laundering, the money was immediately flagged as legal income by the system and could be fully converted into system coins. With the money in hand, Luo Lan was about to find a secluded place to feed the system when Mu Lao stopped him. Wait, young master. Old Mu said seriously, even though you are now the captain of the Black Dragon Pirates, and I as a crew member shouldn't question you, I still hope you can tell me how this money is being used. For a small pirate crew like theirs, several million belly was no small sum. More critically, the over 10 million belly they had saved before had been squandered down to just 2 million. Luo Lan glanced at Mu Lao, knowing he couldn't avoid this. I won't use it recklessly, Luo Lan said. I need to know its purpose for everyone's sake, Mu Lao said firmly. Luo Lan knew that his behavior was indeed somewhat unfair. I'm using it to become stronger. Stronger? Young master, you didn't sign up for some scam course, did you? No. Luo Lan shook his head, then his figure flickered, demonstrating his current strength through action. See, my movements have become much quicker, haven't they? Haven't you noticed that when I fought Philip my movements were significantly faster? Luo Lan stopped and turned to Sister Ran. Sister Ran, do you have any unused wood? Sister Ran guessed what Luo Lan intended to do. That table over there will do. It's not worth much. Luo Lan nodded, but instead of going for the table directly, he picked up a cheaper stool beside it. Bang! Luo Lan clenched his fist and punched the wooden stool, which instantly exploded. He then spread his hands, showing them completely unscathed. The increase in power was far more visually striking than the increase in speed. Mu Lao and Sister Ran stared at the scene in astonishment, their expressions nothing short of remarkable. The Black Dragon Pirates, due to years of living on the edge, had physiques surpassing ordinary people. When drunk and rowdy, they could probably smash a wooden board with one punch. But that was only a crack, not an explosion like the one before them. Luo Lan had truly become stronger, and by a significant margin. It's that. Vaguely guessing something, Mu Lao asked uncertainly, "Is it that barrel thing?" Luo Lan. Luo Lan wanted to find a secluded place to feed the system, but Sister Ran said the tavern's wine cellar was safe. Uncle Mu has little Lan returned. Watching the wine cellar door close, Sister Ran's eyes glistened with tears. Ever since Luo Lan accidentally fell a few years ago, he had seemed lost like a soul, without a body. But now, no mistake, the young master has truly returned. Mu Lao looked into the distance, placing his right hand over his chest. "Do you see, Your Majesty?" Closing the wine cellar door, he shut out all sounds from the outside world. Luo Lan summoned the system. Host Luo Lan. Wealth, 25,031 million system coins. Strength, 27 LV. Speed, 20 LV. Defense, 14 LV. Stamina, 15 LV. Hockey pinning unlock, 31003000. Ding dong, new wealth detected, converted into equivalent system coins totaling 6 million system coins. Ding dong, cumulative wealth has exceeded 30 million berries. Hockey unlocked. Do you wish to begin training immediately? Train, of course, but I want to train the kind of hockey that can counter devil fruit users. Luo Lan said. Ding dong, armament hockey training ground is now opening. As the system's prompt faded, the surrounding scenery shattered like a broken mirror, and Luo Lan's vision went pitch black. Then new sensations flooded in, and Luo Lan stood on an endless white wasteland. Luo Lan took a couple of steps, and suddenly a blurry humanoid projection appeared before him. The projection gradually took shape, unmistakably Luo Lan himself. Without a word, the projection raised its hand, and its right arm was instantly covered in deep black, emitting a metallic sheen. Then the projection grasped the air with one hand, and a blade of light appeared in its grip as black hockey coiled around it like a serpent. Finally, the projection faced a raised stone mountain and threw a punch from a distance. The surface remained intact, but a muffled sound came from within as the mountain exploded with a roar. Hardening, coating, and advanced armament hockey Ryuo. These three concepts flooded into Luo Lan's mind almost simultaneously. Host, this is a theoretical model constructed in a 1-to-1 ratio based on your current physical condition. By observing and imitating in slow motion, you should be able to cultivate the unique power of this world. Host, don't just stand there, make the most of your time. The rental period here is only 7 days, the system urged. Rental, eh? Luo Lan thought he had misheard. Pod Town East Street. Robin wasn't sure if Luo Lan and the others were done, so she didn't go back immediately. She took her advance salary and planned to go shopping for some daily necessities. As she walked, Robin suddenly stopped, her gaze falling on a few Marines not far away. She turned around to avoid them. But then she caught sight of an orange-haired girl passing by those Marines who quietly pickpocketed their wallets. Isn't that the thief from earlier? She's bold, daring to steal from the Marines. Robin shook her head, not dwelling on it, and turned to leave. As she walked, she began to ponder her future plans. She had no clear destination. Ever since O'Hara fell, she had been wandering, and unless something unexpected happened, she would probably spend her entire life like this. Having a stable place to live like now was not easy. She also knew that this stability would be short-lived. Once they find out who I am, they'll kick me out, won't they, eh? Robin sighed. On the other side. Thief, stop. A scarred Marine realized his wallet was stolen, and connecting it to the orange-haired girl who had just passed by, he instantly understood and sprinted off in the direction she had gone. At the corner of the alley, Nami watched the Marine run off and let out a long sigh of relief. Seriously, it's just a wallet. Is it that big of a deal? She stuck out her tongue playfully and began to check today's loot. Soon. That damn Karina. I'll never believe a word she says again. Nami looked gloomily at the few flat wallets, realizing that the wealthy people here were all dirt poor. Recalling how Karina had sworn that this place was rich, she felt even more depressed. I'll forget it. At least it's over 100,000 berries. After organizing the berries, she puffed out her small chest and encouraged herself. One day I'll save up 100 million berries and buy back my village. Now what's this? Nami suddenly noticed that there was a document in the Marine's bag. This is a death certificate. Why is it blank? As Nami was puzzled, she suddenly felt something approaching from behind. She turned around. Haha, found you. The scarred Marine's face twisted. Oh no. Nami tried to run, but after just 2 steps, 2 more Marines appeared. At that time, Nami was only about 13 years old, no match for these elite Marines. With a bang. Before she could even cry for help, a blunt blow struck her head, her eyes rolled back, and she passed out. Damn it, you've got some nerve stealing from the Marines. Hey, she's a pretty little thing. Perfect. A pickpocket gone missing, no one will notice. By the way, what was that pirate crew you mentioned last time? It's the Black Dragon Pirates. They were indeed elite Marines, trusted subordinates of Captain Lao Shu, preparing for the upcoming auction at the Shabandi Archipelago. Soon they added Nami's features to a death certificate. Orange hair tattoo on her right arm. Cause of death: encountered the Black Dragon Pirates and perished at sea. Too bad we've only captured 6 these days, still far from what the boss wants. Sighing, the 3 felt quite troubled. Although they could frame the pirates for their actions, the targets had certain requirements. The most important was that they couldn't have too many social connections, otherwise there was a risk of exposure. But unfortunately, they weren't very familiar with the area. By the way, wasn't that guy we fished out of the sea last time from here? But isn't he a pirate? What's the big deal, eh? In Pod Town the night was deepening. At the tavern, after pushing open the door to the underground wine cellar and exchanging a word with Rangia, Roland rushed to the seaside with palpable impatience. Thump, thump, thump. Roland threw one punch after another, attempting to recapture the sensation he had felt in the training chamber. There was no helping it. The moment the 7 days were up, he was forcibly ejected from the training chamber without even a moment to react. Roland closed his eyes, carefully recalling the slow-motion movements of the model projection. The projection first raised its arm, then a deep, profound blackness spread like a living entity beneath the skin, ultimately enveloping the entire forearm. Roland gently raised his arm as well. He now understood that observation haki and armament haki were powers inherent to humans from birth, with the key lying in how to sense and channel them. Faintly, Roland could sense a flowing warmth within his body. That's right. Haki is a flow. Yes, this is the feeling. Roland's eyes snapped open. He mobilized all the warmth within him and threw a punch. Crack. The reef before him exploded into a large crater. Haha, it worked. Roland was ecstatic, but he did not stop his punching motion. He had to seize that feeling. Thump. Another punch landed and the reef before him burst open once more. Armament haki succeeded. There was a dull thud. Roland winced in pain. This punch had not been coated with haki in time. I need to control my strength a bit, he muttered inwardly, then threw another punch, but alas, it was one beat too slow. Undeterred, Roland focused entirely once again, sensing that flow. Thump. Haha, it worked again. Thump, thump, thump. His fists fell like a torrential downpour. Roland was drenched in sweat, his knuckles stained with blood, yet every time his fist shattered the reef, he felt an unprecedented exhilaration. This time, it was a world of real combat. All those days spent in the hospital had made him little different from an ordinary civilian on Blue Star. He had been bored out of his mind. While he supposed he was still an ordinary civilian now, and of the lowest tier at that, he didn't dwell on such trivialities. Roland continued to punch, and only after several hundred blows did he have to stop to rest. I wonder how long it takes people in this world to master haki. Am I fast? Roland muttered to himself, then quickly shook his head. Having only barely grasped armament haki in a week, with most of that time spent observing the projection, he was quite satisfied with his progress. Moreover, during those 7 days, he had also figured out some aspects of the system. First, only matters related to learning skills consumed wealth. Free attribute points for basic stats like strength, defense, speed, and stamina were generated as wealth accumulated, but did not deplete wealth itself. The time flow in the training chamber was 1 hour in the outside world to 1 day inside. Then there was the rental of the training chamber. He had initially thought he was renting it from the system, but it turned out that the blasted system was renting it from the system realm. Host, it's not my fault. I was originally a city-based tycoon system. I never had a module for this, the system had explained at the time. After resting for a while, Roland flexed his fists and stood up. It's a pity I only know hardening. Next time I face a devil fruit user, I'll probably have to rely on my fists. There was a difference between armament hardening and armament emission. Emission seemed to be a higher level version of hardening, not only allowing armament haki to cover the body like hardening, but most importantly enabling it to be wrapped around weapons, including swords, bullets, and arrows. But speaking of hardening, Roland paused and looked down. I'll spit, what am I thinking? He shook his head, casting aside the stray thoughts. Better keep searching for the feeling. Thump, thump, thump. His dark fist struck the coastal reefs, producing a series of muffled sounds like firecrackers. Roland couldn't quite pinpoint the psychology behind it. Perhaps it was the same excitement as when he first cultivated some peerless technique, or like bouncing on the bed in new clothes and shoes as a child on New Year's Day. In any case, that exhilaration carried him from the time the full moon hung high overhead to the moment the sky began to pale with dawn. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted from the ground. Haha, what a rush. Watching the massive reef completely obliterated before him, Roland shouted in exhilaration. He felt that if he were to fight Philip again, he could beat that bastard to death with just 2 punches. But it's a pity I'm still short of perfection. After an entire night's effort, he could now ensure that every punch he threw was coated with armament hardening. However, when it came to prolonged, continuous punching, there were still considerable issues. In other words, he couldn't yet maintain a constant armament hardening. But this wasn't an insurmountable problem. Roland felt that if he could enter the training chamber just once more, he could perfectly resolve it, and even touch the threshold of armament emission. Damn it, I need money, I must get money. And observation haki, conqueror's haki. I want to max them all out. Roland made up his mind. Host, conqueror's haki cannot be cultivated. Huh, why? After reporting his safety to the tavern, Roland headed to the headquarters of the Black Dragon pirate crew. As for conqueror's haki, he had already learned that it was a power possessed by 1 in a million innate and unable to be improved through training. And the conqueror's haki slot on his panel was dimmed, at least proving he wouldn't have it for now. Roland did ask the system if he could buy one from the system realm. The system said it was possible, but it advised against it, explaining that obtaining conqueror's haki through external means would go against the very essence of a king's heart. A king's heart. Roland roughly understood the logic. It was like the concept of a sword heart in martial arts novels. The strongest swordsman wielding the strongest sword, but losing the sword heart, doomed never to be the strongest. And what was called a sword heart could be understood as the swordsman's mindset, fear, or unwavering resolve. Why does one swing the sword, and for what does one fight? Then why did he want to possess Conqueror's Haki? To make money. Roland shook his head. I have another question. You said Conqueror's Haki is innate. But here's the question: how can a talent that can only be confirmed through observation after birth be determined as innate? I have one more question. You said Conqueror's Haki is innate. Then the problem is, how can a talent that requires observation after birth to confirm its existence be judged as innate? The system was a bit confused. Roland's train of thought was very clear. It was somewhat akin to that. In the biographies of founding emperors of ancient times, there would be records like during the birth a golden dragon descended from the heavens, red light filled the room, or some village prophetess claimed that so-and-so would be destined for greatness. Who knows if it's true or false, but that's the general idea. Perhaps there's also a bit of survivor bias. Let me give another example. Roland continued, suppose a random passerby is born with Conqueror's Haki, but lives a mundane life without ever manifesting it. From God's perspective, the passerby has Conqueror's Haki, but from the world's perspective, they would never acknowledge it, nor could they perceive it. So does the passerby have Conqueror's Haki or not? By the standard of being innate, the passerby must have this hidden talent. But by the standard of being innate, it seems not. Doesn't that create a contradiction? Could there be a significant deviation? Maybe there are more people with the potential for Conqueror's Haki than imagined, but only a few end up reaching the top. So the system was truly stumped. Finally, it said bluntly that this was a manga setting without all these convolutions. Determined at birth, just a setting. Roland pondered and finally nodded to himself. Back in their land, there was an old saying: kings and lords are not predetermined by birth. But in Japan and the West, more emphasis was placed on lineage and bloodline. The parents of a king are kings, and even if the grandparents are not kings, they are most likely nobles of high blood, not street beggars. This was the truth of the world, always so. Moreover, manga from Japan rarely escaped the theme of bloodline, which was understandable. Ceasing to dwell on such trivial matters, Roland found old Mu at the base. Then he extended his hand. What need money again? Weren't you given 6 million just yesterday? Old Mu's mouth gaped wide. Ahihi. Roland scratched his head and directly demonstrated his strength. Bang, bang, bang. Several stone pillars shattered effortlessly, leaving old Mu dumbfounded. And when he saw a faint dark aura around Roland's hand, he was utterly astonished. Is this Haki? You know about it, old man. Roland was momentarily surprised, but then recalled that he himself had first learned about it from his cheap father's book, so it wasn't too strange. Nothing surprising about that. While the Marines of the Four Seas mostly don't use Haki, a few of them do go home sometimes. Old Mu said with a hint of unease. Oh, Roland responded without giving it much thought. So the money. Well, old Mu was momentarily choked, then thought for a moment. Aren't there still 2 million berries in the pirate crew's funds? Take that for now, and I'll figure out the rest. No, we can't touch those 2 million berries. The currency of this world was called berry, with purchasing power somewhat like the Japanese yen, so 2 million berries wasn't really a lot. Moreover, that was the safety fund he had set aside for the brothers in case of emergencies. And 2 million isn't enough. At least 10 million. Roland didn't demand 30 million outright. 10 million. Old Mu felt immense pressure. To be honest, seeing Roland's strength truly improved, he was happy and thought it was worth it. But where could their small pirate crew get another 10 million? The 6 million berries from yesterday had already hit their bottom. It's fine, I'm just asking. If there's some good, if not, no problem. I'll figure something out myself. Roland saw old Mu's difficulty. Got it. Old Mu suddenly thought of something, asked Roland to wait in the room, and went out. When he returned, he held an exquisite wooden box. This is a... Roland leaned in and found a piece of parchment inside with some sketches and drawings on it. Is this a treasure map? Yes. Old Mu nodded. This is a treasure map our Black Dragon pirate crew stumbled upon. Your father Harrison and I wanted to check it out several times, but never had the chance. At the time, Philip didn't kill me immediately because he wanted this map. It's not a fake, is it? Roland thought treasure maps were something that only appeared in anime. It's real? There have always been rumors of treasure in that area left behind by a second-generation monarch 100 years ago. The only issue is that the area has a lot of Marines. Plus, after hearing that a powerful sea king appeared there, we never went back. Old Mu explained. Roland nodded, his eyes falling on 2 dotted lines on the map. Is this the Calm Belt? Yes. And this island? Roland pointed to a large island that seemed to extend beyond the map. That's Arabasta. If not for the Calm Belt, Arabasta wouldn't be far from us. Old Mu introduced. The map was detailed. There were corresponding legends. Considering that this was indeed a manga world, Roland was already 80% convinced of the treasure map. How much is the treasure worth? Not sure, but it's probably tens of millions of berries, maybe even over 100 million. But don't rush, the Black Dragon hasn't been repaired yet, so we can't go. Old Mu warned. That night Roland tossed and turned unable to sleep. First, the treasure map was definitely an unexpected boon, but the Black Dragon wasn't fixed, so they couldn't set sail yet, and the treasure had to be set aside for now. Moreover, distant water couldn't quench immediate thirst. What other ways are there to get money? Roland's head began to ache. Without the Black Dragon repaired, they couldn't even rob anyone. No, before finding the treasure, I won't be able to raise 30 million to enter the training room again. After thinking it over, Roland had to face this reality. I think I need to lower my expectations. Every increase in net worth of 1 million berries could be converted into corresponding system coins and grant 1 free attribute point. This was also a way to grow stronger. As a small-time pirate, obsessing over 30 million was aimlessly ambitious, and he had always been asking for money. Old Moo said the treasure area has powerful sea kings. Roland nodded to himself. Decided before hunting for treasure, I'll gather as many 1 million boosts as possible to get stronger. With that thought, he turned over and got up. Lighting a kerosene lamp, he sat at the table by the moonlight. As for how to earn that first pot of gold, Roland went with what he had thought of in the hospital a few days ago: writing a book. He prepared paper and penned in the plot. In such books, the plot didn't need much logic or could even be illogical. However, considering that most comics published by Joy Street Publishing were the latter for long-term development, he'd choose the former. He could come up with any plot. An aging population, the world government implementing a certain policy to boost birth rates. A niece's parents go on a trip and ask the uncle to take care of her. That could also be extended parents go on a trip and ask the neighbor's big sister to take care of the child. Mom's best friend comes to visit. Mom often takes me to her best friend's house. Or the classic Korean webtoon plot of a failed exam transformed into a Marine conscript who couldn't get promoted after 3 years in a branch. Could add a contrast: the failed conscript and a strict female superior. Actually, he could categorize them in detail and choose the plot based on popularity, but he had no data, and right now, he just wanted to make some quick money. With the plot settled, it was time to start writing. Anyone who's drawn comics knows that certain types are the easiest to draw because most of the clothing can be omitted, a skill level that someone like him, not a great artist, could barely meet. 3 days later. Haha, success. Roland let out a puff of hot air from his nostrils, looking at the 3 works on the table, feeling damn awesome. He reviewed the plots again, nodded to himself, and his confidence soared. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Roland went out to see. It was Old Moo. Did something happen? Roland asked. Here. Old Moo held up a black cloth bag. Should be around 5 or 600,000. Use it for now. Opening the bag, besides over 30 bills of 10,000, the rest were coins and small change. A warmth filled Roland's heart. He put the bag back into Old Moo's hands. No need, I've already found a way to make money. He was starting to feel quite embarrassed, always asking for money lately. Take it. Old Moo's tone was stern. Really, I don't need it, and this is not the time for pushing things back and forth. I heard there are powerful sea kings in that area. Your strength is the most important. If not for that, I wouldn't have brought out the treasure map. Old Moo said. In the end, Roland still accepted the money. Though it was less than 1 million combined with the previous odd sum, it barely made another million, granting him an extra free attribute point. By the way, can system coins be converted back into belly? Roland asked. If the wealth fed to the system could be equivalently converted back into belly, he would have fewer worries. Negative, host. The system replied with a denial. Gold and silver are not inherently currency, but currency is inherently gold and silver. Here, banknotes were just worthless paper to the system, holding value only within a specific space. After a moment of thought, Roland asked again, so can you still get some things from the urban world now? The system understood Roland's intention to play the middleman. It's possible, but ding dong, the mall is awaiting unlock, and those things are useless here anyway. Take communication devices, for example, like mobile phones. This world had no satellites, no base stations, hence no network. A phone was merely a metal box capable of taking photos and recording videos. And it was even disposable. The voltage in this world wasn't the 220 volts he was familiar with, plugging it and would burn it out. It wasn't a universal store system lacking trivial accessories like voltage transformers. In this world, for photography, there were cameras, and for communication, there were den mushi. What about firearms and ammunition? Roland asked. Yes. Looks like I can become an arms dealer in the future. Roland smiled, his pace unconsciously quickening. Arriving at Podbean Town, Roland had a clear goal. He remembered 2 bookstores in the town and wanted to seek professional advice first. Clutching his masterpiece manuscript, he went to the first bookstore. After hearing Roland's intention, the owner thought a young writer was about to emerge from Podbean Town and eagerly opened what she presumed to be a book. Then, get out. Unsurprisingly, Roland was thrown out. Since when is a comic not a book? Roland pursed his lips undeterred. The shop owner was a middle-aged woman. On second thought, asking such a woman for an evaluation might indeed be inappropriate. Soon the second bookstore. Get out. That bookstore owner chased Roland with a wooden stick, reacting even more violently than the female owner. Wait, isn't this stuff not banned in this world? Forget it, no need for opinions. Let's just start selling. Glancing at the sky, it was only around 9 in the morning. Roland went to Ranjie's tavern to borrow a small stool, then headed to East Street, which had the heaviest foot traffic. There were quite a few vendors there. Big brother, do you want to buy some flowers? A little flower girl asked Roland. No. Roland glared fiercely at the girl, then simply set up his stool on the spot and placed his little manuscript on the ground. Opening shop. Seeing that Roland was also a fellow vendor, the little flower girl stopped wasting time with him. She weaved through the streets, targeting older brothers and sisters, especially those walking together in pairs. Huh. Everyone else is selling snacks and drinks, but you. Soon someone noticed Roland's stall, a woman with a sword at her waist. Her exact age was hard to tell, but she seemed quite young. However, women in this world generally matured early, so she might have been even younger than she appeared. The woman crouched down, glanced at the crooked large characters on the cover, and asked in confusion, "What are these?" "They're all drawn by me. If they get published later, these will be the first edition manuscripts," Roland said with full confidence. Really? The woman suddenly became intrigued. After hesitating for a moment, she finally chose a book titled, "The Navy, My Strict Female Boss." After all, she aspired to become a Marine, and along the way collect the famous swords from those big villains. Opening the first page, the woman initially didn't find anything wrong. An untransferred grunt Marine. She was one too. She hadn't even graduated from school, yet not even a grunt. The artwork in the manuscript was a bit rough, but it had a certain charm. But when the protagonist accidentally discovered the female boss's secret of taking bribes and used it to threaten her, the whole plot turned bizarre. Further along it directly. Huh. She quickly took out her glasses and leaned in to look, suspecting she had just seen things. Seeing the customer's reaction, Roland nodded repeatedly on the side. She even put on glasses. Looks like this sale is sealed. Sure enough, women are more lecherous than men. Gulp. The woman's face flushed visibly, and she couldn't help swallowing. She didn't put the book down immediately. She flipped through several more pages before speaking in a trembling voice. "This? I'll take this one. How much?" 500. No, 1,000 belly. Roland held up a 1. "Here." The woman placed 2 500 belly coins, covered her face, and scurried away like a rabbit. Haha, first sale. Pocketing the 2 coins, Roland suddenly felt like he had earned a small fortune. His first pot of gold. Looks like a good start. Meanwhile, 2 blocks away from this street. Haha, good start. 3 Marines stuffed an unconscious girl into a burlap sack, their faces beaming with triumphant smiles. Beside them, a one-armed man was bowing and scraping. If any member of the Black Dragon pirates were here, they would be shocked to find that the one-armed man was Philippou. "Are you sure there's no problem?" The scarred Marine confirmed. "Don't worry." Philippou nodded, slightly restrained, and assured. "Her name is Xiaoya. Her idiot brother was worried she'd get involved with pirates, so she didn't live with us. No parents, and her only brother is a pirate. She definitely meets your requirements." "That's good." The bald Marine nodded, then turned his head and said, "But you're pretty ruthless. If I heard correctly, she was calling you brother just now, right? Don't bring up the past. The past was me being foolish. Now I want to be a good person. All for justice." Philippou gave a crooked military salute. Huh. The 3 Marines exchanged glances, then burst into loud laughter. It had been a long time since they met someone so compliant. "Keep up the good work." The bald Marine patted Philippou on the shoulder. "You're a devil fruit user. It won't be hard to get into Colonel Mouse's ranks on a special exception." "Yes, sir." Philippou became even more spirited. "Hustle." Just then the clamor of street vendors from a distant road interrupted their revelry. "It's noisy over there." The scarred Marine frowned. "A bit." The skinny Marine tilted his chin. "Oh really?" The bald Marine shaded his eyes with his hand and sneered with some schadenfreude. "Just thinking about those poor wretches hawking their goods for a few hundred belly makes me feel great." Huh. The other 2 Marines were taken aback, then burst into another round of laughter. Right? One sack down, and they had hundreds of thousands of belly. It couldn't be easier. But speaking of which, did those poor wretches pay their protection fees? What if they run into pirates? "Who'll go collect them later?" "Leave it to me." The skinny Marine volunteered. As evening fell, something's off. Shouldn't I have had a good start? Roland scratched his head, puzzled. He had thought that based on the pace of his first sale, he'd quickly sell out his manuscripts and go back to drawing more. But now it was almost 6 in the evening, and he hadn't sold a single one more. Quite a few people had noticed Roland's unusual stall, flipped through the manuscripts, and blushed just like the first customer. But they only asked where the restroom was and left. They weren't at all attracted by the manuscript gimmick. The little flower girl, on the other hand, had sold quite a few flowers. When she passed Roland's stall, she made a few faces at him, clearly still holding a grudge over him yelling at her earlier. "Naya." The girl made another face. Roland was itching with anger, but completely helpless. "Boss, where's the restroom?" an old man asked with a red face. "Don't know." "Hey young man, I didn't say I wasn't buying," the old man retorted irritably. "Turn right at the intersection and keep walking. You'll see it," Roland said warmly. Half an hour later. "Roland, damn those looky-loos who never buy. Hey, who allowed you to sell things here? What if pirates come and kidnap you?" Just then a shout came from a distance. 3 or 5 armed Marines. "The Navy is here. Run." Seeing the Marines, the vendors packed up and fled. "Hey, what are you standing there for? Run." The little flower girl happened to be near Roland's stall. Seeing him frozen, she ignored everything else, grabbed the books from his stall, and ran off. Every little bit helps. My books. Roland silently noted the direction the girl ran, but didn't flee. He really hadn't paid a stall fee. Roland looked at the Marines approaching him and muttered to himself, those should be like city inspectors, right? Oh, one didn't run. 3 or 5 Marines came over. The leader was a skinny Marine who glanced at Roland in surprise. He had collected protection fees many times. But this was the first time he'd encountered a poor wretch who didn't flee. Sometimes people are just perverse. When they come to collect protection fees, they wish everyone would kneel obediently and wait to be extorted. But now that they actually saw someone staying put, they felt annoyed. All the other poor wretches ran when they saw us. Why didn't you run? Do you have any respect for us at all? Fuming with that anger, the skinny Marine decided to teach this clueless man a lesson. But before he could speak, Roland asked how much to pay the fee retroactively. The skinny Marine grew even more irritated. He forced himself to ask, how much did you sell today? 500 belly, Roland said, cutting the figure in half. Then pay 5 million belly, the skinny Marine barked. How much? 5 million belly. Are you deaf or what? The skinny Marine cursed and ordered the confiscation of Roland's books. Wait, Roland shouted even louder, drowning out the curses. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you. Take a good look, you bastard. Who am I? Could he really be some big shot I don't recognize? Seeing Roland's confident demeanor, the skinny Marine suddenly felt uncertain. Recently in Podbean Town, there had been some trusted subordinates of Colonel Mouse that he hadn't seen before, all involved in the abduction of innocents into slavery. He had worked hard to get on Colonel Mouse's money-making scheme. If he offended someone important. Sir, the skinny Marine hastily wiped the sweat from his forehead, his attitude doing a complete 180. Gone was the arrogance, his tone was now obsequious. I truly don't recognize you, sir. Which branch officer are you? If you don't recognize me, that's fine. I'll beat you black and blue. Roland threw a punch, knocking the skinny Marine flat. He snatched back the books and bolted. Damn it. He had been selling his manuscripts all day and only made 1,000 belly. He'd even said 500 to downplay it. And this bunch wanted 5 million belly from him. Why didn't they just rob him? Sir. The remaining Marines stared wide-eyed, completely stunned that their officer had been hit. The skinny Marine was dazed for a full 3 seconds before realizing he had been tricked. After him. The skinny Marine felt his authority had been insulted and swore to kill that bastard. But after rounding a corner, there was no trace of Roland. Wait. Is that guy a rabbit? Next time I see him, he's dead. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous alley. Here. Should be safe. The girl was panting heavily, hands on her knees. She glanced back and muttered, that idiot, I warned him, and he still got caught. Who are you calling an idiot? Roland appeared out of nowhere. How did you escape them? I'm fast. But thanks anyway. If his things had been confiscated, she had saved them, so he really owed her. Is this your first time here? The girl asked. Yeah. No wonder. The girl nodded in understanding. Who were those people? A bunch of jerks. If they catch us, we lose a whole day's work. The girl said indignantly, they say, what if pirates come? It's just because we don't pay them. But speaking of which, what were you selling? I saw quite a few people at your stall, but you didn't sell a single one. The girl was genuinely curious and instinctively reached for Roland's manuscript. But Roland was quick. He snatched it back and covered it tightly. No peeking. This is for adults. Kids aren't allowed. And I did sell one, okay? Roland huffed. Stamp, stamp, stamp. Just then footsteps approached. Oh no. The girl was about to run, but when she saw the newcomer wasn't a Marine but a local police officer, she relaxed a little. Seeing the girl didn't run, Roland stayed put too. Not only that, but he spotted a familiar face behind the officer. His first customer. Haha, a repeat customer. Finally, I can sell a second one. Roland's heart swelled with confidence as he rushed forward with his manuscript. But before he could speak, the woman jumped ahead. It's him. The shameless pervert selling pornographic books. In the end, Roland was taken to the police station and given a verbal reprimand. Fortunately, he had not yet been placed on the wanted list, and no one recognized him as a pirate. Of course, if he had a bounty, he wouldn't have obediently followed the officer. In front of the local police station, Roland and Tashigi walked out together. You bastard. During the daytime, you were the one who looked the most intently, practically pressing your face against it. Roland was absolutely furious. He had never seen such a shameless scoundrel. Nonsense. I was collecting evidence. Tashigi's face flushed red, her words righteous and stern, but her heart felt a little guilty. Just wait, my next work will use you as a model. Tashigi, you dare. He spat a mouthful of saliva. Roland couldn't be bothered to reply and walked away without looking back. Tashigi's chest heaved, her small hands clenched tightly. Officer, are you just letting him go like this? The officer shook his head. He was selling this for the first time and didn't know the relevant regulations. Tashigi knew she was in the wrong. After all, selling such things in broad daylight was too scandalous. As if suddenly thinking of something, her eyes lit up. By the way, what about his other 2 works? He took them back. He said he would find a way to publish them, the officer said. Oh, I see. Tashigi was a little disappointed. What's wrong? Nothing. Tashigi shook her head repeatedly and then changed the subject. By the way, I heard that quite a few people have gone missing around here recently. Yes, it's said that pirates are responsible, and most of the victims are women. Our damn pirates. Tashigi could already imagine how those missing women would be treated by those damned pirates, and a surge of fury burst from her chest. The officer already knew something about this woman's background, so he shared some more details. Finally, Miss Tashigi, I heard that the Marines at headquarters are all upright and righteous. Is that true? The officer asked. Of course. How enviable, the officer murmured softly, then left with a hint of melancholy. Tashigi felt a bit perplexed, but she didn't dwell on it. Tightening the sword at her waist, she stepped into the moonlight with an utterly serious gaze. Just wait, once I've investigated everything here, I'll become a glorious Marine. On the other side, Roland packed up his things and trudged back to the village with his head down. Although it was a misunderstanding, he didn't come away empty-handed. Apart from the first pot of gold of 1,000 belly, he also learned and understood some things he had overlooked. In this world, publishing books requires qualifications. Actually, it was the same on Blue Star. And to get publishing qualifications, it was simple enough. It just took money. It wasn't just the qualification issue. Printing was also a problem. He could indeed draw by hand, but that obviously couldn't achieve mass production. If he couldn't mass produce, he might as well rob people for quick money. But the problem was that the control over printing presses in this world was much stricter than he had imagined. Acquiring one would cost money, and even money might not be enough. In other words, if he really wanted to make money through this channel, he would have to invest a large sum of capital first. But right now his pockets were cleaner than his face. So what a pain. After much deliberation, Roland finally had to bow to reality. In the short term, he couldn't rely on the little color in his mind to build such an industry. Of course, that didn't mean he would give up the idea. The officer who had taken him away suggested that he could submit to the corresponding publishing house, and his works could be printed and published normally. Borrowing a chicken to lay eggs. Roland murmured. Although it would sacrifice some autonomy, using existing facilities would indeed make money faster, and what he needed now was quick cash. As it happened, there were related industries of Huanla Street in the capital city. However, this matter had to be put on hold for now, because he still needed to arrange the funeral of Captain Harrison. Early the next morning, after writing the address and affixing a stamp, Roland dropped his favorite notebook into the mailbox and went back to preside over the funeral. Captain Harrison, his nominal uncle's funeral, could not be held on a grand scale. Although they were pirates, they didn't have the ability to occupy a town. Even their base was a remote mountain hook seldom visited by people. They usually claimed to be seafarers, and they often had to pretend to be terrified at the mere mention of pirates. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had to rely on fishing for a living during hard times. That afternoon, Sister Ran, as a local villager, came over. She wanted to personally pay respects to Harrison, but everyone in the Black Dragon Pirates, including Old Moo, disagreed. Because if they appeared too close in daily life, when the day came that they were caught, Sister Ran would inevitably be implicated, and even 6-year-old Danny might be thrown into prison. This world had no such thing as a juvenile protection law. Harrison's funeral kept them busy for 3 days from start to finish. Everyone cried their hearts out, but Roland didn't feel much. He had only recently transmigrated, and really didn't have much affection for this uncle. As for the inexplicable agitation in his heart, he couldn't understand it, and simply stopped thinking about it. After the funeral, Roland took over the position of captain of the Black Dragon Pirates, much to his reluctance. However, Roland didn't put much thought into it. He figured that the notebook he had sent should have been received long ago, but he hadn't received any reply. Roland was patient, but after another 2 days there was still no response. This was very odd. Normally, even if a submission was rejected, it would be sent back the same way. Not believing in bad luck, he tried submitting 2 other works. The result was the same, disappeared without a trace. He simply squatted by the mailbox and waited for the mailman who traveled between the 2 places. The mailman said he had delivered the items long ago. How could this be? Roland was puzzled. He found the officer who had taken him away a few days ago. Brother Roland, do you know anyone in the capital? No, Roland shook his head. Then do you have connections in Huanla Street? The officer's eyes lit up. And no, not either. Roland scratched his head awkwardly. Well then, what's so strange about it? The officer shrugged, looking as if it was only to be expected. Roland roughly understood what the officer meant, but he was still unwilling to give up. But you said last time that my manga was quite good. If they could discover it. But you have no connections. Hit the nail on the head. Roland fell silent. It was like a shredder installed under the principal's mailbox, utterly powerless. In fact, the lack of response now might be a good thing. I suggested it back then because I saw your confident look and thought you had some connections over there. Do you know who owns the Huanla Street publishing house you mentioned? It's the Queen of Huanla Street, the renowned queen of the gray industry. If they really took a liking to your work, they might just kidnap you and drain the rest of your talent. Don't spout nonsense about how because you have talent they should treat you like a king. There are never shortages of people. Kill one and find another. Little brother, accept your fate. He patted Roland on the shoulder. Before achieving anything, he had already failed. Roland walked with his head down on the street aimlessly. He remained silent the whole way. Damn it. At this point, shouldn't some big shot accidentally discover my manuscript? and then I become rich. That's how it works in novels. Luo Lan cried out in his heart. Luo Lan, give me a hand. At that moment a shout came from not far away. Someone in front of a fishing boat was waving at Luo Lan. Luo Lan was startled. He looked up, saw the person shouting, and glanced around only to realize that he had walked to the dock and was very close to the sea. Coming. The one calling him was a member of the Black Dragon Pirates. But in a crowded place like the dock, he wouldn't address him as captain. This was also the survival tactic of their small pirate crew. Captain, what's wrong? If I hadn't called out just now, you would have fallen into the sea. The man asked quietly with some concern. Not at all. I'm just in a bad mood, so I came out for a walk, Luo Lan replied. Please accept my condolences. The dead cannot be brought back to life. The man thought Luo Lan was grieving over the former captain's death. Luo Lan nodded, I will. But let's not talk about me. Why are you back so early today? Don't get me started. The fishing was going well, but then a strong wind suddenly blew up, and we had to return early. For small pirates like them, when the sea business was bad, they had to rely on fishing to get by. Now that the Black Dragon was damaged and couldn't go out to the open sea to rob, it was even more so. Luo Lan didn't leave directly, he joined the sorting team. After all, this was also their own business. Not long after, what? You're saying these fish can sell for over 1,200,000? Luo Lan exclaimed. Probably not that much. There are also some less valuable mixed fish and another pile of not-so-fresh fish that we'll eat ourselves. The man pointed to the other 2 piles of fish. That's still a lot. Luo Lan's heart skipped a beat. He grabbed the price list and found that even excluding the mixed fish, it was still about 1 million belly. 1 trip for 1 million. 5 trips a month would be 5 million. If he could run a few more trips. Haha, why would he bother drawing those stupid notebooks? How do we sell them? Luo Lan suppressed his excitement and turned to ask. There's a purchasing station by the dock. The man pointed to a rather crude building not far away. Then hurry up, or they'll lower the price. Luo Lan's gloom from earlier was swept away, and he carried several buckets of fish and ran toward the purchasing station. Soon. Bastard. You dare cheat me. Luo Lan grabbed the purchasing station owner by the collar, his eyes blazing with fury. The fish worth nearly 1 million belly yielded less than half, a mere 300,000. The missing part is taxes, the purchasing station owner began to explain, but Luo Lan immediately retorted. Nonsense. The agricultural tax has already been. But he stopped mid-sentence. If you have a problem, you can report it to the tax bureau. I'm just collecting on behalf, the owner said matter-of-factly, seeing that Luo Lan had calmed down. Snatching the receipt, Luo Lan actually went to the local tax bureau. It turned out that the purchasing station had no issues, the buying price was even fairly reasonable and not too low. And the reason the taxes were so heavy was that besides various complicated tax items, there was a tax called heavenly gold that accounted for the bulk. In addition, there was also a marine protection tax that took up a certain proportion. Clutching dozens of crisp 10,000 yuan notes with slightly smelly mixed fish hanging at his waist, Luo Lan and his companions walked back to the base, their shadows stretched long by the setting sun. Silence all the way. Although 300,000 belly seemed like a lot, the purchasing power of belly itself was not high. And this was before deducting various costs and the depreciation of the boat. Their fishing boat was a wooden one, which saved them fuel costs. But wooden boats were unstable, and many of their Black Dragon pirate brothers had died at sea while fishing. There were 6 people on this fishing trip, but that didn't mean the money was split equally among them. After taking an extra share for themselves, the rest was divided among all current members of the Black Dragon Pirates, so each person would end up with even less. And a fishing trip often took several days. Of course, Luo Lan wouldn't take any of this money, it was all for the survival of the crew. Luo Lan had also asked if they had to sell to the purchasing station, but the answer was that they had no other channels to deal with the fish. If they couldn't sell it, the fish would rot, and if they were caught, they would be in big trouble. Has it always been like this? Luo Lan suddenly turned and asked on the road. Old Moo said it was better before. Before the Great Pirate Era. Returning to the base camp, Luo Lan was so frustrated that he couldn't sleep all night. The next morning, he went to Mu Lao for some fish meat, then bought flour and various seasonings on his own. Since there was no other way to process the fish, he decided to handle it himself. Every little bit of profit helped. When he used to sell notebooks on East Street, he had noticed that most stalls there sold snacks. On East Street in Pod Town, Luo Lan set up his stall for the second time. With a few insiders from the Black Dragon Group acting as decoys, business quickly picked up. And thanks to his genuine culinary skill, he managed to keep many customers coming back. As evening approached, a mischievous voice reached his ears. Hey pervy brother, why aren't you selling those little yellow books anymore? It was the flower girl who roamed this street. Didn't your elders teach you any manners? Luo Lan retorted irritably. The girl giggled. Perhaps because they had once fled together, she considered him a companion and felt no shyness. She approached the stall and carefully watched Luo Lan make fish balls. They really do look delicious. No wonder business is so good. She nodded and then gazed at him with longing eyes. If only I could taste them. That'll be 100 belly. But do you have any money? I can trade with flowers. She held up the unsold blossoms in her hands. No deal. Don't think I don't know your wholesale price. Luo Lan replied casually, and the girl instantly wilted, her shoulders slumping. But I can treat you. Here. Luo Lan handed her 2 freshly fried skewers of fish balls. Thank you big brother. You really are a good person. The girl took the fish balls with trembling hands, thanking him repeatedly. Well, if you really want to thank me, just say I'm handsome, okay? How can that be? Big brother is the universe's invincible, earth-shattering, rumbling, crackling, #1 handsome guy. After universe's invincible, she earnestly added several more adjectives she had picked up from who knows, were making Luo Lan burst into laughter. By the way, you should pack up soon. Those annoying guys will be here any moment, the girl warned. Do they always come at this time? Luo Lan asked. Not always. Sometimes in the morning, sometimes in the afternoon. Anyway, just don't let them catch you, or you'll lose the whole day's work. He packed up and went home. Today's revenue over 4,000 belly plus a handful of not-so-fresh flowers. In truth, selling snacks at a stall could never match the income from fishing at sea, but the small fishing boat had limited capacity. And being the captain didn't mean he could catch more fish. Besides, Luo Lan had stopped caring about the exact revenue. As long as he could find the treasure on the next voyage, all his current problems would be solved. Earlier he had wanted a quick fortune only to add a few attribute points and make the treasure hunt more secure, but that security wouldn't have been decisive. Since that certainty was nowhere in sight, he might as well let things take their course. The next day he set up his stall again and earned over 4,000 belly. On the third day revenue barely exceeded 3,000 because the Navy drove people away early. On the fourth day he ran into those nuisances again and Luo Lan escaped with the flower girl, repaying the favor he owed her from the first day. The fifth day was unlucky. The Navy launched a surprise raid. Luo Lan was fine, but the flower girl ran straight into the sudden appearance of the Navy. Too bad. She's lost her whole day's work. Luo Lan watched from a distance as the flower girl was caught red-handed. Of course, Luo Lan had no absurd thoughts of rescuing her. It was like the violent law enforcement of urban management officers on the Blue Planet. Brutal as the process might be, you wouldn't charge at them with a knife, would you? In a society governed by law, one must follow the rules. At worst, she'd lose a day's work and get a verbal reprimand. And they had indeed exploited some loopholes. That was undeniable. But it's strange. Aren't the Navy a garrison force? Where do they get law enforcement authority? The Navy here was the world government's stationed army, not the country's own military. In theory, they had no law enforcement power, just like the peacekeeping forces dispatched under the name of the United Nations on the Blue Planet. Luo Lan found it odd, but didn't dwell on it. Meanwhile, in an alley. Run, keep running. I saw you selling flowers here days ago, and today I finally caught you. A bald Marine blocked the girl's retreat, while another with a pointed face stood behind her. You bunch of robbers. The girl pressed her back against the wall. Robbers. The two Marines were instantly displeased. What robbers? We're the Navy that protects you. The pointed-faced Marine jabbed at the seagull emblem on his chest. Yeah. Without us around here, you small-time vendors would have been robbed clean by pirates long ago. And don't call it protection money. That makes us sound like robbers. To help us protect you better, you poor bastards should pay up, shouldn't you? Huh. Bullshit. The girl cursed, rarely glaring at the two Marines with fiery eyes. The local municipal government had never instituted any protection fee. It was merely an excuse from these military thugs. The municipality had even approached the Navy about it more than once, but the arm could not twist the thigh. Enough talk. The bald Marine's face darkened. He grabbed the girl by the neck and shook her violently like an empty sack. Haha, got it. Dizzy from the shaking, the girl saw the pointed-faced Marine casually open the money pouch that had fallen to the ground. Tisk, who'd have thought this little girl makes quite a bit in a day. How much? See for yourself. Haha, we can have a good drink tonight. The girl was tossed into the corner, coughing and gasping for breath. Once the blur before her eyes cleared, she frantically felt around. Money. My money. Don't go. Give it back. She grabbed the Marine's leg. Please, that's money for my sister's medicine. Without it, she'll die. Sister. The pointed-faced Marine paused mid-kick. He crouched down and asked with feigned concern. So you're the one earning money for your sister. What about your parents? Seeing a glimmer of hope, the girl quickly said, my parents are gone. I'm living with my sister. But before she could finish, she noticed the two Marines' expressions change abruptly. Their greedy eyes turned lecherous. Wah, what are you going to do? Bang. A sharp pain shot through her head, and everything went black as she collapsed. Good, another one with simple connections. And there's a sister. Wonder if that sister will do. Too bad she's a bit old. The little girl this morning was too small. Not sure if we can deliver. What are those nobles thinking? Can they really enjoy themselves with such young ones? It's not all about that. I've heard many noble lords like to buy young slaves and raise them from childhood. Oh, whatever. As long as we complete the task Colonel Rat assigned us. Early the next morning, Roland continued his busy schedule on East Street. After these days of hustle, he had managed to get acquainted with the people around him. For instance, the burly man next door sold cold drinks. This world lacked the concept of chain stores, but had open-air refreshment stalls. Exactly the kind of enterprise the hefty vendor ran. Across the street, another food vendor, who wasn't doing nearly as well, would squint at him all day long. Roland felt the man suffered more seeing him profit than he would from his own losses. 2 doors down lived an elderly pastry seller, reportedly the father of a wealthy family. Not some rich man playing at humility, but genuinely a man who couldn't sit idle. And his pastries were genuinely quite good. The amusing part was that the old man was a staunch rejecter of protection fees. Every time the municipal guards arrived to collect, he bolted with surprising speed. You'd never guess he was in his 70s. What he didn't realize was that his son had already been secretly paying them off, which is why the guards never made things difficult for him. Though to be fair, they probably wouldn't have dared anyway. Beyond these mobile vendors, the street was also home to a gang of urchins darting through the crowds. These children collected flowers from a flower shop south of town every morning, then returned at sunset to settle their accounts, keeping whatever profit they made above the set price. Surprisingly, this dubious little business thrived as the area drew numerous couples on their honeymoons for reasons unknown. Children with silver tongues could earn as much in a single day as these laborers. Roland found himself envying them, though there was nothing he could do about it. This was work reserved for children alone. Imagine an adult like him acting coy and cooing, "Oh, miss, you're as beautiful as this flower." That would likely frighten customers away at best, but if he managed to woo someone's partner instead, that would be quite entertaining. Wait, this could be a fresh angle for his novel. Could the foolish young man actually be himself? Roland chuckled inwardly and let the thought pass. Before long, the sun climbed high and the street filled with people. The elderly pastry seller's business remained as strong as ever, while his rival across the way kept his envious gaze fixed on whoever seemed to be doing better. The street urchins still preyed on outsiders as usual, occasionally punctuating their scams with dramatic accusations like, "You don't love me anymore." Days passed in the same rhythm, each indistinguishable from the last, except something felt absent. Wait, could that person still not have been released? Roland's brow furrowed, then smoothed as he reminded himself they were mere acquaintances, nothing worth such concern. Still, when he encountered a bald Marine on patrol nearby, he couldn't resist asking after them. The Marine explained that the Navy had learned of the girl's plight and coincidentally were heading out on patrol, so they had taken both sisters to the capital for treatment the day before. Roland found this reasoning sound. On his home planet, municipal officers had earned a reputation for heavy-handed enforcement, yet even they showed deference to elderly men in their 80s and 90s, often going so far as to secure licenses and permits for them. Roland suspected these Marines operated under similar constraints. The problem was that particular Marine had a sharp tongue, constantly muttering omens about rough seas ahead, as if he were preparing for some impending tragedy. As if these two were destined for some misfortune requiring advanced preparation. There was no way such a coincidence could unfold. Dismissing the speculation, Roland packed up and made his way back to base. After tallying the day's earnings, Roland turned his attention to refining his armament hockey. Secluded training proved tedious, and that initial thrill had faded, so each day he made his way to the rocky shore, pulverizing boulders with explosive force. This became his routine. He could clearly feel his armament hockey growing stronger, though the progress remained painfully slow. Haha, I must try the golden spear formation someday, Roland mused as he settled into bed. The next morning brought new possibilities, except today he skipped his usual early stall setup to check on Black Dragon's repair progress. On his way back, he crossed paths with that shameless woman from days past, and muttered an insult under his breath before moving on. She had been lurking nearby suspiciously, as though investigating something. Days blurred together in monotony, and Roland found himself growing restless beneath the relentless routine. Damn it! Why should a transmigrator like me be reduced to hawking wares day after day? He shouted into the solitude of his room. But soon he sighed deeply. A system promised strength through wealth, yet he possessed neither fortune nor connections. He had considered every loophole, but this world had sound institutions, complete laws, and a clear division between nobles and commoners, and he was nothing but a lowly peasant at the very bottom. Not for long. Once I find that treasure, Roland clenched his fist. But would he truly find it? The thought made his grip loosen slightly. No, that's not right. Why do I keep spiraling into pessimism? The legends about that treasure run deep, and old Moo could recount its origins in detail. The chance it's genuine is solid. Besides, I'm a transmigrator. I'm the protagonist here. Shaking off the doubt, Roland pushed aside any notion of failure and began plotting what he would do once the treasure was his. First, I won't go all in this time. I need seed capital to build connections and strengthen my network. My publishing venture might actually take off. Still, I wonder if that Queen of Happy Street will really kidnap me. The Black Industry King sounds formidable, at least. Frowning, Roland couldn't decide and shifted to considering other opportunities, only to realize one obstacle overshadowed them all. Our pirate status makes open business impossible. We need to find a way to wipe those bounties clean. Roland snapped back to the present, surprised by how late it had grown. Before sleeping, he reviewed his armament hockey techniques once more. Haha, I must try the golden spear formation someday, he told himself with a smile, though the laugh sounded somewhat forced. Time kept moving forward. On this particular day, Roland skipped his usual market stall and took a personal day to recalibrate his mindset. He visited Sister Rand to check whether his fellow inmate was slacking off, only to find something unexpected. Robin proved diligent and efficient, showing no signs of cutting corners whatsoever. She's not the only one impressed. The guests praise her constantly, Sister Rand told him with a smile. Roland sat at the bar and glanced over at Robin wiping down a table. That's right. Sister Robin is wonderful. She plays with me and teaches me to read when we're not busy, little Danny chimed in enthusiastically, having overheard their conversation. She can actually read? Yes. Sister Robin is amazing, Danny declared dramatically, her sparkling eyes full of adoration. Danny was Sister Rand's daughter, just 6 years old. Oh wait, right here, Roland Onii-chan. Danny suddenly remembered something and darted indoors without waiting for a response. With Danny gone, Roland turned his curious gaze toward Robin, opening his mouth to speak. I studied in the West Blue, Robin interjected before he could finish. Roland paused, then chuckled. That's not what I was going to ask. I'm just wondering, since you work so diligently now, why were you so idle the last 2 times I saw you? He hesitated, deciding against the harsher word, and rephrased. Work at the docks shouldn't be difficult. You have full use of your limbs. Why waste your time like that? Robin was genuinely offended. Had she been idle back then? The docks had been crawling with Marines. How could she have possibly worked there? I will work hard as long as you don't drive me away, Robin said quietly after taking a deep breath. Don't worry, we wouldn't dream of chasing you off, Roland replied with a wave of his hand. Hearing that assurance, Robin's expression grew complicated. She opened her mouth as though to say something, then simply sighed. She understood this promise would never come to pass. Roland Onii-chan. At that moment, Danny bounced in from the back room, holding a flower crown. What's this? I made it myself. Weren't you in the hospital before, Roland Onii-chan? Mom said it was pretty serious. Danny scratched her head bashfully. It took me a while to finish. What's wrong? Does it not look good? Danny noticed his expression shift. It was beautiful. But I'm a guy. Roland considered saying exactly that, but instead nodded and accepted it. It looks wonderful. After some small talk, Roland departed the tavern. Noticing the early hour, the impulse to open his stall returned. But just as it surfaced, he slapped himself. What am I even thinking? Today I'm taking the day off. Peacetown sat on the southwestern frontier of the Yonko Kingdom, surrounded by sea on 3 sides. The surrounding villages included Roland's own settlement and the Black Pirates' headquarters. The town's geography left much to be desired, yet it enjoyed relative prosperity precisely because pirates rarely raided the area. Of course, the locals had no idea their peace stemmed from the Black Pirates' early understanding that a rabbit wouldn't graze near its own burrow. There was also the matter of Colonel Rat's jurisdiction over the surrounding waters. Described as an exceptional Marine officer, his command maintained remarkable safety. Citizens rarely lodged complaints against his competence, and the nobility praised him openly. Roland wandered like a drifter, lingering wherever something caught his interest. He paused before an opulently decorated building. The town's sole licensed casino, rumored to have impressive connections. If there was one place to make quick money, this would be it. But Roland knew the truth about gambling. All losses, no wins. He had never considered exploiting it, lacking any supernatural sight. Once he grew powerful enough, however, opening a casino could become a viable venture. Wandering aimlessly, Roland reached East Street. Not as a vendor this time. Eating, drinking, having fun. Big brother, would you like some flowers? A girl's voice called from behind. Huh, when did you return? Roland responded absent-mindedly, but when he turned, it wasn't the mischievous child he remembered. The flower girl stared blankly. Would you like to buy flowers? Tonight promises to be romantic. No need. Roland waved her off, then suddenly paused, calling her back. Wait, I'll buy some. But didn't another little girl used to sell flowers on this street? She's dead. 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 Well, it might not be dead. The flower seller, seeing Roland's reaction, quickly added, I heard the Navy set out to rescue immediately. Maybe they can save them. Roland didn't quite believe the woman's words, so he went to inquire with the Navy. The Navy said that the weather was bad that day and they were attacked by an unknown pirate crew. Many people, including soldiers, fell into the sea, their fate unknown. But rest assured, Colonel Lao Shu would never allow such an accident to happen to the people under his protection. We, the 16th branch of the Navy, will do our utmost to rescue everyone, all for justice. The bald Marine saluted solemnly to Roland as a guarantee. However, Roland felt that those people had no chance of survival. Just like plane crashes and various shipwrecks, full-scale search and rescue is more like a consolation. People just tacitly avoid exposing it. On the way back, the setting sun stretched Roland's shadow into a blurry, elongated shape. Tap, tap. Roland walked slowly, not knowing why he was so slow. Sometimes he actually envied little Dan, knees bouncing and skipping. He didn't feel sad in his heart, to put it bluntly. It was just a kid he had known for a few days who had died unfortunately. But there was always a sense of loss in his heart. Just a few days ago they were alive and talking to him, but in the blink of an eye. Huh, that bitch is gone too. Stopping, Roland suddenly noticed that the shameless woman named Tashigi, who had been sneaking around these days, was also gone. Although that shameless woman was extremely shameless, he found that she was actually a bit inconsistent in words and deeds. A few days ago, she even had the nerve to come ask if his manga had been released. She even said she could help him introduce a legitimate publisher. Captain, Captain. While he was puzzled, a crying and urgent shout suddenly came from afar. With a swoosh, in a sliding tackle, a tall and burly man knelt before Roland, his voice choked with pleading, "Captain, I beg you. You are Menka." Meanwhile, at the Navy's secret base, after several days of lying low, Tashigi finally found some clues about the missing people. However, you bastards, aren't you afraid that the Navy will arrest you and sentence you to death? Tashigi's chest heaved violently, her bright eyes blazing with anger. Several Marines wearing non-Navy uniforms looked at each other. Finally, they looked at Tashigi, who was pointing at the wall. "Hey, we're here." Tashigi was stunned for a moment, but not embarrassed. She turned around and launched into another righteous speech, her anger undiminished. However, her earnest expression made the Marines burst into laughter. The Navy? What's that? They themselves were the Navy. Were they going to arrest themselves? What a joke. Of course they weren't stupid enough to directly say they were the Navy. Not wearing Navy uniforms was the best example. However, this caution was already quite lax. Because as soon as the slave traders or auction house's cargo ship arrived, these captured people would forever be dead. Then they would release news of their deaths and offer a symbolic mourning. Then they would have profit, face, and money. Even if they reported to their superiors, considering their efforts in full-scale search and rescue, they would still get credit. This business was simply too profitable. I really don't know what you're so proud of. If I hadn't come today, you wouldn't be a match for this woman. Philip proudly raised his head. Haha, you're right. Several Marines chimed in with laughter, though their expressions were slightly sour. This man who had been bowing and scraping to them just days ago was now putting on airs. A petty man inflated with success. But they had no choice. Philip, the pirate rescued by Colonel Laoshu a few days ago, had been exceptionally allowed to join the Navy. They were colleagues now, and as a devil fruit user, he would only go further than them, so there was no need to make things unpleasant over this. Upon hearing this, Philip raised his head even higher. He never expected that he would turn misfortune into fortune and join the Navy at the cost of only losing an arm. Of course, he also never expected that Colonel Laoshu was not as outstanding and just as rumored. But these things didn't matter. TSK. What a pretty little beauty. Philip looked at the bound Tashigi with interest, reaching out to touch her delicate face. Tashigi bit back. "Get lost. Quite spicy, I like it." Philip laughed even more heartily, then turned to ask, "Should this one be sold too?" "Either sell or kill," the Marine replied. "Since that lord allowed you to take part in this shady business, you should know the rules." Another Marine added. "Alright, I understand." Philip nodded. This batch of goods was to be sold out of the East Sea under the pretense of death. If they were kept, and someone happened to see a supposedly dead person serving the local Navy, it would inevitably be noticed by the observant, which was absolutely forbidden. Selling them out of the East Sea. Not to mention that slaves basically have no chance of escape. Even if they did, being discovered with a dead identity wouldn't matter much. They could easily claim it was a work error from back then. They had never found the body and thus declared death. They might even sigh. Who would have thought they were picked up by a slave trader and sold as slaves? How hateful. "Then we'd better kill her." She knows too much," said a nearby Marine. "No need for that. The slave trader's cargo ship will arrive by tomorrow morning at the latest. Just keep a good watch. Don't forget, I am a devil fruit user," Philip said with utmost confidence. True. The other Marines thought for a moment and agreed. Besides, this woman was good-looking. She would definitely fetch a good price. Those involved in this business all got a share. Let's ask the higher-ups. Okay. You villains. I will never forgive you. Tashigi's curses never stopped until they taped her mouth shut and threw her into a sturdy cage. Now it's quiet. Clapping his hands, the bald Marine suddenly thought of something and turned to Philip. "Oh right, we're still short a few people to capture. But it's not easy to find people with simple social connections. I heard you're a local. Tell me what kind of people are missing." Philip knew what the other wanted. "We're still short a few young girls. Oh, and we also need a mother-daughter pair, apparently requested by some big noble," the Marine said. "Mother and daughter. Any requirements?" Philip asked. "No big requirements, but I heard they want them young, the younger the better." The Marine complained with a headache. "I don't know what Colonel Laoshu was thinking taking this kind of order. A mother-daughter relationship. How could their social connections be simple? Mother and daughter, huh?" Philip narrowed his eyes. "I actually know a suitable mother-daughter pair." Meanwhile, at the Black Dragon Pirates headquarters, the atmosphere was tense. A man stripped naked knelt in the middle of the hall, while the other Black Dragon Pirates stood grimly on both sides. Roland sat high on the captain's chair with the shark skeleton behind him, looking quite intimidating. "Menka, why should we help a traitor like you?" "I'm not a traitor, Not. Then what were you doing when the truth came out?" "Captain Halson died unjustly." "What were you doing?" "Don't forget who took in you and your sister." Several hot-tempered pirates cursed at Menka. If Menka, a wanted pirate, had chosen a side, back then the two sides wouldn't have been so evenly matched, and Roland probably wouldn't have been injured. Although Roland won in the end, it had been too close. I haven't forgotten, so I didn't take Philip's side. Menka stammered. Right, you haven't forgotten. You didn't take any side, you were waiting. If Philip had won, you would have scurried off to lick his boots. But unfortunately, we were the ones who won. Menka, you're an old-timer in our crew. You've always been at the forefront during raids. When did you become so slick? The crowd chattered noisily while Roland sat at the head expressionless. He already knew why Menka had come. Menka's sister had disappeared. After searching for days with no sign, he was alone and weak, so he hoped the Black Dragon pirates could help him find her for old times' sake. The Black Dragon pirates had no collective punishment system, so if Menka's sister was really in trouble, they would definitely not ignore it. But he really had no goodwill for the neutral faction back then. Once someone could remain neutral, they might do so again. But he also knew that Menka was indeed of the captain's faction. Like old Mu, he was thrown to the fish by Philip, and the young man rescued together was Menka. If he hadn't been firmly loyal to the original captain, he wouldn't have been purged by Philip like that. I didn't. Old Wong threatened my sister at the time. It looked like Philip had the better chance of winning. It wouldn't have mattered if I died. I would have been repaying Captain Halson's kindness. But my sister was only 4. Menka tried to explain, but no one bought it. Everyone talked noisily about what to do with Menka. Old Mu's opinion was the opposite. He hoped to let Menka atone for his faults, which would also provide support for the upcoming treasure hunt. The chatter gave Roland a headache, compounded by the stress of these days and the afternoon incident. Finally, Roland waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on the matter. All right, I'm tired. Regardless, the Black Dragons have no collective punishment. Handle this as you see fit. Captain. Menka, seeing Roland's perfunctory attitude, actually exhausted, panicked. Yer and I are unregistered. The place we live is impossible for ordinary people to find. He shouted this ambiguous statement. What do you mean? Roland suddenly stopped. The place where Yer and I live is impossible for ordinary people to find. Except for everyone here. Menka repeated through gritted teeth. So what are you trying to say? Roland demanded. Philip is dead except for you. Slap. A surge of anger rose in Roland for no reason, and he slapped Menka hard across the face. So you think we hid your sister? Old Mu told me you were going treasure hunting. Menka covered his cheek, lowering his head weakly. Roland was full of question marks, unable to see the connection. Young master, I did reveal this, damn. Old Mu sighed leisurely. As the oldest member of the crew, he still believed in Menka's character, so he had wanted to help him out, but it backfired. After Old Mu explained, Roland finally understood. So you think we went to any lengths to win over a wanted man like you? Roland stared at Menka, feeling a pent-up rage in his chest, the accumulated frustration of these days. But Menka lowered his head with evasive eyes, not denying it. Good, very good. Huh? Roland was furious, laughing in anger. Coincidentally, I'm quite short of money now. Don't you have a bounty? Fine. Now, immediately, right now, you lead the brothers to the Navy and bring back your bounty. Then I'll believe you really did it for your sister and are excusable. Do you dare? Roland pointed at Menka and roared, but Menka went limp. Coward. Roland was in a truly bad mood today, and with a flick of his sleeve he walked away, leaving Menka alone, stunned, wondering what to think. Seated by the window, he could see the moon outside. The moon was beautiful tonight, just as the flower-selling woman had said, a romantic full moon. Yet at this moment the moon was veiled by a shadow mirroring Roland's current state of mind. Roland sat motionless on the windowsill. Today had truly been a terrible day. He had intended to relax, but there were still so many troubles weighing on him. He had been furious earlier. The other party hadn't taken a side back then. And now, even after the struggle for the throne was over, he suspected them of such a despicable act. He could understand to some extent. But now that the outcome of the succession battle was clear, the man actually suspected them of committing such a lowly deed. Under normal circumstances, he would never have reacted so strongly. It was simply that these days too many things had been pressing down on him, suffocating him. He hadn't done anything wrong recently. With a long exhale, Roland shifted his body, and a tingling numbness spread through his limbs. Asonum. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Roland realized he had been sitting here for a long time. Come to think of it, I remember Menka's bounty is 2 million, right? If they caught pirates from other ships besides killing them or sending them back, the best option was to hand them over to the Navy for the bounty. Of course, because of their status as pirates, this process often required an intermediary or someone without a bounty. Roland calculated in his mind, then quickly shook his head. If he actually captured Menka for the bounty, he would get 2 million berries. But he recalled that in the hall not long ago, even the harshest insults only demanded Menka's expulsion from the pirate crew, never his life. If he really sold him out for money, what would the brothers think, even if they didn't say it? Putting aside this momentary anger, Roland turned his worries to the future development. If they were to go into business openly in the future, they would need to clean up everyone's identities. But when he inquired, he was admonished, sternly told that a pirate is always a pirate. In truth, sticking to the shady path wasn't impossible, but their foundation was too thin. The result would likely be that what they had built up would be snatched away by someone else halfway. Moreover, he didn't really want to live a life of constant hiding. A way to change their appearance. Major meritorious service. Wait, come to think of it, it might be possible. A flash of inspiration struck Roland. Dong dong dong. Young master, it's me. Old Moo's voice came from outside the door. Come in. Young master, the door is locked from inside. Huh. Roland was taken aback, then remembered he had locked the door. How long had it been since he had locked his door out of unhappiness, even counting the days before his transmigration? What is it? He got up and opened the door, his face returning to normal. Old Moo's expression shifted constantly, as if he didn't know whether to ask. Under Roland's repeated questioning, he took a deep breath and said solemnly, Young master, it's about Manka. Are you really going to sell him to the Navy? He knew Roland had been short on money these days. Just a moment of anger. Roland waved his hand. That's good. Old Moo sighed in relief. Roland narrowed his eyes, but it's not impossible. Old Moo's face froze. After calming down and thinking about it, this deal is worth it. Roland smiled. Captain. Old Moo changed his address. Manka didn't stand up back then, but he didn't side with Philip either. He's hateful, but he doesn't deserve death. And besides, how would you explain this to the other brothers? He's still part of our Black Dragon pirate crew. Old Moo clearly played the role of the team's mediator, and his usual demeanor lacked any roughness. That's not a problem. Just say it's a test. Roland was still smiling. Captain. Old Moo's tone carried anger now. All right, no more jokes. Roland dropped his smile and said seriously, Old Moo, you know that I can grow stronger through money and I improve at a decent pace. But a pirate crew of our size simply can't support the funds I need. This, Old Moo couldn't refute. He did know that Roland needed a vast amount of wealth and a pirate crew of their scale couldn't provide it. Old Moo, but even so, Manka's bounty is only 2 million, which is nowhere near. I know that, but the bounty isn't important. I wasn't counting on that money. Roland shook his head and said, I was thinking after our next treasure hunt we should start doing some business. The Black Dragon has been patched up hundreds of times. I remember the village aunt's son Erden died last month, right? And several of the brothers' children should be at the age to go to school. Once we get the money we can buy a new ship and move the entire village somewhere else. I've heard that the Goa Kingdom is very good. It would be a wonderful place. Roland recalled the newspaper's description of it as the cleanest and most hygienic garden city, and subconsciously formed a favorable impression. I've been thinking about these things lately. We have military strength, and if we had a large sum of money we could probably make it work, at least better than now. The headache is our identities, especially those with bounties who can't show their faces. Now isn't this a good opportunity? At least we help the Navy catch pirates, which should make it easier to get our bounties revoked later. Of course, I'm not saying we have to sell Manka and his group. There are still those traders from before, right? Old Moo, you don't need to care about their fate. Those people aren't from our Haidu village anyway, so there's no need to feel burdened. Roland spoke as calmly as possible. The future was still vague. This was just a rough direction. Old Moo listened quietly, and the anger in his eyes gradually faded. After a brief pause, Roland continued. We have many people, and with our pirate experience we'll probably have to start with some shady business and slowly transition to legit. Young master. Old Moo suddenly interrupted Roland, taking a deep breath and saying, Would you accompany this old man for a walk outside? Of course. Roland didn't refuse. He knew the other needed time to digest. The Black Dragon pirate crew's base was tucked away in a small hill at the edge of Doja Town, with slopes on both sides and the sea beyond. At the top of the slope the sky suddenly brightened. The clouds drifted away, revealing a full moon overhead. Roland thought to himself, this fits the atmosphere perfectly. Roland called out to Old Moo, who was walking ahead. All right, you should have figured it out by now. Young master, I'll be direct. Whether it's Manka and his lot or the traders from before, I don't care if you kill them or keep them. But you must never let the Navy get the upper hand. Old Moo was adamant. Why? Roland hadn't expected such a response. Do you remember why we went to sea and became pirates? Old Moo turned and asked. Roland didn't know how to answer. That's right, the young master must have forgotten many things. Old Moo nodded, recalling. Then you must at least know how the pirate king Roger died, right? I do. Roland nodded. Do you want my treasure? If you want it you can have it all. Go find it. I left everything I have there. That line was very famous. Even though Roland had never watched One Piece, he had heard it. Many interesting fan works had used it. That bastard died, but why did he have to say all that before he died? He had to start this damn great pirate era. Old Moo shook his head with a fake laugh. Our old village, like the current Haidu village, was by the sea. We were simple fishermen. Back then life was tight, but we managed to get by. On lucky days we might even have some spare change to go to town and drink a barrel of ale. But ever since that damn great pirate era started, more and more people went to sea as pirates, and our village got raided more and more often. At first we did encounter a few different kinds of pirates, but later ones were not. They started stealing our food, breaking into our homes for gold and silver. Later they burned our houses, killed our children, and took our women. As he spoke, Old Moo's face turned red with rage. Despite trying to suppress it, the sound of grinding teeth could be heard. It was clearly a painful memory. Roland roughly understood what Old Moo was trying to say. But wasn't there the Navy? The Navy? Ha ha ha. Old Moo laughed even louder. Yes, the Navy. Back then we thought they would save us. But the newly recruited Marines at that time were no different from pirates. Young master, you've been on East Street these days. You must have seen what the Navy here is like. Roland didn't reply. In his mind, he recalled the Marines who acted like city inspectors and then looked at the furious old Mu. Although their enforcement methods were a bit violent, but wait. Roland's pupils contracted as he suddenly remembered a question that had flashed through his mind a few days ago. They were stationed here as Marines. Where did they get the authority to enforce the law? To be clear, if an army can handle both military and civil affairs, it can be considered a warlord. And a sovereign state would never allow that. Not to mention that it was a foreign army. Of course, I can't deny that when those Marines encounter weaker pirates, they do make a show of it. But if they run into someone with a bit of a reputation, they just turn a blind eye. Looking back, it's not surprising. At the beginning of that damn era, there weren't that many active Marines. The ones who came to our village were mostly new recruits hastily recruited with relaxed standards. All sorts of riffraff. We stopped relying on them. We couldn't afford to pay them, and we were better than them anyway. But that's not the main point. More pirates means more Marines, doesn't it? Old Moose suddenly turned around, his face showing a trace of weariness as he asked. Roland, of course more pirates, more Marines. Then young master, do you know how much a Marine earns in a month? Old Moo pressed. Of course. Roland nodded. A regular Marine's base salary is about 500 berries per month. That was just the base pay. The actual amount was probably higher. When he had been considering their options, he had looked into the Navy's salaries. Where do you think their money comes from? It comes from. Roland suddenly fell silent. Seeing Roland's expression, Old Moo laughed to himself. After that, the money we had to hand over increased more and more. We knew what that money was for. If it really meant more Marines would come to protect us, as they said, we were willing. But our village was far from town. Usually pirates came in the morning and the Marines showed up in the afternoon. Of course, more often than not, the Marines never came at all. The pirates took every last coin, but the monthly payment we had to make couldn't be short a single berry. When we said our money had been stolen by pirates, they didn't care. They just pried open the floorboards like robbers looking for anything valuable, saying it was for future peace. We went to the town to complain, but the town said everyone else hadn't been robbed, so why were we? You should have seen the look in those people's eyes. But the town had many Marines. As long as the pirates weren't stupid, they wouldn't cause trouble there. Roland lowered his head, not knowing how to respond. The sudden surge in pirate numbers naturally led to a large-scale recruitment of Marines to balance the rising power. The numbers would inevitably increase. But each additional person meant another mouth to feed, another salary to pay. No, the salary was probably a small part. Weapons, ammunition, warship manufacturing, training, maintenance. And the pirate bounties. Most armies don't engage in production. The sudden huge expenditure was eventually distributed among the common people. The ordinary people could grit their teeth and bear it. But what about those who had already suffered, starved to death, killed, or forced to become pirates, and then rob the next unlucky soul who, if they also became a pirate, would rob the next one? It was a vicious cycle. Until Roland suddenly recalled the recruitment posters he had seen a few days ago, still actively seeking soldiers. Until the two forces reach a new balance. Until resources are redistributed. Pirates plunder resources and destroy production. The Navy needs to collect resources to fight the pirates. The total amount of resources is fixed, so the deficit must be filled by someone. The nobles and lords were out of the question. The wealthy commoners could still be squeezed. So the only ones left were. Roland looked up, meeting Old Moo's gaze, and also looking at himself. Whoosh. The full moon hung high, the night breeze cool its cold air, drying the sweat on Roland's forehead. The moon above seemed to have grown a little brighter. Old Moo continued to speak, and Roland listened beside him. Old Moo was clearly not a good storyteller. He recounted many trivial matters. He said that at first, because they were afraid, no one dared to go to sea, not even the thought of it. He said that in the end they gritted their teeth and pooled their money, buying a shop in the town for the whole village. There they could hide from pirates, store their belongings, and even do a little business. They thought that if they just endured, the future would pass. But it seemed their identity was not welcome among the townsfolk, especially the Navy soldiers with whom they had previously clashed. Old Moo seemed to hate the ruffian Navy soldiers even more. In his words, pirates rob you and then run, but these scoundrels are stationed nearby, coming month after month, day after day, running up tabs, taking things for free, and calling it protection money. Later, the Navy soldiers became even more outrageous. One time, unable to bear it any longer, they beat up the Navy soldiers who came to stir up trouble. Then the Navy immediately branded them as criminals. With no way out, they finally conceived the idea of going to sea. But by then, they didn't even have the smallest fishing boat left. In the end, it was Sister Rand, then only a little over 10 years old, who somehow obtained a stack of money and bought them a boat to escape. After they went to sea, they gradually developed and eventually formed the Black Dragon pirate crew, finally settling in the East Sea. Wait, you said Sister Rand supported us in going to sea. Was she some kind of noble lady before? Roland suddenly recalled Old Moo's strange attitude towards Sister Rand. If Sister Rand had saved everyone's lives, then the constant gift-giving would make sense. How could that be? Then, Old Moo hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to speak. After a silence, he said, "You're right. There's a lot you don't remember. Your Sister Rand was very beautiful back then." So, quite a few Navy soldiers. Old Moo's voice was hoarse. He stammered, then finally sighed, and said calmly, "Little Danny's father is unknown. Maybe a Navy soldier, maybe a rich man. But your sister Rand said that child was hers." Whoosh. The wind by the ear was very light, and the sound of waves could be heard not far away. The sea pushed the foam padding against the rocks, splashing up beautiful water sprays. Roland stood frozen. "After we made a name for ourselves, we ransomed your sister Rand back, but by then it was already. So whether it's the past or your sister Rand, we all have a pent-up anger in our hearts. So at least we can't let the Navy get off so easily." Old Moo turned to look at Roland, his eyes carrying a plea. Roland did not reply. He had not yet recovered from the truth just revealed, and he had not even heard Old Moo's subsequent words. Captain, Captain." Suddenly urgent shouts came from down the slope, shattering the quiet night sky into chaos. "What's all that noise?" Roland snapped back to reality. Turning his head, he saw that the base camp, as if under enemy attack, was lighting up one lamp after another, and the horn was blaring wildly. "It's the alarm." Old Moo also noticed the commotion at the base. Strange, could it be the Navy is here? Roland and Old Moo exchanged a glance. Just as they were about to head down, someone spotted them first and ran up the slope in long strides. "What happened?" Captain, it's bad. Sister Rand, and the others have been captured by the Navy." "What?" Both were shocked. The Black Dragon pirate crew was a small crew. A bounty of 1 or 2 million was already among the top, and they were not an elite group, so they numbered at least 100. At this moment in Pod Town, under the moonlight, a dark mass of people formed a long line, rapidly approaching the town. They carried all kinds of weapons. Besides the usual swords, guns, and firearms, there were harpoons, fish spears, pots, and pans. Even a ladle for manure. With his speed advantage from the stat boost, Roland took the lead, cutting through several shortcuts, hoping to rescue Sister Rand before the Navy acted. But he was too late. Whoosh! Drifting ashes, still warm, grazed his cheek. Roland stood outside the cordon drawn around the tavern, a dull roar ringing in his ears. Sister Rand and little Danny had been taken away, and the tavern itself had been burned to the ground. Tisk tisk, who would have thought the landlady, usually so proper, was actually a pirate? No kidding. Thanks to the Navy, I've been drinking pirate brewed liquor every day. How terrifying to think about it. Catching pirates is one thing, but why burn down the shop? I wanted to buy it cheap. Don't kid yourself. They burned it so they could take the land. Later they'll label it as evidence and buy it back through channels at a low price. How can that be? Wait, pirates. Hearing the chatter around him, Roland felt as if struck by a club. How did they know about Sister Rand's connection to them? It must have been the Navy told them. But how did the Navy find out? How could this be? Among the crowd of onlookers, Robin covered her mouth in shock and fear. When she left work, the tavern was still fine. How could it suddenly? It's her. As if hearing a different sound, Roland spotted Robin among the crowd. A suffocating anger surged uncontrollably from his chest. "Move aside." Pushing through the crowd, Roland charged forward recklessly. "What's the rush? There's still space over there, isn't there?" A middle-aged woman watching the commotion said discontentedly. Yeah, it's like someone in your family died." Before the surrounding voices could finish, Roland drew his pistol in shock and fired 3 shots into the air. Bang, bang, bang. "Everyone get the hell out of my way." "Oh, he's going to kill someone. Run." Real pirates. They really are pirates. The 3 gunshots scattered the crowd like birds, leaving only Robin standing there. "It was you. You're the informant." Roland glared at the woman, closing the distance in 3 steps and grabbing Robin by the throat. "I should never have trusted you." As the choking sensation hit, Robin finally noticed Roland's hand around her neck. "It wasn't me." Robin didn't resist, only instinctively pushing at Roland's hand, trying to breathe. "I only heard a commotion at work, so I came to see." Roland's hand tightened. Robin's windpipe bulged, nearly bursting. "Sister Rand helped me rent a room outside." So, looking into those eyes that didn't seem to be lying, Roland's clenched fist finally loosened, falling like a rolling stone. Robin staggered back, clutching her throat, coughing violently, tears streaming uncontrollably. "Cough. I'm sorry. If I hadn't moved out." Robin bit her lip, her eyes full of guilt. Originally her job included room and board. If she hadn't asked to move out so as not to disturb the mother and daughter, she would still be living in the tavern, and the Navy wouldn't have succeeded. Moreover, she couldn't be sure if the Navy had found this place because of her. If the Navy had discovered that she was Nico Robin, they would have had every reason to arrest anyone who had kindly taken her in. Captain. The first to discover and meet them at the scene was an elderly member of the Black Dragon pirate crew. Hearing the gunshots, he immediately ran over, knelt down, and wept bitterly. What exactly happened? Why did the Navy know about Sister Rand? Roland asked. It's that bastard Philip. He's still alive. And he's with the Navy. He must have identified Sister Rand. Captain, you have to save Sister Rand. If it weren't for her, we would have died long ago. Philip is inhuman. When he was a child, most of what he ate and drank came from Sister Rand's hard-earned money. An old man of 60, he wept like a helpless child. Roland clenched his fists. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, harsh gunshots rang out abruptly in the distance. 3 or 4 Navy soldiers, hearing the commotion, came running toward them. Who's causing trouble? The scrawny leading soldier trembled hesitant to step forward. From what he knew, the mother and daughter here, though no different from the people they had arrested before, were somehow connected to pirates. If the troublemaker was a pirate, wouldn't he be in danger? But soon his concern was replaced by surprise. It's you. It's you. The scrawny sailor recognized Roland at once. He was the man who had knocked him down with a single punch and toyed with him on East Street a few days prior. Ha ha ha, good. What a small world. As the saying goes, enemies meet face to face with burning eyes. The scrawny sailor glared at Roland with intense hatred, yearning to kill him instantly. In truth, though he had been floored with a single punch, he hadn't been seriously injured at the time. Yet because of that incident, he had become the laughingstock of his colleagues in recent days. He even came close to being ousted from Colonel Rat's inner circle of trusted men on the grounds of being intellectually deficient. Let's see how you run this time. The scrawny sailor instinctively refused to believe Roland could be a pirate. A stench of fish. Just a few days ago he was a vendor they bullied. A mere beast of burden who couldn't earn much in a day. How could he possibly be a pirate? But that didn't stop him from pinning the pirate label on Roland. So you're pirates. The scrawny sailor let out a sinister laugh. No wonder you're so arrogant here. Whoosh. A sharp sound of air splitting suddenly rang out. Roland's figure seemed to teleport, appearing before the scrawny sailor in an instant and grabbing him by the collar with one hand. Tell me, where did you take Sister Ran? The scrawny sailor's smile vanished instantly, his mind going blank. His heart trembled, his legs went weak. Speak. Why don't kill me, please don't kill me. The scrawny sailor was so terrified, he became incoherent. Speak now. Roland was nearly losing his patience. Well, I'm a Marine. You can't possibly dare to kill me. You're just bluffing again. How could a beast of burden like you? Boom. Roland smashed his fist into the scrawny sailor's face. The scrawny sailor went limp, devoid of any life. Roland's entire body radiated a fierce aura. Phil. Lip. Pooh. And Ma. Rhines. Roland clenched his teeth, then suddenly turned his head and asked, Did you see which direction those Marines went? That way, that's the Marine base. The old man pointed in a direction. Seeing the direction, Roland felt a slight relief. It was the direction they had come from. Although not exactly the same, at least the main force behind wouldn't have to take a detour, saving a lot of time. Captain. Guessing what Roland intended to do, the old man's eyes suddenly became resolute and eager. If you're not afraid to die, follow me. Roland shouted. Wait, I want to go too. Robin immediately said. Roland glanced back at Robin, but said nothing, turned and dashed into the distance. Robin wiped the blood from her neck and immediately set off to follow. Sister Ran had been very kind to her in recent days, one of the few people who had shown her kindness during her fugitive life. Even if it meant exposing her identity, she couldn't just stand by. At worst, she could save the person and then flee. Originally, she had planned to enter the Grand Line to make a living, but by some twist of fate, she had followed a small pirate to the East Blue. Even if she was exposed and immediately reported by these people, it didn't matter. After all, she was used to it. Thud. Thud. Roland charged ahead alone, with Robin following closely. Roland glanced back in surprise, astonished that this woman could keep up with his speed. But he had no time to dwell on it. This was not the moment to deal with such trivial details. 5 kilometers from Pod Town, Roland reunited with the Black Dragon pirates. Young master, why are you back? Where is Sister Ran? Old Moo asked anxiously, seeing Roland empty-handed. When I arrived, she was already gone. She's at the Marine base. Roland pointed in a distant direction, his eyes still fierce. At the Marine base. Hearing this, the pirates' hearts sank halfway. If Sister Ran was arrested as a pirate, she should be safe for now. The worst case is that she'll be transferred to a Marine branch tomorrow morning, said Robin, who had just caught up. The many pirates looked at the suddenly appearing Robin, wondering where this woman had come from. But in this situation, they had no mind to ponder her origin. What do we do now? Are we going to attack the Marine base? Someone among the crowd asked with tears in their eyes. The mere mention of attacking the Marine base. The crowd fell silent, as if struck dumb. Rescuing someone from a few Marines and charging into a Marine base to rescue someone were completely different concepts. A Marine base. That's a Marine base. Although it was just a small branch base, there were nearly 100 Marines well equipped. Not something a ragtag band armed with dung shovels and fish spears could compare to. The captain had defeated Philip, showing considerable strength, but he was alone. Among the remaining capable fighters, besides Old Moo, 2 had defected, and another they had just been clamoring to kick out. The atmosphere grew heavy. I remember. Suddenly someone in the crowd screamed, pointing at Robin. You're the woman the captain picked up. Damn it. It must have been you, you snitch. I remember too, you're the woman who worked at the tavern. Damn it. We took you in out of kindness, and you. The crowd simply couldn't understand how Sister Ran, who had been fine all along, was suddenly arrested by the Marines today. As the first person recognized Robin, more and more people began to accuse her, reaching a point where they seemed ready to kill Robin to avenge Sister Ran. Robin wanted to deny it, but the surging crowd didn't give her a chance to explain. Everyone stop. It has nothing to do with her, Roland called out. It's that bastard Philip. He's still alive. Young master. Old Moo suddenly spoke. Roland raised his hand to signal him to wait. You? After a brief moment of thought, Roland called out a long-legged tall pirate. Go back to the headquarters immediately and bring that guy Meika here. Tell him I'm giving him a chance to redeem himself. What if he hides and refuses to come? The tall pirate hesitated. In fact, the moment they received the news, they had wanted to call Meika along. But at that time, he was already gone. If he doesn't come, then tell him he'll never see his sister again in this life. Understood. Although time was pressing, the more urgent the situation, the less they could afford to rush. After all, Meika was one of the few in their pirate crew with a bounty over 1 million. And with this order, Roland could clearly feel the morale of the team rise considerably. But soon, report. Why are you back? Roland saw the tall pirate returning and immediately felt a sense of foreboding. It hadn't even been a minute. Just as Roland was about to ask, he saw another person rushing behind the tall pirate. A pirate who had stayed behind at the headquarters. Hey. Don't tell me the base was also raided by the Marines. Captain Meika. It seems someone took him to claim the bounty. This was found in his room. The man pulled a letter from his pocket as he spoke. Roland snatched the letter and glanced over its contents dumbfounded. He actually took it seriously. Damn. Roland cursed inwardly while another commotion erupted around him. He didn't know how to describe the noise. All he felt was irritation, and more damn irritation. Yeah, everyone shut the hell up. If they're in cahoots, isn't that perfect? Boom. With a heavy stomp of his foot hardened by armament hockey, the ground beneath Roland cracked along several fissures, suppressing all the noise. If you're not afraid to die, follow me. Fortunately, the ground under Roland's feet was brittle. Fortunately, the Black Dragon pirates were just a small, inexperienced crew. The crowd stared in awe at the crack extending to their feet, as if something hot was about to burst from their chests. They didn't know what it was, but they knew that hot thing finally erupted from their throats, turning into a loud roar. The Marine base at Doja Town. It was a naval garrison established by the 16th Marine Branch in the southwest of the Waikiki Kingdom, tasked with maintaining security in the surrounding waters. At that moment, deep within the base, Captain Meika, you're too sneaky. You accepted Captain Roland's trial and didn't even tell us. If we hadn't been secretly following you, wouldn't we have been unable to return? Exactly. You wanted to keep such a good thing to yourself. Do you even consider us your crewmates? 7 or 8 young pirates spoke with playful grins, showing no signs of anxiety about being locked up. They had already asked Meika for the details. Meika had willingly been captured because Captain Roland personally entrusted him with a trial to secure the bounty and prove his bravery, thereby earning the right to stay with the Black Dragon pirates. But none of us received the trial. What if Captain Roland doesn't acknowledge us after we get out? How could he not? We followed you here without even a bounty. Can't that prove our bravery? Well said. The young pirates chattered, then turned their questioning gazes in unison to Meika. Well, Meika forced a bitter smile at the 7 or 8 crewmates with innocent eyes. He truly couldn't fathom their logic. Why would they rush to be imprisoned? But since things had come to this, he couldn't bear to discourage them. Don't worry. The captain keeps his word. Haha, great. Receiving the affirmative answer, the young pirates laughed even more joyfully. Being in the cell felt like coming home. Bastards, let me out. Just then cries and sobs echoed from across the cell block, drawing their attention. If Roland were here, he would be astonished to recognize the voice as that of the woman named Tashigi. Again, doesn't that person ever get tired? But come to think of it, besides our Black Dragon pirates, are there so many pirates in this area? They wiped the smiles off their faces, casting curious glances toward the opposite side of the cell block. Although blocked by an iron door, they could clearly hear many pleas of "let me out" and similar cries for help. As for their identity, in a marine base, those locked up must be pirates. And from the sound of it, they all seem to be women. A pirate crew with many women. Hiss. Wait, could it be the Nine Serpents pirate crew? How bold are those Marines? Thinking of the possible identity, they broke out in a cold sweat. Because of the proximity to the calm belt, even as pirates of the Donghai, they had heard of the fearsome reputation of the Nine Serpents pirate crew. Impossible. The Marines have no reason to arrest members of the Nine Serpents. They're legal pirates. And if they really did capture them, it wouldn't happen in the Donghai. Marines from the Nanhai or the Grand Line would be more likely. Then that's strange. Where in the Donghai did so many female pirates come from? I'll forget it. Unable to figure it out, they simply stopped thinking. They all perked up, pressing against the iron bars of the cell, believing they could see their rescuing captain sooner. Thud, thud, thud. Soon several sets of footsteps echoed along the deep corridor. Someone's coming. Could it be the captain? The young pirates rejoiced, crowding to the rightmost edge of the bars to peer toward the left end of the corridor. Meika remained seated, unmoving. The footsteps were neither hurried nor restrained. Their owner was clearly a Marine guarding the prison. Probably caught another pirate, Meika guessed. And indeed, as he surmised, a bald Marine pushed a prisoner transport cage down the corridor. Inside the cage were a mother and daughter, both unconscious. Captain, you really jinxed it. Seeing the Marine, the young pirates lost interest. But one bespectacled pirate felt the pair in the cage looked familiar. Captain, what's wrong? Captain, come and see. Isn't that Sister Ran who got caught? The pirate wasn't sure. Sister Ran. Manka rose with skepticism, looked in the direction pointed, and his eyes went wide. It really was Sister Ran. How could she be captured by the Marines? Thoughts surged through Manka's mind like a tide, but before he could think further, Big Brother. A familiar childish female voice reached his ears. Clang. The iron door diagonally opposite was already opened. And through the gap in the door, he clearly saw a girl who looked exactly like his little sister Xiaoya. Big Brother, are you here to take me home? Whoa, I promise I won't run off again. I swear. The girl had spotted her brother earlier like a mischievous child, finally seeing the parent who would bring her home. Laughing and crying, she hopped and skipped, wanting to go to him. Thump. The Marine's boot kicked hard into the girl's tender belly. The bald Marine shoved her. Trying to run. Outside the Marine base, the area was brightly lit with fully armed Marine patrols every 100 meters and searchlights sweeping in 360 degrees without blind spots. A fortress where even a fly couldn't slip through. Stay sharp, everyone. We caught 3 pirates today. There might be a tough fight ahead. A burly Marine straightened his back and commanded sternly. Yes, sir. The Marines saluted solemnly, then exchanged knowing smiles. Though the words were spoken, all of them knew they were merely preparing to welcome the slave merchant ship due to arrive the next morning. To prevent any secrets from leaking, the base garrison had been replaced with those in the know. Compared to empty promises, shared interests were far more reassuring. Under Colonel Laoshu's generosity, they all received a share of the profits from the illicit chain. In a few days, they would be living a life of luxury. As for pirate attacks, such troublesome pirate crews might exist in other seas, but this was the weakest of them all, the Donghai. All for justice. A Marine suddenly shouted the Marine motto. All for justice. The others joined in, their voices booming. The roar was deafening, piercing the clouds. Even the moon in the sky seemed to shine brighter because of this soaring conviction. Meanwhile, further beyond the base. Damn, how can there be so many Marines? Damn, how could there be so many Marines? Roland led the Black Dragon pirate crew, originally intending to rely on a surge of reckless courage to storm the Marine base and rescue Sister Ran. But upon seeing the scene not far away, the impulsive rush of adrenaline instantly brought everyone back to reality. As a local pirate crew, they were all too familiar with the strength of the Marine base, yet the current garrison far exceeded their expectations. The peripheral patrol alone numbered 100 men. They probably wouldn't even get close to the base's gate before being taken down. Wasn't that searchlight broken? When I passed by here at night, before I never saw that thing on. And since when does this base have foreigners? Many pirates were formerly local fishermen and could instantly spot the different hair colors of many Marines. Captain, how about this? I'll take a team to draw the attention of those bastards while you slip in. An older pirate said. Roland did not respond. Elder Mu beside him immediately shook his head. No, this won't do, that won't do. Are we supposed to do nothing? Damn, Captain. Everyone's eyes turned to Roland again, hoping he would make a decision soon. Roland pressed his forehead hard, trying to calm himself down. This was the worst time to rush. Yes, he had mastered armament hockey, but in the entire Black Dragon pirate crew, he was the only one with it. The strength of the others was nothing to write home about. Not familiar with the original One Piece, he didn't even know what level he was at with armament hockey. What if this armament hockey was a common skill among the Marines? Then he would be done for. Not to mention, the current garrison strength far exceeded expectations. But could he not go? If it really doesn't work, Roland took a deep breath. I have no bounty. I can enter under the guise of a pirate hunter. You wait outside and support me. Right? But I'm afraid I'll need one more person to go in with me. Roland proposed. As pirates, all had done similar things, and everyone immediately understood Roland's intention. Almost instantly. I'll go with the captain. Immediately, several pirates volunteered. No. Elder Mu immediately vetoed. We don't know what's inside yet. What if there are even more Marines? Roland, we can't worry about that now. If I don't think these Marines are anything special. Look at that officer just now, his belly bulging like a ball. Probably all show and no substance. That's right. The crew already pumped up with Roland's nod, and those words started yelling and charging out. Wait. Luo Bin suddenly called out to the impulsive crowd, her eyes that had been tightly shut now opening. You're going to your deaths like this. Luo Bin scolded. She didn't know how strong Roland was now, but from the performance during the last explosion, neither Roland nor this pirate crew stood a chance against the numerous Marines here. Then what do you suggest? Roland stared at Luo Bin. The others present also glared at Luo Bin with malice, although Roland had stopped them. The resentment from earlier had not yet dissipated. I've dealt with the Navy before. This base is built along a fjord with mountains on 3 sides. If used as a transit station, having a deep water port is an advantage. But if under a large-scale attack, the people inside would have nowhere to flee. So I think this base should have an escape route leading to the rear. That was what she said, but it was just Luo Bin's excuse. The moment she arrived, she had already used the flower fruit's ability to survey the general situation inside. The flower fruit, wherever it sees, can bloom flowers, and the eyes it spawns can continue to bloom inward, making it an absolute tool for reconnaissance. And within her field of vision at the left rear of the base, there was indeed a better passage than the main gate. although she didn't know why there was such a strange passage in that place. If you trust me, follow me. There should be something like an emergency passage behind the base. If not, it won't stop you from going to your deaths. Luo Bin looked at everyone, her gaze finally resting on Captain Roland. Captain, the crowd shouted in agitation, but compared to earlier there was less belligerence. On second thought, this was also a plan. I'll go first. With that, Luo Bin turned and ran toward the rear of the base. Captain, everyone looked at Roland. Follow her. After a moment's thought, Roland made his decision. This was not a time to rush. If there really was a passage that allowed them to sneak into the base, the pressure would be much less, and with care they might not even need a firefight. Even if they were discovered, they would only need to break out. The overall difficulty would be greatly reduced. Of course, all of this was based on the existence of such a passage. Fortunately, they were lucky. Sure enough, they found a hidden entrance at the rear of the base. Most fortunate of all, in the guard room, there was still warm wine, but not a single Marine guarding it. Perhaps this place was not important, or perhaps the Marine guarding it had stepped away for a while. Of course, it was also possible that the Marine on duty had been temporarily transferred to the peripheral patrol, otherwise they couldn't understand where so many Marines had come from. Go! Everyone moved quickly. In theory, the fewer people for such an infiltration the better, but by the time they realized this in their urgency to rescue, they were already inside. Over there. In their impression, the interior of a Marine facility should be clean and bright with janitors cleaning, but the passage before them was winding dark and damp. However, the direction of the passage was indeed leading to the interior of the base, so they did not hesitate. Should keep it down. The journey was unobstructed, so smooth, it was almost unbelievable. Of course, there were not absolutely no Marines along the way. But before they could meet, Luo Bin had already quietly dealt with them. After several tense minutes of groping in the dark, they finally stopped before a large closed door. Let me do it. A big burly man pushed to the front of the group, bellowing as he prepared to ram the door. Wait. Luo Bin facepalmed, unable to understand how such a reckless pirate crew had survived for so many years. Luo Bin had no time to care about that. First bloom. She pressed her hands together and quietly activated the flower fruit's ability to unlock the door from inside. Click. A sound. The door is unlocked. Luo Bin turned her head and said, "Ha ha, when luck comes nothing can stop it. Are these Marines all idiots?" The many pirates of the Black Dragon pirate crew were simple-minded and didn't think deeply. However, Roland and Elder Moose secretly glanced at Luo Bin. But under the circumstances, there was no time to think about that. Thud, thud, thud. Follow me. Over there. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Let me out. Let me out now. Man Ka threw himself against the wall like a madman, desperately trying to smash through the mud wall of the cell with brute force. But how could a small-time pirate whose physique was barely above that of an ordinary man, and who had only earned a modest bounty through reckless ferocity, possibly break through the iron plates hidden within the mud wall? With a thunderous crash, Man Ka charged again like a wild bull, but this time he lost his footing and smashed his head, blood streaming down. Leader. The few clever little pirates were genuinely startled by Man Ka's reaction, yet they were at a loss as to what to do. Leader, it's all right. They tried to help him up, but Man Ka shoved them away. They patiently attempted to console him, but his mind was a blank void, utterly unreceptive to their words. Liars. Those liars. Man Ka muttered repeatedly, tears of regret streaming from the corners of his eyes. Ever since his little sister had gone missing a few days ago, he had been searching everywhere for news. Having already fallen out with the Black Dragon pirates, he naturally felt too embarrassed to ask them for help. Taking the risk, he asked someone to inquire with the local Navy garrison. At first the Navy was perfunctory, but as he asked more often, the garrison finally began to take it seriously. He had hoped for good news, but instead the Navy claimed that the Black Dragon pirates had taken Shaoya. He didn't believe it. Risking everything, he went there himself and heard the garrison soldiers' assertions with his own ears. The Navy's certainty combined with the hints old Mu had subtly conveyed was why he was so sure that the Black Dragon pirates had taken Shaoya. But he never imagined. The Navy was crying thief while being thieves themselves. Damn it. The more Man Ka thought, the angrier he became, the fury in his chest almost ready to explode. Fearing that his identity as a pirate would implicate his young sister, he had long since sent her away from Haidu village. To draw a clear line, he was even extremely cautious about his sister, Shaoya's food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. The money she used for eating and drinking came solely from his fishing earnings. He was terrified that one day, when they were captured or killed, the Navy would settle accounts with her. But how could the Navy still know of Shaoya's relationship with him, a pirate? As he thought, the image of his little sister being kicked flying flashed through Man Ka's mind. Damn it. No. I have to get out. I need to get out. Let me out. Man Ka suddenly stood up. Leader. Seeing Man Ka about to go berserk again, the few clever little pirates pounced on him and pinned him down. They grabbed his arms and wrapped around his legs, genuinely afraid that a few more such outbursts would kill him. Let me go. All of you. Man Ka struggled fiercely. Leader, don't worry. The captain will come to rescue us. Yes, Shaoya is just a pirate's family member. The Navy shouldn't be too harsh. She's probably just taken for questioning. We can snatch her back later anyway. Right? The little pirates tried to persuade him with their chatter, urging Man-Ka not to act rashly, still believing they wouldn't be stuck in this cell for long. You idiots. Whether it was because his spirit was broken, he was truly exhausted, or he knew there was no turning back. Man-Ka finally broke free but could no longer hold back and burst into loud sobs. The captain won't come to save us. There never was any test. The captain. But the captain really did come. Look, the lookout little pirate suddenly turned his head, pointing toward the dark end. Tap, tap, tap. In the distance, a faint glimmer of light appeared within their field of vision, like ink spreading on white paper. In the abrupt silence, the sound of approaching footsteps could be clearly heard. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps grew heavier and heavier. It was definitely not the sound of Navy soldiers patrolling, nor that of one or two intruders. It was many people. It was. Captain found them. Ha! Truly the heavens favor our black dragon pirates. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by a burst of excited laughter, a large troop of men swarmed in. Captain, we're over here. The few clever little pirates waved frantically. From the moment the first person spotted them to the time the cell was packed with over 100 men. It all happened in an extremely short time. By the time Man-Ka came to his senses, he had already been led out of the cell. Captain, I'm sorry. Man-Ka's voice choked as he fell to his knees. Now is not the time for that bullshit. Roland felt no sympathy for this stupid, cowardly fool, especially with the situation so urgent. Where is Sister Ran and the others? According to Robin, Sister Ran and the others were supposed to be locked up here, but besides these idiots there was no one else. It was very likely they had been transferred during this time. Oh right, my little sister. Man-Ka was suddenly jolted awake, remembering his little sister who had been taken away not long ago. Sister Ran and my little sister were taken away in that direction. Deeper into the base. Why? Huh. You dare ask me why? Just thinking that half of what I ate, drank, wore, and used before came from the money of scum like you makes me sick. But now I'm different. See this? Philip, am now a Navy soldier. We are no longer from the same world. Recalling Philip's answer, Sister Ran felt a chill in her heart, but she couldn't find the words to refute. Get in. You get into that cage. That one with the loud mouth, hang her up first. The surrounding commotion pulled Sister Ran back to reality. Watching the others being thrown one by one into specially made cages, she already knew what they were going to be used for. Deep down, she desperately hoped the Black Dragon pirates would come to rescue her, yet at the same time, she wished they wouldn't. This place was dangerous. If they came, they might all fall into the trap. A tangled state of mind. Mom, will brother Roland come to save us, right? The trembling body of her daughter in her arms and her childish voice made Sister Ran start. He definitely will. The tangled thoughts vanished. Hey, what are you two still loafing around for? A scar-faced Navy soldier shouted at them. Deeper within the base. This was the underground port of the naval installation, housing even more concealed temporary warehouses. Perhaps for the convenience of future transport, or perhaps to stay far from that hulking brute who had gone mad screaming. Numerous women were brought here. 5 or 6 armed plainclothes Marine soldiers stood guard, cross-referencing the manifest of these women. Not long after, one called out, finally done. 88 in total. Hey, shouldn't there be more? Yeah, it's a bit light. For some reason headquarters suddenly called a halt recently. Otherwise we could have rounded up more. I know about that. I heard that Akiji showed up in the East Blue for some reason. Colonel Rat feared exposure, so, wait, Akiji. You don't mean that Fleet Admiral Akiji, do you? Hey, calm down, will you? I don't think any other person in the Navy goes by that title. The Marines all rolled their eyes in unison. No wonder. Never mind that. Make another copy of this list. Huh, but isn't Colonel Rat against? Oh, you naive fool. This sort of business is inherently shady. If things ever come to light, and Colonel Rat needs a scapegoat, what then? Such a thing is unlikely, but it's wise to hedge your bets. Fair point. Exactly. The Marines chatted idly, but as the conversation drifted they suddenly realized one of their own had remained silent the entire time. He was a newcomer freshly inserted into this operation. What's wrong with you? The others asked warily. The rookie Marine bore no distinctive features. If anything, he sported a standard buzz cut, and still carried the youthful softness of someone new to the Navy. He gazed at the woman curled up in the corner, his expression complicated. I'm a bit uneasy. Isn't this wrong of us? These women. Wrong. What's wrong with that? The Marine's eyes hardened. You heard us mention a fleet admiral, right? If one of them discovered this, wouldn't we all be court-martialed? The buzz-cut Marine said, trembling. What's there to fear? The veteran Marines exhaled in relief, understanding the rookie's anxiety about being discovered. Let me tell you something. Colonel Rat has always been renowned as an outstanding officer throughout the East Blue. They spoke obliquely, but the implication was clear. Numerous nobles were involved in this trade, and with careful management, there was no risk of discovery. Backed by local nobility in the shadows, Colonel Rat's reputation had always remained impeccable, rendering any chance of headquarters uncovering irregularities virtually impossible. Frankly speaking, in the eyes of headquarters, Colonel Rat consistently ranked among the top. And, fundamentally, we're doing this for justice. The bald Marine beside them sat up straight and declared solemnly. For justice. Think about it. These peasants are nothing but penniless wretches. What do desperate men without a cent do when they hit rock bottom? By seizing them now, aren't we simply strangling sin in its cradle? And besides, without this cut, how will you plug the holes from your gambling debts? The buzzcut Marine paused and pondered. Thinking carefully, their capture standards were indeed stringent. First and foremost, candidates could not have significant social ties, meaning most of those taken were orphans with no family left. Worse still, these orphans had neither parents nor promising prospects. In this era of the Great Pirate Age, where people simply vanished without warning, such individuals were societal destabilizers. They would inevitably descend into piracy or perish from starvation and exposure. Rather than letting them seize opportunities for evil or die pointlessly, selling them to noble households gave them a purpose. Most crucially, this payout alone would suffice to settle more than half of his outstanding gambling debt. Recalling this, the buzzcut Marine glanced again at the corrupt figures around him, then at his own mounting debts, and finally nodded. Fine. It makes sense. That's the spirit. Hey, do you remember the name of that fellow who enlisted alongside you? Once we get paid, let's all meet up. I hear the casino got a new dealer. Quite something, the bald Marine suddenly invited. Huh, gambling again. Relax, it's just for fun. Worst case, we treat. Any losses are on us, and you'll get a share too, the Marines urged warmly. All right then. The buzzcut Marine nodded in agreement, completely unaware that this was precisely how he had been ensnared in the first place. Seeing this, the veteran Marines exchanged glances and wore knowing smiles. All for just, cough. Ha ha ha. One Marine, carried away by emotion, nearly shouted the slogan aloud. Fortunately, he reined himself in just in time, the words dissolving into a laugh that was equal parts enthusiastic and awkward. TCH. A glob of saliva hit the ground. Tashigi, half hanging from the ceiling, stared with utter revulsion at the laughing figures below. You scum. She cursed herself for her weakness. She cursed herself for not contacting the local naval forces. If she had, these wretches would never have succeeded. The Navy will never let you go unpunished. Tashigi, completely unaware that the men before her were actually Marines, kept shouting, the Marines will never let you get away. Ah, here we go again. Hey, didn't we gag her mouth? Several Marine soldiers clutched their heads in exasperation, feeling utterly baffled, unable to understand what was wrong with this bespectacled woman. Ever since she was captured, she had been howling like a lunatic nonstop. The most unbearable thing was that this woman was severely nearsighted, often screaming at the wall. Coupled with her youthful appearance, her flailing legs and fierce, yet adorable demeanor only made people want to bully her even more, exerting no intimidation whatsoever. But it was really annoying. You're not blind anymore. The bald Marine soldier walked over with a grin. You dare, spit. Bastard, I've been too nice to you. The bald Marine soldier, enraged and humiliated, delivered a heavy punch to Tashigi's abdomen. Tashigi clenched her teeth tightly, refusing to let out a sound, her eyes glaring even more fiercely at the bald soldier. The bald soldier was taken aback. Why had this woman gone mute again? Hey, don't ruin the merchandise, the scar-faced soldier behind him warned. Don't worry, I know my limits. Tashigi's resistance drew no attention from the other women. This woman had only been captured for a day, yet she had already been beaten many times for her unruly mouth. Otherwise, why was she the only one shamefully suspended from the ceiling? Sister Ran also paid no heed to the beaten Tashigi. She didn't believe Tashigi's cries of Marines. If her guess was correct, these men were indeed Marines. But she couldn't figure out for the moment why so many families of pirates like herself had been captured. Yes. In Sister Ran's view, the women captured here should all be like herself, arrested by the Marines for being relatives of pirates. They would either be used to threaten the corresponding pirates or be given a pirate identity and sold at high prices in slave auctions. Considering that these Marine soldiers didn't want to reveal their identities, she thought the latter was more likely. As for the woman who kept shouting Marines, her pirate relative must not have told her about his identity. This was not uncommon in pirate families. Everyone, Sister Ran stared intently at the warehouse door. If anyone could save her and her daughter at this moment, it would be from that direction. In the corner of another cage, Name also ignored the beaten Tashigi. If the Marines were of any use, her mother wouldn't have died back then. She could only rely on herself. Yet a flicker of curiosity crossed her mind. She had been caught because she stole a Marine's wallet. What were the others here for? What should I do? Name's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Having traveled far and wide over the years, she had seen much, and combined with the tidbits these men had inadvertently revealed over the past few days, she had basically confirmed that these Marines were most likely going to sell them all. During this time, she had tried several times to pick the lock and escape, but the prison locks were far more difficult than the ones she had dealt with during her petty thievery. Once she was caught while picking the lock and got a severe beating. From what they said, it's tonight or tomorrow. Name's hearing was excellent, and her years as a pickpocket had honed her auditory senses. Damn it, what a joke. I haven't redeemed my village yet, how can I? Clever as Name was, there was actually a method that could likely get her out of trouble. But unless absolutely necessary, she really didn't want to use that method. Wait a little longer, I must escape tonight. I will escape. Name swore in her heart, then suddenly her ears twitched. Tap, tap, tap. A series of sounds entered her ears. Footsteps. So many people. Was it the merchant coming to take delivery? Why so early? No good. It's too late. I must. Let me out. A sharp scream rang out abruptly, drawing everyone's attention. All eyes turned to Na-Mei, who had shouted, "Damn it, another one." Several Marine soldiers were immediately displeased. In the past, every woman they captured would become obedient after a beating. "Are you looking for death?" A few soldiers walked over. Unexpectedly, Na-Mei stood her ground, glaring angrily. "Release me immediately, you've got the wrong person." I am. Na-Mei's right hand dug fiercely into the tattoo on her left arm, her nails embedding into the flesh. "I am. From the A-Long pirates." Na-Mei's voice suddenly became inaudible, making it impossible to hear what she said in the latter half. Huh. Several soldiers blinked in confusion, obviously not catching what Na-Mei had just said. However, the Scarface soldier noticed the tattoo on Na-Mei's left arm. "Wait, that tattoo." He quickly rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken. "You're one of A-Long's people." As if unwilling to admit it, Na-Mei's body suddenly stiffened, but she quickly puffed out her chest. That's right. There was nothing wrong with admitting it. She was indeed working for the A-Long pirates. As long as she could redeem her village. Her identity didn't matter, whether she lived or died didn't matter either. She absolutely could not be sold away like this before redeeming her village. Absolutely not. I am the navigator of the A-Long pirates. You just wait for A-Long to kill you all. Na-Mei imitated a pirate's demeanor and said fiercely. "Ah, a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding." Even when threatened openly, he dared not show any displeasure. The Scarface soldier, while smiling apologetically, opened the cage and glared at his colleagues behind him, cursing, "You bunch of idiots. How did you bring in one of A-Long's crew? Didn't any of you notice the tattoo on her arm? Ah, she's with Arlong's crew. But she's clearly human." A few Marines' expressions shifted. Their Captain Mouse had connections with many pirates in the East Blue, including Arlong's crew, which was the most special of all, linked to the current Shichibukai, Jinbe, the Knight of the Sea. Wait. A sharp-faced Marine swiftly intercepted the scarred Marine. This woman was their captive. If she truly belonged to Arlong's crew, it was hard to say whether Arlong's gang would vent their anger on them. Is she really a member of the Arlong pirates? This woman hasn't been behaving lately, and if she were with Arlong, why didn't she say so before? The sharp-faced Marine inquired. Well, the scarred Marine hesitated, but that tattoo doesn't look fake. "Little girl, what's your name?" "I'm your Nami-sama," Nami said fiercely. The sharp-faced and scarred Marines exchanged glances, then both turned to look at the bald Marine. "All right, I'll go ask," the bald Marine said with a smile. Nami's self-revelation caused little stir. The only one who reacted strongly was Tashigi, who glared at Nami with fury, her bound body wriggling like a dumpling, quite amusing. As for the Marines on site, although they hadn't fully confirmed Nami's identity to release her, they dared not neglect her, bringing out all the fine food and drink. Gulp, gulp. Nami didn't stand on ceremony, feasting under the envious gaze of many women. True gold fears no fire. As long as Arlong saw her as useful, he wouldn't let her come to harm easily. Of course, after returning, Arlong would extort a hefty fee for her release. With that thought, Nami ate even more voraciously, determined to get her money's worth. Time slipped away in this delicate atmosphere. About 2.5 minutes later. Thump, thump, thump. Urgent knocks came from outside the warehouse. Coming. The sharp-faced Marine, suspecting nothing, thought it was the bald Marine returning. He trotted to the door and was about to speak. With a thunderous crash, a violent force blasted from outside, sending the specially reinforced door and the unfortunate Marine behind it flying. Wahaha! Accompanied by several boisterous laughs, Roland led over 100 members of the Black Dragon pirates pouring into this underground warehouse. The scene instantly erupted into chaos. It was as if 100 rough brutes had barged into a high-class establishment for elites. Wait! Who are you? Stop! Stop right there! A few guard Marines, their eyes wide, trembled as they tried to back away, but all stumbled and collapsed, their legs too weak to stand. If it were ordinary intruders, they would have drawn their guns without hesitation. But this was 100 men. Were the Marines outside idiots? How could so many infiltrate the base unnoticed? Moved. Before the Marines could react, Roland gave the order. With a whoosh, Roland moved like lightning, striking down a few Marines who made any move with 2 swift punches. Take this. The Black Dragon pirates' 100-strong crew, with overwhelming numerical superiority, quickly subdued the remaining Marines. 5-wheel blossom. At the same time, Robin no longer cared about revealing her identity. After this, she would have to leave. She clasped her hands, activating the Hana no Mi's power to ensure these Marines caused no further disturbance. Roland noticed Robin's transformation, but as before, the current situation left no time to ponder such matters. With a swoosh, the entire process was remarkably brief. From the sudden intrusion to the end of the fight, it took less than 10 seconds. The scene erupted in cheers. Wahaha, I never expected it to go so smoothly. All thanks to that girl this time. An old pirate said happily, calling her a girl. She's our boss now. Another pirate of similar age scolded with excitement. Unimaginable. If they hadn't followed Robin in infiltrating the base, how many casualties would they have suffered? Yet here not a single brother was lost. Are they here to rescue us? Many of the captured women rose, their eyes burning with hope as they gazed at the black dragon pirates, their once despairing hearts suddenly leaping with joy. They didn't know who Roland and his crew were, but since they knocked out the kidnappers, they must be their enemies. The scene was chaotic. Nami stared blankly at the sudden intruders, her hand holding food frozen midair. Nami, who are they? Great, the Marines are finally here. Tashigi was even more thrilled, convinced that the Marines had come to rescue them. But she felt she had seen the leader somewhere before. Where could it be? Tashigi squinted, struggling to swing her bound body closer to see who it was. Here, Mom and I are here. After a brief moment of shock, little Danny spotted Roland and his crew and jumped up excitedly, while Sister Ran also stood up to wave at them. Roland immediately spotted the mother and daughter in the cage. On the other side, Manka's little sister Xiaoya saw her brother again and, forgetting her pain, wanted to go home. But this time no one kicked her stomach. At the same time, outside the base, bastard! A burly Marine officer roared at the assembled Marines. Who authorized you to abandon your posts? Just now an unusual commotion came from underground. During this critical moment of the slave trade handover, he couldn't ignore it. He called the Den Mushi to ask the Marines guarding other entrances if they had seen any suspicious figures, but no one answered. Well, it's not entirely our fault. The Marines present were furious, but dared not speak up. Weren't you the one who called us here to show force? But facing their superior, they kept their thoughts to themselves. It shouldn't be a problem. Brew brew. The communications Marine hung up the Den Mushi, and the fat officer immediately asked, "What's the situation?" Well, Bald said he's not in the warehouse right now, claiming he needs to confirm the identity of someone who might be from Arlong's crew. The communications Marine replied. And the others? I haven't contacted. Bastard. Then hurry up and contact them. Wait. I remember now, the surveillance room. Immediately contact the Marine in the surveillance room and confirm the warehouse's status. The fat Marine, enraged and flustered, had momentarily forgotten they had surveillance. I'm here. A Marine in the last row quietly raised his hand, indicating he was the surveillance Marine. You. The fat Marine soldier was so furious that he couldn't utter a word. Even if a big client was about to arrive, even if he wanted to get familiar with them, even if he had asked everyone to come and show support, there was no need for all of them to show up. Brew brew. The communication Marine soldier hung up the Den Mushi again, ending the call. How is it? The people over there said it's fine. Hearing this, the fat officer felt a surge of joy. But they didn't give the password, the communication Marine soldier added. It's over, something big has happened. On the other side, in the underground warehouse. Brew brew. A small pirate hung up the Den Mushi and said seriously to Luo Bin, "Don't worry, sister, I've already fooled the Navy." Alas, it must be that the noise from breaking in just now was too loud, disturbing the people above. We should have been more careful, a pirate said regretfully. At that moment, how could we care about that much? A pirate said indignantly. Stop arguing, stop arguing. Didn't we fool them? No. Luo Bin pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "We might have been discovered." To be honest, Luo Bin wasn't quite sure either, but she had been on the run for years and had some experience in this area. Discovered? Not really sure. But whether we've been discovered or not, we need to escape quickly. The patrols outside rotate on a regular schedule. Luo Bin reminded. Earlier during reconnaissance, Sister Ran was still in the cell above. In theory, there was enough time for them to evacuate, but during the infiltration, she was unexpectedly transferred here, causing a delay. As a result, time was running tight. Not to mention the possibility that they might have already been discovered. Everyone nodded. Luo Lan paid no attention to this minor incident. Alone in front of the iron cage holding Sister Ran and her daughter, he tried to break it open violently with his fists, making boom-boom sounds. However, the cage holding the mother and daughter was clearly sturdier than the cell holding Manka. After pounding for a long time, there was only a slight dent. This cage is made of a special alloy, very sturdy. Luo Bin stepped forward, looked around the scene, and finally pointed at the large lock on the cage. It seems this place is a warehouse. Maybe there's a key here. Write the key. Luo Lan slapped his forehead, thinking he had been too anxious. Find the key. Luo Lan gave the order. Actually, there was no need for Luo Lan to give the order. Many pirates had already started searching every corner of the scene. Not only for the key, but also for treasure. In the past, when robbing sea convoys, they would also quickly loot everything and leave immediately to avoid direct confrontation with the Navy that would arrive later. It was a kind of professional habit. Found the key. Within 3 minutes, a few small pirates found a large bunch of keys in a cabinet. But we don't know which one it is. The small pirates scratched their heads. Luo Lan took the keys and didn't bother to figure out which key was which. He inserted them one by one into the lock. When he tried the 12th key, a crisp click came from the lock cylinder. The lock opened. Everything was settled. Luo Lan's tense heart finally relaxed a little. Great, I'm next. Nonsense, it should be me. I'm closer. As the first cage was opened, many women in the scene stood up looking at Luo Lan expectantly, hoping that man would also help them unlock their cages. Whether it was an innate talent or simply good hearing, Luo Lan clearly heard these voices. He felt a bit amused. Of course he knew that many women were imprisoned here. But why should he care about the lives of irrelevant people? Moreover, being imprisoned here by the Navy like Sister Ran, they were most likely relatives of pirates or pirates themselves. But come to think of it, if he kidnapped the remaining women, he could probably demand a lot of ransom. He was very short of money now. No, if one of the women had a pirate husband with a bounty over 10 million, wouldn't that be trouble? On second thought, in the current situation, even if he kidnapped them all, it would be equivalent to saving them. So he should ask for a reward, not ransom. Perhaps that pirate husband with a bounty over 10 million would even thank them. Two such thoughts flashed through Luolan's mind. But soon he dismissed them both. In the current situation, he couldn't care about the fate of the rest. Xiaolan, Luolanji. Sister Ran and her daughter called out. Now is not the time to talk. Let's escape first. Opening the iron door, Luolan was about to throw the bunch of keys into a cage with people, giving the rest a chance to escape, when he heard Man Ka shouting for the keys. Alright. He almost forgot that idiot also wanted to save people. As for the score between that idiot and the pirate crew, it would be settled after they get back. Hurry up. Are you? Big brother. In the chaotic scene, an ethereal and familiar female voice reached his ears. Luolan almost instinctively looked over and suddenly froze. How are you here? Luolan looked at the girl in the cage in astonishment, even with some fear. That girl was none other than the flower-selling girl who had been announced dead just today. Weren't you dead? Luolan had a look of seeing a ghost full of question marks. Why would the Navy capture her? Was it because he had been in contact with her these days, and he was a pirate? No, not to mention the Navy didn't know he was a pirate. Even if they did, they should have arrested him. No, wasn't she dead? For a moment, Luolan's thoughts surged like a tide, his mind in chaos. No. Perhaps his attention had been entirely on Sister Ran and her daughter earlier, so he hadn't paid any attention to the others. Now as Luolan looked around, he discovered that there were actually many familiar faces. You shrew. Luolan spotted Tashigi hanging from above, staring at her with wide eyes. You boss. Because the distance was close enough, Tashigi finally saw who the leader was. You are missing. Luolan saw the nurse who had taken care of him before. You are Mr. Luo. The nurse also saw Luolan. And Luolan's gaze shifted. Although he didn't know her name, he found her familiar, and it was the orange-haired girl whom Luo Bin insisted was a pickpocket. Pickpocket? No, they are not pirates. Sister Ran was captured because of her relationship with their Black Dragon pirate crew, which fully justified her being considered a pirate. But the others? Luolan's breathing became rapid, and his mind grew more chaotic. This simply couldn't be explained. Wahaha, Captain. We're rich. A delighted voice broke Luolan's train of thought. In the corner, several members of the Black Dragon pirate crew had pried open a safe, which was stuffed with banknotes, at least several million belly by the look of it. As strange, what is this? Opening the innermost box, the onlookers thought it would be some more valuable gold or jewels, but it turned out to be a book. Looks like a diary. Nonsense, it's clearly an account book. Let me see. Luolan suddenly thought of something, and took the account book. The writing on it wasn't neat, and it wasn't strictly an account book, it was more like someone's special annotations. The content was also very simple. Name, gender, physical characteristics, photos, and prices. So the ones being captured aren't pirates at all. They aren't pirates at all. Like clouds parting to reveal the sun, Roland suddenly understood everything. He wasn't stupid. In fact, because they were pirates themselves, they had connections to human trafficking. It was only because the Black Dragon pirates were too small to break into that circle that he instantly recognized what these captured women were for and why they had been taken. Whoosh. Like a sealed door slowly creaking open, the chaos in Roland's mind began to settle, and his gaze grew clearer, though his trembling pupils betrayed the turmoil within. At the same time, a long-suppressed fury was breaking through the surface. Even Roland, a pirate himself, found no fault with the Marines hunting and killing pirates. So he had always believed that Sister Ran and her daughter were caught because of their association with him, and that all the other women here were in the same boat. Cops catch criminals, teachers educate, and Ultraman always defeats the evil monsters to protect humanity. His worldview from his past life made him subconsciously resist the reality before him, thinking it couldn't be true. He had even checked the Marine recruitment requirements earlier, but the glaring evidence before his eyes screamed at him this was real. In a daze, Roland recalled the story Old Man Mu told pirates rob and run, but these thugs were stationed nearby, coming month after month, day after day, buying on credit, taking things for free. And with each passing day, the Marines grew bolder. Roland wanted to laugh, but couldn't. He felt a twinge of envy. These bastards made money so damn easily. In a surge of anger, they robbed even better than pirates. It was outrageous. A complex mix of emotions, perhaps tinged with a barely perceptible sense of justice, made something in Roland's chest want to roar, yet rationality held back this foolish, cringeworthy impulse. Who's there? How would I know? A faint sound from outside the door caught Roland's attention. Getting closer. Are you serious? Any closer, and I'll be spotted. In a hidden corner outside the warehouse, the bald Marine looked as if he was about to cry. He observed the situation inside the warehouse while quietly reporting to his superior. If he could turn back time, he would never have been fooled into coming back to check. Me hold them off alone. Are you kidding? There are over 100 of the dash. Rubble. Before the bald marine could finish the din, Mushy hung up with a click, leaving him no chance to refuse. Damn it. I don't get paid enough for this, and they want me to risk my life. Screw that. The bald marine cursed under his breath as he put away the din, Mushy ready to make a run for it. But as he looked up, he saw one of the intruders in the warehouse spot him and start walking towards him. Wait, you, don't come any closer. The bald marine was terrified. Anyone daring to break into a marine base had to be a ruthless character, especially when he could see Scarface and his men lying motionless on the ground from a distance. Come any closer, and I won't hold back. He fumbled to raise his rifle, trying to fire, only to realize he had forgotten to switch off the safety. He trembled as he reached for the safety, then dropped the gun in his panic. Don't come near me. I said don't come near me, can't you hear? See this bald head of mine? I used to be a martial artist. The bald marine was so nervous, he was on the verge of tears. You're a marine, eh? Roland stared at the marine, who was a size bigger than him, and demanded in a low voice, a flicker of hope still lingering in his heart. Huh. The bald marine was stunned for a moment. He had expected this terrifying man to punch him, but instead the man seemed to soften and was asking if he was a marine. Right, a marine. He was a marine. This business of capturing innocents and selling them as slaves was a bit shady, so they wore plain clothes to keep a low profile. These people probably weren't sure of their marine identity, which was why they dared to be so bold. Apart from those vicious pirates with bounties over 10 million, who in the East Blue would dare treat them like this? Especially those lowlifes who needed marine protection. Looking at this man's clothes, they were as cheap as they could get, and he reeked of the faint, fishy smell of a fisherman. Definitely a nobody. With that thought, the bald marine suddenly puffed up with confidence. No shit. This is a marine base, so of course I'm a marine. But do you idiots know that trespassing on a marine base is a serious crime? Roland didn't answer, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the bald marine. The bald marine felt a chill under that stare, but his ingrained arrogance wouldn't let him bow to some nobody, and the more he looked, the more familiar this man seemed. Oh, I remember now. You're the one who came asking about some missing person, right? It was worth noting the bald marine had served under Captain Mouse for a long time. He had personally captured thousands of people. Having captured so many, he usually couldn't be bothered to remember the details. But this case was an exception because most of the people they took were orphans with no family, and rarely did anyone like Roland come asking questions. We're glad to report that after our relentless search day and night, we finally found survivors not far from the scene of the incident. And incredibly, there was a reef nearby, so most of the victims survived. These people had already been inside the warehouse. Some things were unavoidable. With that in mind, the bald marine's eyes darted around as he continued. If I'm not mistaken, you must have seen one of the suspects, and that's why you're so agitated. I'm terribly sorry, but until we've investigated everyone's identity, we cannot release the suspects. According to our investigation, the pirate crew that attacked us is the Black Dragon Pirates. After their captain was defeated, they hid among these people, trying to escape marine justice. Yes, who would have thought that the notorious captain of the Black Dragon Pirates is actually a woman? The bald marine was spouting nonsense without a second thought. He even looked convincing, getting more and more agitated and angry as he spoke, his pace quickening, as if a torrent of righteous fury was about to burst from his chest. And the Black Dragon Pirates' deeds are even more heinous than we imagined. They were secretly selling these innocent, helpless women like cattle on the black market. Thankfully, the Marines were here. But there's no need to thank us. It's our bullshit. Roland cut off the bald marine's impassioned speech with a harsh curse. How the hell is the Black Dragon captain a woman? How the hell is the Black Dragon captain among these people? Spouting nonsense right in front of the very person they're talking about and pinning all these dirty deeds on them. Their ship wasn't even repaired yet. He couldn't even go out to pillage or grab a woman to warm his bed. He hadn't done a single bad thing this whole time. And even now they were still trying to fool him like he was an idiot. No way to sell their stuff, over half their fishing money stolen, and they even had to hide from these bastards to avoid paying protection fees if they tried to set up a stall. Lately, Roland had been seething with frustration over various matters, and now with this before him, the anger in his chest could no longer be contained. Clang. Roland's body radiated a chilling, killing intent, an invisible pressure spreading outward. Clang, clang, clang. Faint dark red arcs of electricity crackled around him, and the space around him subtly began to crack, as if something was about to break free from its seal. At the same time, what's happening? The bald marine's legs trembled as he felt a terrifying oppressive pressure. Under this pressure, he could no longer maintain the arrogance of his rank. All that remained was the primal instinct of survival of the fittest, and his body instinctively wanted to kneel and beg for the king's mercy. But before his knees could hit the ground, he saw a black fist the size of a sandbag flying towards his face. Wait, you can't. I'm a marine. I'm a marine. The bald marine let out the final cry of his life. All for justice. Justice, my ass. Furious fist swung upward. Luolan's armament hockey-coated fist slammed solidly into the bald marine's jaw. Unfamiliar with the plot of One Piece, Luolan severely underestimated himself who had already mastered armament hockey and overestimated the Marines of East Blue. In the original story, even a small fry from the Arlong pirates with a bounty of 5 million berries had already achieved the feat of defeating a Rear Admiral Buling from a branch. And Colonel Lao Shu was even lower in rank than Buling, let alone this bald Marine, who was several ranks below. Bang bang bang. The terrifying force was utterly unreasonable. Luo Lan punched the bald Marine flying, and his entire body, like a cannonball shot from a barrel, was blasted irresistibly through the warehouse ceiling, through the naval base ceiling, and up into the mountain the base was attached to, finally piercing straight into the sky. Little pirate, captain, boss. Amazing. Wah. Did you see that? The captain punched that guy so high, at least 100 meters. Nonsense, it's 1,000 meters, alright. Nonsense, it's 10,000 meters. Some were shocked, some were stunned. Luo Lan's earth-shattering punch drew the gaze of everyone present. Everyone's hearts were boiling, but before they could continue cheering, thump, 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 hurry, it's ahead. Almost simultaneously, hurried footsteps came from afar. Judging by the sound, they knew it was the Marines coming to surround them. Damn, we were actually discovered. A pirate looked at Luo Bin in disbelief. Hey, traitor kid, are you done yet? An older pirate shouted at Man Ka, who was still trying to pick the lock. I'm not a traitor. Man Ka roared in a low voice. Idiot, now is not the time to correct that. I'm asking if you're done. If you are, will retreat immediately. Oh, right away. Man Ka's luck was really bad. He had already tried more than 20 keys, but still hadn't found the right one. Thump, thump. The footsteps outside grew closer. Captain, the members of the Black Dragon pirates looked at Luo Lan again. Whether to fight, retreat, surrender, or die, they waited for the young captain's order. Luo Bin's eyes were fixed on the movements outside the warehouse, also ready to fight at any moment. Whoosh! After the punch, silver moonlight poured through the gap above, bathing Luo Lan. Luo Lan naturally heard the thump, thump, thump footsteps outside, or rather the de-de-de sound that had slowed down. What a lucrative business. They, a bunch of poor laborers, had done all kinds of hard work, but in the end they were no match for the glib tongues of these bastards in human form. Luo Lan suddenly understood why people were reported dead while they were still alive. When people are dead, there's no cost. Then they blamed those deaths on pirates washing their hands clean. Maybe one day these guys actually caught the pirates they talked about, and the victims' families would have to bow and thank them with gratitude. What a great plan. They were the scapegoat pirates. He didn't know if the Black Dragon pirates existed in the original storyline, but he thought that without his intervention, they would probably be killed because of this. Even if they knew nothing, even if they hadn't done anything wrong these days. Even if they just wanted to live. Ooh. It seemed the wind outside had stopped, or perhaps time had simply slowed down. Luo Lan felt the moon above growing brighter, his vision becoming broader, and his body cooler. A correct answer was brewing in his heart. Boom. A sound. Luo Lan seemed to hear a slow explosion. Boom. A sound. Above the warehouse, everyone heard a violent explosion, and the ceiling was blasted into a large hole. The next moment, hundreds of Marines jumped directly from the upper floor and surrounded everyone in the warehouse. Nobody move, hands up, a Marine shouted angrily. Damn, they're cheating. The Black Dragon pirates were on high alert, not expecting the Marines to arrive so quickly. Captain. The Black Dragon pirates wanted to cry, but had no tears, not understanding why Captain Luo Lan suddenly stopped talking. Was it a side effect of punching someone away? If so, it shouldn't be used. No, this was not the time to think about such things. They seemed to be finished. Alright, so this is how you play. Luo Lan suddenly lifted his head, his eyes fierce as he stared at the hundreds of Marines around. He felt the unease of the Black Dragon pirates behind him and the unwillingness of those irrelevant people who had been elated only to fall into despair. Since you never intended to let us live from the start, then, clang, clang, clang. Almost simultaneously, the dark red arcs around Luo Lan were like a beast in heat, flickering and churning wildly. Brothers, let's do it. Bang. Rip. A loud voice accompanied by a sudden thunderclap from the sky, suppressing all fear and unease. Luo Lan, as the captain, gave the order. What happened? The Marines on site changed color drastically, not understanding how a clear night sky suddenly had a dark red lightning bolt. The Marines closer to Luo Lan felt a tangible force shooting up into the sky. Then came a moment of dizziness and intense pain. At that instant, the Black Dragon pirates received the order. Just like the final decision of this rescue operation, they didn't understand what wanted to burst out of their chests. They only knew that something rushed out of their throats and turned into a loud roar. Fuck them. Boom. The next moment, the 100 or so members of the Black Dragon pirates raised their weapons and charged at the Marines. Thump. Luo Lan took the lead, plunging into the encirclement of the Marines. He knew that their strength was far from great. He thought that as long as he could take down a few more opponents, his comrades would suffer fewer casualties. Swish. 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 Luo Lan's figure was like lightning, breaking the air with sounds. Thanks to his speed, which was twice that of ordinary people, he nimbly dodged the hail of bullets, and then punched each Marine one by one. But the number of Marines was too many and their firepower too fierce. He got it. Bang. A Marine with poor aim shot a bullet off course, and by coincidence it veered exactly into the path Luolan was taking to avoid the main fire. Luolan inwardly cried out in alarm, but then he was surprised to find that his hardened armament hockey arm was completely immune to these bullets. Except that it hurt a lot. You still dare to resist. Lawless, utterly lawless. The fat officer came running, gasping for breath, patting his round belly. Just as he was about to catch his breath, he saw this maddening scene. He was the naval officer in charge of this base. Not to mention the somewhat embarrassing industries involved, there shouldn't have been such a disturbance. Most importantly, as a dignified naval officer, he had actually allowed someone to slip into the base right under his nose and cause a ruckus. Where would he put his face in the future? Kill them all, leave no one alive. The fat officer almost screamed the order. Marines, why are they Marines? In the corner of the warehouse, Tashigi widened her eyes, staring in astonishment at the two sides fighting. The incident was sudden. These Marines who came to surround them were all wearing full uniforms, appearing before Tashigi completely as Marines. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Tashigi could hardly accept such a fact. For a moment, she even suspected that some villain had deliberately disguised themselves as Marines to shift the blame onto them. However, Tashigi recognized that fat officer. In fact, if she hadn't encountered Roland, who was selling pornographic books on the street, she would have gone to the local Marine garrison to inquire about the disappearances instead of the local police station. And the boss is actually a pirate. Tashigi looked at Roland, who was battling fiercely in the crowd with a complicated expression. It was hard to imagine that the mercenary boss who had been squatting on the street selling pornographic books not long ago was the same man who now seemed like a god of war. She indeed didn't know Roland was a pirate. He had never been wanted. But she had recognized several wanted members of the Hei Long pirate crew, and after those shouts, just now even a fool could guess that these people were a pirate crew. She had even planned to introduce Roland to a legitimate publisher for his pornographic books, but it turned out the boss was a pirate, and a damned pirate captain at that. Why? In a daze, Tashigi suddenly recalled a question someone had asked her not long ago. Are all the Marines at headquarters upright and just? She seemed to suddenly understand why that person had asked that. Boom. The Marines and pirates were engaged in intense combat. Roland single-handedly took on 80 of the firepower on the scene. What the hell, why isn't this guy dead yet? The Marines looked at Roland as if they had seen a ghost, unable to understand how he could survive so many gunshots. Could he be a legendary ability user? Move aside, let me handle this. In the Marine formation, Philip immediately recognized that the culprit who had caused him to be scolded for so long today was actually his former boss, and he quickly guessed the purpose of the Hei Long pirate crew's visit. How stupid, bringing everyone to die for those two bastards. Philip. Roland also noticed Philip, who had changed into a Marine uniform. Don't look at me like that. Roland, you're no match for me now. I've completely mastered elementalization. Philip laughed ferociously, his elemental body expanding and growing. Boom. Roland's fist coated with armament hockey slammed solidly into Philip's head. Oh, it hurts. It hurts so much. Philip let out a pig-like scream, the feeling of unreality like a dream. Wait, why do I feel pain? Philip suddenly thought of a possibility, looking at Roland in disbelief. Could it be that you've already... Armament hardening. As the shout fell, another boom sounded. Roland's armament hockey-infused fist struck again, and Philip's head exploded like a ripe watermelon. Philip died on the spot. At almost the same moment, Roland sensed a force leaving Philip's corpse. He had a rough idea of what it was. The books said that devil fruits do not disappear with the death of their user. They will reform into a fruit waiting to be discovered by someone later. Moreover, most newly born fruits will not be too far from the location of the previous user's death. But in the current situation, he had absolutely no time to think about these things, because in that brief moment dozens of Marines had surrounded him. Again, on the other side, to minimize casualties of the Hei Long pirate crew, Robin also held nothing back. 3-wheel bloom. 10-wheel bloom. 100 flowers bloom. She clasped her hands together, activating the flower fruit ability, and dozens or hundreds of hands appeared blatantly on the necks of the Marines. She focused on global support. Many members of the Hei Long pirate crew who were about to be killed managed to survive thanks to Robin's actions. Did you see that? I thought I was dead. But imagine a pair of hands grew out of that Marine's neck. Waha! A pirate laughed loudly. Ah, so you encountered it too. I thought I was seeing things. On the other side. Old Moo, although older in age, was one of the few members of the pirate crew with a bounty of full 1.5 million berries. He noticed Robin with her hands clasped together and knew that woman was no ordinary person. But as the saying goes, the situation was urgent, not the time to think about these things. Boom. The sound of cannon fire was deafening, and the battlefield was fiercely contested. However, as time passed, the Marines began to show signs of weakness, especially those surrounding Roland, many of whom were terrified and fled in panic. Don't retreat. That man is starting to gasp. He can't hold on much longer. Hold the line. Ayaya, a bunch of trash. The fat officer shot a pink-haired Marine who was trying to flee, roaring in fury. At first he had his subordinates brew a cup of hot coffee, intending to watch this cat and mouse farce elegantly. But as he watched he realized something was wrong. Their entire force of over 500 well-equipped Marines couldn't defeat this rabble armed with pitchforks. Hula! A commotion arose from the battlefield. Roland, covered in blood, braved the blades of several enemies just to knock away those Marines who were hiding and shooting at him, which infuriated him. Roland's fighting style had no technique at all. It was purely brute force and a reckless, desperate ferocity. But it was precisely this reckless style that thoroughly frightened the Marines who were already at a disadvantage, leaving them no chance to turn the tide. "Sir, it seems we are losing," the adjutant beside him said with a look of despair. The fat officer looked at the situation, his face as sour as if he had eaten shit. He just wanted to quietly make some money. How did he run into this mess? After all, they only captured orphans without parents. For a moment he wanted to leave quickly and wash his hands of this mess, but then he thought of what would happen if these people escaped alive. No, absolutely not. If this matter reached headquarters, he would be finished. "What did you just say?" the fat officer suddenly asked his adjutant. "It seems we are losing." "Not that sentence." "Sir, what sir? Now you are the commander here." The fat officer tore off his military cap and roughly put it on the adjutant's head. The adjutant was dumbfounded. "Sir, hold on. You must hold on," the fat officer shouted as he retreated. "I'm going to request reinforcements from Colonel Lao Shu. If this matter is exposed, he won't have it easy either. He has to come." East Blue Marine Branch 16. Tashigi, female, born an East Blue student at Marine Headquarters Academy. At this moment Captain Mouse was flipping through the dossier on Tashigi that he had recently collected. No wonder she was secretly investigating the disappearances. She's from headquarters? Captain Mouse was unfazed. Although through the machinations of some local nobles Captain Mouse had a good reputation at headquarters, inevitably some things would still reach certain ears. But he was not worried. He continued flipping. "Oh, she even has connections with Smoker and Tina." The dossier clearly stated that Tashigi had a close relationship with Smoker. After graduation, she would likely become the adjutant of this notorious problem Marine from headquarters. As for her relationship with Tina, since Smoker and Tina were good friends privately, Tashigi and Tina were also fairly acquainted. But speaking of that guy Smoker, hasn't he been expelled from the Marines yet? I heard he's being assigned to work in the 4 Seas by headquarters. I hope he doesn't come to my East Blue. Captain Mouse muttered, his gaze involuntarily falling on the photo in the dossier. The girl in the photo wore glasses and had a very delicate appearance. Not bad looking, as she should fetch a good price. Captain Mouse clicked his tongue. The market price for an ordinary human at auction was at least 500,000 belly. Of course, that was the auction price. For someone like him dealing in human trafficking wholesale, the selling price would certainly be lower. But regardless of the type, there was a common factor. If the human had a pirate identity, the price would skyrocket several times. Similarly, if the slave being traded had a Marine identity, the price would also rise, and it would be 20% higher than that of a pirate identity slave, and it was the kind that was in high demand, but rarely available. He could already imagine how sought after a pitiful Marine student would be in the market. Some nobles liked to play that way. It was called something like play. Anyway, he didn't understand. It's just that the Marines at headquarters have their heads full of some damn justice. Can justice compare to the fragrance of belly? Captain Mouse laughed and tossed the dossier aside. Brew brew. The din mushy on the side rang, morphing into the image of a burly man. "What's up? It's not that those people took the goods and didn't pay, is it?" Captain Mouse, in a great mood, answered the din mushy half-jokingly. "Sir, something huge has happened." On the other end of the din mushy, the fat officer was sweating profusely, trying to briefly explain what had happened at the base. When Captain Mouse first heard that someone had invaded the branch base and discovered their illicit activities, his good mood vanished completely. He cursed and called the fat officer a waste. But as he listened further, his agitated emotions gradually calmed down. "Sir, what do we do now? That leader is a monster. We can't beat him at all. If our affairs get reported to headquarters." The fat officer was full of terror. "Are you sure those people are pirates?" Captain Mouse asked repeatedly. "Absolutely. I haven't seen that leader before, but several of them are members of the wanted Black Dragon pirates, and they all call that leader Captain." The fat officer replied. "In that case, what's there to fear? Just let them go." Captain Mouse acted as if it were a fuss over nothing. "But," the fat officer wanted to say more, but was immediately cut off by Captain Mouse. "Idiot. Do you think anyone would believe a bunch of pirates? Even if they stood in the street shouting through a megaphone that Captain Mouse is colluding with pirates, no one would believe them. As for the others, there is indeed a slight chance of a leak, but I can guarantee that any rumors reaching headquarters will only be what I want them to hear." Huh. The fat officer was taken aback, suddenly feeling that he had been narrow-minded. Captain Mouse had colluded with pirates, taken bribes, oppressed the people. He had done every dirty deed, yet he was still living well. Moreover, after bribing the local nobles, he had a decent false reputation at headquarters. Otherwise he would have been kicked out long ago. This current matter did seem like it could be covered up. Then what about me? Let them go first, while I'll handle the rest. Captain Mouse waved his hand. Captain Mouse was angry, but he wasn't stupid. The other party were pirates, as long as they had a bit of self-awareness, they wouldn't publicize this. If they did, wouldn't they be admitting they were pirates? As for the women who were captured, they could be recaptured after things settled down. Wait, Captain Mouse suddenly remembered something and hastily stopped the fat officer. What about that glasses-wearing woman? Glasses-wearing woman. Which one? The one your report said infiltrated secretly. Did you kill her? Captain Mouse suddenly became nervous. Not yet. Damn it. That woman knows too much. Why didn't you just kill her? Captain Mouse cursed furiously. But you also said. The Marine looked aggrieved. For such a reckless person who dared to break into their base to investigate, of course the decision on whether to keep or release was made after consulting Captain Mouse. At that time he had clearly said it was fine to keep her for sale. Ayaya. Captain Mouse's emotions instantly collapsed. He indeed had the influence to prevent the incident from reaching headquarters. But this time among the captured people was someone from headquarters. How could he suppress the news now? How long can you hold out there? I'm coming right now. Captain Mouse was already mobilizing the Marines as he spoke on the phone. What do you mean hold out? It's already over here. It took Captain Mouse a full half-minute to understand what already over meant on the other end. Damn it. Why didn't you call for reinforcements immediately? Captain Mouse was on the verge of tears, unable to understand how such bad luck had fallen on him. In the past there had been sharp-eyed people investigating him, there had been pirates breaking into the base, and there had been idle Marines from headquarters coming to East Blue. But these rare events that happened only a few times in years had all coincided. He was confident that even if they accidentally captured a headquarters investigator like this, he could pin the death on the pirates and escape flawlessly. But then he had to run into such a useless teammate, who only called for help when the enemy was about to escape. Even if he could fly, it would be too late. Sir, what do we do now? The fat officer finally understood why Captain Mouse's attitude had done a 180. That glasses-wearing woman was actually from headquarters. Sir, say something. The fat officer was about to cry. What to do, what to do? Captain Mouse had no time to deal with the fat officer. His mind was fully occupied with thinking of a way out, but no matter how he thought, the end result was rotting in a prison cell. He even considered ambushing and killing Tashigi on her way back to headquarters. But the variables were too great. Not to mention whether the ambush would succeed. The key was that before the ambush, Tashigi could easily call headquarters, and everything that needed to be exposed would still be exposed. Damn it, he had only been making money in this shithole for a few years, and now, because of this trivial matter. No way. How could I possibly be brought down by such a small thing? Captain Mouse began to bark hysterically. His eyes suddenly turned wild. Unless. Meanwhile, on the other side, the adjutant ultimately failed to wait for the reinforcements from the stout officer. Huh. How dare you mere Marines try to stop us, the Black Dragon pirates? I alone can crush them all. Nonsense. I took down the most. I just knocked 3 of them flying with a stool. Bullshit. If those Marines hadn't suddenly gone mad, you'd have died 100 times over. Same for you. Amid the warehouse, laughter, curses, and the clamor of battle mingled together. In stark contrast to the plight of Colonel Mouse, the Black Dragon pirates were brimming with fighting spirit. It was visibly clear that the Marines were fleeing, retreating, and victory for the Black Dragon pirates was only a matter of time. And when Roland sent the last stubborn Marine flying, declaring their victory, with finality, the crowd's ecstatic fervor reached its zenith. With a whoosh, the cold moonlight poured through the larger gap, overhead once again bathing Roland in its silvery glow. The noisy scene immediately fell silent, as everyone gazed at the bloodstained, yet upright figure standing in the moonlight. For a moment, everyone was dumbstruck. They didn't know how to describe it. Backlit by the night, they couldn't even make out Roland's specific condition. They only felt that under the moonlight, which inexplicably carried a faint crimson hue, the figure was both eerie and sacred. Long live the captain! Someone shouted first. Long live the captain, the others followed. Long live the Black Dragon! Long live the Black Dragon! Hurrah! The shouts surged wave after wave. Notably, it wasn't just the Black Dragon pirates. The women locked in cages also cried out in excitement. No one knew why they joined in. Perhaps they thought that by shouting the Black Dragon pirates would kindly let them go, or maybe they were simply swept up by the atmosphere, unable to contain themselves. In any case, the resounding voices pierced the clouds while the full moon hung alone in the sky. The moonlight above grew even brighter. Tashigi stood dumbfounded, her heart pounding wildly, as if a deer were crashing about inside her chest. She could swear that the few minutes of battle before her eyes were the most blood-pumping she had ever witnessed, and likely one she would never forget for the rest of her life. But why? Those people were pirates, and they had defeated the Marines. Tashigi's gaze fell on a Marine, the bald-headed one that Roland had been the first to send flying. She was 100% certain that bald-headed Marine was dead beyond any doubt. She tried to summon anger, tried to look at that pirate with that anger. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart beat even faster. On the scene, it wasn't just Tashigi who was speechless, Nami was too. Little Nami stared blankly at the blood-soaked figure ahead, her own heart racing. But after the excitement came only loneliness. If only. Nami sighed. She thought if only someone like Roland had descended from the sky back, then her mother might not have had to die. At that thought, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. But soon Nami forced them back. Just wait, I will definitely buy back the village. Nami clenched her fists and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. At the same time, the stout officer following Colonel Mouse's instructions entered the base's control room. Is it that red den mushy? Yes, that one. Colonel Mouse's voice confirmed from the other end of the den mushy. He made up a story as casually as he could. When I built that base, I knew our line of work would eventually be discovered, so I prepared a contingency plan in advance. Just dial that den mushy and the hidden doors of the underground warehouse will lock instantly, ensuring they can never escape. The stout officer listened to Colonel Mouse's words, feeling something was off. A vague, ominous premonition weighed on his heart. Hold on, you must hold on. I'll organize the Marines immediately and arrive by tomorrow morning. Before that, never let the headquarters personnel escape, or we're finished. All for justice. Colonel Mouse spoke with heartfelt sincerity. All right. The stout officer no longer hesitated. Regardless, he and Colonel Mouse were now in the same boat. The colonel had no reason to deceive him. He followed the colonel's instructions, opened the safe, and retrieved the red den mushy inside. What's the number? 4444? With a buru, he dialed the number, and the red den mushy opened its eyes. It was a very old den mushy, one that looked as if it could die of old age at any moment. The aged den mushy suddenly emitted a voice of relief. Going to die. Going to die. Going to die. Beep. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Almost simultaneously, the red alarm light flashed incessantly throughout the control room. The stout officer was dumbfounded. How did the device that was supposed to trap people in the warehouse become a self-destruct? Mouse, I'll fuck you. Even if he was slow, he now realized he had been tricked. That damned mouse wanted to blow them all up. A deafening explosion suddenly roared, and a blinding white light along with immensely violent energy burst forth like a flood. With a cry the stout officer couldn't even escape, swallowed entirely by the boundless energy storm with infinite regret and remorse. To be fair, Colonel Mouse hadn't lied about one thing. Fearing exposure one day, he had indeed prepared a contingency plan concealing powerful explosives in all the shady places involved. But he had never imagined he would have to use them so soon and without preparation. He even began to worry about how he would explain the explosion of this base to headquarters afterward. Yes, even if this was just a small East Blue base, such a serious incident would inevitably draw headquarters' attention, potentially leading to the discovery of some unpleasant truths. But it was still better than having headquarters personnel report directly to the top about what he was doing. Besides, with all evidence and witnesses gone, he still had plenty of room to maneuver. I can pin all this dirty business on the Black Dragon pirates. They're all blown to bits, dead men tell no tales. As the den mushy went dead, Colonel Mouse's ferocious, twisted face slowly relaxed. Colonel Mouse discovered the evil deeds of the Black Dragon pirates and resolved to eradicate them for the justice of the East Blue. But the Black Dragon pirates, knowing they were cornered, chose to die together with the Marines. That might work too. There are many similar stories. Colonel Mouse stroked his mustache, straightening his justice coat, which had become slightly disheveled in his panic. He took a bottle of vintage wine from a side cabinet, elegantly poured himself a glass like a modest and courteous gentleman aristocrat. But in the end, everything is for justice, haha. At the same time, Roland, breathing heavily, suddenly called for the crowd's shouts to stop. Wait till you hear something. What sound? Didn't we chase the Marines away? Huh. We the Black Dragon pirates actually defeated the Marines. We'll be bragging about this forever. No. Robin also seemed to sense something. Wait. This commotion. Tashigi suddenly looked up, and little Nami also felt the danger and immediately stood up. Creak, creak, creak. A series of harsh cracking sounds suddenly came from above. Everyone on the scene looked up. They saw the surrounding dirt and rock walls trembling violently, as if some ferocious beast was about to burst through. Not good. Deep within the base. The good news was that thanks to everyone being in the underground warehouse while the explosion occurred above ground, the thick layer of earth had largely mitigated the blast's impact. Moreover, at the last moment, a pair of giant hands suddenly appeared above everyone's heads, deflecting the majority of the explosion's force and minimizing casualties. Although many were injured, every single one of them had survived. But, whoa, it seems we're still going to die. In the dark, cramped ruins, intermittent sobbing could be clearly heard. It was the woman who had been locked in the cage earlier. Cry, damn it. Roland was furious and cursed. I let you out to dig, not to cry. Keep digging. Roland was covered in wounds, his body smeared with black and red blood, looking terrifying. The women instantly covered their mouths, afraid to cry, but the faint sobs that escaped showed it was futile. Indeed, it was useless. Breathing grew harder, and looking up there was no light. Everyone understood. They were buried alive. Nearly half an hour had passed since the explosion, and there was no hope of survival. Do you have any way out? Roland suddenly looked at Luo Bin. Luo Bin shook her head weakly. Luo Bin was extremely weak. At the last moment, she had used the power of the flower fruit to create giant hands that blocked most of the impact. Now she could barely speak. At that moment, a sudden boom sounded. The tunnel they had dug outward for several meters collapsed for the 5th time. The atmosphere once again sank. Even the members of the Black Dragon pirates grew pessimistic, their digging motions slowing. Captain, are we? A pirate leaned in and asked. Shut up. I'm the goddamn protagonist. I can't die here. Anyone who talks nonsense will be shot first. Roland's tone was firm, but only he knew that he was also uncertain inside. The space they were in was extremely cramped and highly unstable. One wrong move, and they would be finished. He tried several times to use armament hockey to blast a path upward, but the soil and rubble above were like dominoes. Every stone he shattered caused dozens more to fall. Apart from continuing to save himself, the only thing he could do was to keep everyone's spirits up to prevent their hearts from dying first. We're doomed. In a corner of the ruins, little Na-Mei sat slumped on the ground, knowing there was no hope of survival. She was very smart, smarter than her peers, even smarter than some adults. Sensing the increasingly thin air, she understood that she would die and everyone here would die. But she hadn't yet redeemed her village. Woo! Tears welled in Na-Mei's eyes, but a habit formed over years made her quickly wipe them away, as if she had never cried. Perhaps there was a chance. They might be very close to the surface if only they could hold on a little longer. But when she looked up, that ridiculous thought vanished. On the scene, apart from the captain, who was still actively trying to save himself, everyone else like her had stopped moving rocks. Doomed no struggle would help. In her boredom, many thoughts flashed through her mind. The sea charts that Along had ordered her to draw. She had drawn many, but what she wanted to paint remained blank. The village still hadn't been redeemed, even though she had saved a lot of money. I miss my mom a little. Na-Mei thought of her mother of the afternoon, when Mei was killed. Thinking, Na-Mei then recalled the scene not long ago when Roland punched a bald marine flying. She herself didn't understand why she connected these two unrelated images. She just felt that if only there had been someone like him back then. If only. Woo! The sobbing was clearly audible in the now quiet scene. Na-Mei desperately wiped away her tears, but when she opened her eyes, she saw Roland approaching with rage. Cry your mother. Roland was genuinely furious. He had just finished yelling, and now another idiot was crying here. With all this crying, they might as well keep digging outward. There was still hope of survival. Honestly, Roland didn't know why he was so irritable today. Perhaps it was what he had seen and heard. He just felt a fire burning inside him with no outlet. Don't you dare curse my mother. Na-Mei wiped her tears and shot back. Roland was already angry, and now this brat dared to talk back. Roland's anger grew. You really think I wouldn't kill you? Come on. Who's afraid? We're all going to die anyway. We're all going to die. Do you understand? Na-Mei shouted without backing down, as if wanting to vent all her resentment and grievance. Her lips trembled and her eyes were fixed on Roland. Her resentment reached its peak. Why wasn't someone like you born earlier? Like a burst dam, Na-Mei could no longer hold back, and tears gushed out with a wail. If only there had been someone like you. Mother. What the hell? Roland couldn't understand what this woman was saying at all, only feeling the fire inside him rising. All right. This is not the time for internal conflict. Tashigi was one of the few optimists on the scene, and besides Roland, she was still actively trying to save herself. She quickly stepped between Roland and Na-Mei. With all this commotion, if we just wait for the Marines. You still have the nerve to mention the Marines? Roland's slightly subsided anger surged again. Captain, was the explosion on the ship last time caused by fire? Someone behind him suddenly asked. Why bring that up now? Use this time to keep digging. Roland said without turning his head. I just want to know. Yes. Roland answered, then suddenly felt something was off. He turned his head to look. He saw that the questioner had somehow acquired a mottled fruit in his hand. He recognized it. The spore fruit, the one that Fei Li Pu had stolen and eaten before his death. The newly spawned spore fruit had been picked up by Man Ka. Then Captain, I have a way. Man Ka smiled and swallowed the spore fruit in one gulp. Whoosh! Man Ka's talent was clearly superior to Fei Li Pu's. The moment he swallowed the spore fruit, his figure began to turn ethereal. From head to toe, his body transformed into countless dry spores. Wait! Roland suddenly realized what Man Ka intended to do. He reached out to grab him, but grasped only air. Man Ka had already drifted to the front of the ruins. Captain, what are you doing, brother? The members of the Black Dragon Pirates had no idea what was happening, only to look up and see the ethereal Man Ka disappearing through the cracks. That traitor Man Ka ran away on his own. Curses rang out. Yet Man Ka remained oblivious. He continued to rapidly extend along the winding cracks. He saw a cluster of sparks from the explosion that had not yet died out, and he laughed wildly in excitement. The next moment, in everyone's ears. Captain, please take care of your air. Wait. And I'm not a traitor. The voice faded away. Until the spores collided with the sparks, and before their eyes was a blinding white void. Not far from the Marine base in Beantown, a cargo ship that was supposed to arrive for handover at 4 a.m. had come early. The deck was crowded with people. All the crew members were looking in the same direction, while the two captains focused their attention on the den mushi in their hands. I can't help it either. My subordinates messed up. They actually captured someone from headquarters. The voice of Captain Nizumi came through the den mushi. Another explosion. Must be an aftershock. Good. I'll definitely make it up next time. Don't worry, you know my reputation. Next time I'll let you pick the goods first. An aftershock. Hanging up the den mushi, the captain looked at the towering pillar of light in the distance with a hint of confusion. Captain, should we really go over and check? Wouldn't it be too dangerous? Asked a crew member. Check. Why should we check? Did Nezumi pay us? And if that explosion was just an aftershock, then the first blast must have been so powerful that no one could have survived. At least not in the East Blue. The captain shook his head. The vice captain shielded his eyes with his hand. But that Nezumi is really ruthless. From what he said, there must still be plenty of Marines over there. Both captains, what about us? Let's head back. If we don't, those young couples might think we've abandoned them. Under the captain's command, the crew hoisted the sails, and the cargo ship sailed away into the distance. The sea under the night fell back into its initial stillness, as if no one had ever come, as if nothing had ever happened. Only a few faint dark red arcs of electricity still flickered across the sky. They were the residual traces of Conqueror's haki. As time passed, those arcs slowly diffused, condensing into a brilliant red in the night sky. Like a sunset glow. Wow, darling. Look up at the sky, a young couple exclaimed. So beautiful. The man beside her was also mesmerized. But speaking of which, does the East Blue have auroras? The woman thought it was an aurora. I know this one. The man explained, my great-grandmother once said that when such a sunset glow appears in the night, it signifies the birth of a king. A king. The woman seemed thoughtful. So let's hurry back to the hotel. This is a sign from heaven, the man said with a sly grin. The woman was stunned for a moment, then caught his innuendo. Humph, I think you just want to sleep with me. After giving her boyfriend a little lesson, the woman cupped her cheeks and looked up at the red glow again. No matter how many times I see it, it's still so beautiful. I wonder if my parents can see it too. They probably can. If you ignore the calm belt, our Alabasta isn't that far from here. As the man said, even Alabasta, separated by the calm belt, could see the night's glow. At that moment, in a lavishly decorated bathhouse, a figure completely submerged in the hot water with a den mushi on the edge of the pool, still in the middle of a call. An alliance. You're not worthy. Fufufu, still as cold as ever. You'll make me jealous. After a few more taunts, the figure hung up the den mushi in boredom. The figure rose from the bath water, droplets sliding down their fair skin. The rising steam made it impossible to tell whether the figure was male or female. Putting on a bathrobe, the figure walked to the window to enjoy the evening breeze, only to see the red glow on the horizon. My, that direction. The East Blue. The sky was blue, the sea vast. Gazing at the edge of the horizon, one could barely see a touch of red slowly adorning the azure in the east. The warm morning light spilled over the land. It was the weekend, and many people like to sleep in after a tiring week. But the people here seemed to have a habit of working out. They changed into clean sportswear and started their morning jog along the coastline. Even the children rarely slept in. They playfully followed the adults, and when tired they went to the nearby beach to build sandcastles, sometimes picking up beautiful shells washed ashore. If residents of the Four Seas saw this, they would be shocked. Weren't these people afraid that a pirate crew would suddenly appear and kidnap them? But oddly enough, the people here had no such concerns. Because this was the Marineford residential area. At that moment, inside a grayish-white building in the residential area. What do you mean I saw it wrong? Tashigi roared at Smoker furiously. The moment she escaped death 10 days ago, she immediately reported the information to Marine headquarters. But since she wasn't yet a full Marine, she had to call Smoker on the den mushi to explain the situation, and then Smoker would report it to the higher-ups. She had thought that reporting to Marine headquarters would immediately bring justice and cleanse the corruption in that sea area. But the final investigation result was, no irregularities were found in the 16th Branch Marines. Tashigi was dumbfounded. She wanted to storm into headquarters to ask, but she wasn't a full Marine, yet so couldn't enter. Instead, she had to come and confront the incompetent Smoker. Smoker chewed on 2 cigars, ignoring Tashigi's wailing beside him, and carefully read through headquarters investigation results. Knowing something was wrong, he stood up. I'll go to headquarters and ask. With a creak, Smoker pushed open the door, only to find a woman blocking the entrance. Where are you off to now? Have you forgotten that you beat up a vice admiral's son yesterday and are under house arrest? It's been less than a day. Aren't you afraid of getting another week added? That bastard deserved it. Besides, a few more days won't make a difference, Smoker said. Hina was at a loss for words. Smoker was already drowning in complaints. The letters reporting him could stack 2 stories high. The total days of confinement would stretch into next year, so a few more days indeed didn't matter. Hina finally pouted and expressed her feelings. Hina is speechless. Want something to drink? Smoker invited her in. Anything. I still have to continue training later. Hina casually sat on the living room sofa, and Smoker casually took out several bottles of cola from the fridge. Cigar-flavored cola. Here, I got the detailed investigation results for you, Hina said, pulling out several documents from her pocket. Soon. What do you mean information error? I saw it with my own eyes. And how did the Black Dragon pirates become the suspects for the explosion? They were the ones who saved us. Tashigi was nearly in tears. Not only did she not get the justice she imagined, but the story was getting more twisted. Hina also picked up a document she hadn't read yet. Given trainee Tashigi's severe myopia, Marine Headquarters has reason to infer. Given that recruit Tashigi suffers from severe myopia, the Marine Headquarters has reason to infer. A lengthy official document followed. In summary, it concluded that Tashigi's high myopia made it possible she had misidentified the situation. Moreover, Tashigi was not yet an official Marine of the headquarters, so her testimony could not be used as evidence to defame a group of unfortunate Marines who had already sacrificed their lives. Tina's expression turned peculiar. She glanced at the bespectacled Tashigi, then back at the report. Though the reasoning was somewhat far-fetched, it became perfectly plausible when applied to Tashigi. As for the other findings, combined with the initial intelligence provided by Colonel Mouse, who had arrived first at the explosion site, the above deductions were essentially logical and should not be erroneous. Moreover, she had heard of Colonel Mouse. He was a branch colonel who still held a rather high reputation even within the headquarters. Coincidentally, Pod Town, the scene of the incident, was a model town spearheaded by Colonel Mouse in collaboration with local nobles. Every year it attracted a large number of couples from other seas to honeymoon here. He was considered a righteous Marine who got things done. Under his command, such degenerate Marines should not exist. Tina asked Tashigi repeatedly, "Are you absolutely certain that it was the branch Marines who kidnapped you and were secretly engaged in illegal human trafficking of allied kingdoms?" "Absolutely certain. I recognized that fat officer. He was the garrison officer of Pod Town. At first I didn't believe it was Marines who kidnapped me, but later I saw it with my own eyes. The Marines weren't there to rescue us. They came to silence us. And by that time I had already put on my glasses. I couldn't have been mistaken." Indignantly, Tashigi glanced at the photo of Colonel Mouse attached to the file. Maybe, just maybe, this Colonel Mouse is the one crying thief. He doesn't look like a good person, so the investigation might. Tashigi, don't judge by appearances. Smoker, who had remained silent until now, scolded. "I'm sorry." Tashigi's demeanor immediately softened. "But I'm not lying. Yes, I am a little nearsighted. But I'm not so blind as to lose basic judgment. And about the Black Dragon pirates, I've already said it. It was because their comrades were also kidnapped by the Marines that they broke into the base. Yes, they are pirates, but why should all these dirty deeds be pinned on them?" Tashigi continued to argue, driven by both her simple sense of justice and an inexplicable feeling deep within her heart. She couldn't bear to see Roland take the blame for this. Even if he refused to reform and continued as a small-time pirate, that was fine. The Marines had limited resources. Unless they came knocking on their door, they often turned a blind eye to low-bounty, low-threat pirate crews like theirs. Even if captured, they could usually keep their lives. But if they were saddled with the crime of trafficking tens of thousands of people, the nature of the matter would be completely different. Tashigi said, "You have to believe me." Smoker put down the file and fell into thought. He didn't believe Tashigi would lie about this, nor did he think she would misjudge such a situation. Tina frowned. She also didn't believe Tashigi would make a mistake on this. Tashigi was a person who simply wanted to practice justice, pure to the point of naivety. But the investigation results seemed fine. In that case, Smoker exhaled the 2 cigars from his mouth and put 4 new ones in. "Then let's go." "Go?" Tina was bewildered. Hey, where are you going now? You're not thinking of going to the East Blue yourself, are you? If you keep acting so recklessly, you might become the first devil fruit user to be expelled from the Marine headquarters," Tina said with a headache. Smoker hesitated for a moment, then asked irrelevantly, "Has there been any concrete news about my exile to the East Blue?" "Yes, headquarters plans to assign you to guard Lowtown in the East Blue." "Then there's no problem. As a Marine, getting familiar with my post in advance by going to the East Blue should be justifiable to headquarters," Smoker replied. Also, Smoker glanced at the aggrieved Tashigi and finally said to Tina, "Though I shouldn't judge by appearances, my intuition tells me this Mouse is indeed suspicious." Colonel Mouse did have a good reputation within headquarters, and many nobles and citizens in the East Blue praised him highly. But there was hardly a single negative comment about him. That was somewhat unusual. In the Paradise section of the Grand Line, there was a station headquarters officer, Lieutenant Commander T-Bone. He also had a fairly good local reputation, but there were also rumors that he was too rigid, too serious, too foolish. Not exactly flattering, but still present. But for Colonel Mouse, there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. "Tashigi, pack your things. We're heading to the East Blue." "Yes." Tashigi's enthusiasm soared. Smoker extinguished the 4 cigars in his mouth and unceremoniously asked Tina, "I'll leave it to you to inform headquarters that I'm going to familiarize myself with my post in advance." Hey, who said you could arrange my schedule? And who said I wasn't going?" Tina said. Tina is angry. "Didn't you say you still had training?" "I'll skip it." Tina glared fiercely at Smoker, then turned to Tashigi and said, "Moreover, although I don't think Colonel Mouse has any issues, I believe this girl." At that moment, in the Fleet Admiral's office, I knew it. This kind of news must be false. How could our Marines engage in such shady dealings? Sengoku sighed in relief as he looked at the report that had just arrived from the East Blue. It was worth noting an explosion at a small East Blue base with all Marines killed would indeed attract headquarters' attention, but not enough for the Fleet Admiral himself to take personal interest. But this time was an exception. Apart from being curious that the initial report was submitted by Smoker, the most important point was that it mentioned East Blue Marines potentially involved in illegal human trafficking of allied kingdoms. Since the start of the Great Pirate Era, the Marines' prestige and image had been on the decline. If word got out that the Marines in the Four Blues were secretly engaging in the slave trade of allied kingdoms, the consequences would be dire. That was why he had been following the progress of this matter. And now the results were in. The Marines who sacrificed their lives in Pod Town had nothing to do with illegal human trafficking. On the contrary, they were brave and fearless warriors worthy of emulation by all Marines. That rat actually had good intentions, but he underestimated the brutality of pirates. Sengoku shook his head helplessly. Still, it's strange that Smoker didn't come to cause trouble this time. Setting down the report, Sengoku continued with a hint of puzzlement. Sengoku, I think we shouldn't jump to conclusions so soon. Across from Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru of the Navy's strategic staff shook her head. You know, Captain Rat does have some issues. His branch might have actually. What issues could there be? The Navy's budget is getting tighter, and the Four Seas branches are already struggling to make ends meet. Let them skim a little as long as they protect the people well. But Tsuru tried to say something, but Sengoku immediately waved his hand to stop the argument. As Fleet Admiral, he knew more than Tsuru did. For instance, Captain Rat had been in frequent contact with CP9 agents recently, and CP9 was precisely the organization that handled the world government's less savory affairs. So it was quite possible that Captain Rat was involved in something shady. But the Navy was the world government's Navy, not Sengoku's. He had no right to interfere, nor would he. And as a strategic genius renowned for his cunning, he could almost be certain that Captain Rat and his subordinates couldn't possibly be involved in such a heinous crime. Sengoku said to Tsuru, "All right, let's assume for a moment that everything Smoker said is true, that some of the 16th Branch Marines have indeed lost their sense of justice. But there's still a major flaw in the information Smoker submitted. If there really is an illegal human trafficking ring in the East Blue with a scale exceeding 10,000 people from a member kingdom, where do these people come from? Why hasn't a single person among the kidnapped reported to us or the local police? Surely they can't all be completely without acquaintances. And what about the location, Pod Town? I've heard of it. It's a thriving town in the Oikote Kingdom, attracting many visitors from outside every year. Large-scale human trafficking would require cargo ships to transport them. But if any unidentified cargo ships had entered and left Pod Town, someone would have noticed. This. Tsuru fell silent, momentarily unable to refute Sengoku's words. On second thought, she had met that girl named Tashigi before. She was indeed quite nearsighted. It was entirely possible she had just misjudged. As for the Black Dragon pirates, just from their name, they're clearly not to be trifled with. It's highly likely they're the ones behind the local human trafficking, though the scale isn't as exaggerated as claimed. But this still involves the interests of a member kingdom, so we can't simply ignore it. In a few words, Sengoku had already settled the matter, suggesting that when Smoker took up his post in the East Blue, he could clean it up along the way. I hope you're right, Tsuru sighed from the side. Of course, Sengoku affirmed. Just then a messenger marine rushed in urgently. Report. Report. What's happened? Report, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Commander Smoker and Captain Hina, they've hijacked a warship and fled to the East Blue. The marine said fearfully. It seems they've gone to the East Blue to investigate the truth, Tsuru remarked. Truth. Sengoku frowned slightly in dissatisfaction, then smiled calmly. It's fine. Let the world see that even the Marines of the Four Seas are filled with a sense of justice. East Blue. Oikote Kingdom, Pod Town. The most famous hotel in town. How many times do I have to tell you? We were just a couple on our honeymoon who happened to be here that day. The explosion at the Marine base has nothing to do with us. Where are we from? This is the 8th time I've said it. We're from Alabasta. Ship. No, the only large vessel that brought us here for vacation was the cruise ship. Small fishing boats. Why would I pay attention to how many small fishing boats there were? Early morning. How would I know if there were boats at dawn? Don't we need to sleep? What were we doing that night? The man paused, then recalled those 3 unbearable seconds. Are you freaking insane? The man slammed the door shut, refusing the Marine's routine questioning for the 3rd time. Damn it, these Marines are useless. They strut around like they're hot stuff, but they still got blown up. I heard the East Blue is the weakest sea. Thought it might be safer here, but turns out the Marines here are just as incompetent. Darling, calm down, calm down. The female companion beside him covered her mouth with a snicker, knowing her boyfriend had been hit where it hurt. Exactly. This couple had arrived in Pod Town the day before the base explosion and happened to be out on the night of the explosion. Combined with the intelligence from above that the explosion might be linked to illegal human trafficking, the pair naturally became the Marines' primary focus. However, lacking any evidence, and given that Alabasta was a member kingdom of the world government, the Marines investigating could only ask them to stay a few more days. It wasn't just this couple. All the outsiders who had recently arrived in Pod Town were caught in the misfortune of the base explosion. But for the locals, it was little more than a topic of idle gossip. On the first floor of the hotel was a restaurant open to the public where a few rowdy men were boasting and joking. I saw them digging out the bodies the other day. Tisk tisk, what a horrible death. I say it was a damn good explosion. Those Marines should all be blown to bits. You don't know last month that bald Marine extorted nearly 10,000 berries from me. Extortion? You mean protection money? Protection money, my ass. Today I plucked up the courage and asked a Marine from headquarters about it. Turns out headquarters has no rule about collecting protection money for protection. Hey, but you have to admit the Marines from headquarters are different. That female Marine is really pretty, so soft and tender. If only I could. Hey, you don't mean the pink-haired female Marine from this morning, do you? Didn't you see her walking ahead of several majors? She's at least a commander. How dare you fantasize about a woman like that? What? She's that high-ranking. But speaking of which, the headquarters people have been here 7 or 8 times, and they still haven't found anything. I heard that very night pirates were shooting on the streets. It's almost certainly those pirates from that day. Who knows? Maybe those pirates got far away by now. Meanwhile, in a large private room, just a wall away, the very pirates they were talking about were drinking merrily. Cheers. Waha, celebrating our survival, cheers. Thinking about it now, I still find it unbelievable. We survived all that. We're legendary endurance kings. I'm more curious. After pulling off something this big, our bounties should have gone up, right? How could it increase? Besides us, every Marine who knew we were the Black Dragon pirates is dead. No one is reporting what we did. That's not necessarily true. Go out and listen. How many people in town think the base explosion was our doing? Sooner or later, when the Navy's investigation results come out, they'll pin it on us, and then the bounty will naturally go up. That makes sense too. Over the past 10-odd days, the Black Dragon pirates had naturally heard a great deal about themselves. Apart from a few who praised their deeds, most words were far from complimentary. Descriptions like heinous, vicious, and extremely evil, and even a bizarre rumor that they ate 8 people in one meal. Yet they felt nothing toward these words. Being pirates, they no longer cared about such infamy. Instead, they felt a perverse pride in having their notoriety spread far and wide. Of course, there were both those who rejoiced and those who worried about the bounty increase. If you ask me, it's better if the bounty doesn't go up. If it gets any higher, we'll be too conspicuous, and we might even attract the attention of Navy headquarters. A more timid pirate spoke up. Well, listen to yourself. Big pirates like Buggy and Don Krieg, don't they all feast on meat and guzzle fine wine? Has the Navy headquarters ever bothered them? Besides, we have the captain. Captain. At the mention of Luolon, the group around the table grew excited again, all eyes turning to him. There in the midst of a sea of flowers on the other side, Luolon seemed to be carving something with a graver. Home with the captain here, we have nothing to fear. The timid pirate affirmed. Old man, you used to go on and on about how great the wine in this restaurant was. Well, now the most expensive bottle here is in my hands. What? You want a drink? No way. I bought this with my own private stash. Fine, since you want it so badly, just admit in front of everyone that you're not as good as me, and I'll treat you. Come on, his spirit is already gone. How could he call out? I was just trying to tease him. An old pirate pointed at a photograph at the scene. Yes, this banquet was both a celebration and a funeral. The sea of flowers was a memorial wreath, and what Captain Luolon was carving with his graver were the nameplates of the brothers who had tragically died not long ago. People had indeed died. The first explosion came without warning and was fierce. Even though the earth layer absorbed most of the impact, there were still injuries, only varying in severity. Man-caused self-detonation explosion was well controlled, causing no further harm. But the Black Dragon pirates were an old crew and most of the sailors were elderly. Several elderly members were severely injured and did not survive long enough to reach the hospital. Surprisingly, Man-Ka himself survived, but considering that Fei Li-Pu had also survived the initial explosion, it was not entirely unexpected, presumably a trait of Logia-type devil fruits. Yet compared to Fei Li-Pu, losing an arm, Man-Ka's cost was far more tragic. He was reduced to a vegetative state. According to the doctors, given the current medical conditions, he might never wake up, essentially half dead. Entering the large private room, Robin stared blankly at the revelers drinking heartily, then at the other side, filled with wreaths. Though laughter echoed, it carried a tinge of sorrow. Her expression was utterly strange. Finally, she could only ask weakly, does the restaurant know we're holding a funeral here? Hey boss lady, that's a good question. Of course they don't. If they knew, they'd never have let us in. A young pirate immediately replied. Robin. That made perfect sense. You must find it strange, right? But in our line of work, death is common. It happens every few days. Selfish as it sounds, we survived, and that's worth celebrating. Old Mu approached Robin and explained. Luolon nodded in agreement from the side. At first he didn't understand why they took their comrades' deaths so lightly. But a few days ago, when he watched the crew dancing on the coffin at the funeral, he suddenly felt at ease. He had viewed death too unusually. For pirates, a life of licking blood from blades death was the norm. Or rather, smiles and dances were the main theme of a manga world like this. Even though these people were likely marginal characters in the manga, perhaps the Black Dragon pirates would never appear in the entire story of One Piece, not even their names. They still maintained that optimism. Of course, optimism aside, everyone understood that the explosion was the root cause. So they were determined to find the mastermind behind that explosion and take revenge. And if the mastermind could never be identified or if that person was too powerful, then they would simply pour an extra cup of wine each year and tell their fallen brothers to wait a little longer. Finally done. After engraving the last brother's name, Luo put down his graver. Then he drained the strong liquor on the table in one gulp. Everyone drank together. Whoosh! In the large private room, a clever young pirate had even set up their crew's miniature pirate flag. The black dragon skull banner fluttered in the wind, stirred by the rousing spirit. No wind in the room. Impossible. There was an electric fan. Time flew by, and the banquet was drawing to a close. Just then another person entered the private room. One of their own from the Black Dragon Pirates. Captain, Uncle Moo. A middle-aged pirate walked over warmly. How did it go? Wah! We made nearly 1,000,000 berries today. You know those cowards' money is so easy to earn. It's faster than robbery. The business the middle-aged pirate spoke of was actually quite simple. Recently, because of the marine base explosion, many merchants in Pod Town were terrified, convinced that some great pirate had set his sights on the town. Thus, they wanted to temporarily flee to the royal capital. Now came the problem. In the past, they were escorted by the local marines, but the local marines had been blown to bits. So who would guarantee their safety at sea? The marines sent from headquarters for investigation were too few and too busy. There were some unofficial escort companies like maritime couriers, but they too were afraid of encountering the ruthless people who dared attack a marine base and refused to take the jobs. In such an environment, the Black Dragon Pirates immediately registered a shell escort company and volunteered to take on the work. The merchants trapped in Pod Town were moved to tears by their righteous deed, praising them for their chivalry. As for the great pirate, the merchants feared, no need to worry. After all, they themselves were the ones behind it. What a pity. Fewer people are in a hurry to escape these past 2 days. The middle-aged pirate said with a hint of regret. It's a pity that there are fewer and fewer people fleeing in panic these days, the middle-aged pirate said with a hint of regret. There's no need to regret it. That was just a one-time deal. After a few more days, we'll have to shut down shop. Robbing at sea is far more thrilling, a young pirate exclaimed excitedly. Hey, who said we're shutting down? We'll keep this business going. Roland immediately interrupted. Keep going. Yes, once this storm blows over, you'll all engage in legitimate escort work. Besides, none of you have bounties on your heads. Roland said. The middle-aged pirate frowned and shook his head. Captain, you might not fully understand. The only reason we've made money these days is because those cowards truly believed a great pirate was after them. Other players in this trade also feared that non-existent great pirate, which allowed us to exploit the loophole. Once this hype dies down and the external threat disappears, not so many people will come to us. The other companies in this line are well established and we can't compete with them. But we are genuinely a threat. We are pirates, Roland said with a broad smile. The pirates were utterly bewildered, unable to grasp what Roland meant. Robin, standing nearby, let out a soft laugh. Mulao understood after a moment, but shook his head. Young master, that might not work. Actually, we've tried this kind of escort work before. Back then we had the idea of having our brothers pretend to hijack the ships, hoping to claim extra payment for our efforts. At first it worked. The fake attackers could also pocket some spoils. The merchants, seeing that only a small portion of goods was lost, and that we had indeed fought hard to repel the enemy, couldn't complain much. But after a few such tricks, the business dried up. The pirates nodded in understanding, then turned to look at Roland. Yet Roland's smile remained unchanged. With a silvery laugh, Robin stepped forward and guessed. I think the captain means that if there's no market, we can create one. Moreover, the great pirate who attacked the naval base is all the talk in town, and we are that very crew. Of course, we're not strong enough to match the legend of that great pirate. So I wouldn't advise us to use that name to swindle. The pirates blinked in confusion. For example, we could frequently harass other escort convoys. We don't necessarily need to succeed. Just make the merchants believe there are more pirates in this area. Robin paused, then continued, or more directly make the ship owners feel that the escort they hired is unreliable. A sharp-witted young pirate's eyes lit up. So then our escort team would get business. Yes, once we get the business, we'll keep harassing other convoys. Of course, to avoid exposure, we'll have to play the whole act convincingly. And also, Robin elaborated on a series of cunning ideas, leaving the pirates utterly astonished. Great idea. Seasoned pirates as they were, after digesting the plan, they realized it was a viable, albeit devious scheme. They all turned to Roland, who nodded with a look of approval. I didn't expect the big sister to be so sly, a young pirate exclaimed excitedly. Fool, that's called scheming. An old pirate corrected him. You illiterate old man, that's called wisdom. Roland watched their banter and nodded quietly to himself. Though he had given up the idea of going ashore for the sake of his system, he still had to keep this business going. In this world, nations were surrounded by vast oceans, making maritime trade a fiercely competitive market, perhaps not as quick as selling smutty books, but with far greater potential. However, their current scale was too small to touch legitimate shipping. A proper escort company would be an excellent stepping stone. Moreover, they needed a legitimate livelihood, unlike the carefree and audacious great pirates. Many of the brothers in the Black Dragon pirate crew had parents, wives, and children. They couldn't let their families live in shame forever. Sister Rand's tavern had been burned down, and she had been arrested by the Marines in front of the whole town, so she needed a new place to settle. All right. Roland raised his voice to stop the commotion. Let's set this aside for now. Since everyone's here then. As if he had been expecting this moment. As Roland's words fell, someone immediately stepped forward and announced loudly, Captain, the Black Dragon has been fully repaired and is ready to set sail. It was the pirate who had been in charge of repairing the Black Dragon over the past month. Captain, food, fresh water, and fruit have been purchased and are ready to go. Another group of pirates who had prepared the provisions shouted competitively. Captain, the 8th batch of Marine Headquarters investigators sent to probe the explosion has gradually withdrawn. We expect to sail safely tonight. Another group of pirates reported. Roland nodded. He took out a parchment map, spread it on the table with a flourish, and finally circled an island named Baozong Island as their destination for this voyage. Yes, this banquet was both a celebration of farewell and a send-off. After more than a month, their Black Dragon was finally repaired. The treasure hunt they had long planned was about to begin. But before that, Roland cast a subtle glance at Robin. Mulao noticed Roland's look and also cast a subtle glance at Robin. Robin noticed their gazes. She knew it was time for her to leave. Under the night sky, a waning crescent moon hung solitary. Below, Robin stood alone, still residing in the apartment Ranjia had helped her find. Now she was packing her belongings. She changed into her originally dirty, but now clean clothes, folding the remaining garments into 2 piles, one of old clothes and one of new clothes she had only worn for a few days. Roland had bought her those new clothes before taking her to work at the tavern, saying the cost would be deducted from her monthly wages. But before the month was even over, the tavern had burned down, and she had already been paid a month's wages in advance. So these clothes were not hers. She had to return them. But Ranjia's tavern had been reduced to ashes by fire, and the Black Dragon Pirates' headquarters was far too distant. In the end, driven by some inexplicable impulse, Robin returned to the dock of Dojia Town and boarded the Black Dragon, disguised as a fishing boat. Big sis. Many pirates had already gathered on the Black Dragon. Seeing Robin, they greeted her warmly. Robin replied softly. By the way, the captain said your room is 302. And just now the captain and old Moo seemed to be looking for you about something. I understand. I'll go tidy up my room first. Robin responded again, thinking she would quickly return the clothes and slip away. But just as she took a few steps, an inexplicable surge of emotion made her stop. Big sis. I want to know, why do you call me Big Sis? Robin turned and asked. Feeling her question was a bit vague, Robin added, I mean someone like me who boarded halfway and was picked up by Roland. Why do you? Robin resisted this unfamiliar warmth. Yet she also clung to it. Huh. Several pirates blinked in confusion, ready to laugh it off, but saw the earnest look in Robin's eyes. Immediately, many pirates answered Robin's question. Some said that being picked up by the captain meant one foot was already in the Black Dragon Pirates. They cited Manka and several other young pirates present as examples. All of them were initially picked up to be sold for a good price, but the black market was too shady, so they ended up staying in the crew. Some said that their Black Dragon pirates were often called brainless by other crews, and they just happened to need a clever big sis. A clever young pirate even asked Robin in return if the giant hand that had suddenly appeared above their heads was her doing, for otherwise that miraculous scene was inexplicable. Of course, most simply thought that Captain Roland had taken a liking to Robin. If there ever was a future, wouldn't Robin be the genuine big sis? Moreover, during the rescue of Ranjia and her daughter over 10 days ago, Robin had indeed helped them avoid many pitfalls, so they were willing to call her big sis from the bottom of their hearts. Whoosh. The waning moon hung solitary above, a few strands of cool moonlight streaming through the window. Back in her room, Robin neatly folded the new clothes and spent a while writing a farewell letter, leaving it on the table. She had originally planned to slip away quietly. But if she did, and everyone thought she had been kidnapped by some villain, they might go searching for her. So she left this farewell letter. For a moment, she even wanted to explain her reasons for leaving face to face. But she was afraid. Afraid that once they knew she was Nico Robin, the devil child, this warmth would vanish instantly. She had encountered this too many times. This world had no place for her. So leaving like this was fine. In the days to come, she would remember that a small pirate crew had once called her Big Sis. It's fine. Robin nodded and walked out. Big Sis, where are you going? A young pirate noticed Robin about to disembark and asked with concern. I forgot something, I need to go back. Robin smiled. Hey, what did you forget? Leave it to me, I'm fast. The young pirate said enthusiastically. No need, I'll go myself. Alright, but Big Sis, you'll have to hurry. According to our Black Dragon Pirates rules, the last person to board has to stand night watch for 3 straight days. Robin stepped off the Black Dragon and walked toward the town. At a corner where no one could see her, she retrieved a bundle she had hidden earlier, then returned to the dock. Since the Marine Headquarters investigation into the base explosion had basically concluded, many more ships were docked at the town's pier tonight, some of them bound for other seas. Tonight was the perfect night for the Black Dragon Pirates to set sail, and also the perfect opportunity for her to leave. She closed her eyes, activating her devil fruit ability to search for a ship that could take her out of the East China Sea. But her attention kept being drawn by sounds from afar. Even from a distance, she could still hear the laughter and shouts from the Black Dragon. Robin, what are you thinking? Robin rubbed her cheeks, casting aside the distracting thoughts. She took one last look in the direction of the Black Dragon, then moved to sneak aboard a ship, leaving the East China Sea. Hey, where are you going? A voice suddenly came from behind. Robin's body stiffened slightly. She saw Roland standing on the dock, a bottle of wine he had brought from a restaurant in his hand, as if he had come out for some fresh air, and happened to run into her. See, Captain. Hey. Roland raised a hand to stop her. Don't call me Captain yet. Although everyone has accepted your identity. Roland's gaze sharpened. Spill it. Who are you really? As he spoke, Old Moo walked over from the other side of the dock. The two cornered Robin. Roland continued, don't tell me you're just an ordinary person. Our Black Dragon pirates may be simple-minded, but we're not all idiots. You can keep up with my speed, unlock things from a distance, and navigate like a GPS to find where Ranjia and the others were held. By any measure, you're far from ordinary. Tell me, who are you, and what ulterior motive do you have for hiding your identity? Aye. Robin shook her head, desperately wanting to deny it. Speak. But faced with the unrelenting pressure from Roland and Old Moo, Robin could only let out a long, helpless sigh. She had hoped to preserve a beautiful memory, but it seemed it was nothing but a delusion. Fine, you guessed correctly. I did hide my identity. Robin lightly traced her cheek. In an instant, her freckled face turned fair and lovely. Even her figure changed slightly, becoming more slender and taller. If before Robin, under the alias Ben Luo, had a face worth 7 points, now she was easily a 9.5. My name is Nico Robin from O'Hara. Nico Robin. O'Hara. Roland murmured the two names to himself. As someone who had stopped reading One Piece after Roger's death, he truly had no reaction to these names. First, from O'Hara. That seemed to be the place she hailed from. Yet he had recently crammed the basics of this world, including which nations existed. But the books he bought contained no mention of O'Hara at all. And Nico Robin. Why did that name sound so familiar? As if somewhere. Wait, Nico Robin. Robin. Roland's eyes flew wide open as he stared at the Robin before him in shock. Connecting that to her ability to sprout numerous palms, and the name Robin. That was exactly the protagonist of the doujinshi he'd read before his transmigration. You're the Robin who can sprout 2 butts. Roland blurted out almost involuntarily. Robin was completely baffled by Roland's words. She had even braced herself for a complete turnaround in attitude from Roland and Old Moo upon learning her identity, curses, and abuse. But what did the Robin who can sprout 2 butts even mean? True, she could indeed sprout 2 butts with her devil fruit ability. But that description. Fortunately, Old Moo was still the sane one here. Nico Robin. You're the devil child Nico Robin. Old Moo exclaimed belatedly. Old Moo, you know about her? Roland asked curiously. Old Moo nodded and said, at 8 years old you were already wanted by the world government for 79 million berries. You destroyed 6 naval warships and sank the evacuation ship carrying many ordinary citizens of O'Hara. You're a veritable demon. I didn't. Robin blurted out, almost instinctively wanting to argue. But no matter how she denied it, no one in this world would believe her. No one would believe a demon. Sure enough, Roland and Old Moo continued to stare at her with scrutinizing eyes. It wasn't me. I never destroyed any naval warships, and I never sank any evacuation ship. Robin kept on arguing. She so desperately wished someone would believe her, just once. Yet Roland and Old Moo's scrutinizing gazes remained unchanged. I really didn't do it, you have to believe. Robin's voice grew faint, tears glistening in her eyes. Huh. Roland and Old Moo exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in the other's eyes. They had been pressuring Robin because they thought she was hiding something else. But from her reaction. Wait. Roland suddenly thought of a possibility. So your hidden secret is just your identity as Nico Robin. Huh. For a moment Robin's mind went blank. She couldn't quite grasp Roland's words. What did he mean by just your identity as Nico Robin? Wasn't her identity as Nico Robin explosive enough? Every time before when she revealed her identity, the kind couples who had taken her and instantly changed their faces, cursing why she didn't just die, regretting why they ever sheltered such a demon. The kind old grandmother would say it was fine, she understood, but then secretly report her to the Marines while she was asleep, claiming Nico Robin had just tried to strangle her. Even pirates who were also wanted upon learning her identity would think only about how much her head was worth and whether killing a demon like her counted as a major meritorious deed. When a person has been in darkness for so long, even a single ray of light can be unbearably dazzling. Robin was exactly in that state now. She simply couldn't comprehend Roland's reaction. Robin took a deep breath, forcing her expression back to normal. All right, I've said what I needed to say. You can kick me out now. As routine as the laws of nature. Whenever she revealed her identity, everyone would throw her out. Without exception. Wait, why would we kick you out? Roland genuinely couldn't follow Robin's logic this time. Can't you speak clearly? So far it's you who's been trying to leave. Roland pointed at the huge cargo ship at the dock ahead, the one Robin had just been planning to sneak onto. Are you looking down on the Black Dragon pirates, so you wanted to slip away? That was the only reason Roland could think of. After all, the highest bounty in the history of their Black Dragon pirates was only 5 million berries. And Robin here had a bounty of 79 million berries. Compared to someone so formidable, their pirate crew probably seemed like child's play. I don't. Robin quickly shook her head, then whispered, I really like the Black Dragon pirates and everyone on board. Then why? I destroyed warships, I sank the evacuation ship, but you said you didn't you? Whooshed. The cold moonlight spilled onto the sea beside them, and the wind howled, whipping the waves against the stone pier with a rhythmic crash. One after another, the world fell silent. Robin blinked and her eyes reddened. It took a full half-minute before she remembered to wipe the tears streaming down her face. Then, as if desperately grasping for something, she abruptly turned to Old Moo. Old Moo knew what Robin wanted to ask. That was what the world government said, not what I said. Old Moo said with a hint of amusement. An 8-year-old child destroying 6 warships. How useless would the Marines have to be? Believing such nonsense is as hopeless as those idiots who think the Black Dragon pirates eat 8 people a day. Old Moo didn't care at all, refusing to believe such tales. As if to add weight to his words, he continued. Besides, the reason we became pirates in the first place was that we couldn't stand it anymore and beat up some Marines who were freeloading. Then we were immediately branded criminals, accused of being accomplices to some pirate, and that's how the Black Dragon pirates were born. So when it comes to the Marines and the world government, take it with a grain of salt. Roland finally understood why Robin thought they would kick her out and why she tried to sneak away. This woman thought her identity was a burden, that they wouldn't accept a big villain like her, so she wanted to leave. But I. Robin's lips trembled. That's enough, we believe you. Roland waved his hand dismissively. Damn, it's no big deal. Besides, go ask around. Half the town's already cursing our Black Dragon crew. Rumors say we eat 8 people a day. Who doesn't have a bad reputation? Roland absolutely refused to believe Robin was a demon. When they went to rescue Sister Ran, Robin led the way, charging ahead even faster than he did. When the fight broke out with the Marines, he noticed Robin using her ability to support the entire battle, preventing countless comrades from dying. At the critical moment of the explosion, she used her power to block the brunt of the blast, saving everyone present, including those women who had been kidnapped by the Marines to be sold. A demon? Not even close. If it were an ordinary person, they'd first use their power to protect themselves, not exhaust themselves to shield others they had no connection with. A demon who saves people. Then what are the Marines who stamp death certificates and secretly sell the dead off? Angels. Besides, even if she were a bad person, it didn't matter. They were pirates, not Marines or police. Good or bad, who cares? Those who treat them well are good, those who want to kill them are bad. It's that simple. In fact, Roland and Old Moo had already sensed something suspicious about Robin's identity back when they rescued Sister Ran. Over the past 10-odd days, they hadn't called her out on it, waiting for Robin to confess on her own. But they were about to set sail, and Robin still hadn't volunteered anything. That's why they had been so aggressive earlier. They really thought Robin had some huge, unspeakable secret. If they didn't push her, would she really keep it hidden forever? Alright, it's late now, and we're about to set sail. If you really want to leave, we won't stop you. Or rather, even if we wanted to, we probably can't beat you. You're welcome to come back, but we have 3 rules. You can't take my spot as captain. Roland wasn't afraid of Robin being a demon, but he was a little worried that the hot-blooded young pirates of the Black Dragon crew, upon hearing Robin's bounty, would cheerfully rally behind her as their new captain. After all, Robin's bounty was far too high for a small crew like theirs. Also, you did board the ship before, but then you sneaked off. So according to Black Dragon pirate rules, you'll be on night watch for the next 3 days. Roland said no more. He walked with Old Moo toward the Black Dragon. Robin stayed behind alone. She sniffled then. Wait for me. Robin followed Roland and Old Moo toward the Black Dragon. The moon above was still a crescent, for only a little over 10 days had passed since that full moon night. But when the moon wanes, the stars shine brighter than ever. Night, with a lonely crescent moon above and twinkling stars scattered across the sky. Below the night, the members of the Black Dragon pirates, Big Sis, set sail. At 10 o'clock that night, the crew assembled, and the Black Dragon hoisted its anchor, departing from the pier of Pod Town. After they had sailed far enough from the town site, they raised the Black Dragon skull flag that represented their Black Dragon pirates. Such an act would be considered disgraceful in the orthodox pirate world. But they had thick skin. Captain. The members of the Black Dragon pirates turned their gaze toward Roland. Destination Treasure Island. Who? The Black Dragon was a sailing ship, its power reliant solely on wind and ocean currents, leaving little room for human intervention. At 11 o'clock at night, after leaving a few necessary crew members for night watch and steering, the rest went to sleep. Strange, I recall there being several reefs in that area. On the deck of the Black Dragon, the old helmsman remarked with slight surprise. It must be high tide. The tide rises quite strongly at night. A young pirate scratched his head, consulted a navigation book to confirm, then nodded to himself. If you ask me, we should have set sail during the day. It's pitch black at night, can't see anything. During the day? What if someone saw us raising the pirate flag? The old helmsman scolded. Well, that's true. The young pirate chuckled dryly. Tap, tap. Just then soft footsteps approached from behind. The 2 pirates, one old and one young, instantly became alert. It's me, boss. Robin nodded. She was in charge of the night watch tonight. It was worth mentioning when they learned that Robin was to take 3 consecutive night shifts. The Black Dragon pirates deeply felt the captain lacked understanding of how to treat a lady. Back then a pirate had volunteered to replace Robin, but Robin herself refused. May I ask, where are we going to search for treasure? Robin inquired to confirm. No need to be so formal, boss, the old pirate said with a wave of his hand. We're heading to Treasure Island. Treasure Island. Robin's expression turned peculiar. She knew they were going to the so-called Treasure Island, but she had never heard of such an island in the East Blue. Oh, that's Balu Island. But folks around here are more accustomed to calling it Treasure Island, the old pirate explained. Balu Island, the island of ill omen. Robin's eyes lit up. Even she had heard of Balu Island. If she recalled correctly, Professor Clover had once collected documents about Balu Island. There's that saying too, but this old man doesn't believe it. Robin nodded, then asked with slight confusion. But I remember Balu Island should be to the east, right? Why does it seem we're heading southeast? Boss, you don't understand. The young pirate pulled out a hand-drawn chart of ocean currents and explained with a grin. The current we're riding now will suddenly veer north after a few hundred kilometers, and eventually we'll reach Treasure Island. Robin nodded, her doubts dispelled. Meanwhile, above the restaurant where the Black Dragon pirates had recently feasted in Pod Town was the most famous hotel in the area. With the Navy headquarters investigation into the base explosion basically concluded, many detained outsiders were finally allowed to leave, freeing up quite a few hotel rooms. Smoker, Tashigi, and Tina no longer had to stay in temporary tents. But Tashigi couldn't find any joy in this. The end of the detention meant the investigation results from headquarters had been finalized, yet their own investigation had yielded no progress. Tashigi, let's go out for a stroll. I hear the night market here is famous. Pushing open the closed door, Tina invited Tashigi. No. Tashigi's face was sullen. Tina stepped in, placing a hand on Tashigi's arm. Come on, get some fresh air. You've been gloomy all day. I said no, and that's final. Tashigi pushed Tina away, her mood at its worst. That morning they had already received confirmed news. Headquarters had held a memorial service for over 400 Marines, including the bald-headed Marine. Even Captain Mouse received commendation and was on track for promotion. The final conclusion was no different from what they had seen at headquarters days ago, except for an additional verdict confirming the death of the entire Black Dragon pirates. And to top it off, they had raised the bounties of the Black Dragon pirates, whom they had already deemed dead. Because the bounties were too low, they needed to be increased to reflect the bravery of the 16th Branch Marines. But the death of the Black Dragon pirates was not to be announced publicly for now. Instead, after some time, they would claim that Captain Mouse had wiped them out. A roundabout way to pad Captain Mouse's resume. But this conclusion was fundamentally wrong. If the Black Dragon pirates had all been blown up, then how could she be alive and well right now? Knock, knock. Just then a knock came from outside the door. Who is it? Tina asked warily. It's me. It was Smoker's voice. Come in, the door's unlocked, Tina said. Smoker pushed the door open and got straight to the point. Tashigi, are you absolutely certain that it was the Marines who kidnapped you, not the so-called Black Dragon pirates? You don't believe me either? Tashigi stared at Smoker in shock. Smoker was silent for a moment, then pulled a stack of documents from his coat. Here, take a look. The documents were simple. They were death certificates, already stamped, all dated before the base explosion. This proved one thing: days earlier the Black Dragon pirates had already captured many people. Tashigi was dumbfounded. I really didn't see wrong. It must be the Marines. Those Marines forged the death certificates. I'm not mistaken. I swear by the justice I believe in. Tashigi's eyes were utterly serious. In that case, Smoker clenched the 2 cigars in his mouth. Let's go. Where to? Tina asked. The 16th Marine Branch. Smoker continued, we've investigated everything here. Most of the wreckage from the explosion site was sent to the 16th branch by the earlier investigators. If it's as you say, we might still find a trace. Whoosh! Just then a clamor erupted outside, drawing the attention of the 3. What's going on out there? I think I hear people shouting pirates. Smoker opened the door, about to ask what was happening, when he saw a large crowd of men rushing madly outside, shouting something about Empress Sama. Empress! The Kuja pirates! Tina suddenly realized something. She quickly walked to the window and looked out. There at the dock of Pod Town, a large ship, pulled by 2 massive serpentine snakes, came into view. The perfume, Yuda. It really was the Kuja pirates. Why were they here? At the same time, in a hidden corner of Pod Town's dock, a figure in black also noticed the Kuja pirates appearing at the dock. The Kuja pirates. Why are they here? Does this place really have something special, as the boss said? The black-clad figure pondered for a moment, deciding it was necessary to report this to the boss. Brew, 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 mister. The setting sun grazed the sea's surface, painting the sky crimson. The canvas sails of the Black Dragon were billowed by the evening breeze, only to sag and slacken moments later. Tonight marked the 3rd day of the Black Dragon's voyage. As it had been the routine for nearly a month now, Roland had cultivated the habit of practicing his armament hockey at dusk. From the stern of the Black Dragon, a series of low, muffled detonations and the shouts of a young man could be heard. Roland took a few sips of water, thinking he'd rest a bit longer before dinner, only to hear a sudden commotion from the bow deck. Almost simultaneously, a young pirate came rushing over. Captain, something terrible has happened. The golden surface painted by the setting sun lay like a boundless silk cloth gently spread between sea and sky. There was no wind, no waves, not even a whisper of sound to disturb the stillness. Had this been on Blue Star, many might have sighed at the serene beauty of this sunset seascape, a testament to nature's tranquility. But Roland, who arrived right behind, and the rest of the Black Dragon pirates had no mood to appreciate such so-called beauty, because there was no wind. Or rather, there was only a whisper of wind, one utterly insufficient to move the Black Dragon beneath their feet. I truly don't know what's going on. I swear I was following the ocean currents. The navigator pirate wept profusely, baffled as to how he'd nearly led everyone into the calm belt. He'd heard that the calm belt wasn't just windless. The seas there were the lair of colossal sea kings. He had nearly caused a catastrophic blunder. Let me see that current chart you mentioned, Robin asked, extending her hand. Here. The young pirate tremblingly handed over a chart book. Robin quickly flipped through it, confirming the navigational knowledge within was sound. She gave it another cursory scan, then fixed an incredulous gaze upon the young pirate. Some currents change with the seasons. Didn't you know that? But it doesn't say that here. The young pirate looked utterly bewildered. It's written, but in the later sections, Robin replied. Are you really a navigator? Roland stared at the young pirate in disbelief, seriously questioning his credentials. I think so. What do you mean, think so? You either are, or you aren't. Captain, I've only been studying for half a month, and I haven't finished learning yet. I've only read half of that book. The young pirate answered truthfully. The deck fell into a deathly silence. Everyone felt the urge to slap themselves. How careless had they been to let a half-baked navigator lead them into the open sea? And they'd sailed for 3 days before realizing it. That shouldn't be. Besides, Captain Halson wasn't Old Ray there. Old Moo remarked from the side. Their crew was fairly large. Apart from the deceased Captain Halson, there was an old pirate named Old Ray who was proficient in navigation. Uncle Moo, you forgot. Old Ray didn't make it half a month ago. A middle-aged pirate nearby reminded him. The statement plunged the scene into another awkward silence. So we don't have a single person who knows how to navigate now, Roland said, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Captain. The pirates all looked at Roland, hoping he had a plan. But Roland genuinely had none at the moment. He'd only learned the term calm belt from Old Moo last time. Do we have oars? Robin asked from the side. She pointed at the distant sea and continued. I can see waves moving over there. And here there's actually a bit of wind, just too weak. We're probably near the edge of the calm belt. Let's row towards those waves, it's not too far. We have some. I'll get them. Soon pirates brought out several oars from the storeroom. There weren't quite enough, but they also had plenty of spare planks on board. Will these planks work? Yes. Robin nodded, then extended her hand to carefully feel the wind direction, noticing that even this faint breeze was blowing towards the calm belt. Also furl the sails. It had to be said, in terms of meticulousness, the roughnecks of the Black Dragon pirates were no match for Robin. Robin lived up to her title as the big sister, directing the operations with calm composure. But speaking of which, could there be giant sea kings here? What if? Shut your trap. We're near the calm belt, not in it yet. Besides, even if a sea king shows up, no need to fear. We'll blast it to bits. We just need to row over there, right? A hot-blooded young pirate grabbed an oar, first grunting as he headed for the bow. Wait. Roland, as if sensing something, called out loudly to stop the young pirate heading for the ship's edge. What's wrong, Captain? The young pirate turned around, bewildered. The next moment, splash. The water's surface exploded as a colossal monster burst forth from the sea. Damn, it's a sea king. Aren't we not in the calm belt yet? Why is there a sea king? Idiot. Sea kings exist in all seas. Stop yelling. Get the cannons out and blast this beast to hell. The Black Dragon pirates had some serious firepower. The moment the colossal monster appeared, veteran pirates rushed into the hold and hauled out 2 cannons and several crates of cannonballs. These were second-hand cannons the Black Dragon pirates had bought at a high price from the black market, powerful enough to repel a sea king. Boom, boom, boom. Loading, aiming, and firing were executed in one fluid motion. In an instant, the previously quiet sea was filled with the roar of cannon fire. Damn it, why isn't this beast running away? We're near the calm belt, so these sea kings are larger than usual. Our cannon fire isn't powerful enough to scare it off, Robin warned from the side. Yet a flicker of curiosity crossed her mind. Sea kings were usually bizarrely shaped, but this enormous creature before them was distinctly serpentine in form. Can you handle it? Roland asked Robin. I'll try. Robin clasped her hands together, activating her Hana no Mi powers, but soon shook her head helplessly. Robin's combat style relied heavily on catching enemies off guard and snapping their necks. But this sea king was far too massive to break its neck, and some sea kings were so oddly shaped that finding a neck was impossible. This creature was both. Roland's expression turned grim. In truth, this wasn't the first sea king they'd encountered on this voyage. Yesterday, they had driven one off with cannon fire. But this one was a size larger than yesterday's. Still, it was manageable, because Roland could clearly see that the cannonballs were having an effect on the monster. This meant one thing. His own fists might be able to hurt it too. Give me cover. Captain, I'm going to punch it away. The crew of the Black Dragon all widened their eyes, their first thought being that the captain must be joking. But then they recalled the scene from over 10 days ago when Roland punched a marine soldier into the sky. If he could unleash that kind of power again, a mere Sea King might not be enough of a challenge. Cover the captain. Old Mu commanded decisively. Fire. Fire. The gunners fired. Larger Sea Kings seemed more intelligent. They wouldn't get too close to human ships, preferring to use their massive bodies to churn up giant waves and capsize the vessels like toys. Stomp. Stomp. Roland pushed off with his arches, sprinting to the deck's edge in quick strides, then leaped with all his might. Second bloom. Robin clasped her hands, activating her devil fruit power. The moment Roland was airborne, 2 palms sprouted from his heels. Roland used the push to leap again, while his armament hockey furiously concentrated on his fist. Get lost. His fist coated in armament hockey slammed solidly onto the Sea King's skin, which was already scorched from the cannon fire. Roar! A pained shriek erupted. Tears sprang from the monster's eyes, and its serpentine body slithered away in a flash. Captain, are you okay? I'm fine. Back on the ship, a smile spread across Roland's face. But before the Black Dragon pirates could celebrate, the massive serpentine monster that had fled turned around and swam back towards them. Not only that, but another serpentine monster accompanied it. Did we beat up the kid, and now the parent's coming? Roland wondered, puzzled. The moment they saw the other creature, a pirate immediately climbed the crow's nest to get a better look. The crew eagerly asked him what was happening, only to hear him stutter, "It's a ship." What's going on? See, Captain, there's a ship. Those 2 monsters seem to be pulling a ship. Captain, there's a ship. Those 2 monsters seem to be pulling a vessel. As the words fell, a colossal ship, fully 4 times larger than the Black Dragon, emerged into view. Quick run. Upon seeing such a gigantic ship, the first instinct of the Black Dragon pirates was to flee. Roland's initial reaction was also to run. His mind was filled with, what kind of ruthless individual could subdue such a monster? Such a formidable person was absolutely not someone he could afford to provoke at his current level. But escape was impossible. Their Black Dragon was a sailing ship, and they were now at the edge of the calm belt. The border of the calm belt had only a whisper more wind than the calm belt itself, and even that faint breeze was blowing toward the calm belt. Some pirates immediately grabbed oars, hoping to brute force their way to escape by rowing. But the Black Dragon was a large ship, but despite their utmost effort, they only managed to move a few meters. Moreover, there was no time to flee, for within half a minute the enormous vessel had already drawn near. How rude. Little serpent merely wished to greet you all. A cold yet dignified rebuke rang out. Everyone looked up in extreme tension, only to see rows of women holding bows standing at the edge of the giant ship, staring down at the members of the Black Dragon pirates, including Roland. In their midst stood a woman adorned with golden earrings, bearing an imposing aura. This extraordinary woman was also the owner of the dignified voice from moments ago. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful. However, the Black Dragon pirates had no time to dwell on her beauty, for everyone felt a piercing, oppressive pressure. Under this pressure, they had no doubt that this single woman alone could kill everyone on the ship 100 times over. Most crucially, as the giant ship drew closer, they finally made out the flag fluttering above it, and recognized who these people were. A pirate crew consisting entirely of women, the Kuja pirates, and the woman standing in the center was most likely the legendary. Captain, you take everyone and run, as this old man has lived long enough. Old Mu shouted sternly, assuming a rearguard stance. Don't talk nonsense. I'm the damn protagonist here. Roland clenched his teeth, his hidden fist gathering armament hockey with furious intensity. In his heart, he cursed this wretched world 100 times over. The Black Dragon pirates had just lost someone a little over 10 days ago. Now, before even reaching their destination, they were about to lose more. Captain, take the young ones and run. Almost simultaneously, many old pirates stepped forward alongside Old Mu. They were aged veterans who would not be so easily charmed by a pretty face into losing their wits. Besides, they were the ones who during the last turmoil had chosen the seemingly weaker Roland, harboring a fearless, ruthless spirit in their hearts. In an instant, a scene of heroic sacrifice unfolded on the deck of the Black Dragon. Yet to the surprise of the Black Dragon pirates, the terrifying woman seemed to have little interest in them. She beckoned the sea serpent that Roland had driven away, gently stroked its injured head, and then spoke coldly to the people behind her. Hurry up. Clank. A bridge connecting the 2 ships extended from the giant vessel, and then snapped onto the deck of the Black Dragon. 2 figures, one tall and one short, walked over from the deck of the giant ship. Huh. The Black Dragon pirates all paused in surprise at the sight of these 2 figures, because they seemed to have seen those 2 before. If memory served, one of them was among the many women who had been locked in cages earlier. The other one too seemed familiar, and Roland recognized her even more, because the shorter, or rather younger, figure spotted Roland among the crowd, her eyes lighting up as she called out, "Big brother who sells naughty books." Time passed briefly. So you're from the Kuja pirates, and that girl is also joining the Kuja pirates. Roland looked at the black-haired woman named Alan before him, saying in astonishment, "There really are people from the Kuja pirates." A few young pirates nearby widened their eyes. They were the ones who had been in the cell with Manka earlier. Back then, having heard that the adjacent cell was full of women, they had speculated whether they were from the Kuja pirates, and indeed there was one among them. Ignoring the exclamations from the bystanders, after all, the Kuja pirates were the center of attention wherever they went. Alan nodded and said, "Yes, I was on a mission in the East Blue under the Empress's orders, but unfortunately encountered a storm. The little girl found me on the beach. Then the day after the little girl disappeared, I was also captured by a group of villains. As for what happened afterward, you can probably guess." Roland understood. So from any perspective, he had saved members of the Kuja pirates. But weren't the Kuja pirates supposed to be incredibly powerful? As if reading Roland's thoughts, Alan said with some embarrassment, "If I hadn't been injured, those scoundrels would have been no match for me." Roland nodded in understanding, then looked up at the perfume Yuta. He saw that the rows of women from earlier had already dispersed, with only a couple of female pirates who had never seen a man before curiously peering over. Alan misinterpreted, thinking Roland wanted to ask about the Empress. Yes, the most beautiful woman just now was Her Majesty the Empress. After I was rescued that night, I immediately contacted the Empress. When she heard that I had almost been sold by human traffickers, she brought her people right away. After all, the Empress herself wants. The black-haired woman realized she was about to slip up and quickly covered her mouth. In any case, our Kuja pirates are not like ordinary pirates. Her Majesty is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, so there's no need to worry about safety. Moreover, our Amazon Lily is a nation protected by the world government. Roland knew what she wanted to ask. Glancing at the little girl on the other side, he shrugged indifferently and said, "If she wants to join you, let her join. I'm not her guardian, or a distant relative, or anything." "What? But I've heard that you asked the Navy about the girl's whereabouts." Alan blinked. A living person suddenly goes missing. There's nothing wrong with asking around, is there? Roland said. Alan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. True. The two didn't stay on the Black Dragon for long before leaving. Before leaving, the little girl who loved making faces unexpectedly asked Roland for books meant for adults, insisting that she was already grown up. Roland certainly refused, saying he would give her some when she came of age. Alan once again expressed her gratitude. She also gave him a token of the Kuja pirates, saying that if they ever went to the Grand Line, they could call upon their name. But Roland thought the token was quite useless. Why would he ever go to the Grand Line for no reason? However, the Kuja pirates did them a great favor before leaving. They helped them get back to the windy, wavy sea. But the sea serpent pushing the Black Dragon was the same one that Roland had beaten up earlier. It clearly held a grudge, and while pushing the ship with effort, it deliberately sent large splashes of water crashing onto the deck. On the perfume Yuta, a bunch of people whose total bounty is less than 10 million. I really don't think they deserve our friendship. Even if they did save our people. Behind the Empress, a rough-looking female pirate shook her head. Exactly. And they even hurt Little Serpent. Many female pirates behind her chimed in agreement. Still, being from the East Blue, yet mastering armament hockey, is quite surprising, someone remarked. No, according to the latest wanted posters, their total bounty should have exceeded 30 million berries. Moreover, that man doesn't only have armament hockey. I saw with my own eyes that he, like Her Majesty, also possesses Conqueror's hockey. Conqueror's hockey? Are you sure? Absolutely. Oh. Boa Hancock, who had been silent at the bow, suddenly had a flicker of surprise in her eyes and turned to look at the distant Black Dragon. She hadn't observed that man closely earlier. What a pity, she thought to herself. Watching the 9 serpent pirates sail into the distance, the crew of the Black Dragon pirates still found their hearts unsteady. It was not until the dead of night that their agitation began to subside. This was too thrilling. Though it was a misunderstanding at that moment, they truly believed they were doomed. Rounded up, hadn't they just survived an encounter with a Shichibukai? At the bow of the Black Dragon, Luo Lan leaned against the railing, letting the sea breeze wash over him. Beside him stood Luo Bin, also enjoying the wind. The crew, perhaps sensing that Luo Bin was the woman Luo Lan had his eyes on, tactfully left the two alone. Doesn't it feel a bit like I'm the protagonist of a shonen manga? Luo Lan said with a grin. After rescuing someone and resupplying, we set off for the next destination, and a princess sees me off. Maybe a little, but neither of them is a princess. Luo Bin recalled the scenes of Luo Lan's actions and replied seriously. After a pause, Luo Bin asked again, but seriously, if they really tried to kill us, would you take me and run? Do you want the truth or a lie? What is the truth and what is the lie? Luo Bin inquired. Well, Luo Lan turned sideways to look at her. Luo Bin blinked, meeting his gaze earnestly. Why are you staring at me? I was asking which one you want to hear first. Luo Bin laughed at herself awkwardly, waving her hands in front of her face. She thought for a moment and said, I'll hear the lie first. The lie is that I would definitely take you with me. Luo Bin's heart stirred. But then she realized it was a lie. Then what's the truth? The truth is, of course, I wouldn't take you with me. I'd definitely escape with the other brothers. Luo Lan said matter-of-factly. You've only been on my Black Dragon pirates for how long? 3 days ago you were still trying to slip away. If anyone should be leading the escape, it should be you taking me. Of course, if you had been with the Black Dragon pirates since last year, you'd be a veteran, and then I'd never abandon you. There's actually another situation where I definitely wouldn't leave you behind. Oh, what's that? Luobin asked curiously. That's when you let me have a little fun. Luobin didn't initially understand what fun meant until she saw the mischievous grin on Luoland's face and his accompanying gestures. How improper. Hey, what's improper about it? Besides, your surname is Luo and mine is too. Isn't that fate? Nico is my surname. Close enough, close enough. Not even close. They exchanged a few more light-hearted words. All right, enough of this nonsense. Luolon waved his hand, brushing aside the jokes. I came to ask you how much longer until we reach Treasure Island. I just heard that place has a fixed flood season. The night after the flood subsides is the best time for treasure hunting. We've lost a lot of time these past few days. If we miss it, it'll be a disaster. It was worth mentioning that after learning the previous navigator was only a half-baked amateur who had led them astray, none of the crew dared to trust him with the route again. They figured that among so many people on the ship, surely someone had sailing experience. But after searching high and low, not a single person stepped forward. In the end, Luobin volunteered to give it a try. The crew figured that since she had fled from the West Blue to the East Blue, she must have at least some experience, so they agreed to let her take the helm. The ocean currents of the four seas were not particularly complex, and with Luobin's quick learning ability and her past experience fleeing, she managed to roughly steer them in the right direction. Probably about 4 or 5 more days, Luobin estimated. That's not too bad. Luolon waved goodbye and went to find Mu Lao. By the way, Mu Lao, I remember you mentioned before that aside from Sea Kings, there are quite a few Marines there too. Yes, there's a Marine branch nearby. A branch? Which one? Marine Branch 16. The branch captain is. Captain Mouse. In the East Blue Kokoyashi village. Nearly half a month had passed since their narrow escape. Unlike the other kidnapped women who immediately returned home, Nami had more important matters to attend to. She needed to save money to buy back her village. After leaving Beanstalk Town, Nami dared not rest for a moment. Only after making some gains elsewhere did she return to Kokoyashi village. Docking her small boat at the village pier, Nami eagerly ran home to hide her money. But she found Arlong's men blocking her doorstep. Nami, you're back. Nami, how much money did you bring this time? At the head sat Arlong in a chair surrounded by the rest of the Arlong pirates. They saw Nami return and greeted her with open arms, then snatched her money pouch. Tisk, not bad, 2 million berry. Nami can draw sea charts and make us money. I'm almost reluctant to bully her. Ha ha ha. The laughter crashed over her like a tidal wave, drowning Nami alone. Arlong, what are you doing? At that moment, Nami looked up sharply, her eyes blazing red as she stared at him. Relax, Arlong, keep my word. Arlong raised his head proudly. I'm not like you humans. I'll allow you to buy back this wretched village for 100 million berry. So today I didn't lay a hand on your sister or the villagers. But a smug smile spread across Arlong's face as he revealed the purpose of his visit. Nami, I heard you used my name to escape, didn't you? You are indeed my surveyor, but you're still just a human. So for the use of my name, I'll charge a fee. 20 million berry. That's not too much, is it? No way. Nami roared, refusing to admit she had fled under Arlong's name. Hearing this, the smile on Arlong's face vanished instantly. Without another word, he reached out and grabbed Nami by the neck, then squeezed. The strength of a fishman far exceeds that of an ordinary human, let alone a shark fishman like Arlong. He choked Nami until her face turned purple and her veins bulged. Just before he completely snapped her neck, Arlong let go and hurled her to the ground like a sandbag. This is why I despise lowly humans. Especially humans like you who refuse to tell the truth. Arlong's tone was flat without even a blink. Cough. Nami coughed violently, spitting out bright red blood, as if it were free, her head spinning from the impact. Instinctively she tried to stand, but the world swirled before her eyes. Her body wobbled, and she collapsed back to the ground. Hey, has Nami had too much to drink? A member of the Arlong pirates jeered. Idiot, Nami is clearly dancing. You're the idiot. Our navigator Nami must have fainted from sheer joy. Kaha. The Arlong pirates erupted in boisterous laughter. Their leader Arlong seemed to relish the scene. He sat back on his chair, tilted his head back, nostrils flared, looking down at Nami with disdain. Seeing her stir again, he rose and walked over to her. Then he raised his foot. Stomp, 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 stomp. This is why I hate lying humans. Arlong continued, but Nami, since you're an executive of my Arlong pirates, I won't be too harsh. How about this? My fee only increases to 40 million berries. What do you say? Quite a bargain, right? After saying this, Arlong spread his arms wide in a show of sincerity. His muscular body was covered in the unique scales of a fishman, glistening under the sun. Arlong looked down at the human he had trampled into the dirt, a smile returning to his face. With just a few words, the price had jumped from 100 million to 140 million berries, an effortless feat. And knowing Nami as he did, this foolish woman would surely work even harder to earn money to buy back that worthless village. As for Nami refusing his generous offer, impossible. I told you I didn't. Nami clawed at the ground, screaming defiantly. Fine, I admit it. I did use the Arlong pirate's name to scare off my captors, and I intended to use your reputation to escape. But those guys didn't believe me. They went to confirm. But before the one who left to check could come back and release me, someone burst in and beat the crap out of my captors. So, my survival has nothing to do with any of you. Nami stood up in one swift motion, her face twisted with fury as she glared at Arlong. With a fierce look, she roughly shoved past Arlong, knocking his arm aside, snatched the money bag, and strode away. The mocking laughter from the Arlong pirates abruptly ceased as they stared wide-eyed at the departing Nami. Arlong stood frozen in place. He had just been defied by a human. And not just any human. Nami, one of those they had bullied for years. This was impossible. That Nami. Arlong's face darkened as he came to his senses, feeling his authority had been insulted. Don't worry, boss Arlong. I'll go kill her right now. She's just a mere human. Someone immediately shouted in anger. Hey, you're not really going to kill her, are you? Without Nami, who's going to draw our sea charts? Another shook his head as the Arlong pirates truly needed Nami's talent for cartography. The two groups argued back and forth, but ultimately they all turned to Arlong. We'll definitely beat her, but we'll wait until she gets home. Arlong waved his hand and laughed. Caw. She probably doesn't know we've already figured out where she hides her money. If we go now, she might move it, and that would be a disaster. I, Arlong, am a man of my word. I'll allow her to buy back her village for 100 million berries, but whether she can hold on to her money is her problem. After all, she's just a lowly human. Caw. Arlong laughed heartily. Nami in the end didn't go home. Besides not wanting anyone to see her battered and bleeding head, the villagers didn't seem to welcome her either. After all, she had openly joined Arlong's crew. And despite her, Arlong had made her the one to collect the village's protection money over the years. After hiding her earnings, Nami returned to Arlong Park. Unsurprisingly, she got beaten up again. It was nothing. She was used to it. Back in her room filled with sea charts, Nami's tears streamed down her face. She tried desperately to wipe them away to stop herself from crying. Not out of some cliché be strong mantra, but because she had more important things to do. She needed to buy back her village as soon as possible. She had no time to waste on such pointless things. She immediately spread out a map of the East Blue, searching for her next target. From Lobetown in the far west to the uninhabited lands near the Red Line in the east, from the frozen polar regions to several islands bordering the calm belt. Nami's gaze swept across the map repeatedly. Places too poor were out of the question. No profit to be had there. Places too wealthy were also off limits. In particularly affluent areas, besides heavier marine presence, the local defenses were not to be underestimated, making it easy to get caught. And she'd better avoid places she'd already hit this year. At that moment, for reasons she couldn't quite explain, she suddenly wanted to pull off something big. Or perhaps it was the island her gaze had settled on that gave her this confidence. The island on the map was named Baru Island. She had heard of it. The legend of treasure hidden in its surrounding waters had persisted for a century, leading many to call it Treasure Island. Most importantly, she had visited Baru Island once the previous year. But back then, it wasn't the treasure rumors that had drawn her there. Rather, she had targeted the wallets of the many treasure hunters who flocked to Baru Island. Yet it was that visit that made her realize the rumors of treasure on Baru Island might very well be true. If I could actually find the legendary Baru treasure, maybe I could buy back the village in one go. At this thought, Nami's heart beat a little faster. And even if she couldn't find the treasure, the throngs of people from all over who gathered on Baru Island during the treasure hunting season were a huge and easy target. Not to mention the mix of people during the hunt was perfect for a pickpocket like her. With that in mind, decision made. Next target, Baru Island. The East Sea. After several days of arduous sailing, the Black Dragon pirate crew finally stumbled into the waters surrounding Baru Island. It was upon reaching these seas that Roland suddenly realized something. He began to understand why this island, known as the Treasure Island, also bore the ominous reputation of the Isle of Ill Omen. It was the sea currents. To be precise, the currents were extremely chaotic. Roland had learned from books that the world could be roughly divided into 5 regions, the 4 seas of east, west, south, and north, along with the Grand Line. The waters of the 4 seas were mostly calm, with gentle winds and stable currents. As long as one did not recklessly venture out during a typhoon, there was little meteorological danger. But this sea was different. Strong winds, fierce and erratic waves. Ships passing through these waters were highly prone to accidents. The multitude of shipwrecks naturally earned it a name of ill omen. On Blue Star there were also many similar places. However, the fame of Baru Island's treasure overshadowed its fearsome reputation. I've recently looked into it. Baru Island indeed had rumors of treasure very early on, almost simultaneously with the Isle of Ill Omen rumors. But overall, the treasure legends came a few years earlier. On the deck of the Black Dragon, Robin spoke with a smile on her face. Previously, she wasn't entirely sure if Clover Sand had actually investigated such a small island in the East Sea. But after actively consulting relevant books these past days, her old memories surfaced. She was now certain that Clover Sand had indeed spent some time investigating Baru Island, and that was even before their research on the Void history. What was on this East Sea island that could have piqued Clover Sand's interest? With this thought, she grew increasingly eager for the treasure hunt. You seem very interested in history. Roland asked curiously. Of course I'm an archaeologist. Robin spoke confidently. An archaeologist. Wait, an ologist. Several pirates behind them overheard Robin and said in shock, doesn't that mean she's a scholar? Yes. Hearing this, the members of the Black Dragon pirate crew stared in astonishment. Many of them were illiterate, barely knowing a single character. Yet among their crew there was actually a scholar. They lowered and stowed the Black Dragon skull flag, hoisted the flags of the Oikit Kingdom and those under the protection of the world government, and framed their deep-sea fishing permit in a case. As a group of law-abiding fishermen passing by to replenish supplies, they smoothly landed on Baru Island. At that moment, in the hotel closest to the dock on Baru Island, the receptionist stared at the registration form in her hand with a strange expression, then looked at the oddly dressed group before her. She had something to say, but hesitated. Although during treasure hunts many people came to the island trying to conceal their identities, and even pirates came to try their luck incognito. But not even bothering to make up a fake name was too much. Who would actually call themselves that? After a long pause, the receptionist spoke. This red-nosed gentleman, you and your... Damn it, who are you calling red-nosed? The red-nosed gentleman screamed hysterically, as if provoked, drawing the attention of many in the room. Not far away, Roland was among those waiting at the counter. How that guy's nose is actually red, Roland muttered softly. Almost simultaneously, damn it. Who just said my nose is red? Come out. Buggy scanned the room. He had clearly heard someone mention his red nose again. Too outrageous. In less than a minute, 2 people had called him red-nosed. Did they think Buggy the pirate was a pushover? Buggy fiercely wanted to cause a ruckus. His crew behind him desperately grabbed his pant legs, tears streaming down their faces. Captain, don't do this. I don't want to eat prison food. Captain, we agreed before coming. Absolutely no trouble. They were pirates after all. And the Marines' 16th branch was not far from here. If they attracted a large number of Marines, wouldn't they be finished? Besides, if we get caught by the Marines, we won't be able to hunt for treasure, right? Treasure. Buggy perked up at the keyword. Suddenly his back stopped aching, his legs stopped hurting, and he even forgot about the receptionist calling him red-nosed. Buggy cleared his throat and said as calmly as possible, Ahem, sorry, I don't like people commenting on my nose. By the way, what were you about to say? This, Mr. Clown, our hotel does not allow pets. The receptionist glanced at Moji and the lion Richie behind Buggy, then back at Buggy. Buggy also glanced at the two, then ignored their don't abandon us looks and said with a grin, no problem, they can sleep on the street. Huh. The receptionist was utterly taken aback by Buggy's ruthlessness. All right then. But before she could finish the check-in, the Den Den Mushy beside her rang with a brew. Answering the Den Den Mushy soon came the reply, sorry, the last 3 rooms have also been booked. You can book rooms by Den Den Mushy. But we were here first. They have special identities, please understand. Special identities. Could they be more special than us? They seem to be Marines. Sorry, we take that back. At another counter, sorry, no rooms available. Finally, it was Roland's turn only to hear this result. He wasn't particularly angry. With keen hearing, he had already overheard the conversation at the red-nosed man's counter before the receptionist told him. Seeing that Roland wasn't annoyed and was tall and handsome, the receptionist added a few words, you're also here for the treasure hunt, right? Roland remained silent. Of course, he wouldn't reveal something like treasure hunting. You should have come earlier. That red-nosed. The moment the receptionist said red-nosed. Who said my red nose? The red-nosed gentleman shouted loudly as if he had super hearing. But without clairvoyance, he scanned the room and couldn't pinpoint who had just insulted him. The receptionist averted her gaze from Buggy and casually corrected herself. We thought that Mr. Clown was the last treasure hunter to arrive, but you came even later. In any case, if you come treasure hunting again next year, I suggest you come earlier. There should be other hotels and inns in town. You can look around. All right. Roland watched the receptionist as he left, then glanced at Buggy, who was still shouting, and muttered to himself. Come to think of it, that Mr. Clown seemed to have been here last year too. Leaving the hotel, Roland and his companions headed further inland. They had chosen the hotel nearest the dock precisely because it allowed them to monitor the movements of the nearby sea and make a quick escape if necessary. Since the hotel was fully booked, there was no choice but to try other inns or lodgings. Fortunately, Baru Island was a large island. Baru Town was also a sizable town boasting numerous lodging options. Yet after visiting 7 or 8 hotels and inns, Roland found them all completely full. Moreover, the staff all seemed to assume they were treasure hunters. This was peculiar. Upon inquiring, they learned the reason. Within just the past fortnight, over 10,000 outsiders had flooded into Baru Island, all of them seeking the fabled Baru treasure. Old Moo, why do I suddenly feel this treasure hunt of ours is a bit dubious? Roland lamented on the verge of tears. If he were the only one who knew of a legendary treasure, he would think it likely false with only a slim chance of being true. If 100 or so people were competing for it, he might think it highly probable to be genuine. But with nearly 10,000 participants, he strongly suspected this was some sort of hype cooked up by the islanders themselves. Yet the concept of hype didn't seem to exist in this world. Old Moo scratched his head awkwardly. He had obtained the treasure map years ago, and fearing the naval patrols had never actually visited the island. He had no idea it would be like this. Baru Island has indeed had rumors of treasure for a long time. I can vouch for that, Robin interjected, offering a way out. Upon hearing this, Old Moo's confidence bolstered slightly. He was just about to echo Robin's words when she continued, of course it's also possible that the Baru treasure was taken long ago and the finders simply kept it a secret. Cough cough. Old Moo choked on his words. He mentally added, that girl Robin is quite mischievous. Old Moo, are you alright? I'm fine. Old Moo waved his hand. Robin isn't wrong, but let's set aside whether it's reliable or not. At the very least, we are more reliable. Others who come to Baru Island are just chasing rumors, but we have an authentic treasure map. Old Moo declared, thumping his chest with certainty. Treasure maps. Fresh treasure maps. Just then a shout from afar caught the attention of Roland and the others. A tall woman was hawking her wares on the other side of the street, clutching stacks of paper. Wait, those weren't flyers. Were they treasure maps? She was selling treasure maps. What the? You can buy treasure maps now. Some pirate wailed, making their treasure hunt feel even more dubious. Then everyone turned to look at Old Moo in unison. Cough cough cough. He coughed violently once more, wondering why someone was always undermining him. Our treasure map is an old one, and we got it from a group of pirates. When we first got it, we had it appraised. Though we couldn't verify its authenticity, it was clearly aged. Old Moo's words were laden with the implication that their map was nothing like the fakes sold on the street. I've seen that map too. It is indeed old, at least 10 to 20 years old, Robin added. Old Moo waited for a moment, relieved that Robin didn't continue to undercut him. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fresh ones, and aged ones too. At that moment the woman's voice rang out again from nearby. Everyone looked at Old Moo in unison once more. Damn woman, she's doing that on purpose. Unlike the others in the Black Dragon Pirates, Old Moo lacked their rough and tumble demeanor. He was usually refined and easygoing, rarely angered. But today he was truly irritated. Why did she have to single him out? Old Moo stormed over furiously. The others followed, curious to see what was going on. To their relief, the treasure maps the woman was selling were not the same kind of thing they had in mind. Treasure hunt event? Roland asked with a strange look. Yes. The woman, named Ame, was actually only 14 or 15, a girl who merely looked older than her age. Ame nodded emphatically and continued, this is a special event from our treasure hunt house. We bury treasures in the nearby seas and provide clues and maps for guests to experience the real thrill of a treasure hunt. But this is Treasure Island. Why would we look for a fake treasure? One of the Black Dragon pirates asked in confusion. We know that. Many outsiders are drawn here by the legend, but the real treasure isn't so easy to find. That's why our treasure hunt house was born. Ame continued her enthusiastic introduction, then cast an expectant gaze upon Roland. Sir, would you like to buy a few maps? It's still early. My father and I can set up the treasure tonight, and you can start tomorrow. Roland cut her off. Honestly, this event sounds quite interesting. Also, those shouts of yours just now were deliberately aimed at us to attract customers, right? Well, Ame blushed and scratched her head, surprised at how quickly she'd been seen through. Realizing the customer wasn't angry and even found their event interesting. Ame's heart skipped with joy, then sir. But before she could finish, Roland shook his head. However, you've probably guessed that we're here for the real treasure. Still, he had to admit Ame's treasure hunt event would fit right in at some scenic spots back on Blue Star. But this was the world of One Piece. The seas were far from peaceful, and they weren't here to play games. The group lost interest and began to leave. A few of the younger, more hot-blooded pirates showed a flicker of interest, but it quickly faded when they remembered their quest for the real treasure. Wait, if the price isn't right, we can negotiate. Seeing her potential customers slipping away, Ame hurried after them, making a last-ditch effort. Also, our treasure hunt house offers lodging. Lodging? They all stopped in their tracks. Following Ame, the group quickly arrived at an inn named Treasure House, its exterior fitting its name perfectly, a vivid, lively treasure chest. Unexpectedly, this inn was situated right in the heart of Baru town. It was an old establishment, appearing somewhat well-dated compared to the other pristine hotels and inns on the island. Of course, it was far from shabby, just showing signs of age. Moreover, the large characters of its sign, Treasure House, bore pockmarked scars clearly indicating it had been replaced before. Inside, the inn was clean and tidy. The ground floor housed a tavern with a bar, while the upper floors served as lodging. The ultimate invincible thunderclap, BUBU Treasure House. Roland, gazing at a line of small text on a menu inside that hadn't been updated, yet wore an expression of utter bewilderment. This place was previously called that. Yes, Ame nodded in confirmation. And the sign? I had my father take it down. What guest would ever walk into a place with such a childish sign? Ame pounded the table in frustration. It's not childish at all. The ultimate invincible thunderclap by UBU sounds incredibly awesome. A boy of 8 or 9 suddenly appeared from nowhere, shouting at Ame. Aji, we have guests. Mind your manners. Ame scolded him, then apologized to the group. Sorry, this is my little brother. Actually, our treasure house used to have decent business. At the bar, a middle-aged man turned around, sliding freshly mixed drinks toward them. Good business before? Robin inquired curiously. You bet. How else do you think we landed this prime spot in the town center? Back then nobles from various countries would come here to play. The man's voice swelled with pride, but then he added, but ever since a few years ago when the Navy claimed sea kings were dwelling in these waters, our business has dwindled. He concluded, a hint of sorrow in his tone. Honestly, if we don't get more customers, soon I'm considering closing up shop and switching trades. Daddy! Aji yelled instinctively at the mention of closing. Aji, are you asking for a spanking again? Ame grabbed Aji by the collar and dragged him to the backyard. Soon the sounds of sharp slaps and tearful pleas echoed over the wall. Sorry, you'll have to excuse that, the man sighed, returning to the matter at hand. So all 6 of you will be staying here, right? Yes. Then follow me. Indeed, only 6 of them would stay in town. The rest remained aboard the Black Dragon or were scattered elsewhere gathering intelligence. Primarily, it was because the Black Dragon pirates had too many members. 100 people walking together would be far too conspicuous. Also, they simply didn't have the funds to lodge everyone. In one of the treasure house's rooms, an orange-haired girl suddenly perked up her ears, catching the commotion outside. Huh, this place actually has guests. Well, then you're the next unlucky ones. She quietly cracked open the door to see who the next targets for her wallet lifting would be. And then she saw them. Why them? Nami's jaw dropped, unable to believe such a coincidence could happen in this world. In the inn's backyard. Sis, are we really going to close down? Remember how much fun it was when Dad took us treasure hunting? Aji's rear end was stinging, but his mind was elsewhere. Sai, we have no choice but to close if we can't attract customers on May's side. She didn't want to see the treasure house shut its doors or change trades either, but they had to make a living. If it's all the Navy's fault. There are no sea kings here, they just made it up. Why is it that in nearly a century there were no rumors of sea kings around here, but suddenly there are after that rat colonel took office? Aji, shut it. Sis, we won't have to close if we get customers right. What are you planning? The next morning dawn just began to break on the distant horizon. Cobwebs overhead glistened with dew as the buggy pirates' men and a lion huddled together, shivering in a corner of an alley. At that moment, damn it, this is just like last year. Buggy yanked a cobweb off his head, wondering why he was so cursed with bad luck. As a pirate obsessed with treasure, he'd heard last year about a legendary treasure on Baru Island. Overriding all objections, he'd risked capture by the 16th Branch Marines to seek it out. However, back then they hadn't figured out what fake names to use to blend in, and ended up sleeping on the streets for a month. And they never even found the treasure. This year the buggy pirates were back, and they'd finally settled on fake names, simply reversing their own. Moji became Jayam, and Richie became Irch. Everyone else was fine, but, arg, what's wrong with me being called Jibba? What do you mean, who'd be named Jibba? At least make up something believable. And then they called me a pervert. Finally, they found a hotel that didn't throw them out, only for their rooms to be snatched away by some Navy soldiers who showed up out of nowhere. No. Buggy fumed. I'm going to go blast those hotels to bits. Captain. The buggy pirates desperately clung to Buggy's legs, refusing to let him cause a ruckus. Woof woof. Just then a skinny white dog trotted past them. Seeing this, Moji chimed in, Captain Buggy, look, compared to that starving stray, we're actually pretty lucky. At least we're not hungry. As if understanding their words, the white dog trotted over, picked up a big bone from behind it, and raised its head, as if showing off to Buggy and the others. Moji hesitated. Well, at least it's like us, it has no place to stay either. Woof woof. The white dog seemed to understand Moji's comment. It barked twice, prompting Buggy and his crew to step aside. Then wagging its tail, it sauntered into the doghouse they had been blocking and settled comfortably inside. Captain Buggy, I've heard people say that a person's luck can't be bad forever. Our fortunes are bound to turn around. Captain Buggy, I hate dogs. Buggy sprang up furiously, commanding the lion Richie. Go, bite that white dog to death. Roar. The lion Richie let out 2 mighty roars, and then, well, that was it. Arg. Damn it. Buggy went completely berserk, raising his foot as if to unleash a buggy ball to kill the dog. Captain, no. Damn it. Even a mere mutt dares to bully me, Buggy the clown. Do you think my buggy ball is a joke? Captain. The Navy over there. I think those are Navy soldiers. Captain. Marines. Those appear to be Marines, warned a member of the Baji pirate crew. No matter who comes, if I don't kill this dog today, I'll change my surname from Ba. I swear it. Baji declared with unbridled fury. But those seem to be Marines from headquarters. What? Baji halted mid-motion and turned to look. Though they wore no Marine uniforms, as a pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million berries, he recognized them. Not far away, the woman strolling with another bespectacled lady was unmistakably Marine headquarters Captain Tina. Hey, where's the captain? Several members of the Baji pirates suddenly noticed Baji had vanished. What are you waiting for? Run. Baji shouted back over his shoulder. Woof, woof. Tashigi and Tina strolled together through the streets of Baru town. As for Smoker, he was a grown man, he wouldn't be so foolish as to waste time accompanying 2 women on a leisurely walk. He'd rather spend that time investigating the explosion incident and Captain Rat. Huh. Tashigi paused mid-step, blinking as she glanced into a nearby alleyway. Strange. I could have sworn I just saw a group of people being chased by a dog. Tina turned to follow her gaze. There was no one there. Only a white dog barking. You've been too tense lately. You're always jumpy. Tina changed the subject, offering comfort. Let me tell you some good news. At this, Tashigi's eyes lit up. Have you finished investigating the 16th branch? Tina's expression stiffened. She hadn't expected Tashigi to bring that up. No. Tina shook her head, retrieved a pack of ladies' cigarettes from her sleeve, and placed one between her lips. It's about Smoker. He'll likely be reassigned to the East Blue to station at Lowtown. Though for us headquarters officers that's practically exile, Lowtown has a special background. It's not a bad posting. After you graduate, you'll serve as Smoker's adjutant and accompany him to Lowtown. Your rank will be a headquarters corporal. Don't underestimate a corporal. It's a headquarters corporal after all. Moreover, Lowtown is a unique location. There will always be reckless little pirates trying to reach the Grand Line. With some effort, promotion will come quickly. Of course, if you slack off, then forget I said. Tina was speaking to herself, but stopped mid-sentence. She noticed Tashigi's reaction was somewhat unusual. Though not exactly jumping for joy, she should at least have said something like, really, or that's great. She glanced back at Tashigi and saw a hint of worry on her delicate face, as if she were preoccupied with something else. You don't seem very happy. Tina asked. Tashigi snapped back to reality. What? No, I'm fine. If I remember correctly, haven't you always wanted to become a full-fledged Marine? Tina shook her head. Tina doesn't understand. That's true, but... Tashigi paused, fidgeting as she kicked a pebble by the roadside. I still want to get to the bottom of the explosion first. I overheard their conversation. Pod Town was just one of their human trafficking bases. If we don't thoroughly investigate and root out the real cancer, who knows how many innocent people will be captured and sold. Not to mention those deeds were committed by Marines. At this, Tina fell silent for a long moment, then let out a helpless sigh. They had been at the 16th Marine Branch for 3 days now. Yet the investigation into the base explosion had made little progress. The explosion debris was unrecognizable. Aside from confirming that the blast had been extraordinarily violent, there was nothing useful to glean. Unable to reconstruct the events through trace evidence, they turned to investigating the backgrounds of the Marines who had died at the Pod Town base, hoping to uncover irregularities from their past deeds. After all, their approach differed from headquarters' investigation. Headquarters focused on the cause of the explosion, while they taking Tashigi's testimony as truth looked into the 16th branch and Captain Rat. But every record they uncovered was spotless. Helping old ladies cross the street, rescuing civilians from pirates, and not a single bad habit. It was as if it had all been fabricated. Initially, Tina had been skeptical about Captain Rat's guilt. But as the investigation deepened, she grew increasingly convinced that Captain Rat was indeed hiding something. All those impeccable records seemed to conceal some greater secret. Yet suspicion alone meant nothing. They were Marines. Marines deal in evidence. Even Smoker, that problem Marine, only beat up those Vice Admiral's sons because they had used their status to bully others. Stop thinking about all that. We came out to relax. Leave the headaches to Smoker. Let's not dwell on this. Tina repeated herself. Suddenly a commotion erupted nearby. Let me go. Hey, you little brat, you dare bite me. A shifty-eyed man was gripping a boy by the neck, shouting curses. If Roland were present, he would be astonished to recognize the boy as Aji, the innkeeper's son from yesterday. Stop. Tashigi rushed forward at once. But when she saw the man's face, she froze for a moment. You're Captain Rat's adjutant. Tashigi identified the man. Tina followed close behind her gaze, turning wary upon recognizing him as Rat's adjutant. You're tailing us. Had they been discovered? The adjutant's face paled slightly. He couldn't understand how they had found him out. Indeed, Captain Rat had sent him to monitor Tina. But he couldn't admit that. Tailing you? What are you talking about? The treasure-seeking season on Baru Island is coming up. The place will be swarming with all sorts. I'm here to maintain order. The adjutant's acting was impeccable, his voice dripping with emotion. As for you, I don't understand why you harbor such hostility toward our 16th branch, especially after so many of our comrades sacrificed their lives not long ago. Just because Smoker doesn't think the investigation is over, does that mean our 16th branch deserves to be torn apart? Tears of grievance welled in the adjutant's eyes as if he were truly the victim. Tina was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Although their investigation had been tacitly approved by Sengoku, many of their procedures were technically irregular. But try telling Smoker to follow procedure. As a result, the 16th branch was now in utter chaos. Literally, with chickens flying and dogs jumping. Tina dismissed the topic and scolded, never mind that. No matter what, you're a naval officer. Is it appropriate for you to bully a child here? Bully him, the Lieutenant Rat retorted, displeased. He had been quietly monitoring Tina and her companion when this brat kept shouting for customers nearby, drawing attention. Unable to endure it any longer, he had struck the boy to shut him up. I didn't buy anything from him, yet he pestered me to force a sale. And you say I'm bullying him? The Lieutenant Rat said without a hint of shame. I did not. Aji was utterly frustrated. He knew that if he couldn't find more customers, their treasure shop would close, so he had risen early to attract one more patron. Yet before he could even open for business, this scoundrel had beaten him. Moreover, the force of the blow was clearly intended to snap his neck. You're Marines too. Would you rather believe a brat who forces sales than the justice of a fellow Marine? The lieutenant rat declared with righteous indignation. You're lying. Aji glanced around and suddenly noticed a surveillance den mushy in front of a nearby shop. There's surveillance over there. Dare you come with me to check? Surveillance. A spark of insight flashed in Tina's mind, and she suddenly thought of something. Meanwhile, at the Baru Island dock. Ah, damn it. Those shameless bastards. If it weren't so close to the 16th branch, I'd kill them all. Exactly. Disembarking from the Black Dragon, Roland and his crew headed toward the inn, cursing incessantly. Even Robin, a woman, looked rather displeased. The waters around Baru Island were rough with strong winds and turbulent currents. But at the same time, each year there was a brief period of stability lasting a few hours during which the seawater level would inexplicably drop by 5 or 6 meters. This period was known as the treasure hunting season, greatly facilitating treasure seekers. However, they held accurate treasure maps. So they had set out early, intending to reach the marked location on the map, scope it out, and see if they could retrieve the treasure. Yet shortly after the Black Dragon set sail, several ships followed them. Guessing their intent, they pretended to stop and dive into a wrong area, and those people immediately sent divers down as well. Taking advantage of the moment, they quickly set sail again, but the group abandoned their own comrades in the water to stubbornly pursue them. Like a stubborn plaster, they couldn't shake them off no matter what. Fearing that the true treasure location would be exposed, they ultimately had to turn back. Sorry, I'm holding everyone back, Robin said apologetically. All their ships were similar sailboats, powered by wind and currents. To shake off those pursuers required superior navigation skills. Robin, with her experience crossing oceans and exceptional learning ability, had barely managed to guide them to Baru Island, but finer details were too much for her. It's not your fault. Those guys are just too shameless. Looks like we need to find another navigator. Easier said than done. Navigators are extremely rare, and we're pirates. We could train that half-baked one further starting from coastal waters, but that would keep us from venturing into the open sea for a while. Training a navigator takes a long time. If only we could meet a skilled navigator here. Dream on. Huh. Captain, isn't that the innkeeper's son over there? As they walked, a young pirate suddenly exclaimed in surprise, pointing at a figure not far away. At the street corner, 4 people were gathered, shouting, as if about to break into a fight. Roland looked over and was momentarily stunned. Indeed it is. And isn't that the shrew? Roland's gaze fell on Tashigi. There's surveillance over there. Dare you come with me to check? Aji pointed to a shop not far away. Following his gaze, the lieutenant rat saw a surveillance den mushy there and felt a bit uneasy. But he couldn't lose face. How dare I not? However, as a righteous Marine, I won't trouble them over such a trivial matter. Don't you want me to buy your stuff? How much? I'll take it. Without waiting for Aji to refuse, the lieutenant rat snatched a treasure map from his hand and tossed a few bills at him. As for you two. He turned to face Tashigi and the others. After this matter is settled, Lieutenant Rat, and I will report everything that happened here to Marine headquarters. Even if you're from headquarters, you shouldn't bully us like this. The Lieutenant Rat grumbled as he walked away. It was obvious what had just happened. Thud, thud. At that moment, footsteps approached, accompanied by a voice shrew. Moi. Tashigi was startled. The only person in this world who would call her a shrew was probably that vendor of porn books, the young pirate. Delighted, she almost turned around, but then remembered Tina was beside her. Tina was a proper Marine. If she were to impulsively arrest Roland, what then? With that thought, Tashigi pretended not to hear. So it is the boss's son. The Black Dragon pirates approached Aji and said, You're Aji, right? Since you're here, go tell your dad, we'll be back late for dinner. Got it. Aji replied, recognizing Roland and his crew as guests who had checked in yesterday. I'll go now. You know each other. Tina frowned. Not really. He's the innkeeper's son, Old Moo said casually. What happened? Looked like a fight was about to break out, a young pirate asked. Nothing. Just an idiot bullying someone, Tina answered. How it really is, you shrew. I thought I'd misidentified you. Roland had called out earlier, but when she didn't respond, he thought he'd been mistaken. He circled around, stepped closer, and saw clearly. It was indeed that hypocritical woman named Tashigi. Shrew. Tina looked at Roland with a strange expression, confused as to how this man who had suddenly appeared also knew Tashigi and called her a shrew. Don't come over. Tina will arrest you. Tashigi screamed internally, hoping Roland and his crew would leave quickly. But fate had other plans. Tina looked suspiciously at Roland and Tashigi, then asked, Do you two know each other? Of course, no. The first half came from Roland, the second from Tashigi. The crowd turned to look at Tashigi in unison, puzzled by her intense reaction. Not good, she thought to herself, realizing her response had been overly dramatic. She coughed and feigned ignorance of Luolan. Sorry, who are you? She genuinely hoped that Tina would not recognize them as members of the Black Dragon Pirates. Hey, you little brat, one of the Black Dragon Pirates grumbled. We saved you back then, and now you're turning your back on us. Safe. Tina looked at the Black Dragon Pirates, then at the visibly nervous Tashigi. After a moment's thought, a hint of slyness flickered in her eyes. If she wasn't mistaken, these were the Black Dragon Pirates that Tashigi had mentioned, the ones who had saved them. She also understood why Tashigi was reluctant to acknowledge them. She was afraid Tina, as a Marine, would arrest them. This was also why Tashigi had been unwilling to go out while in Pod Town. So it's you. Tashigi mentioned you when she returned. But she's a bit slow-witted and very shy. Tina smiled, trying to hint that she wouldn't take action. She was indeed a Marine. But excluding the bounty that headquarters had inflated to pad Captain Mouse's record, the total bounty of the Black Dragon Pirates, over 100 members, didn't even exceed 10 million. That alone showed how amateur they were. She wouldn't disappoint Tashigi over such small-time pirates. Not to mention, they had rescued so many people from that explosion. That alone was enough to earn an amnesty. That was her thought, and she said as much. But suddenly her gaze fell upon a woman behind the group. Despite some disguise as a young Marine branch captain, she recognized her instantly. A wanted criminal with a bounty of 79 million berries. Nico Robin, the Devil Child. In an instant, a murderous aura surged from Tina, and her hidden hand quietly transformed into a barrier shape. Don't. Tashigi grabbed Tina's hand, tightly sensing her movement. Please, she begged, genuinely believing Tina was about to capture the Black Dragon Pirates. Marines arresting pirates was a matter of course. But Tashigi couldn't bear to see Roland and the others arrested because of her. That would be repaying kindness with enmity. Moreover, the truth of the matter hadn't been fully investigated. Please, she repeated, feeling the force of Tashigi's fingers and seeing the redness in her eyes. Tina sighed, her murderous intent gradually subsiding, and her devil fruit ability receded. But she still stepped forward. Sir, may I ask you a question? Would you be willing to speak privately? Tina stared at Luo Lan, her voice calm and unhurried. No. Luo Lan refused, bluntly, thinking the woman must be insane. Who are you? Coming up to me with a question and wanting a private word. How do I know you're not planning to take advantage of me? No matter how familiar one acted, this was too much. Tina was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how anyone could be so shameless. Yet she couldn't find fault with him as they had just met. Suddenly, she felt a sense of failure in trying to assert dominance. Tina is disappointed. She muttered her habitual phrase, then continued unabashedly in the same calm tone, of course you can refuse. But if I'm not mistaken, you are pirates. She scanned the group. At her words, the Black Dragon Pirates all stared at her intently. Miss, perhaps my earlier words were abrupt, but I have no idea what you're talking about. We are honest fishermen, Luo Lan said in a low voice. Tina ignored his response and continued, how quickly do you think the Marines of the 16th branch can arrive here? Are you threatening us? Luo Lan stared at Tina, his deep eyes trying to pierce through her. Are you a Marine? As a small pirate crew, the Black Dragon Pirates had no access to higher-level information, so Luo Lan truly didn't recognize Tina as a Marine from headquarters. A Marine? I'm not a Marine, Tina laughed. But you, a bunch of pirates, dare to sneak in here looking for treasure. Her voice was laced with irritation and discontent, as if she resented the possibility of pirates sharing the treasure. As long as she wasn't a Marine, it was fine. Thinking this, Luo Lan relented slightly. What do you want to ask? Tina glanced discreetly at Nico Robin. I think we should speak privately. Fine, Luo Lan agreed. Captain, the Black Dragon Pirates gathered around, unwilling to let him go alone. As seasoned pirates, they could sense this woman was no ordinary person. There are many of us, we can fight her. No need, Luo Lan shook his head. Not only did they not know her strength, but even if they won, what then? They were on a main street. If a fight broke out, the 16th branch Marines would arrive quickly. Losing the treasure would be one thing, but getting caught by the Marines would be a greater loss. Then, if things go wrong, take Tashigi hostage. Understood. Soon Luo Lan followed Tina. Luo Lan had expected a private word around a corner, but the woman led him through several twists and turns. What's your name? Tina. Tina didn't hide her name. There were many people with the same name in this world. Where are you taking me? Luo Lan asked as they walked. I'm increasingly suspecting you're taking me to a hotel to strip me and have your way with me. Are you a rich woman? He pressed. No need to test me. Of course, if you want, I can be a rich woman, Tina said with a forced smile. After a few more steps, she stopped in a secluded alley. Here, no one around, very safe? Yes, very safe, and no one. A smile spread across Luo Lan's face. With a stomp, he lunged, swinging his prepped fist at Tina's head. Arrogant. Tina raised her hand to meet him, but she sensed the extraordinary power in his fist. Hockey. Tina, a young officer from headquarters, was naturally familiar with hockey. Abandoning the idea of a direct confrontation, she sidestepped to evade Roland's fist. Then she swiftly swept her leg in a high kick. What lovely legs. Roland chuckled, retracting his fist and turning his hand into a palm, aiming to seize Tina's thigh and completely subdue the woman. But the next moment, he saw Tina's long, slender, and fair legs transform into pitch-black steel bars, crashing toward him with terrifying force. A devil fruit user. Roland dared not underestimate her and quickly dodged to the side. Although he had mastered armament hockey, he knew that unless his hockey was several levels stronger, there was no clear dominance between the two. The true power of armament hockey was to enhance attack and defense, and to grasp the flowing bodies of Logia users, but it couldn't nullify a devil fruit user's abilities. The only thing armament hockey could somewhat counter was the elementalization of Logia users. Even that couldn't be called a counter. Armament Haki merely granted one the qualification to fight against ability users, especially Logia users. To give a crude analogy, a person from a prestigious family can easily stand in a high position relying on their family's resources. An ordinary person might, through relentless effort, eventually stand in the same position. But you can't say that the ordinary person's effort counters the family's background. The only two things that truly counter ability users are seawater and the legendary sea stone. Only these two could make ability users unable to use their powers while also rendering them weak. Perhaps the Yami Yami no Mi could also be added. Of course Roland knew all this from books. How dare you shamelessly ambush a woman? I'm a shameless pirate, isn't that what you said? Again. Bam. 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 For a time a series of low metallic clashes echoed through the narrow alley. It didn't last long. I don't understand what makes you think you can threaten us. Roland's contemptuous voice rang out. His fist was just a hair's breadth away from Tina's throat. With a little more force, he could gravely wound the woman. Oh, why don't you try? See if my neck is harder, or if you'll be the one to lose your manhood. Tina's voice was languid. The iron bars she had conjured were also a hair's breadth from Roland's groin. I've heard that's the most painful spot for you men. Tina's smile remained unwavering. But Roland couldn't help a cold sweat on his forehead. Yes, although he seemed to have the upper hand, he was actually the one at a disadvantage. He could keep throwing punches, but his armament Haki couldn't nullify the devil fruit user's abilities. At that moment the woman's neck would turn into steel bars. He could only hurt her at most. But as for himself, of course in a fight one must never lose face. To be honest, I'm a lecher. Ever since I learned Haki I've considered hardening that area. So go ahead, let's see who's harder. Roland said calmly. Oh, is that so? Then I'm even more intrigued. Tina smiled, and made a smacking sound with her lips, its meaning unclear. This woman. Roland cursed her 100 times in his mind, but outwardly, he showed nothing. Of course I wouldn't mind, but judging by the ring on your finger, you must be unmarried, right? Although you mistake me for a pirate, I'm really just an ordinary person yearning for justice. I can't bear to tarnish an innocent girl's reputation. Tina was genuinely amazed that Roland could still spin such nonsense at this moment. So let's count to 3 and let go together. Fine. I didn't want to fight you anyway. 1, 2, 3. Let go. Neither Roland nor Tina moved. You cheated. Same goes for you. After another stalemate. One more time, and this time you can't cheat. I'll give you the same advice. This time neither played any tricks, realizing that continuing this standoff was pointless, so they both let go simultaneously. Tell me, what exactly did you come to see me about? I already said I just wanted to ask you something. I heard about your deeds from Tashigi, and I thought you could give me an answer. Tina said with a smile. Then get on with it. Tina pondered for a moment and fabricated this story. I have a friend whose country experienced a regime change with a new dynasty replacing the old. But the new dynasty's claim to power might have been somewhat illegitimate. To erase the old dynasty's influence, the emperor ordered the burning of many related books, creating a blank in history. But my friend believed that history, whether good or bad, should not be allowed to vanish. He visited many places, found some partially burned books, and through oral accounts he pieced together that period of history. But later the new dynasty discovered what he had done, found him, and killed him. Tina shook her head, puzzled. I don't understand. My friend just wanted to restore the truth. Why was he killed? I don't understand either. Why would you ask a stranger like me for his opinion? Roland retorted. You'll understand later. Tina said. Go on then. Tina's smile faded, and she returned to her usual serious demeanor. In fact, her earlier frivolous attitude had been an act. What's there to say? In my view, your friend was like a lantern in a cesspool. Tina didn't understand. In other words, asking for death. Asking for death. Tina finally caught Roland's meaning. So you think he was guilty? Otherwise, if I'm not mistaken, when the new dynasty burned the relevant books, they must have strictly forbidden anyone from keeping them, and the penalty for discovery was death. Yes. Then who else would die if not him? That was Roland's genuine thought. A new dynasty with a somewhat illegitimate claim, trying to erase unfavorable events and the old dynasty's influence. This was perfectly normal. Take the simplest example, the 35th year of Hongwu on Blue Star. Of course, asking for death is one thing, but whether it has positive significance is another. Or did her friend know that what they were doing would lead to death? If they did it without knowing, they deserved it. If they knew and still did it, then the nature would be entirely different. It could still be called foolish and stubborn, but it could also be called facing death unflinchingly. Of course, he didn't know what this woman's stance was, so he wouldn't be too absolute. Roland expected the woman to press further, but she seemed quite satisfied with his answer. Excellent. I'm very pleased with this answer. Let's go back. Whoosh. In an unnoticed corner, a pair of eyes and ears attached to the wall silently withdrew. At the same time, Robin, who was with Tashigi and the Black Dragon pirate crew, lowered her clasped hands. She opened her eyes, a hint of gloom in her expression. How is it? Is the captain okay? Old Mu asked anxiously beside her. Roland is fine. That's good. Mu Lao breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing Robin's abilities, he had asked Robin to observe the situation and respond to any emergencies. But he suddenly noticed the unease on Robin's face. You look unwell. Could it be that the young master actually got involved with that woman? That was the only possibility Mu Lao could conceive. No, Robin shook his head. Roland and Tina returned together. Seeing both of them safe and sound, Tashigi and the members of the Black Dragon pirate crew all breathed a sigh of relief. Roland didn't leave immediately but asked again, "Are you really not part of the Navy?" "No," Tina replied without a flicker of emotion. "I wasn't asking you. I'm asking Tashigi." Roland turned to Tashigi. That woman named Tina was too shrewd. Her words couldn't be trusted. Even her name being Tina was uncertain. So it was better to ask the more naive Tashigi. If they were indeed Navy, he would need to avoid them as far as possible. If not, given that they had shown no obvious hostility today, there might be a chance to meet again. Tashigi pondered for a moment, then shook her head. No, she was not yet a full-fledged Marine, she hadn't graduated. Tashigi was the type who found it hard to conceal her thoughts. For instance, last time she was reading a risque book claiming she was collecting evidence, but she was the one who read it most intently and blushed the most. Later she even asked Roland several times if the book had been published, saying she could contact a legitimate publishing house. Thus it was easy to tell if Tashigi was lying. Seeing no significant change in her expression, Roland finally breathed a sigh of relief. But if they weren't Navy, who were they? Could they be pirates like us? Roland pondered. He watched as the Black Dragon pirate crew departed. Tina could no longer maintain her composure. A trace of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and she crouched unsteadily, gasping heavily. "Tina, are you all right?" "I'm fine. That guy just hit a bit hard." Tina shook her head, knowing that the recent battle had not been as easy as she had appeared. But she was better at feigning than Roland. "He beat you." "I'd say I won." Seeing that Tina was indeed not seriously injured, Tashigi asked curiously, "What exactly did you need to ask him? Are they really pirates?" Tashigi was still playing dumb. Tina chuckled and waved her hand. "You don't need to know for now. Just know that his answer was satisfactory enough." Tina stood up and continued watching Roland and his crew depart. Roland's reply had indeed pleased her. She had happened to encounter Nico Robin, and she couldn't just do nothing. As a young female officer from headquarters, she had heard quite a few things from Chief Advisor Tsuru and Vice Admiral Gion. For instance, many of the charges against the Devil Child, Nico Robin, were actually false. An 8-year-old Nico Robin destroying 6 Navy warships. The Navy wasn't that incompetent. And the destruction of civilian refuge ships. It was said that the Navy had accidentally destroyed them. Nevertheless, Nico Robin had one more crime, and it was the most critical one. She had studied the blank century. This was strictly forbidden by the world government. But at that moment she also realized that she alone might not be able to capture Nico Robin. After all, Nico Robin's escape skills were well known in the Navy. Several times the Navy working with CP agents had failed to arrest her, though it was odd that Admiral Akiji often happened to be on the scene. In any case, the reason she had fabricated that story was to test the attitude of that pirate. Now she saw the result. This group of pirates most likely didn't know Nico Robin's true identity, which was why they dared to keep such a woman on board with impunity. But it was only a matter of time. Once the Black Dragon pirate crew discovered Nico Robin's identity, given Roland's attitude just now, they would certainly not tolerate such a woman. In all likelihood, this ragtag crew of pirates would even report her to the Navy in exchange for a peaceful life. Speaking of which, Tashigi, you should be thanking me. Tina patted Tashigi's shoulder. Whether or not those pirates eventually captured Nico Robin, merely providing such a crucial lead would be more than enough for them to be amnestied and join the Navy. Thank you. Those people, they're the Black Dragon pirate crew, aren't they, eh? Huh. Tashigi was stunned for a moment, then shook her head frantically like a rattledrum, vehemently denying it. Still pretending. With your inability to hide your thoughts, you've already given yourself away. Are you afraid I would arrest them, so you pretended not to know them? Tina countered. Cornered, Tashigi lowered her head in shame. I'm sorry. Enough, I'm not that heartless. Tina hooked her arm around Tashigi's shoulder like a buddy and bumped her. But don't tell Smoker about this. He's not as easygoing as I am. Tashigi looked up in surprise, never imagining that someone like Tina would bend the rules. Thank you. Thank you, Sister Tina. Enough, these are all minor matters. The words of the young boy Aji had inspired Tina, and she waved her hand to get back to the main topic. I just thought of another possibility. Perhaps we were too focused on finding tiny clues and overlooked something simpler and more straightforward. Tashigi, I'm still curious, how did you survive that explosion? Tashigi, I've already said it. We were underground at the time. Tina interrupted, so the place you were in wasn't directly hit by the explosion, right? Then isn't it possible that the related facilities there weren't severely damaged either? Tashigi's eyes widened. Seeing Tashigi's reaction, Tina continued, for safety reasons Navy bases are equipped with surveillance, den mushi. Even though you were imprisoned underground, I think such a place would have surveillance to monitor any population movement. During the debris excavation, the headquarters did find many remains of den mushi, but all of them were severely damaged beyond any hope of repair or recovery. Later, more den mushi were dug up with varying degrees of damage, but all were deemed irreparable. After all, even the Navy headquarters believed that the Black Dragon pirate crew had all been killed in that explosion. But now I know that you and the Black Dragon pirate crew are still alive. So isn't it possible that the surveillance footage recording what actually happened still exists or can be restored? Listening to Tina's logical deduction, Tashigi felt increasingly convinced, and she could confirm that there were 2 surveillance den mushi in the underground warehouse that had been monitoring their movements. Tashigi, how could I not have thought of this earlier? Tashigi slapped herself hard on the cheek, then looked at Tina with admiration. Captain Tina, you're so brilliant. Tina took out a pack of ladies' cigarettes from her sleeve, placed one between her lips, and basked in Tashigi's admiration. In truth, it wasn't about intelligence, it was a preconceived notion. Anyone who had seen the scene would never believe anyone could survive such an explosion. The headquarters, for various considerations, had also tried to repair the den mushi, even dissecting the snails inside to find out what happened. But the headquarters focused more on the cause of the explosion and the subsequent pacification. The den mushi they attempted to repair were those severely damaged, closer to the epicenter. Where are those den mushi? Tashigi asked eagerly. Most are stored at branch 16. I'm not sure if the surveillance den mushi from your location is among them. If not, we can still search the explosion site. But in any case, Tina extinguished her cigarette and looked at Tashigi. Tashigi returned her gaze. They exchanged a look and said in unison, let's head back to branch 16 first. They acted without hesitation. Tashigi and Tina moved swiftly, seeking out Sengoku first. After hearing their theory, Sengoku silently lit 4 cigars, and then charged toward the Marine's 16th branch with fierce determination. A couple of technical sailors from headquarters remained behind, handling the aftermath. You want the den mushi wreckage? Headquarters has already confirmed that those den mushi cannot be repaired. Moreover, what you need are not the ones from the non-explosive core zone. Those den mushi would not have recorded the explosion at all. Cut the crap and just hand them over. Sengoku snarled through his cigar. Okay. The technical sailor dared not argue further, well aware that Sengoku had a short temper. Bang. The door to the investigation room was flung open with force. Sengoku, are you determined to tear my branch apart? Colonel Lau, having heard that Sengoku was causing trouble again, rushed over in a fury. He was genuinely afraid that that bastard might discover something. Although he was confident that everyone at the Mamabuchi town base at that time should have been killed by his explosion, yet, Colonel Lau stole a subtle glance at Tashigi and muttered to himself, is she really Tashigi's younger sister? It is worth noting that Sengoku considered the possibility that if Colonel Lau truly had something to hide, he might be one of those who knew Tashigi had been held captive at the time. If Colonel Lau saw Tashigi, supposedly dead, alive before him, he might suspect that something had gone wrong with the explosion and take other actions. To eliminate such uncertainty, Sengoku did not allow Tashigi to appear before Colonel Lau under her own name. Instead, Tashigi introduced herself as Tashigi's twin sister, while Sengoku and Tina came to the 16th branch under the guise of investigating Tashigi's true cause of death, making trouble and stalling. This also allowed them to observe Colonel Lau's reaction. When Colonel Lau first laid eyes on Tashigi, his expression clearly faltered, as though he had seen a ghost, his face draining of color. It was from that moment onward that Tina grew increasingly convinced that Colonel Lau was suspicious. Sengoku, these matters concern the truth behind our 16th branch's fallen soldiers. I will not permit your reckless conduct. Colonel Lau roared, brandishing his arms and legs as he tried to stop Sengoku. Mind your own business. Sengoku curled his arm, and the summoned smoke lashed out like a whip, striking Colonel Lau with full force. A piercing scream echoed through the room. Colonel Lau had no power to resist, and was sent flying backward. Without so much as a glance at him, Sengoku urged the technical sailor, haven't you found it yet? Almost. The technical sailor hastened his movements, thinking to himself that Sengoku truly deserved his reputation as the Mad Hound. One word off, and he was ready to fight. Soon. Found them. Huh. These 2 den mushi actually seem better preserved than the others. The technical sailor now held 2 damaged den mushi in his hands. Though it was obvious at a glance that they were still broken, at least some semblance of their original shape remained. Can they be repaired? The 3 of them asked in unison. Well, the technical sailor was about to shake his head, but upon seeing the eager expressions on their faces, he could not bring himself to refuse. These 2 den mushi are indeed better preserved. There is hope of repairing them. No. Almost simultaneously, Colonel Lau let out an anguished wail from the sidelines as though sentenced to death. Everyone turned their heads in unison toward Colonel Lau. The technical sailor also glanced at him, but continued, however, the chances are slim. Cough, cough. Colonel Lau cleared his throat several times before realizing he had howled too soon. He quickly covered himself up. Then that's truly a pity. Can you or can you not? Give me a straight answer. Glancing at Colonel Lau, Sengoku pressed impatiently. How would I know before I even start working on them? I can only say the odds are low, but I'll do my best to fix them. The technical sailor assured him. Sighing, Sengoku knew there was no forcing the matter. Fine then. By the way, do you live at the branch? Sengoku asked further. No, I live on Baraloo Island. I'm on official assignment. Do you really think anyone would sleep in the dorms? The technical sailor replied matter-of-factly. Good. Sengoku nodded. If Colonel Lau really had something to hide, there was no telling whether he might try something against this technical sailor. Even if the sailor did not reside on Barilu Island, Simiji would arrange for him to stay there to ensure his safety. That evening, Barilu Island Treasure House. Boss, do you know when that group will be back? At the bar counter, Nami rested her head on the table and asked gloomily. Girl, that's the 8th time you've asked me today. Do you know those people? The boss asked curiously. I suppose so. Nami nodded weakly. After seeing Roland and his group check into the same in the day before, she felt she ought to apologize to Roland, for she should not have lost control back then. She had gotten up early today only to find that Roland and the others had risen even earlier. Now it was nearly evening and they still had not returned. Swish. Just then several rough voices came from outside the door. Those damn bastards, bullying us because we don't have a skilled navigator. Are we really just going to wait for the flood season to pass before looking for the treasure? Captain, how about we try again tonight? There are fewer people around. Tonight, you won't be able to see a thing at night. Even if we go, how will we retrieve the treasure? Just shut up. How can none of you keep your mouths closed? The Black Dragon Pirates members returned to the inn. After encountering Tina and Tashigi, they had taken a brief rest and wanted to try their luck once more. However, after several attempts, they still could not avoid being followed by other crews, so they returned to the inn to consider alternative approaches. Boss, bring out several barrels of beer, ice cold. Roland waved to the boss. Before the boss could respond, Nami at the bar counter darted forward in 3 quick strides and bowed deeply to Roland. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry about what happened last time. I shouldn't have thrown a tantrum. How aren't you that? What was your name again? Roland recognized Nami, wondering how he kept running into acquaintances all over Barilu Island. Not long after, in the hotel room. So what you're saying is, Luolan looked at Nami before him, confirming each word deliberately. You alone on one boat came from Doubted Town to Balu Island. The men of the Black Dragon pirate crew stared wide-eyed at Nami, also doubting if they had heard correctly. Nami thought for a moment, then said, actually, after being rescued, I went to other places and only arrived at Balu Island 2 days ago. Everyone's eyes widened even more. How big was the boat? A lesser pirate still refused to believe. He thought to himself that if it was an exceptionally large and well-equipped vessel, perhaps he could have managed it too. Not too small. It could seat 2 people. Nami even gestured with her hands, indicating it was longer than the hotel bed, but not as wide. The entire room was stunned. Seeing their expressions, Nami thought they didn't believe her and hurriedly said, I had no money, so I couldn't afford a big boat. Her expression was earnest, insisting she wasn't lying. No, what we mean is, if I recall correctly, aren't the waves around Balu Island quite fierce? How did your little boat manage to get you here? I know a bit of navigation, and the waves nearby aren't that big, it should be fine. Nami scratched her head and answered truthfully. A bit. Not that big. Fine. Listen to yourself. It was like a wanted pirate with a bounty over 1 billion roasting a sea king and eating it. Then saying, I really can't understand how ordinary people stranded out there could possibly starve. Just catch a sea king, isn't it easy? I can understand every word she says, but when they're put together, I don't get it, a lesser pirate muttered, clutching his head. Another lesser pirate let out a whoop. Captain, a great navigator really seems to have fallen into our laps. Luolan patted his cheeks, forcing himself to calm down. Are you Nami right? I remember you mentioned last time that your mother had passed away. Why don't you join the Black Dragon pirate crew? We're in need of a navigator, and we'll avenge your mother while we're at it. Luolan extended his hand in invitation. He thought to himself, this is a top-tier navigator. And when he first saw her, she seemed vaguely familiar. People who gave him that feeling were never without reason. Nami was taken aback, not expecting the invitation, though she wanted to avenge her mother and escape the Arlong pirates. But, sorry, even though my mother is gone, I still have my sister, and the people in the village are very kind to me. So, Nami's voice choked almost imperceptibly. In short, I'm doing well now. Nami shook her head in refusal. From the strength these pirates had shown last time, they were no match for Arlong. She had come to apologize, not to drag them into danger. She appreciated the intention. All right then. Luolan knew he couldn't force it. Changing the subject, Luolan continued. But we really do need a skilled navigator right now. Could you help us out? I guess. Nami speculated, you're troubled by those ships that keep following you in secret. I can help you shake them off. Nami squinted her eyes. But what? But I want a share of the treasure too. Nami said unabashedly. What cut do you want? 50%. Nami declared shamelessly. You're dreaming. But I'll be putting in the work. You work, we pay you, but don't even think about the treasure. Who knew how much the legendary Balu treasure was worth? If it was worth 100 million berry, 50% would be 50 million berry. Not even 10% was possible. 10 million berry alone would be enough to poach a trained navigator from the regular navy to their crew. I actually have some clues about the treasure. Nami continued. I came here last year. I won't join your crew, but we can cooperate. My clues will come in handy. You're not the only one with clues. A lesser pirate shot back. I say we have an accurate treasure map. If it weren't for the nearby marine branch and the risk of drawing their attention, we'd have blasted those thugs with our cannons. Once the tide recedes, we won't put up with them anymore. This. Nami hadn't known the Black Dragon pirate crew also had clues. She stepped back and said, how about 30%? Hey, I see you're still a money grubber. Little girl, you do know we're pirates, right? Go ask around. The Black Dragon pirate crew eats 8 people a meal, and we especially like tender-skinned ones like you. Several lesser pirates tried to scare Name, but Name wasn't intimidated by such threats. After some back-and-forth bargaining, the Black Dragon pirate crew finally reached an agreement with Name. The distribution would be based on each party's contribution to the treasure hunt. For example, if they hired a cleaner during the hunt, cleaning wouldn't directly contribute to finding the treasure, so it wouldn't count. Name herself agreed to participate as a hired navigator, a role unrelated to the outcome of the treasure hunt. The Black Dragon pirate crew had an accurate treasure map, making them the main contributors. Besides, they could always reach the marked spot by killing the pursuers, but that would attract the Marines. If worst came to worst, when the treasure hunt period began, and nearly 10,000 people swarmed the sea, even the Marines couldn't stop the occasional skirmish. Name agreed to these terms because she didn't believe the Black Dragon pirate crew actually had real treasure clues. When the time came, finding the treasure would still rely on her own leads. Her clues were simple: the ocean currents and the positions of certain reefs. She would check them one by one, but alone she was too weak. Even if she didn't cooperate with the Black Dragon pirate crew, she would have sought out other groups. The only difference was that with another group, she would have tried to make off with all the treasure. Oh, by the way, as if struck by a thought, Name held out her hand and asked, "Can I take a look at your treasure map first?" Hearing this, the Black Dragon pirate crew exchanged glances. Wait a moment. Soon a lesser pirate brought a treasure map into the room. Name took it and examined it carefully for a long while, then furrowed her brow. "This treasure map of yours is wrong." "How is it wrong?" The Black Dragon pirate men remained expressionless. "The marked location of the treasure has no reefs at all." Name shook her head and explained, "Given the ocean currents around here, there's no way rock crevices could form on the surface to hide treasure. The water there isn't suitable for coral or other organisms, so there's no coral either. There's simply no place to conceal treasure." Name hit the nail on the head. The Black Dragon pirate men exchanged glances, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. At that moment, Roland smiled and said, "All right, that map was indeed drawn at random. Sorry, you'll see the real treasure map after we set sail tomorrow, but not tonight. I hope you understand." "Okay." Name nodded, indicating she understood. After all, she hadn't agreed to join their crew. Their caution was perfectly reasonable. After Nami left the room, Mu Lao finally took out the genuine treasure map, made of parchment, and slapped it on the table. "Hey, don't you think that girl is just too amazing? How did she figure out that there were no reefs in that area? A reef less than 1 square meter, often submerged by the sea. Ordinary maps wouldn't even mark it, let alone their treasure map. And she could even see what was beneath the sea surface. Was she just making random guesses?" A pirate muttered, "Probably not. This map wasn't drawn casually." A young pirate shook his head, saying that it was one of the spots where they had pretended to dive today. "That place really has no place to hide treasure, nor any coral. Is she really that amazing?" Creak. With a sound. As everyone was talking, the door suddenly swung open. Almost simultaneously, the members of the Black Dragon pirate crew instantly became alert, their eyes all turning toward the door. Just then Aji appeared at their door with a tall middle-aged man. Seeing the middle-aged man's appearance, everyone relaxed a little. However, everyone's gazes unintentionally fell on the boy Aji. Aji, feeling a bit frightened under everyone's stare, stammered, "Sirs, this guest is looking for you." Mu Lao put away the treasure map and quickly walked up to Aji. "Boy, what did you just see?" "Nothing, absolutely nothing. You'd better not have seen anything, or we won't be polite." "All right, get lost." The guest Aji mentioned was actually another member of the Black Dragon pirate crew stationed on Balu Island. They were responsible for gathering intelligence around the area. "Next time, remember to knock no matter where you are." "Luckily, it was just a kid," Mu Lao said, still shaken. "It should be fine, right?" The middle-aged pirate scratched his head awkwardly, knowing what Mu Lao was referring to. The treasure map was spread on the table, and you were all surrounding it. Besides, he's just a kid. "That's true." Mu Lao nodded to himself. "Why did you suddenly come to find us? What happened?" Roland asked directly. "Captain, our new bounty posters are out along with this newspaper." The middle-aged man took out a stack of newspapers and several new bounty posters. Everyone took them and looked. Soon, just as I thought, the Navy couldn't find out anything, so they shoved everything onto us. The content of the newspaper was simple. It was just a public announcement of the results of the explosion that occurred in the Oikot Kingdom over half a month ago. In the newspaper, the Navy determined that a group of villains called the Black Dragon pirate crew caused the explosion, paid tribute to the Marines who died in the explosion, and simultaneously raised the bounties of these villains. It is worth mentioning that these newspapers were printed by the Navy's own press with a bit of official nature. These shameless old bastards. A human trafficking operation involving over 500 people. How ridiculous. If we really had such a business, why would we be pirates? Wouldn't it be better to lie in bed and count money? They can't even make up a decent story. Everyone had expected such a thing. They weren't too surprised. As pirates, they didn't care much about the charges pinned on them. Instead, they felt that the more notorious they became, the more powerful they seemed. However, everyone looked at the remaining bounty posters together, their expressions becoming strange. Captain of the Black Dragon pirate crew. Heinous crimes, dead or alive. Bounty 16 million berries, but why is the name Captain Hiruzen? and the photo is still the old one. A pirate stroked his chin and finally said with some emotion, "If Captain Hiruzen knew his bounty was over 10 million, he'd probably be laughing in his dreams." What a big blunder. How incompetent are the Navy? Don't they know Hiruzen is already dead? I remember that bastard Philip joined the Navy at some point. He should have told them about this. I think the Navy probably knows. The pirate who brought the bounty posters explained, "The updated bounty posters don't include Philip nor even the traitor Old Wong and the others. This clearly shows they know about the changes in our Black Dragon pirate crew." This is actually not hard to understand. At this time Luo Bin, who hadn't spoken again, speculated, aside from the Navy at that time no one has seen Luo Lan's face, so naturally no one could take a photo of Luo Lan. Without a photo pointing to the name Luo Lan and claiming he is the new captain of the Black Dragon pirate crew would only unnecessarily undermine the Navy's credibility. Moreover, I think the Navy probably believes we were all blown to pieces. Luo Bin continued, "The total bounties of everyone combined just exceed 30 million. I recall the Navy has some kind of standard about how the total bounty of pirates eliminated reaches a certain amount, and then something happens. It's probably the Navy trying to demonstrate its strength, or perhaps to add some achievements to a certain officer's record. Then after some time they'll release the news that the Black Dragon pirate crew has been wiped out." Luo Bin, who had dealt with the Navy and CP9 many times, knew quite a few tricks. If Tashigi were present at this moment, she would be astonished to find that Luo Bin's guess was exactly right. That's also possible. Luo Lan nodded. Such an operation was not surprising. And for him it was good news. He hadn't been wanted yet, so he could still operate in the open. But why does it keep emphasizing illegal human trafficking? Is there such a thing as legal human trafficking? Luo Lan held the newspaper, noticing the prominent word illegal. Of course there is. Trading people from non-member countries is legal. Non-member countries. Countries that can't afford the heavenly tribute. Meanwhile, in the inn's backyard, Sister Aji excitedly found his sister Ame. "I just accidentally saw the treasure map of those guests. Their map, I think Aji. Ame sternly interrupted Aji. "That's the guest's property. If you dare to talk nonsense and ruin our reputation, I'll tear your mouth apart." Aji was immediately silenced by Ame's words. "I didn't see anything." Marine Branch 16. Located on a secluded island several kilometers from Baroque Island. And approximately 20 kilometers away from that island, roughly due west of Baroque Island, lay an even smaller nameless islet. Within a 50-kilometer radius surrounding the nameless islet, Marine Branch 16, along with Colonel Mouse himself, had personally confirmed it as the habitat of sea kings. This was a truly perilous stretch of sea. At this very moment warships of the 16th Marine Branch patrolled the perimeter, ensuring no unsuspecting soul would wander into danger and meet their end. Reporting Vice Officer. A young Marine soldier rendered a crisp salute. "Colonel Mouse is leading our forces inside to clear out sea kings, ensuring minimal casualties during the treasure hunting season." "Understood." Vice Officer Mouse nodded solemnly and instructed, "Continue your perimeter watch. Let no one enter. All for justice." "Yes." Watching as Vice Officer Mouse also entered the dangerous waters, several young Marines couldn't help but remark, "Colonel Mouse and Vice Officer Mouse truly set an example. Despite being officers, they're willing to lead from the front. I've encountered sea kings before. Those creatures are terrifying. I heard that in other branches the Navy treats us recruits as cannon fodder. Compared to that, Branch 16 is genuinely compassionate. Though those Marines from headquarters strut around like big shots, yet I haven't seen them here hunting sea kings once." Exactly. The group of Marines chimed in agreement, convinced that the headquarters personnel loved playing the big shot. Role models. Compassionate. Hearing these young Marines' descriptors, an old Marine couldn't help but chuckle aloud. "Sir, what's amusing?" Several young Marines turned around, puzzled by their superior's laughter. "Nothing. Just remembered something amusing." Ignoring the bewildered expressions of the young Marines, the old Marine lit a cigarette. As a trusted subordinate of Colonel Mouse, he knew all too well that the guarded area concealed something far more valuable. "I wager Colonel Mouse is inside right now counting money until his hands cramp," the old Marine muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, on the nameless island, the reality was somewhat different from the old Marine's imagination. Colonel Mouse had absolutely no time to count money. Because, now you're coming to beg me. Too late. The voice of Spandam crackled through the den mushy on the other end. "According to my CP9 informants, Nico Robin hasn't even left the East Blue. You insolent dog dare to deceive me." Buru. The den mushy hung up abruptly. Colonel Mouse's already scarce network was completely ruined. "No. Report. However, before Colonel Mouse could compose himself, an aide rushed in urgently. Wait. Don't tell me Smoker, that bastard, has already found us." "Sir, it's me." Vice Officer Mouse interrupted before the aide could finish reporting, hurrying over. "You damn fool." Seeing it was his vice officer, Colonel Mouse erupted in fury. "I tasked you with watching over Tina and the others, and this is how you do your job. They've caused trouble at the branch again, don't you know? And it seems they somehow know what we've been up to. They even took the underground surveillance footage." "You mean our human trafficking operation has been discovered?" asked Vice Officer Mouse. Not yet, but if we don't figure something out soon, we're finished. Colonel Mouse's tears flowed freely. He couldn't understand why he had such terrible luck. By the way, what are you here for? The colonel looked up and asked. Reporting, sir. The treasure hunting season. Stop. Colonel Mouse sharply interrupted. Don't utter those words. My head is splitting just hearing them. What kind of treasure hunt is this? I've searched every inch of Baroque Island inside and out, and found absolutely nothing. The mere mention of it made Colonel Mouse want to curse. When he first took over Branch 16, he had heard rumors of treasure here, and had thoroughly scouted these waters. Found nothing. And on top of that, all these problems have piled up. The vice officer didn't interrupt, waiting for Colonel Mouse to vent his frustration before continuing. Reporting, sir. Based on our observations, the day the seawater recedes has been confirmed. Approximately 4 nights from now, around 10 o'clock at night. Sir, time is running out. We must transfer this money as soon as possible. The vice officer's expression grew grave as his gaze fell upon the stacks of banknotes and mountains of gold and jewelry behind Colonel Mouse. Transfer? Transfer where? Colonel Mouse broke down hysterically, yelling. Should we move it back to the branch and wait for that mad dog smoker to wipe us all out? The vice officer paused at a loss for words. This island was actually where he and Colonel Mouse hid their illicit funds. These dirty sums included, but were not limited to, human trafficking, weapons smuggling, collusion with pirates, and accepting bribes. Because Baroque Island had long harbored legends of treasure, it attracted countless treasure hunters, and even shameless innkeepers staged fake treasure hunts to lure in tourists. A few years ago, these waters were quite prosperous. Even with rough seas and strong waves, many people could be seen operating in this area. They feared someone might accidentally discover their hidden money, so under the guise of the Marine Branch, they claimed sea kings inhabited the nearby waters. The effect was striking. Since then, tourists visiting Baroque Island had plummeted by 80%. The once thriving Baroque Island, due to the decline in visitors, fell into economic hardship. There were even reports of dozens starving to death as a result. This had been an ideal situation. Unfortunately, Baroque Island had one special treasure hunting season. Once the treasure hunting season arrived, those obsessed with treasure didn't care about sea kings at all. They flooded into the sea like madmen, desperate to find the legendary wealth. After the seawater receded, this small island would become remarkably conspicuous. If they didn't transfer the money, it would easily be found and taken. In previous years, this had been manageable. Before the treasure hunting season, they would smuggle the money back to the branch for temporary storage, and nothing would come of it in the short term. But now the branch was infested with that mad dog smoker. Sigh, sir. Sighing, Vice Officer Mouse advised, perhaps we should call it quits early. Call it quits early. Colonel Mouse's pupils contracted sharply. Idiot. If we bail now, do you think those dogs at headquarters will let us keep even a fraction after they learn we found this money? What the vice officer meant by quitting was simple. Given the long-standing treasure legend here, Colonel Mouse could simply claim all this money was the treasure itself and launder it clean. In fact, their original plan had been to continue plundering for a few more years, retire honorably, settle on Baroque Island, and then falsely claim to have discovered the Baroque treasure, legally pocketing every last penny of their ill-gotten gains. But now they were still active Navy personnel, and he hadn't skimmed enough yet. The vice officer was momentarily speechless. He felt that given the Navy headquarters' nature, they would almost certainly seize this money to swell military funds, then dangle the carrot of promotion to Rear Admiral at headquarters. Not knowing where the inspiration came from, the vice officer pondered for a while before his eyes suddenly lit up. Sir, I have another idea. We could sink the money elsewhere. Still an idiot. You think hiding it somewhere else will keep it from being discovered? Colonel Mouse scolded. Sir, please don't jump to conclusions. The vice officer cut in, interrupting Colonel Mouse's roar. Just hear me out. Most of these treasure hunting fools lack any concrete leads. They're merely hoping that after the water recedes they can search around and get lucky. So inevitably, some will stumble upon our location. But we can use the Marines' authority to feed them false leads, directing them to search on the opposite side of Baroque Island. My. Colonel Mouse was taken aback, suddenly realizing this plan might actually have merit. You mean to mislead them? Colonel Mouse narrowed his eyes. Yes. The adjutant nodded and continued. The treasure hunting period will only last half a day. Once that half day passes, the seawater will rise back up. Even if those treasure hunters come to their senses, it will be difficult for them to find this money on the sea, where the currents become turbulent again. We have already lodged multiple protests with headquarters. Sengoku and his men cannot stay here forever. We just need to wait for them to leave, then we can fish out this money. The adjutant, seeing Colonel Laoshu's contemplative expression, paused, and then added, perhaps we can be bolder and just leave the money here. After all, that group will be led away by us. No, we must move it. Laoshu shook his head and asserted, the way Sengoku and his men look at me is already abnormal. They might notice this place tomorrow. The money must be moved. At worst, we could explain away the gold and jewels as discovered treasure. But the remaining banknotes, he could never explain them away. And when they investigate, he would be completely done for. Wait a moment, let me think again. Colonel Laoshu seriously considered the feasibility of this plan. He found that this method actually had many flaws. For example, The location of the money sunk to the seabed had to be precise, otherwise it would easily be washed away by the returning seawater. It would be best to hide it in some natural rock crevices. This was a considerable challenge for ordinary people. But for him who had thoroughly searched this sea area inside and out, it was not a difficult problem. Very good, though there are still some flaws, but very good. Colonel Laoshu warmly patted the adjutant's shoulder. I was right about you. Since you came up with this idea, the task of creating false clues is yours. I will be responsible for moving this money away. Also, I will probably hide this money in the northwest direction of Balu Island, so your false clues should be able to lead them to the other side of Balu Island. Also, keep a close watch on that technician marine who repairs the transponder snail. Colonel Laoshu emphasized. I've heard about this. The man said there's hope of repairing it, but it looks like he's just comforting Simiji and the others, doesn't it? The adjutant asked. Foolish. Even if there's only a 1% chance, we cannot take the risk. Yes. That night in the early hours, Adjutant Laoshu returned to the 16th branch with a miserable expression. He never expected that his advice would earn him no credit at all, but instead 2 extra shifts. The task of monitoring that technician marine was easy enough. But the false clues. Sigh, after all, that money is partly mine too. The adjutant was about to go back and work overtime to create the false clues. But as he walked, the adjutant suddenly thought of something. He took out a treasure map from his pocket. It was a recreational treasure map that he had bought from a kid not long ago under coercion from Tina and the other person. He spread out the treasure map and looked at it, and couldn't help but brighten up. What a coincidence. It's exactly on the other side of Balu Island. The adjutant immediately felt his pressure greatly reduced. Early the next morning, the Black Dragon pirates continued their treasure hunt. As soon as the Black Dragon set sail, just like yesterday, they were gradually followed by several ships. But it was different from yesterday. On the Black Dragon, there was an additional navigator named Nami. Little girl, those people are yours to handle. Don't worry. Nami patted her chest confidently. Soon, Nami fully demonstrated with her strength what it meant to be proficient in just a little bit of navigation. Relying on precise control of ocean currents and wind direction, the Black Dragon easily left behind the fleet of sailing ships. It even led a semi-automated sailing ship into a storm, causing the enemy to suffer shipwreck and death. After another round of twists and turns, the Black Dragon pirates finally arrived at the location marked on the treasure map, southeast of Balu Island. Here, is this the location marked on your treasure map? Nami stared blankly at the turbulent sea surface before her, wondering if they were still testing her. You're not going to say our treasure map is faulty again, are you? Old Mu took out the parchment treasure map and showed it fully to Nami. Look, this treasure map is genuine. Old Mu patted the map and said, this map was obtained from another pirate group long ago, and it's quite old. As agreed before, if we find the treasure using our map, you won't get a share. Of course, we will pay you a generous fee separately. Let me see. Nami took the treasure map and examined it carefully, then nodded seriously. No problem. She actually couldn't tell the authenticity of the treasure map. But one thing should be correct. From the traces on the map, this treasure map was indeed a rather old one. But before Nami could continue thinking, several pirates with good swimming skills volunteered to dive down and retrieve the treasure. Luolon had no objection, and neither did the others of the Black Dragon pirates. They all waited on the ship. Luobin, I've noticed you've been a bit off these past 2 days. While waiting, Luolon suddenly turned to ask Luobin beside him. How so? Luobin looked up, her agate-like eyes blinking. Luolon thought for a moment. It's just that you've been talking less. Really? Yesterday, I was the one who explained why the wanted posters still showed the old captain. Luobin answered, forcing calmness, but her heart was as clear as a mirror. Since she overheard the conversation between Luolon and Tina, she had been a bit distracted. Actually, she also thought Luolon was right. Dr. Clover and the others had expected their own fate, but they had also misjudged the madness of the world government. She was also a little scared. She had already revealed her identity to Luolon and Old Mu. But these two with limited knowledge seemed still unaware of the real reason she was wanted by the world government. I don't know if staying here is good or bad. Luobin sighed inwardly. Seems indeed. Luolon naturally didn't know what Luobin was thinking. His gaze fell back on the sea surface, waiting for the treasure to be salvaged. Whoosh! Time passed quickly. Soon a pirate surfaced. How is it? Luolon asked in surprise. The members of the Black Dragon pirates also looked over, full of anticipation. Captain, the few pirates with good swimming skills scratched their heads and said reluctantly, the current down there is too strong, we can't get down, and the water is hot. The water is hot. Luolon frowned. Just as I thought. Nami nodded knowingly upon hearing this. The Black Dragon pirate's treasure map was indeed an old relic, very old. But she had heard from locals last year that an earthquake had occurred southeast of Balu Island over a decade ago. However, Nami's gaze pierced through the sea surface, landing on several raised reefs that were still a bit above the water, and nodded inwardly. These newly uplifted reefs are indeed suitable for hiding things. Name, Luolon called out, noticing her gaze. Name, aware of what Luolon intended to ask, stepped forward and explained, I heard that this sea area experienced an earthquake over a decade ago, so I thought. She pointed to the reefs beneath the water. Those rocks must have been newly uplifted due to the seismic activity. Moreover, the water below is hot, which suggests there might be more than just an earthquake, perhaps volcanic activity as well. This could also be one of the reasons why the waters around Balu Island have such a peculiar treasure hunting period. As she spoke, Name puffed out her chest with confidence. Yet when she looked up, she saw many members of the Black Dragon pirate crew exchanging bewildered glances, utterly clueless about what she was saying. To put it plainly, even if your treasure map is genuine, it's expired. Name shot a glare at the crowd. Impossible. The Black Dragon pirate crew members shook their heads, repeatedly exclaiming that it was impossible. They had only heard of food and medicine expiring, but how could a treasure map expire? Even if we're illiterate, we know that's impossible. I think you're just jealous that we've found the treasure. Exactly. The petty pirates refused to buy her argument. Luo Bin, being well-read, stepped forward to affirm that the possibility indeed existed. Yet the pirates remained unconvinced. It was too preposterous for them. Luo Lan, standing on the deck, knew that Name's speculation was not without merit. The hot water below largely indicated geological activity in this area. However, he also understood that unless the activity was exceptionally intense, it would not cause the reefs to shift drastically. After all, the legend of the Balu Island treasure had only existed for a few hundred years. I'll go down and take a look. Luo Lan promptly decided to descend himself. As the few skilled swimmers had said, the current below was extremely swift. Whether the water was hot was secondary. The deeper he went, the more bubbles emerged, stirring up silt and making the water increasingly murky. Before long, Luo Lan returned to the deck. Captain, how is it? The crew gathered around. I dove deeper than you did, but the water is too turbid to see clearly. Luo Lan said. Alas, a pirate lamented. If only the water level had dropped a few more meters. That's just saying we need to wait for the treasure hunting period. Actually, I know where to find professional diving equipment. Name suddenly spoke with a sly grin. Really? The petty pirates crowded around Name, admitting they had been too loud earlier. Name held her head high and declared under the expectant gaze of the crowd, the 16th Marine branch has it. TCH, that's like saying nothing. The group rolled their eyes in unison, realizing that this girl was also quite mischievous. In the following hours, the Black Dragon pirate crew spent another half hour at the spot before finally departing. It wasn't because they had exhausted their efforts or given up, but because a large ship lingering too long in one area would inevitably attract unwanted attention. All right. Name clapped her hands on the deck of the Black Dragon. Now let's follow the clues. I have to find the treasure. But let's be clear. If we find treasure using my clues, I get a share. Name emphasized loudly. Ayaya. The Black Dragon pirate crew members gnashed their teeth in anger, adamantly believing that Name's clues were false. Even if they did find the treasure and could claim a substantial portion, they still hoped her clues were wrong. It was akin to a childish rivalry. However, even Name herself did not mind such a contest of wills. Name provided quite a few clues, all relatively precise. The Black Dragon followed them around the entirety of Balu Island, yet ultimately found nothing. Hooray! Time flew by. Over the next few days, the Black Dragon pirate crew ventured out to search for treasure far less frequently. And not just them, other treasure hunters also reduced their trips out to sea. Earlier, Luo Lan had doubted whether Balu Island truly gathered nearly 10,000 foreign treasure seekers, as he had not seen such a crowd on the streets of Balu town. Now he understood. It was because during the day most seekers were out at sea. As the treasure hunting period drew near, more and more of them returned to the town. The air on Balu Island grew hotter due to the congregation of so many people, and the streets were lined with individuals wrapped in heavy clothing. Occasionally one could hear shouts of "Stop thief," or see a group of unlucky souls chasing after a blue-haired girl. That girl even dyed her hair before committing a crime. She must be a habitual offender. As more and more people returned to Balu Island for the final wait, the Black Dragon pirate crew gathered a fair amount of useful intelligence. On the first day, the brothers of the Black Dragon pirate crew brought news. They had personally confirmed that several treasure hunting teams had indeed fished up a considerable amount of gold. However, the gold was not abundant, likely having been swept away by the currents. This gave everyone immense confidence. On the second day, the brothers of the Black Dragon pirate crew brought more news. Among the nearly 10,000 seekers here, most were relatively professional treasure hunters, but there were also some daring fishermen hoping to strike it rich overnight. Among them were even official representatives from neighboring countries searching for treasure on behalf of their nations. Indeed, treasure. It was not only pirates who sought to find it. To put it bluntly, who would not want to pick up a pile of money lying in the sea? It was just that pirates searching for treasure made for a better story. On the third day, the treasure hunt and gained a few new guests reportedly brought in by a May and a G. Yaha. Ba Ji laughed, slapping the treasure map on the table, praising a G and a May. Kids, this treasure hunting activity is absolutely fantastic. If I were to treat it as a game, it would be the best game I've ever seen. Really? A May and a G looked at Ba Ji with anticipation, having rarely encountered a treasure seeker so interested in the game. Of course it's true. Ba Ji nodded emphatically. Those vulgar pirates simply cannot appreciate the joy of treasure hunting. The thrill and the surprise of discovering glittering riches after the tension. They just don't get it. Baji did not understand. Shouldn't pirates be doing dastardly deeds while also searching for treasure? Why did people always have to fight and kill? MHM. A G and a May nodded vigorously, further convinced that this man was their kindred spirit. A May, being more mature, stepped forward. Sir, in that case, would you like to purchase our treasure map and participate in our inn's treasure hunting activities over the next few days? No, I can't. Baji pressed his fingers against the bridge of his nose, striking what he believed to be a cool pose. After all, the real treasure hunting period is approaching, and I must seek the true treasure. But I'll definitely come back to play your treasure game when I have time. Baji promised. Captain. Hearing this, the members of Baji's pirate crew tugged at his pant legs. Don't do this. The marine branch is right next door. All right then. Ame knew that one could not force a sale, but she misinterpreted the situation and emphasized, but your companions are right. The marine branch is nearby, so this area is quite safe. You're welcome to visit often. Woo. The members of Baji's pirate crew all wore expressions of tearful despair. Baji stood firm, striking a self-assured pose in the direction of no one in particular. Isn't that the red-nosed guy we met before? Roland paused on his way upstairs, casting a discreet glance at Baji and his crew in the bar below. Who said that? Baji sprang up as if triggered, scanning the room. Who just mentioned my red nose? Wait a minute. I was muttering that in my head. Does this guy have persecution mania? Roland thought to himself. Mr. Jiba, you must have misheard. No one mentioned your red nose. A May and a G looked around, but found no one and heard nothing. Then their curious gazes fell upon Baji, who was split into pieces. But could you first tell us how your body is? Baki was startled. He suddenly realized that he had lost control and accidentally split himself apart to the ceiling. After scanning the area and confirming that there was no one else, Baki breathed a slight sigh of relief. He settled back down and said to Aji, actually, I am a legendary ability user. Baki struck a thinker pose and lowered his voice, saying, but this matter must be kept secret. He is actually an ability user. Roland was secretly shocked, but he didn't pay too much attention to Baki. Although he had never fought that man, he felt that the other party should not be stronger than the woman named Tina he had encountered a few days ago, so it seemed that he posed no threat to himself. Entering their room on the second floor, Roland saw that the pirate responsible for gathering intelligence for their Black Dragon pirate crew had already arrived. And Mu Lao was sitting nearby, looking somewhat regretful. What's wrong? Nothing bad today, I hope? Roland asked. Captain. Mu Lao stood up, shook his head with a grave expression, and said, even if our treasure map is genuine, I'm afraid we have to announce in advance that the treasure is beyond our reach. Is the Navy coming to investigate us? They had landed on Baru Island, disguised as fishermen. Other than the treasure map being truly problematic, he couldn't think of any other reason why they would be excluded from the treasure. That's unlikely, another middle-aged pirate said with a smile. If the Navy came to investigate our identities, wouldn't that mean they made a mistake in their work? The Navy would never admit to a mistake. Then, here, take a look. Mu Lao pulled out a stack of photos. These people like us are pirates who have hidden their identities to come treasure hunting, and they are all of considerable standing. This one, Mu Lao pointed at a man with a kin on his head. The captain of the Kin Pirates. Because the whole crew loves kin food, they are called the Kin Pirates. His bounty alone is as high as 5 million berries. And this one, Mu Lao pointed at a young lady wearing a rabbit costume. The captain of the Rabbit Pirates. Because she loves rabbits, they are called the Rabbit Pirates. It is said that no one has ever seen her take off the costume. There are also rumors that she doesn't know how to take it off, so she keeps wearing it. Her bounty is as high as 6 million berries. And this one, Mu Lao found a man walking on stilts. The captain of the Stilt Pirates. Because they like walking on stilts, they are called the Stilt Pirates. Even when they fight, they are on stilts. His bounty is as high as 7 million berries. And also, what kind of names and settings are these? They sound like small fry. Fortunately, although their Black Dragon pirate crew is not a formidable pirate crew, their name is still imposing. Of course, these are not the point. The point is, Mu Lao paused, then suddenly changed the subject. Captain, do you still remember the man with the red nose we met at the very beginning? Isn't that the guy downstairs? I remember. Roland nodded and asked, is there something wrong with him? Yes. Mu Lao nodded. If the intelligence is correct, he should be the legendary clown Baki, captain of the Baki Pirates, a great pirate with a bounty of over 10 million berries. And it is said that he is also an ability user. He is a great pirate. Roland's heart trembled. He found Robin, who was also present. Robin, you have seen many people. Robin knew what Roland wanted to ask. She immediately nodded and acknowledged. In the East Blue, a pirate with a bounty of over 10 million berries can indeed be called a great pirate. Of course, in other seas of the 4 Blues, a pirate with a bounty of over 10 million is only considered mid-level. What about the legendary Grand Line? A small pirate asked curiously. I haven't been to the Grand Line yet. Robin shook her head and guessed, but I think it should at least be over 100 million berries. Of course, the 7 warlords are an exception. Finding that statement inadequate, Robin added. For example, the pirate empress we saw last time. Her bounty did not reach 100 million before she became a warlord, but that was because she became a warlord. Those warlords are all true great pirates recognized by the world government. As Robin said this, the atmosphere instantly quieted down. For a group of pirates still thinking about how to avoid starvation, those great pirates were far too distant. It's okay, I'm here. Roland patted his chest, breaking the atmosphere. Still that same thought. Although he had never fought him, he felt that the man named Baki was not stronger than Tina, who was also an ability user. If that guy had a role in the One Piece manga, he should be a somewhat comedic character. He was still at a disadvantage for not being familiar with the One Piece plot. Without a reference point, he still didn't know what level he was at. He had fought Robin privately. But Robin also said that her bounty had a lot of water in it. It seems I need to go out and find people to fight in the future, Roland thought to himself. Whoosh! Time continued to flow. Although the people who came here to treasure hunt did not have the professional equipment of the Navy branch, the dates of the annual treasure hunting period were relatively fixed with only slight differences in the exact time. Everyone knew that today was the start of the treasure hunting period. Nearly 10,000 treasure hunters, including the Black Dragon pirate crew, and even many local residents of Baru Island were eagerly watching the sea, hoping to be the first to rush into the ocean. However, just as the Black Dragon pirate crew and everyone else were eagerly waiting, the Navy suddenly dropped a bombshell regarding the protection of the waters surrounding Baru Island and the suspected Baru treasure. Navy 16th Branch news: for a long time our department has been committed to maintaining the safety and order of the waters around Baru Island. During each treasure hunting period, a large number of ships set sail disorderly, not only seriously disrupting maritime traffic, but also causing multiple collisions, groundings, and even casualties. Our department deeply regrets this. In short, after a long official document, it meant that the Navy's 16th branch was willing to share all the clues they had found regarding the Baru treasure. Are these clues reliable? A melon-eating bystander munched on a piece of watermelon and asked curiously, "Hey, do you think the Navy would give you an unripe melon?" A melon-eating bystander holding a spray gun replied, "Two idiots." A man pointed at the notice and cursed. It clearly says suspected Baru treasure, meaning the Marines aren't even sure themselves. So it's probably real then. But would the Marines really be that generous? If I don't trust their generosity. If they had real leads, they'd hoard them and dig it up themselves. I think it might be genuine. Look at the conditions here. Individuals or groups finding the treasure must voluntarily donate 40% of the total to the 16th Marine Branch. These funds will be used exclusively for. Another lengthy official document followed. In summary, the Marines were asking for money, but claiming it was to ensure the safety of the waters around Baru Island. They even detailed the allocation of the funds. It looked quite official. Finally, they stated that the Marines were sharing this intelligence to quickly find the Baru treasure and prevent any future large-scale clashes. If the Marines gave us leads for free, I'd think they were scamming us. But asking for money and brazenly demanding 40% makes me think the 16th branch is serious about this. Many in the crowd nodded in agreement. Makes sense. A real or fake having a lead is better than relying on pure luck. True, many others didn't care about its authenticity. Like the Black Dragon pirates, very few actually possessed real leads, most were just trying their luck. Otherwise, the Baru treasure wouldn't have remained a legend for over a century. What are the Marines up to? The Treasure Seekers Inn was located in the town center. Roland and his group could see the entire square's commotion from their window without stepping outside. Treasure. Buggy, also staying at the inn, stared intently at the square. Only his crew members, looking utterly dejected, tried to dissuade him from targeting the Marines' leads. What is the 16th branch playing at? In a corner of the square, Tashigi and Hina, drawn by the commotion, arrived and were baffled by the spectacle the 16th branch had created. All right. Tashigi changed the subject, asking, "The day before yesterday, Smoker-san said he accidentally discovered that Captain Rat often visits an island in a certain sea area. Were any problems found on that island?" "None." Hina shook her head. "It seems to be just a regular fort, though the interior is rather lavish. Apparently Captain Rat uses it as a rest stop when he's tired from patrols. This wouldn't be permitted at headquarters. But marine management in the Four Blues is relatively lax, and besides, Captain Rat couldn't be taken down over such trivial matters. Also, Smoker doesn't have time for Captain Rat right now. Once that surveillance device is fixed, everything will come to light. He's afraid Rat will panic and kill to silence them, so he's protecting the Tech Marine. Additionally, we need to return to the 16th branch tonight to ensure Captain Rat doesn't make any suspicious moves. The patience of Marine headquarters is also wearing thin with us." "Understood." Tashigi nodded, then asked, "What about here? Let's stay and observe a bit longer. Though I don't know what the 16th branch is scheming. Even I've heard that in past years the Marines have sometimes stepped in to manage order during Baru Island's treasure hunting season." "Okay." Whooshed. At the central plaza of Baru, as the news spread, the crowd grew denser and denser. The atmosphere grew more and more lively. When the excitement reached its peak, Marines from the 16th branch finally arrived on the scene. It was Captain Rat's adjutant. "Hey Marines, hurry up and share your leads. We're waiting to go treasure hunting." A group of impatient young men shouted. No need to rush everyone. According to the professional equipment of the 16th Marine Branch, the treasure hunting period will officially begin around 10 p.m. tonight, so there's plenty of time. The adjutant gave a brief speech repeatedly emphasizing that they were forced to share the Baru treasure, leads to ensure the safety of the waters around Baru Island. Of course, it must be clear that we are not 100% certain that our intel is connected to the legendary Baru treasure. You can consider this a disclaimer. Finally, the intel we've gathered will only be shared with 20 teams present here. What? 20? Immediately some were dissatisfied. The Marines were sharing leads, but limiting the number. What about the rest? Remember, there were nearly 10,000 treasure hunters here. This number didn't even include interested locals of Baru Island. Protests erupted immediately. But the adjutant explained that their goal in sharing this information was to quickly end the annual treasure hunting chaos and prevent unnecessary casualties. If the leads were made public to everyone, the entire crowd would flock to 1C area, drastically increasing the death toll this season, which would contradict their initial purpose. For the sake of justice, the Marines would never do such a thing. His sanctimonious words stifled the protests. Immediately, some considered forcefully taking the intel. However, the rows of well-equipped Marines in the square were not to be trifled with, deterring anyone from attempting a reckless grab. On the other hand, several powerful groups, such as treasure hunting teams sent by neighboring countries, saw no issue with the Marines' arrangement. After all, they were certain to get a share of the leads. Hey, Marine, you've talked enough, just show us the leads already. A burly middle-aged man said. The adjutant recognized him as the representative of a treasure hunting team from a neighboring country. Haha, right away. The adjutant didn't stall. He clapped his hands, and immediately several Marines carried an open box onto the square. Simultaneously, a giant screen lit up on the plaza, projecting a live feed via a den mushi. On the screen, the adjutant introduced, inside this box is a map with several suspicious locations marked. Once the treasure hunting period begins, you may head to these marked spots to investigate. We don't ask for much from the groups sharing our intel, but we hope to minimize casualties. Therefore, we'd prefer the teams to be as professional as possible. Those who believe they qualify can volunteer. If there are disputes, we'll figure out how to allocate the slots. But as Marines, we recommend a peaceful resolution. It's worth noting the reason for not publicizing this fake intel to everyone was Captain Rat's idea. He figured that since the goal of creating fake intel was to prevent treasure hunters from discovering their laundered money, they should maximize internal conflict among these treasure hunters. In other words, if a hunter realized the intel was flawed and decided to search elsewhere, others who hadn't seen the intel would only suspect they'd found the treasure and were trying to sneak away. And even without publicizing it, nearly 10,000 hunters would still be fixated on the teams holding the intel. This way it would buy them even more time. Marines, I have a question. Since you already have concrete leads, why don't you just take the treasure yourselves to boost your military budget? Suddenly Nami appeared in the square, loudly posing the question to the adjutant. This young miss poses an excellent question. Deputy Officer Rat pondered for a moment, a genial smile never leaving his face. Actually, it is not that we are unwilling, but rather that you do not believe us. Put your hands on your heart and ask yourselves, if today the 16th branch of the Navy truly found Baru's treasure, and tomorrow we claim we have found it, how many of you would believe it to be true? In other words, how many of you would still continue to come here seeking treasure next year? Even if we were to display the glittering riches, you would likely suspect that we borrowed them from headquarters. That is precisely why we must make a grand display. Of course, that is not the primary reason. Deputy Officer Rat left them in suspense. Then what is the primary reason? Someone in the crowd volunteered the question. The main reason is that our 16th branch answers to Navy headquarters. If we were the ones to find the treasure, it would very likely be confiscated by Navy command before we could even announce it, and all we would get is an empty promise as a reward. This remark drew laughter from much of the crowd. It must be said that Deputy Officer Rat's rather candid words dispelled quite a few doubts. In that case, let me set the example. Count us in. Immediately, a burly, broad-shouldered man stepped forward, declaring that they represented the Oikit Kingdom, a member nation of the world government. If your country was fighting wars all over just a few years ago, and you're already coveting a dead man's wealth. We represent the COA Kingdom. Count us in. A pair of people who looked like a married couple stepped forward. Soon several more figures came forward. Without exception, they were representatives of treasure hunting teams dispatched by neighboring nations, each representing their country's stance. Later, some treasure hunting factions appointed by nobles who were interested in Baru's treasure also stepped forward. As for scattered treasure hunting groups and ordinary people who merely hoped for a stroke of luck, they lacked the courage to step forward. They all knew their place. It seemed that the clues gathered by the Navy would ultimately fall into the hands of those with higher status. Yet Roland could clearly see that many pirate crews like himself had infiltrated under false identities and were already growing restless. Today was destined to be unsettled. This battle would erupt sooner or later. Honestly, even among their own cautious Black Dragon pirates crew, many were already itching for a fight. However, are the clues in the Navy's hands truly genuine? Roland stroked his chin, pondering this question. Or rather, would the Navy really be that generous? Although he couldn't generalize since Roland had encountered the Marines in Beanpod Town, he had grown rather skeptical of them. And the Marines of Beanpod Town happened to be under the 16th branch. Pondering this, Roland suddenly thought of something and turned to Robin. Robin, can you use your ability to secretly inspect the Navy's clue map? I'll try. Robin pressed her palms together, closed her eyes, and activated the flower fruit ability. A pair of divinely manifested eyes appeared inside the large box on the plaza. After a short while, Robin opened her eyes. Well, everyone asked. Map and a pen. Here. Robin immediately marked the clues she had seen onto the treasure map. Upon seeing Robin's annotated clues, the members of the Black Dragon Pirates' expressions grew odd. Are you sure you didn't misread it? Roland asked for confirmation. Absolutely. Robin nodded solemnly. She had anticipated their reaction. Even when she first saw the Navy's clues, she found it hard to believe. Because the Navy's clues pointed to waters southeast of Baru Island and matched their treasure map almost perfectly. While we're doomed. Our treasure is about to be dug up by someone else. Some pirates cried out, feeling their prize was being stolen. Yet some pirates remained optimistic. The clues collected by the Navy were roughly aligned with the locations marked on their treasure map. Didn't that mean the likelihood that their treasure map was genuine had increased significantly? Captain, later we'll go seize all those clues, a pirate exclaimed excitedly, warning that if they waited any longer other pirates would surely make a move. Fools, even if we snatched those clues, what good would it do? Wouldn't people still be watching us then? Roland scolded. Then I'll go burn those damn clues to ashes, the pirate declared firmly. Do you think you can fight 10,000 people, eh? Roland laughed in exasperation. Burn the clues they wanted right in front of nearly 10,000 people. Wasn't he afraid of being chopped into mincemeat by that crowd? The pirate imagined such a scene in his mind and shuddered involuntarily. Then what should we do? The pirate stammered. Don't worry. Roland thought for a moment, then suddenly turned to Robin. Robin, can you use your ability to secretly swap the Navy's clue map? That box is open, yes, but I'll need to get closer and preferably at night. Robin nodded. As long as it's possible. Roland rejoiced, then turned to the other members of the Black Dragon Pirates. By the way, where can we buy blank maps? The innkeeper should have some. Don't they run their own treasure hunt games? A pirate muttered. I'll go ask the boss. A young pirate volunteered to go downstairs to find the innkeeper. In reality, the clues marked by the Navy did not completely overlap with the locations indicated on their treasure map. But they were too close. The two places were only about 2 kilometers apart. If the Navy's clues were truly shared, then many people would undoubtedly head to that location. He didn't believe the rest would remain passive and not follow. At that point, their treasure would be ruined. So they must divert these treasure hunters elsewhere. As for how to lead them away, why not create some fake clues? Captain, blank maps. Roland took the blank maps and in the direction opposite to their marked treasure location, that is the northwest waters of Baru Island, marked several suspected clues to Baru's treasure. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Colonel Rat, who had just transferred all the illicit funds, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Strange, why do I have the unsettling feeling that someone is targeting me? Balu Island Treasure House Inn. It was no easy task to forge a fake clue map in a short time. Fortunately, there was a ready-made blank map and Luo Lan had some drawing experience. So it wasn't too difficult. Luo, being exceptionally clever, had already guessed his mischievous plan when Luo Lan asked if she could swap the clue map. She leaned in to check if Luo Lan had drawn the details correctly and couldn't help but let out a surprised sound. What's wrong? Luo Lan looked up and asked. Nothing. Luo shook her head, somewhat pleasantly surprised. It's just that the base map of the Navy's clue map happens to be the same specification as this blank map. Isn't that even better? Luo Lan didn't think much of it. Maps come in many specifications based on different scales. By the way, do you remember all the details? Luo Lan pressed. You draw, I'll recite. Luo closed her eyes and activated her flower fruit ability again. She described the details while Luo Lan supplemented them. The tricky part was the seal of the Navy's 16th branch, but unexpectedly that girl Na Mei actually had a radish-shaped stamp. Soon a forged clue map was completed. In Luo Bin's words, without careful scrutiny one couldn't tell it wasn't a Navy document. It was practically identical. The only difference was that the marked location had been changed. No big deal. Just as Luo Lan planned to wait for nightfall and secretly swap the Navy's clue map. Wait. Old Mu suddenly called out to Luo Lan. This old man has figured it out. You want to swap this fake map over? Yes. Luo Lan nodded. What about them? Old Mu pointed at several people in the square not far away. Luo Lan followed his gaze and saw members of the Can Pirates, the Rabbit Pirates, and the Stilt Pirates. Luo Lan was startled. If all went smoothly, the false clue they created would naturally be snatched up by the treasure hunting groups commissioned by the nations and the noble factions, who would then eagerly lead the crowd away, allowing them to seize the real treasure. But there were also many pirates like them at the scene who wouldn't behave themselves. A fight would surely break out. A fight didn't necessarily mean their plan to swap the maps would fall through, but it did introduce uncertainty. True. Luo Lan nodded, analyzing aloud. If an ordinary pirate gets the clue, they won't be able to hold on to it. and they'll eventually be led away by our fake clue. But if that woman named Tina from last time is also after the treasure, she probably won't allow anyone to follow her. As Roland spoke, his gaze swept across the square. Earlier he had seen Tina and Tashigi, but now they were nowhere to be found. A fight is inevitable, Old Moo suggested. At that point we can pretend to seize the Navy's clue, and then in turn make our fake clue public. Good, that's great, several pirates applauded. But if our scheme is exposed, won't we be in deep trouble? Luo been undercut. In everyone's minds the scene of 10,000 people chasing them while shouting, "Return our treasure," appeared, and they couldn't help but shudder. Captain, the group couldn't decide and looked to Roland. No. Luo Bin pondered for a moment and shook her head. Even if there's no risk of exposure afterward, it's still not okay. This was actually the same logic as when they initially wanted to forcefully seize the clue without knowing what the Navy's clue was. The bird that sticks out gets shot. Even if he made the fake clue public, many people would still be watching them. Most of these people might not have any ill intent, simply thinking that, by following them, they could get a piece of the pie. But being watched by so many, how could they sneak off to the Southeast Sea to hunt for treasure? Na Mei's navigation skills were superb. She could shake off 4 or 5 sailing ships by subtle differences in currents and wind. But with hundreds or thousands of ships following you in a dark mass, how could you shake them off? We need to find a scapegoat to take the fall for us. Whoa, Captain, no. Just then several miserable cries came from outside. Clown Ba Ji was walking alone toward the square, his mind full of treasure. The remaining members of the Ba Ji pirates desperately pulled at Ba Ji's pants leg, weeping. Captain, please don't go. That clue is obviously fake. How could the Navy be so kind? What if you get caught by them? Seeing Ba Ji, a spark of inspiration struck Roland. He muttered softly, "Red nose." Who? Almost at the same moment Roland spoke. Ba Ji, as if by reflex, looked around the scene. Who said my nose is red? Angrily Ba Ji split his body apart. His head rose into the air to see which bastard was talking about his red nose. Got it. Seeing this, Roland's eyes lit up. He stared at the split-apart Ba Ji, or more precisely Ba Ji's separated arms. Then he turned to look at Luo Bin. I have a plan. The Navy dropped the blockbuster news in the afternoon. Soon dusk fell, and night descended. Selecting just 20 treasure hunting teams wouldn't take much time. However, the 16th Navy branch stated that for safety reasons they would only share their clues 10 minutes before the treasure hunting period began. The treasure hunters had no objections. Since the actual treasure hunting period hadn't arrived, they had nothing to do today anyway. Could they set sail early, wait for the sea level to drop, and then be faster than everyone else? Many had tried that before, and they all vanished without a trace. Not even their bodies were found. Time flew by. 7 o'clock. 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock. The crowd held their breath, staring nervously at the moonlit sea. Many envied the top 20 treasure hunting teams, silently vowing to stick close to them later. Only the Black Dragon pirate crew and the many disguised pirates among the crowd remained impassive. They understood clearly. What followed was bound to be turbulent. Kill. Finally, half an hour before the treasure hunting period, a small-time pirate crew could no longer hold back, launching the first attack. Their captain was quite formidable, charging straight through and knocking down several marines guarding the clue map. He strode to the box containing the clue map and laughed. Wahaha, this is mine. A sharp whistle of breaking wind sounded as a group of small-time pirates with knives sprang out. Arrogant talk. That thing belongs to our knife pirate crew. Knife pirate crew? What trash crew is that? Almost simultaneously, another group of pirates wearing cans appeared from nowhere. That thing belongs to our pirate crew. The 3 pirate crews suddenly attacked. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Pirates. Damn it, what are the Navy doing? Why are there pirates? The treasure hunters fled in all directions, cursing the Navy's ancestors. As for the so-called treasure hunters, representing neighboring countries, they sounded impressive, but that was only in status and power. Their actual strength was mostly that of ordinary people, and they fled at the first sight of pirates. Damn it, how can there be so many pirates? Lieutenant Rat trembled in a corner, unable to understand what was happening. Colluding with pirates was one of their side businesses, so he wasn't surprised that Balu Island had pirates. But only 2 crews had paid to enter, and they weren't among these 3. Without hesitation, the lieutenant immediately dialed Colonel Rat's Den Mushi to report the incident. Pirates. Colonel Rat's voice came through the Den Mushi. So what if there are pirates? The fake clues just need to lure those fools away. Who cares who gets them? But what if the pirates shake off the other treasure hunters? The lieutenant asked. Idiot, use your brain. You made those fake clues. Can't you just lead the rest directly there, or better yet claim you're chasing pirates and go after them? The lieutenant paused, realizing the logic. Also, Colonel Rat continued, since pirates have appeared on Balu Island, have more men watch Smoker. I don't believe that justice-obsessed Marine will stand by. As soon as he leaves, kill that Marine from headquarters. Colonel Rat ordered. But these pirates are after the treasure. They probably won't attack the townspeople, right? The lieutenant asked doubtfully. Idiot. Start a fire, kill someone, blame it on the pirates, then notify Smoker. Can't you even do that? Understood. The lieutenant hung up the den mushi and stood up to act. After glancing at the increasingly violent scene outside, he silently crouched back in the corner. At the 16th Navy Branch, Colonel Rat hung up the den mushi. The treasure hunting period starts at 10 and usually lasts 12 hours. That means if we hold out until 10 tomorrow morning we win. Colonel Rat felt a surge of confidence. He left his office intending to wait until the treasure hunting period began and then guard his hidden stash of dirty money. But as he pushed open the door, he saw Tashigi and Tina, those two disasters, standing at the entrance. Colonel Rat's face darkened. Colonel Rat. Tina smiled at his darkened expression and asked, "Where are you off to?" As she spoke, she winked at Tashigi. Tashigi took the hint and asked seriously, "Colonel Rat, where are you going?" "Those two damn women." Colonel Rat was furious but didn't show it. He feigned urgency. "Pirates have appeared on Balu Island. Once the treasure hunting period starts, we'll go to support. I'm going to assemble the troops now." "Pirates? Then I'll go too," Tina demanded. "This is a matter for the 16th Navy Branch. What business is it of yours?" Colonel Rat roared, knowing they were essentially monitoring him. "Umph. You're a colonel, and so am I. But I'm a headquarters colonel. I outrank you by 3 grades. Tina retorted unyieldingly. Colonel Rat's expression stiffened. "Rank trumps all." He snorted, said nothing more, slammed the door, and returned to his office. These two are like sticky plasters." Colonel Rat swept everything off his desk in frustration. He was now certain that these 3 must know something, or they wouldn't be watching him like hawks. At a standalone villa on Balu Island. "What's happening over there? Why is it so noisy?" The tech marine paused his work repairing the den mushi, stood up, and peered curiously into the distance. Smoker, chewing on 2 cigars, also glanced over. "Nothing serious. Probably someone setting off fireworks to celebrate." He brushed it off casually. "Commander Smoker, I'm a Marine too, in from headquarters," the tech marine said with a "don't joke with me" expression. "They're pirates," Smoker admitted, knowing he couldn't hide it from this man, but he emphasized, "but they're all after the treasure." "All right." The tech marine guessed that Smoker was trying to protect him. At Balu Island's plaza, the pirates fought among themselves in the center, while the remaining treasure hunters watched from afar. Clang, clang, boom. The battle for the key clue to the Balu treasure was brutal, with continuous metal clashes and cannon fire. The Can pirates, Rabbit pirates, and Stilt pirates appeared one after another, but none of them lasted till the end. In the later stages, several more pirate crews, once the Black Dragon pirates hadn't even gathered intelligence on, emerged. It was a classic case of one group rising and another falling. Counting the pirates on the scene, there were nearly 500 or 600. Wahaha. Looks like the clues the Navy worked so hard to gather are mine. A man in a black hood stood triumphant, cowing the other pirates. Even the great pirate, Buggy the Clown, had fallen to his hands. Just as everyone thought the key clue to the Balu treasure belonged to that man. "Wait, look at the box." A sudden shout rang out from the crowd. Following the pointing finger, everyone saw the box containing the clue mysteriously flung high into the air, landing atop the flagpole at the center of the plaza. Everyone expected the box to fall down, and they rushed over to catch it. Then, under the shocked gaze of all, the box holding the Navy's gathered clues about the Balu treasure was lifted by a hand. "Whose hand is that?" A chill ran through the crowd. But before anyone could react, under the murderous gaze of countless eyes, another hand reached into the box and pulled out a map. Then it unfolded. Who is it?" A heart-wrenching roar erupted across the square. It was like several factions fighting over a devil fruit, only for some unknown glutton to devour it before the outcome was decided. How could such a situation not ignite fury? Wait. No normal person could stand that high. And notice, there's only a hand up there, no body in sight. The Black Dragon pirates were the first to calm down, sensing the anomaly. A hand detached from the body. That must be a devil fruit user. And this ability looks familiar. It might be. A sudden realization struck the crowd. Their bodies stiffened, and in unison, they turned to look in a certain direction behind them. Seeing this, Roland beneath the black hood curved his lips into a faint smile. The other plants from the Black Dragon pirates also breathed a quiet sigh of relief. In perfect unison, everyone exclaimed, "It's Clown Baji." Baji was searching for his hand. To secure the clue, he had fought the hooded man in the square, not only losing but also being knocked unconscious. Of course that wasn't the point. The point was that when he woke up, he found that some bastard had hidden his hand. Before he even found his hand, he heard a crowd calling his name. Who's calling me?" Baji turned around in confusion, not understanding what was happening. "Look, his hand is missing," a young pirate from the Black Dragon pirates exclaimed in surprise. No reminder was needed. Everyone was sharp enough. When they saw Baji's missing hand, even the dullest could understand Clown Baji was the shameless scoundrel who stole the clue. "So it's him. This shameless thief. We pirates follow rules too. The item was just sitting there untouched, and we relied on true skill." "Exactly. The Can pirates swear that from now on, every time I see the Baji pirates, I'll attack on sight. The Rabbit pirates too. The Black Dragon pirates too. Hand over the clue map." No, Baji's mind went blank. He roughly understood what they meant. They thought he had stolen the clue map. But he was innocent. Though he didn't know which bastard had hidden his hand, he could still sense it. His hand was tied up. The hand on the flagpole was definitely not his. No, it's not me. Baji was about to deny it when an exaggerated laugh suddenly echoed from above. Kai-ha. A single clue. Are we pirates supposed to be as stingy as the Marines? I clown Baji declare today the clue you want, I'll give it to you. The words fell. At almost the same moment, a transponder snail on the square projected a map clearly marking several distinct locations, the clues to Baru's treasure. As if to confirm its authenticity, everyone looked up to see the hand in the air holding a transponder snail. Instantly the curses across the square ceased, and the gunpowder-laden anger dissipated. In its place, ecstatic joy and ear-piercing screams. Clown Baji. Ah, Clown Baji. Even the treasure hunters watching from afar let out hoarse roars. Because the pirates had suddenly emerged, non-pirate treasure hunters could hardly get a scrap. Yet Clown Baji had freely given away such a precious thing. The cheers were deafening. How can there be such a selfless pirate in this world? I'm crying. I just called him shameless. I deserve to die. Damn, a pirate is willing to share the clue with everyone. Thinking back of the Marines' behavior just now, their greed was truly ugly. Exactly. We pirates follow rules. Regardless of the final outcome, we all owe Baji this time. Either can pirates swear that from now on we will never intrude on any territory the Baji pirates claim. The rabbit pirates too. The stilt-walking pirates too. The black dragon pirates too. Baji himself was still dazed, standing woodenly. He wanted to ask, am I really that good? How come I didn't know? His subconscious told him there's no free lunch. Some villain must be plotting against him. But hearing the ceaseless cheers and flattery, the atmosphere was too perfect. To say, it wasn't me, now felt like having a treasure chest right in front of him and being told not to open it. How could that be possible? It would be like killing him. Captain, when did you become so kind? That's not like you. At that moment the Baji pirates crowded around him, also believing it was Baji who had acted. Baji didn't answer directly. He suddenly turned to Machi and asked, Machi, didn't you say earlier that one's luck can't be bad forever? Did I say that? Machi couldn't recall, so he made something up. I heard it from someone else. They said a person can't be unlucky all their lives. We've been unlucky before, so our luck will surely turn around. Baji nodded heavily, feeling it deeply. Thinking back, wasn't his childhood luck absolutely terrible? A devil fruit. He was about to sell a treasure map he hadn't even warmed. Then he accidentally ate the devil fruit, forever preventing him from diving for treasure himself. The treasure map was lost too. He was about to reach Laugh Tale with Captain Roger and the crew when he suddenly fell ill, and that bastard Shanks was left to take care of him. Now years later, that bastard Shanks had become a Yonko while he was still struggling in the East Blue. Last year he spent a month sleeping on the streets of Baru Island while treasure hunting. This year too, he was even bullied by a dog and couldn't find his way. If not for Aji and Aim finding him yesterday, they'd have slept on the streets again. Woo, thinking of all this, tears streamed uncontrollably from Baji's eyes. Bitter turned sweet. His luck was finally getting better. Buggy sniffled, letting out a heartfelt sigh. I feel that from today onward my luck has turned for the better. Listen to this. The cheers of the entire crowd. Buggy spread his arms wide, indulging in the surging waves of sound. A powerful illusion suddenly struck him. I feel that with my luck after this change I might just become a great pirate. Even becoming a Yonko like Shanks is not impossible. The crew of the Buggy pirates stared at him as if he were a fool. A Yonko? Don't we know full well what trash we are? Buggy ignored his subordinates' disbelief, just as they had never believed him when he claimed to be a former crewmate of Captain Roger. Though he still didn't know which kind soul had pushed such a fortune to him, he truly felt blissful. This must be what they call luck that comes and cannot be stopped. Buggy was floating on air. Suddenly he waved his hand, his severed head soaring into the sky as he shouted back at the surrounding cheers, "That's right, it's me. Buggy the Clown." Ha ha ha. A mere clue. We pirates won't be as stingy as the Marines. At that moment a thunderous boom erupted. Instantly lightning flashed and thunder roared across the sky. A violent wind rose. The crowd seemed to anticipate something, turning their gaze into the distance. They saw the seawater visibly receding at an alarming rate. Everyone understood. The treasure hunting period had arrived. Glancing at the time, it was exactly 10 o'clock. Buggy truly felt his luck had improved. The timing was perfectly aligned. He strode forward like the leader of them all, commanding, "Men, set sail. Let's hunt for treasure." Meanwhile, the one Buggy had first considered a villain, then later a benefactor, the instigator of his luck shift, the entire Black Dragon Pirates crew watched the scene with strange expressions. Wait, he actually took the bait and admitted it. Doesn't he have even a shred of doubt? Roland removed his black hood, a twinge of guilt rising in his heart. Worth mentioning, the man who had earlier stood atop the square wearing a black hood surveying the crowd with contempt was none other than Roland. According to their plan, Buggy was no weakling. Roland was to engage him in battle. In the heat of the fight, Robin would use her flower fruit ability to snatch the clue map and broadcast a forged version to everyone via a transponder snail. Though it deviated slightly from the original plan, the general direction remained unchanged. A man's hand and a woman's hand were quite different. A close look would reveal the distinction. But since Buggy had previously displayed his severed body parts as long as his hand was hidden, many would instinctively assume the hand belonged to Buggy. Thus they could fool everyone. The tricky part was that Robin's ability required attachment to a physical object, so the box had been deliberately thrown to the top of the flagpole, providing a surface for Robin's flower-generated hands. Another hard-to-deceive aspect was, the person involved would certainly know he was being framed and would likely deny it vehemently. In truth, they hadn't expected the target to admit it. They only needed someone to publicly reveal the fake clue and lead everyone away. But they never expected. I didn't actually intend to frame him. If he had denied it strongly, once people realized, they might guess they'd been played by some other party. It's fine this way too. Look how happy he is now. The louder he boasts now, the harder he'll fall later. A small pirate said vindicatively. Oh, Roland was taken aback. Do we have a grudge against the Buggy pirates? Of course we do. The young pirate nodded emphatically. Last night, they bought up all the beer in the inn, leaving us with nothing to drink last night or this morning. I see. Then consider this a lesson for him. Roland nodded in understanding, then turned to Nami. Nami, I'll leave it to you to slip away unnoticed when the time comes. No problem. Nami nodded, a look of admiration in her eyes. She had only recently learned of the Black Dragon pirate scheme. She never imagined that this seemingly harmless Black Dragon pirates had such a dark heart. They had fooled everyone. Whoosh! As soon as the treasure hunting period began, numerous treasure hunters set sail, eager to be the first to find Baron's treasure. Perhaps because Buggy had made the clue public, many pirate crews, and even some ordinary treasure hunting groups, felt a degree of goodwill toward him, willingly clustering around the Buggy pirate's ship. Watching the Buggy pirates at the center of such attention, the Black Dragon pirates breathed a sigh of relief. Nami, it's your turn. Trust me. Under Nami's helm, while everyone's attention was fixed on the Buggy pirates, the Black Dragon made a deft turn and quietly sailed toward the southeastern sea. There lay the true location marked on the Marine's published clue, as well as the treasure indicated by the Black Dragon pirates' own map. Meanwhile, the Rat Lieutenant, who had been cowering in a corner, heard the commotion outside fade and finally confirmed it was safe. What a bunch of idiots. I just threw together some nonsense, and they actually fought over it like it was a precious gem. The Rat Lieutenant laughed heartily, relishing the feeling of fooling everyone. He strutted arrogantly to the square and instinctively looked into the distance, wanting to see those fools scrambling for the fake clue. Huh. The Rat Lieutenant froze. There were no ships in the southeastern direction. He suspected he had opened his eyes wrong. He closed them, slapped himself, and opened them again. Still nothing. He wondered if he was too tense and had lost his sense of direction. He pulled out a military compass. Southeast. The direction was correct. What on earth? Just then a burst of raucous laughter came from behind. The port of Barrow Island was to the northeast. Ships heading left went to the Northwest Sea and right to the Southeast Sea, because their black money was hidden in the Northwest Sea. He had used the fake clue to lure everyone to the Southeast Sea, preventing the black money from being discovered. But the Rat Lieutenant looked at the row of ship tails on the left sea, then at the flat, empty horizon on the right. The lieutenant was dumbfounded. Sir, look. A young Marine pointed at the projection in the square, noticing the problem. The Rat Lieutenant followed his gaze. A map of the same size, color, and marked symbols appeared in his sight. But crucially, the marked location was reversed. And most unfortunately, it pointed directly to where they had hidden the black money. Not good. The Rat Lieutenant's face drained of color. There's something foul afoot. The 16th Marine Branch. You idiot. Colonel Rat received a call from his adjutant's Den Mushy, learning that everyone was after his dirty money, and he was so furious he cursed. He was about to rush out, wanting to retrieve the dirty money ahead of others. Colonel Rat, where are you going? Tina, who was guarding the door, asked with a smile blocking his way. You damned woman. Colonel Rat, completely blinded by rage, raised his fist and charged at Tina. Overreaching. Tina's expression turned cold as she kicked Colonel Rat in the abdomen. With a bang, Colonel Rat had no power to resist, his entire body flying across and crashing into the wall, spitting several mouthfuls of blood. You three bastards. The metallic taste on his tongue brought Colonel Rat back to his senses, a bit his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Tina. Pirates have appeared on Balu Island. I must hurry over to uphold justice. I don't understand why you three hold hostility toward me, a diligent and righteous Marine. But I, Colonel Rat, swear that if even one more resident of Balu Island suffers harm due to your thuggish behavior, I will never forgive you. After uttering this threat, Colonel Rat did not argue further with Tina. He straightened his justice coat and solemnly saluted in a certain direction. Moi. Tina frowned slightly. If she wasn't mistaken, that direction was toward Marine headquarters. Colonel Rat said nothing more, slammed the door, and returned to his office. I was truly furious just now. I need to calm down. Colonel Rat massaged his temples, trying to steady himself. He realized that things hadn't yet reached an irredeemable point. The adjutant had notified him in time, and the 16th Marine Branch was closer to where he had hidden the money, so he could still transfer it before the treasure hunters arrived. As for Tina and her two companions, they must have known something, but they probably didn't have solid evidence yet, So they had only been effectively holding him under house arrest. The money must be saved and my misdeeds must not be exposed. With that thought, Colonel Rat immediately made 2 calls via Den Mushi. One call to his trusted subordinates, ordering them to transfer the dirty money and have the adjutant take command. Another call to his adjutant, instructing him to not only transfer the money, but also to kill and burn, destroying the evidence. On Balu Island, a street near the dock. Sai, this year's treasure hunting season is almost over. How will we get by next month? The treasure hunters are gone. No, it's my money pouch that's gone. Watching the thousands of treasure hunting ships departing, many local residents began to worry about their future livelihoods. The treasure hunting period ends at 10 tomorrow morning, meaning the treasure hunters will leave. Without tourists from elsewhere, they have no income. Maybe we should sell our shops here and move somewhere else. Sell? Do you think anyone would still take this lousy place? Better think practically. Let's hope the Balu treasure isn't discovered, or else no one will ever come to our small town. If you ask me, the 16th Marine Branch has a screw loose. There used to be plenty of nobles and commoners visiting our island, but since they started messing around, we hardly see anyone in a month. Do we locals not know whether there are sea kings in the sea? We don't need an outsider to boss us around, a young man said indignantly. Exactly. Many people nodded in agreement. Ever since Colonel Rat took over the 16th Marine Branch and insisted that sea kings existed in the nearby waters, the number of tourists to Balu Island had plummeted, and their income had been declining year after year, almost to the point of being unable to make ends meet. Only in the month before the treasure hunting season would a large number of treasure hunters gather here, keeping Balu Island from going completely bankrupt. If only Colonel Rat would pack up and leave, maybe the new branch colonel would reassess whether there are really sea kings here. Someone said, I'm afraid there's no hope. I heard Colonel Rat is highly regarded at Marine headquarters. We'll probably have to wait until he retires. What? That scumbag Colonel Rat is highly regarded. Are the people at headquarters all idiots? I've seen the man, his face alone shows he's no good. Maybe he bribed the nobles, someone speculated. Alright, less complaining. A respected elder sighed, things will get better. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly rang out, interrupting their complaints. Everyone turned to look and saw a cannonball crashing into the ground not far away. What's happening? Soon a swarm of black-hooded bandits surrounded the merchants. Who are you people? Everyone's voice trembled. We are the Marine. Ahem. We are pirates. You're Colonel Rat's adjutant. A young man recognized the adjutant, his face turning pale. What are you doing? The adjutant frowned slightly, not expecting to be recognized. The adjutant gave a wry smile. Originally we needed to leave 1 or 2 alive to let that bastard Smoker know there was a pirate invasion. But since you recognized us, then died. Kill them all. At the adjutant's command, the Marines raised their weapons in unison and slaughtered everyone within the encirclement. Men and women, old and young, none were spared. After the killing, they poured several bottles of oil and skillfully lit torches. Killing and arson done in one go. Whoosh! The flames blazed fiercely, the hot light reflecting on every eerily calm face. For them this seemed to be routine. The adjutant stood at the front and loudly instructed everyone. Remember, this was all done by pirates. It has nothing to do with the 16th branch. Once the job is done, Colonel Rat will reward you well. Hearing about rewards, the men showed delighted expressions. Move to the next location. Yes, sir. The trusted Marines saluted. On Baru Island, in a secluded courtyard, a technician set down his work repairing a Den Mushi and rose to his feet, gazing into the distance. What's happening? On the edge of the pitch-black night sky, a faint crimson glow flickered, as if something had caught fire. A blaze. He gently pushed open the courtyard gate and saw a crowd of Baru Island residents fleeing in a panic, shouting, "Pirates are coming, run!" A knot tightened in the technician's stomach. Instinctively he glanced at Smoker and whispered urgently, "Commander, pirates." Smoker remained silent. The technician, thinking he hadn't heard, repeated, "Commander Smoker, there are pirates outside." And so, Smoker puffed on his cigar. "You should have guessed by now that I'm here to protect you. But outside, the 16th branch is compromised. This is just a ruse to lure me out," Smoker asserted confidently. Just then Smoker's portable Den Mushi rang. He answered, and a frantic voice came through, "Commander Smoker, pirates. Pirates have appeared on the streets of Baru town. Requesting backup, requesting backup." Beep. The call? Not an act. Smoker was now uncertain. He pushed open the door and looked out. In the distance, a massive area was engulfed in flames. It was a real fire. But that wasn't the most critical thing. Further away, he spotted numerous lifeless bodies. Men, women, the elderly, and children alike. Real pirates, after all. "Commander Smoker." The technician noticed Smoker's grim expression. Smoker turned around. "I need to go out. You're coming with me." "But the repair work is almost done." The technician glanced back at the 2 Den Mushi carcasses on the table. "If I stop now, the parts I've already fixed will be lost. I'm a Marine too, from HQ." The technician added when Smoker didn't respond. "Then you stay?" Smoker warned, "Lock the door. I'll be back soon." The technician nodded, pulling his pistol from his waist and placing it on the table. Seeing this, Smoker said no more and headed out. The technician bolted the door and returned to his work on the surveillance den mushi. His curiosity grew about what was recorded inside. Meanwhile, shortly after Smoker left, informants relayed the news of his departure to Lieutenant Mouse. Excellent. Finally lured that jinx away. Lieutenant Mouse grinned upon receiving the news of Smoker's departure. He ordered the Marines behind him, scatter and retreat as you run. Once you're out at sea, ditch your clothes and change into Marine uniforms. Claim you're hunting down the pirates who started the fires. Sir. The Marines nodded in unison. One hesitated. Sir, are you going alone to deal with that technician? He's from HQ after all. He might be formidable. The lieutenant nodded. True. 10 of you will stay and come with me to eliminate that HQ tech. Sir. The Marines saluted crisply. Brubble. At that moment, the den mushi on Lieutenant Mouse's person rang again. It was a confidant of Captain Mouse who was in charge of moving the illicit funds. How's it going? The lieutenant answered. Mission accomplished. We're carrying all the money away from the Northwest Seas, currently circling south of Baru Island towards the southeast. The voice on the other end reported truthfully. Good, very good. Anything else? Sir, where should we stash the money this time? The lieutenant pondered for a moment. With all the treasure hunters crowded in the Northwest Seas, to avoid them, they naturally had to head in the opposite direction, towards the southeast. As for where to hide the money, he thought the previously marked fake location would suffice. Although there was no Baru treasure there were rock crevices suitable for hiding things. And when the tide came back in at 10 a.m., there was no worry about it being washed away. However, this decision was beyond his authority. Wait a moment. Let me ask Captain Mouse first. Soon, idiot. Captain Mouse on the other end of the line was nearly furious upon hearing the lieutenant's plan. Use your damn brain. The fake map we created wouldn't just change for no reason. Someone must be trying to monopolize the treasure. They've made their own fake clues just like us to lead everyone astray. Which means a bunch of sneaky bastards are likely heading to our decoy location right now. And you think it's a good idea to hide the money there? Are you just itching to hand it over to them? Lieutenant Mouse was taken aback. That makes sense. Being in the field, he hadn't considered that. He even wondered if the maps had been printed incorrectly. Unsure of what to do, the lieutenant pressed. Then what should we do? Hold on. Captain Mouse on the other end flipped through several sea charts. After searching, his eyes lit up. Got it. 2 kilometers from the first marked location, there's an underwater reef perfect for hiding things. 2 kilometers. Isn't that too close? The lieutenant asked, uncertain. Close. Captain Mouse scoffed disdainfully. If there were 10,000 people crammed together, sure, 2 clicks is close. But they're just one fleet. And they're a bunch of greedy fools who took our fake clue at face value. Even if they don't find anything at the first spot, they'll just check the other marked locations. It won't occur to them the whole map is a fake. Besides, that reef was formed by an earthquake over a decade ago. How old is the Baru treasure supposed to be? No treasure hunter would ever think of looking there. It's the safest spot. Captain Mouse argued convincingly. Makes sense. The lieutenant nodded, agreeing with the captain's logic. I'll inform them right away. I'll handle the notification. Captain Mouse interjected. You focus on your end. Lately I've had this nagging feeling of being watched. That surveillance den mushi might actually get fixed. Understood. The lieutenant hung up his eyes, turning cold. He gestured to the men behind him. Let's go. Time to take out that technician. In a secluded standalone courtyard. Driven by an ever-growing curiosity about what the den mushi had recorded, and perhaps also by a desire to make the agonizingly slow passage of time move faster, through focused work, the technician Marine threw himself wholeheartedly into the task of repairing the snail. At a certain moment, a burst of laughter erupted. Wahaha, I'm a freaking genius. The technician Marine, looking at the den mushi that was finally able to read and write the images smoothly, couldn't help but let out a puff of hot air from his nostrils. It's worth noting den mushi are living creatures, so they certainly can't be brought back from the dead, but through transplantation methods other snails can be made to read the recorded images. Let me just double-check for any issues. The technician Marine stared intently at the den mushi's projection, both to confirm his repair work was flawless and out of sheer curiosity about what was recorded within. Soon an image of a group of women being held in cages appeared. Human trafficking. He recalled that the headquarters investigation report had mentioned something about this. The technician Marine sped through the footage. Quickly he saw a group of pirates suddenly burst onto the scene, followed by Marines engaging in a fierce gunfight with the crew. The battle between the pirates and the Marines was exceptionally intense. However, his attention wasn't on the outcome of the clash. His gaze was locked dead onto the neck of one particular Marine. He wondered if he had just seen things. But immediately he realized he hadn't been mistaken, because he saw it again. 2 fair feminine arms sprouting from the back of that neck, then giving a gentle, decisive snap. This is the Hana no Mi ability. The technician Marine shot to his feet. As a Marine from the headquarters, he knew all too well what this power to sprout hands and other body parts on others was. The Hana no Mi ability, there was no mistake about it. And the wielder of the Hana no Mi was the one who destroyed the refugee ship, sank 6 of their Navy warships, the unrepentant devil of this world, the sole survivor of the mad scholars of O'Hara, who sought to revive the ancient weapons and destroy the world. The official charges the world government had leveled against the O'Hara scholars. Devil's Child Nico Robin. My God. The technician marine's heart pounded violently. He had never imagined he'd stumble upon a figure of such magnitude. He continued to scan the images trying to locate Nico Robin. Soon his gaze settled on a woman in the footage who had her hands clasped together in prayer. Despite some attempts at disguise combined with the appearance of the Hana Nomi ability, he could confirm that the woman was none other than Nico Robin. No good, this is too huge. I need to report this to HQ immediately. The technician marine hastily paused the projection about to relay his shocking discovery to Marine headquarters first. Say, what exactly are you planning to report to HQ? Suddenly, an icily malevolent voice came from behind him. The technician marine turned to look. To his astonishment, 11 bandits wearing black hoods had appeared in his courtyard without a sound. You're from Branch 16, aren't you? The technician marine asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. No. Is our disguise really that bad? Lieutenant Mouse grumbled inwardly. Technician marine, what is the meaning of this? A sudden bang rang out. Lieutenant Mouse, well aware that villains often lose by talking too much, didn't give the technician marine a chance to explain. The technician marine cried out in pain as the bullet tore into his shoulder. The searing agony sent his adrenaline skyrocketing, and his mind raced trying to figure out why these men were here. He recalled Smoker mentioning that Branch 16 and Captain Mouse might be problematic. But the images recorded on the Den Mushi clearly showed Nico Robin. Could it be that the people from Branch 16 are in league with Nico Robin? Bang! Bang! The technician marine rolled, quickly drawing his pistol to return fire. The technician marine wasn't a combat specialist, but as a marine from HQ his marksmanship and hand-to-hand combat were considered mediocre there. Out in the branches, however, such skills were considered exemplary. But Lieutenant Mouse had brought 10 men this time. The overwhelming numerical advantage quickly led to the technician marine's defeat. You little brat. Lieutenant Mouse glanced at the wound on his own shoulder blade, speaking with lingering fear. Good thing I brought extra men this time, or I might have actually been done for. Huff. Huff. The technician marine gasped for air, glaring fiercely at the group. Consorting with devils will lead to no good end. Devil. Is the captain a devil? The lieutenant couldn't agree with that. The captain was just a bit greedy for money. The technician marine continued to curse. Commander Smoker won't let you get away with this, and Marine headquarters won't. Boring. A single bang rang out, and a bullet mercilessly pierced the technician marine's head. Lieutenant Mouse even blew a puff of air from the barrel of his gun, trying to look cool. The saying "the mountains are high and the emperor is far away" held true. Marine HQ didn't have the spare resources to micromanage the 4 Cs. Besides, this unfortunate technician marine had been killed by pirates. What did that have to do with them? Remember this. Lieutenant Mouse kicked the technician marine's corpse aside, turning to address the others sternly. What happened today has nothing to do with Branch 16. It was all the work of those arsonist pirates. Understood. Lieutenant Mouse nodded, his gaze then falling upon the Den Mushi on the desk. So it actually got fixed. He muttered quietly to himself, then resumed playing the projection from the Den Mushi. Perhaps because he was just a rank-and-file marine from a branch office, the lieutenant didn't immediately spot Nico Robin. His primary concern was whether the footage could implicate him and Captain Mouse. Although he did think the way those marines fell looked a bit familiar. He continued watching. Soon enough, that fat bastard. The lieutenant cursed. Near the end of the footage, the portly officer, seeing the dire situation on the battlefield, tried to call for reinforcements. That in itself wasn't a problem. But he kept yapping, saying that Captain Mouse was on the same boat as him and couldn't possibly refuse to send backup. The moment those words left his mouth, didn't that completely expose them? That was close. Good thing we took him out beforehand. Cold sweat beaded on Lieutenant Mouse's forehead. He couldn't even imagine what would happen to them if evidence like this fell into the hands of that mad dog Smoker. Report. What is it? Sir, we've received word from over there. Smoker is about to catch up to them. That fast? The lieutenant was taken aback, then ordered. All right, clean this place up. We need to leave now. As for this Den Mushi. The lieutenant snatched up the Den Mushi, ready to smash it to pieces. Wait. He suddenly halted his action mid-swing. He pondered to himself. Even though Captain Mouse treats me well, what if things go south later and he decides to make me the scapegoat? After mulling it over for a moment, the lieutenant nodded to himself, feeling it was a sound line of reasoning. He addressed the group. As for this Den Mushi, I will personally deliver it to Captain Mouse. Meanwhile, on a marine warship. Commander Smoker, Sir H, how are you here? All the marines on deck were trembling as they stared at Smoker, utterly baffled as to how he had gotten there. Are you marines? Smoker took the cigar out of his mouth, scanning the surrounding sea. Seeing no one else, he asked, where are those arsonist pirates? A marine saluted and reported with earnestness. The moment pirates surfaced on Balu Island, we were dispatched to intercept them, yet ultimately, they slipped through our fingers. Alas! The marines sighed in unison, their faces etched with reluctance. Something is off. Simiji was somewhat skeptical of their words. He had left the courtyard and arrived here in just over 10 minutes. The fact that the pirates seemed to know he was coming and fled in advance was highly suspicious, not to mention that there was no other ship in sight as far as the eye could see. Wait. Simiji's pupils contracted sharply as he whirled around to look at Balu Island. Damn it. At the same time, to the southeast of Balu Island a small warship was anchored on the sea. We can just leave the money here, right? Yes. Actually, I have a question. Why don't we hide the money on the ship? A small warship might not be able to conceal it, but a large one should be fine, shouldn't it? A young Marine asked. Idiot. The veteran Marine shot him a glare. Do you think everyone in the 16th branch is loyal to Captain Mouse? What if an outsider sees it? Not to mention that mad dog Simiji. True. At the mention of Simiji, the Marine who had asked nodded. Over the past few days, Simiji had indeed turned the 16th Marine branch upside down, like a mad dog, completely disregarding rules and regulations. Alright, let's hurry. Once Simiji and his men leave, we'll be safe. The Marine said no more and piloted the warship away into the distance. Soon after the Marine warship had quietly departed, another ship stealthily arrived in the same waters, anchoring precisely where the Marines had been. On the deck of the Black Dragon. Treasure. 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 Nami looked at the group, strutting around with smug expressions, unable to bear to dampen their spirits. She said weakly, I think you shouldn't get your hopes too high. I told you before, this reef was newly uplifted by an earthquake. I think you're just jealous that we found the treasure. Earthquake, my foot. Just because someone says there was an earthquake doesn't mean it actually happened. I might as well say we're the Pirate King. A professional treasure hunter. Come on. Setting aside the question of professionalism, we're not treasure hunters at all. We're pirates. The group of pirates declared with their chests puffed out. Well, Nami was completely stumped by their words. She simply gave up trying to persuade them. In her view, there was no way there was any treasure here. However, Nami mused silently. The treasure map they have must be over 20 years old, but the current terrain was formed only a decade ago. Where exactly was the original treasure location marked on the map? She felt she had to find out. Captain, we're rich. We're rich. Just then an exclamation of joy suddenly came from the sea. A young pirate emerged from the water clutching a stack of gold bracelets and shouted to the group, so much money. There's even more down there, and lots of gold bracelets. Really? How is that possible? Nami stared at the stacks of gold bracelets from a distance, feeling her worldview shatter. Soon the crew of the Black Dragon pirates fished up all of the Balu treasure. Captain, a young pirate reported to Roland, rough estimate, there's about 600 million berries in cash, and no less than 5,000 pieces of gold, silver jewelry, and other artifacts. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Roland exclaimed 3 times in succession. Yet he felt a twinge of strangeness. How could the Balu treasure contain banknotes? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nami pinched her cheek again until it hurt, confirming she wasn't dreaming. Little girl, what do you think now, eh? In the end, we're the winners? See. The pirates who had earlier competed with Nami taunted gleefully. Humph. Nami remained stubborn. I still don't believe it. This treasure isn't the Balu treasure at all. It's probably from some unlucky merchant who died in a shipwreck here. So what? Roland interjected. I'm asking you, didn't we win? Roland continued, too bad we didn't make a bet earlier. If we found the treasure first, you'd have to be our navigator. I'm not going to bet on that. Nami glared fiercely at everyone, then turned away with a huff, unwilling to engage with them. Her angry expression made everyone burst into laughter. Roland said, Loabine, say something too. Yeah, big sister. Aye. Loabine's expression was strange. She glanced at the gold and silver jewelry that had been hauled up, not knowing what to say. First of all, she was certainly happy to have money coming in. But she remembered that Grandpa Clover had once collected information about the Balu treasure. Grandpa Clover wouldn't have collected data simply for the sake of these riches. She had originally thought there might be some archaeological artifacts. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke honestly. I also think this might not be the Balu treasure. Huh. Everyone was stunned. Nami's eyes lit up. She thought, it's rare to find someone who shares my opinion. Wait for me. Nami suddenly ran up to the lookout platform, looked around, then ran back down. She pointed in a direction and asked Roland, can we not leave yet and go take a look over there? Huh. Roland was startled. That direction was exactly where a marine clue marker was located. Give me a reason. Nami explained. I told you earlier, due to geological movements, your treasure map is outdated. Don't you want to know where your treasure map originally pointed? Can you calculate it? Roland asked curiously. I can barely estimate it. The seawater flooded everything here before, so I couldn't see much. But now, under the moonlight, Nami pointed seriously at the sea ahead. Look over there. The exposed reef runs roughly north-south, and farther off the terrain opens up. We can't see farther from here, but I've been there before. The color of the water there is noticeably darker because there's a long, narrow trench beneath and the surrounding seabed. Nami chattered on for a while, finally suggesting that they could go there to take a look. Marine Branch 16. Achoo. Achoo. Captain Mouse sneezed twice for no reason, and the ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger. He recalled a saying he had heard in other countries. Sneezing once was a good omen, while sneezing twice meant bad luck. As a Marine, he certainly didn't believe in such unscientific nonsense. But since today he had had a strong feeling of being watched, and the facts had proven that some sneaky bastards had nearly ruined his great plan. BRR. At that moment the den mushy on the table rang. It was from his trusted Marine. Captain Mouse tremblingly answered the call. Reporting Captain Mouse. The money is all hidden. There's no way anyone can find it. Captain Mouse was stunned for a moment, then beamed with joy and said good 3 times in a row. BRR. Soon another call came through on the den mushy. It was from his adjutant. What is it? Reporting, sir. Your premonition was correct. That den mushy was indeed repaired. But rest assured I have dealt with the trouble. Ha, good. Captain Mouse was overjoyed. He suddenly understood why he had sneezed twice. So it's double happiness. 2 pieces of good news at once. Upon learning that both tasks had been completed successfully, the tension in Colonel Mouse's heart finally eased. Suddenly his back no longer ached, and his legs no longer hurt. Still, I need to find a way to get rid of Smoker and his crew. Colonel Mouse's eyes darted around, and then he truthfully reported the situation on Baru Island to Marine headquarters. What's got him so cheerful? Outside the office, Tashigi leaned against the wall, pulling a pack of ladies' cigarettes from her pocket. Pressed against the corner, she could faintly hear the laughter drifting from the room within. He's not up to some mischief again, is he? A cigarette dangled from Tashigi's lips. Her mission was simple, just keep an eye on Colonel Mouse. Puff. She lit the cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. Sometimes she rather envied Smoker. He acted without hesitation, fearless of heaven and earth. Even though within the Marines his strength wasn't exactly top tier. If Smoker were here, for instance, and heard Colonel Mouse chuckling away inside, he'd probably barge right in and demand to know what was so funny. But their current act of placing Colonel Mouse under house arrest was already a flagrant breach of regulations. Tashigi. Tina suddenly felt a spark of interest, turning her head to ask, what do you think would happen if I acted as recklessly as Smoker without thinking things through? Tina had only asked casually, a bit of self-deprecating banter. But Tashigi took the question seriously, pondering it with genuine thought for a moment. At best you'd likely hold the same rank as Smoker-san, only a commander. And you've said yourself in a real fight you're no match for him. Perhaps you wouldn't even reach the rank of commander. Tashigi said this with utmost seriousness. Huh. Tina was taken aback. She looked at Tashigi's earnest expression and suddenly couldn't help but burst into laughter. Creak. Just then the office door was pushed open. Colonel Mouse stepped out of the room once more. Colonel Mouse, where are you off to? Tina blocked his path, her smiling facade firmly in place. Oomph. Colonel Mouse shot Tina a glare, then declared with righteous indignation. I've said it before. Baru Island is being overrun by pirates. As a Marine, how could I stand by and watch them terrorize the civilians in my jurisdiction? I don't know why you're trying to stop me, but I must go to Baru Island and uphold justice. Then I'm coming too, Tina insisted again. Of course, no problem. Colonel Mouse nodded, smiling. With Captain Tina's assistance, those pirates will have no choice but to surrender. Something's wrong, he agreed. A sudden sense of dread washed over Tina. Colonel Mouse had no idea what was on Tina's mind. He declared loudly, but mark my words, if any harm comes to the people in my jurisdiction, I, Colonel Mouse, may be of low rank, but I will not let this go. Report. The moment Colonel Mouse finished speaking, a communications Marine rushed in urgently. What's happened? Colonel Mouse asked. Reporting to you both, sirs. The Marine saluted both Tina and Colonel Mouse before reporting. A large number of pirates have appeared on Baru Island for unknown reasons. Several residents have been killed, and many homes have been burned down. According to incomplete statistics, casualties have already exceeded 1,000 and are still rising. We request reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. A large number of pirates. Over 1,000 casualties. Tina and Tashigi were both stunned. What? How could this happen? Colonel Mouse's face changed dramatically, as if he knew nothing about it. He whirled around, eyes blazing with fury, and roared at Tina and Tashigi, this is all you're doing. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have already led my forces to Baru Island. How could the pirates have succeeded? That's impossible. Tina ignored Colonel Mouse entirely. She grabbed the communications Marine by the arm and demanded angrily, Smoker is there. Pirates from the East Blue wouldn't stand a chance against him. In truth, they wouldn't even need to fight. Pirates aren't exactly disciplined groups, let alone those from the weakest sea. Once they discovered a Logia-type officer from headquarters on the island, they'd be too busy fleeing to cause any trouble. Besides, what would pirates gain from killing and burning without looting? What's their motive? Venting their anger. But the Marine branch was right next door. What kind of idiot pirate would come here to vent? It said, the communications Marine stammered, that Smoker-san was lured away by a group of pirates, and only then did they. Nonsense. Pirates aren't a regular army. How could they? Tina stopped mid-sentence, a sudden horrifying thought striking her. Wait, a regular army. Tashigi's face paled as the same realization hit her even faster than Tina. After all, she had personally experienced being kidnapped by the Marines. Was it the Marines? Both their hearts skipped a beat. They looked at Colonel Mouse, and then at the communications Marine who had brought the news. Although both men wore expressions of profound grief and outrage. They clearly saw the faint subtle smile tugging at the corners of their lips. It was you. You're behind all this. Tina was furious. She kicked Colonel Mouse, sending him flying. The extended iron chain railing snapped back, yanking the mouse back. The immense force crushed his chest, producing a series of creaking sounds. Aha! Colonel Mouse let out a blood-curdling scream, feeling as if every bone in his body was being ground to dust. Yet he paid no heed to the searing pain. The more they reacted this way, the more it proved they were powerless against him. Colonel Mouse gritted his teeth against the agony, his face contorted, and shouted, "But you have no evidence." You. Tina's chest heaved violently. How could she not understand Colonel Mouse's almost blatant admission? He was practically saying, "Yes, I did it, but what are you going to do about it?" Brubble. At that moment, the portable den mushi on Colonel Mouse's person began to ring. Oh no! Colonel Mouse cried out in alarm, as if a secret was about to be exposed. You want evidence, do you? Very well. Let's hear what your subordinate has to report to you. Tina, disregarding protocol, snatched the den mushi from Colonel Mouse, answered it, and switched it to speakerphone. Almost instantly, a thunderous roar erupted from the other end of the line. Tina, what the hell are you and Smoker doing? That voice. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Tina was dumbfounded. Wait a moment. How did Fleet Admiral Sengoku know it was me, Tina? Tina looked around. She suddenly noticed a video den mushi in Colonel Mouse's office still connected. She looked at Colonel Mouse's expression. He had done that on purpose. Tina, are you even listening to me? Reporting to the Marshal. Tina kicked the Mouse Colonel away like a piece of trash, then saluted Sengoku from afar. After our investigation of the three of us, Marine Captain Mouse of the 16th branch has been treating lives like dirt. I request the headquarters to immediately dispatch a professional judicial body to conduct a thorough investigation of the entire 16th branch. Tina, I haven't gone senile yet. Sengoku, thousands of miles away, was almost laughing in anger. He had just seen clearly. A communication Marine reported to the Mouse Colonel, and Tina attacked him without a word. Tina still had the nerve to turn the tables. She really had been spending too much time with Smoker. Sengoku continued angrily. I thought the continuous reports from the 16th branch saying you had turned the place upside down and caused chaos were exaggerated. Now I see it's a literal description. Marshal Sengoku. Tina interrupted loudly, her voice solemn. Marine Headquarters Captain Tina requests the immediate dispatch of a professional judicial body to conduct a thorough investigation of the entire 16th branch. Huh. Sengoku was taken aback, never expecting Tina to pull such a move. He pressed, evidence. Where is your evidence? Tina was momentarily speechless. Tina, Sengoku continued, I allowed you to go to the East Blue to investigate, hoping you'd face the truth, not to indulge in reckless behavior. The investigation into the Pod Town Marine Base explosion has concluded. The culprits are the Black Dragon pirates, but they've been annihilated. So the headquarters plans to credit the Mouse Colonel with this achievement, otherwise it would be an insult to the Marines who died at Pod Town. Hearing that a scumbag like the Mouse Colonel might be promoted, Tina felt a surge of blood rush to her head. She roared, Marshal, the Black Dragon pirates are still alive. The headquarters investigation is completely wrong. Oh, Sengoku was slightly surprised. It seems the headquarters investigation did have some flaws. Those pirates didn't die. No, I mean the explosion at Pod Town has nothing to do with those pirates. The ones trafficking people aren't pirates, but Marines. That explosion was likely the Mouse Colonel trying to cover his tracks. Tina guessed the whole truth. I see. Sengoku nodded, finally understanding why Tina was spouting nonsense. It was the same testimony from that severely nearsighted trainee Tashigi. Evidence. Again, where is the evidence? Sengoku slammed the table, angry. The testimony of someone who isn't even a Marine yet and is severely nearsighted can't be considered evidence. Even if hypothetically what you say is true, I won't allow you to act out so blatantly. Do you know how much damage such a scandal would do to the reputation of the Marines and the world government? Sengoku was truly driven mad by Tina and Smoker. He continued berating, in my view the Mouse Colonel and the 16th branch are fine. It's you too. Why didn't you apply to the headquarters before seizing evidence? And why did you forcibly take it? You've been guarding the Mouse Colonel's door, not letting him out. What is that, house arrest? And driving all the Marines off a whole warship to search. Did you find anything? Do you think the Marines are your personal property? Sengoku listed all of Smoker's recent reckless acts, leaving Tina at a loss for words. And you? The image of the den mushi turned to Tashigi. You're Tashigi, right? Are you trying to ruin your graduation by following these two idiots? Aye. Tashigi was so angry she couldn't speak. She couldn't understand how Marshal Sengoku, known as the tactician, could be so arbitrary. And if it were true, his first concern was reputation. She's Tashigi. The Mouse Colonel looked up at Tashigi in shock, never expecting that the woman who claimed to be Tashigi's twin sister was actually Tashigi herself. Tashigi was still alive. No wonder. No wonder these three seemed to know everything I'd done and targeted me so relentlessly. The Mouse Colonel breathed a silent sigh of relief. Good thing the headquarters didn't believe her testimony. Good thing she wasn't a Marine yet, and good thing she was nearsighted. Good thing the marshal laid it all out. Otherwise he'd still be in the dark. Boom. In the nick of time, a deafening blast erupted as the entire door along with its frame and the bricks above flew inward. A figure appeared at the entrance radiating murderous intent, surrounded by swirling smoke. Smoker! Smoker! Tina and Tashigi called out. He's been under our watch, he hasn't left. Tina reminded. Smoker nodded slightly, then fixed a murderous glare on the mouse Colonel Mouse. Smoker, you. Feeling the killing intent from Smoker, the mouse Colonel trembled. He forced himself to stay calm. What do you think you're doing? The marshal is watching. Smoker glanced coldly at the den mushy in Tina's hand. Then nothing. Smoker, what do you think you're doing? Sengoku, far away in Marineford, suddenly stood up. Through the video den mushy in his office and the one in Tina's hand, he could clearly see and hear what was happening. He never expected that even with the mouse Colonel pointing out that he was watching, Smoker would still be so audacious. The Marine who fixed our den mushy is dead. That mouse killed him, and he also murdered hundreds of people. Smoker turned and roared at Sengoku, his face dark as thunder. At first he thought it was a diversion. A fake act by the Marines setting off a couple of firecrackers and shouting pirates are coming to lure him away. So when he saw people actually killing and burning outside, he genuinely believed it was pirates. But he had greatly underestimated the mouse Colonel's sheer depravity. He now even suspected that if he hadn't gone out, the mouse would have slaughtered everyone on the island to achieve his goal. The mouse killed hundreds. Sengoku paused, then roared, "Nonsense. The mouse Colonel has been on the line with me the whole time, and according to the latest report from the 16th branch, it was clearly a bunch of pirates. As the tactician, I've heard of the treasure of Baru Island. Even though the 16th branch is nearby, some pirates might still risk it for a share, right? Today seems to be exactly. You idiot know nothing." Smoker cursed without restraint. "You idiot, what do you know?" Smoker burst out, cutting off Sengoku's words. "What?" On the other side, Sengoku's face turned green with rage. Even though he usually didn't put on airs, which Marine wasn't respectful to him, now he was being cursed by a junior and called an idiot. He's insane. Smoker is a lunatic. Captain Rat cried inwardly, suddenly regretting why he had provoked this mad dog named Smoker. Not only did he disobey the fleet admiral's orders, but he also directly called him an idiot. This man was definitely not right in the head. "Get over here." Smoker didn't care if Sengoku's face turned green. He reached out and grabbed Captain Rat with his smoke arm. "I'll kill you." Bang. A punch landed squarely on Captain Rat's chest. It hurts." Captain Rat let out a miserable scream, feeling as if half his life was gone. He suddenly had a strong premonition that Smoker would actually beat him to death. "Fleet Admiral, save me. Save me. For the sake of—" "Shut up." Smoker's expression hardened as he punched Captain Rat in the mouth. "Smoker, damn it, stop right now." Sengoku, far away in Marineford, stomped in fury, wishing he could reach through the screen and smash Smoker's head into the ground. But Smoker paid no heed to Sengoku. "Fleet Admiral, save me, please." Captain Rat wailed, thinking that if he could start over, he would never provoke such a deranged man. "Smoker, don't be reckless." Another voice came through the den mushy. "My." Smoker's action of killing Captain Rat paused slightly as he shouted at the man. "Kazan, are you also telling me to stop? I'll find time to come to the East Blue and see what's really going on." Akiji's voice sounded somewhat anxious. "Calm down. If you kill him like this, not only will you suffer the consequences, but the rat will be posthumously honored as a hero by headquarters. Is that the outcome you want?" The last sentence shattered Smoker's resolve. If a scumbag like that rat was declared a martyr, it would be an insult to the hundreds of people he had killed. And who knew how many more dirty deeds and murders the rat had committed? Most importantly, given how headquarters operated, such a thing could actually happen. Huff. Reason briefly overcame rage. Smoker's pores emitted a burst of smoke to cool his body. Bang. Smoker kicked Captain Rat away like trash. Tashigi was right. That rat never looked like a good man. Smoker, extremely displeased, chewed on his cigar without even glancing at the rat and shouted into the den mushy. "You want evidence? I'll find irrefutable proof that this Captain Rat can't deny. Then you'll see what kind of scum you've been protecting, you idiot." "Ah, Smoker." Upon being called an idiot again, Sengoku's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. Even if it were true, so what? What was he trying to achieve by making a scene? Did he ever consider the impact such a scandal would have on the Navy and the world government if it got out? Forget the Navy's reputation. Was the world government's reputation not more important than this trivial matter? He was a fool with no sense of the big picture. And Captain Rat had always had a good reputation at headquarters. At worst, he might have skimmed a little money. But that was also because the funding from above had been getting tighter. All right, you know Smoker's not right in the head." Akiji's voice came, trying to calm Sengoku. Smoker ignored Sengoku's curses, his heart seething with anger. He turned to stare at the already pathetic Captain Rat. "And you, clean your neck and pray for a few more days." Smoker exhaled a large smoke ring. He flicked his finger, sending a spark onto the justice coat draped over Captain Rat. Whoosh! The flames instantly engulfed the rat, turning him into a human torch. Hot. It's burning. Captain Rat writhed in agony, wondering why Smoker was still so heavy-handed. But he also knew that for now he was safe. Smoker Tina and Tashigi. Putting out the flames on his body, Captain Rat forced himself to stand glaring at the three. I don't understand why you have such hostility toward me and Branch 16, but you must take responsibility for the 789 innocent residents of Balu Island who died. 789. Tina stepped forward demanding, how do you know the exact number? Haha, of course my subordinates reported it to me. Captain Rat replied matter-of-factly, a smirk on his face. Where are you going? Smoker saw the rat heading out. I'm going to put out the fire on Balu Island, unlike you people who just make trouble. Captain Rat roared back with righteous indignation. I already put out the fire before I came to kill you, said Smoker. My. Captain Rat was stunned, surprised that this madman actually had some sense of restraint. Then I'll go to the scene to maintain order, Captain Rat announced loudly, deliberately bumping into Smoker's arm as he passed by. For the sake of justice. He put on his cap and strode out laughing, followed by the communications marine. Smoker, Tina, and Tashigi were left staring dumbfounded. Nice work just now. On the deck of the warship, Captain Rat patted the communications marine on the shoulder. You'll get your reward later. Those 700+ people, are they all taken care of? The communications marine, one of the Rat's trusted men, brightened at the mention of rewards. Rest assured, Captain Rat, everything's clean. No loose ends, no one will find out it was us from Branch 16. The Rat glared at the communications marine, displeased. What did you just say? The marine realized his mistake and slapped himself, correcting. I mean, those deaths were all caused by the arsonist pirates. The 16th branch has nothing to do with it. For the sake of justice. As he said the last half, the marine gave a crooked salute. They exchanged glances and burst into conspiratorial laughter. The moonlight is so bright tonight. Facing the night sea breeze, Captain Rat felt oddly refreshed. He was no match for Smoker nor for Tina. Perhaps in a few years that woman named Tashigi could also beat him to a pulp. But so what? In the end, he was the one who won. Still, it means I've completely offended that mad dog Smoker. Captain Rat muttered with a frown, but soon brightened up. But it's not a big deal. I'll just lie low for a while. Anyway, the money is safe and the evidence is destroyed. Those 2 points were the most crucial. Speaking of evidence, Captain Rat suddenly thought of something, turning to the communications marine. Is the death of that technical marine also taken care of? This? The communication seaman scratched his head, unsure whether to tell the truth. Has something gone wrong? Colonel Mouse asked. Reporting to Colonel Mouse. The communication seaman rendered a formal military salute and reported. According to the adjutant's report, Smoker returned too quickly and only performed a basic disposal of the corpse. He hasn't yet fabricated evidence of a pirate attack. Since Smoker is currently absent, should we notify the adjutant to stage the scene now? Colonel Mouse pondered for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. No need. If he was accidentally killed by pirates, there must be actual pirates involved. We'll wait until the treasure hunters are about to return, then set fire nearby. With so many witnesses, headquarters will have no choice but to accept it. MHM. The communications seaman nodded. The adjutant arranged it the same way. At that moment, a noisy commotion suddenly echoed from the distant sea. Baroque works, clown bastard Baz. Get your ass out here. Aha, Red. Knows you've got some serious guts trying to fool over 10,000 people. Hand over the real clues now. Has anyone seen which direction that red-nosed bastard ran? If we don't catch and kill him today, we'll never show our faces again. The Kin pirates swear to strike the Baz pirates whenever we encounter them. The rabbit pirates feel the same way. The stilt pirates agree. The kingdom of Goa shares this sentiment. So does the kingdom of Oikut. On the waters near Baroque Island, numerous large ships scattered across the surface, conducting an extensive search operation. Are those the treasure hunters? Colonel Mouse checked his watch and noted it was barely 4 in the morning. Someone's already returned this early this year. Moreover, if his eyes weren't deceiving him, some of those vessels were pirate ships. Strange, why would pirates mingle with national teams? After investigating, Colonel Mouse learned that all these groups, pirates, regular treasure hunters, and national treasure teams, were hunting a pirate crew called the Baz Pirates. To rally everyone, national representatives like the Kingdom of Goa directly announced an additional bounty of 8 million on top of the existing reward for the clown pirate Baz. All to capture the clown Baz. Captain Baz with a 15 million berry bounty. He's considered a high-ranking pirate in our East Blue. The accompanying communications officer reported, and through the adjutant's verification, he's precisely the one who publicly exposed the false clues that our Navy didn't fabricate. He speculated, I think those schemers who nearly ruined our plan are exactly them. No. Colonel Mouse shook his head in denial. Captain Baz is likely just a decoy pushed forward by that group to distract everyone. The real culprit is someone else entirely. But according to the adjutant, he confessed with his own lips. No, I've dealt with Captain Baz before. His strength doesn't match his bounty, and he loves putting on airs. Colonel Mouse shook his head sympathetically. Poor bastard, completely oblivious to having been played. But never mind him. Colonel Mouse brushed aside the topic, his gaze falling on the nearby Baroque Island. Since the pirates have arrived, it's time to notify the adjutant to proceed with the operation. The noise grew louder as the distant horizon glowed crimson from the flames. It seems we don't need to send word. The other side has already moved. Colonel Mouse chuckled. Meanwhile, on Baroque Island at the treasure hunter inn. Woe is me, why are we so cursed? Baz and his crew huddled trembling in the corner wailing. Tell me, what exactly did you do to draw such a massive pursuit? The boy Aji asked curiously. Judging from your state, you probably didn't find the treasure, did you? The girl Ame shook her treasure map. Since that's the case, want to play our treasure hunt game? Ame added sarcastically. I knew it. Why would the Navy be so generous? That map was clearly fake. Fake. Wah. Upon hearing the word, Baz's crew and their lion huddled together, tears streaming down their faces in humiliation. Isn't that exactly what happened? They had started at 10 and reached the first clue marker by 11:30. But there was no treasure at the first location. Still, everyone treated Baz as their leader without complaint. After several more hours, they discovered with shock that the clues Baz had provided were completely fabricated. The marked areas contained no exposed reefs or rocks, and there was nowhere on the ocean floor to conceal anything. The national representatives immediately contacted the 16th branch and learned someone had swapped the Navy's clue maps. Instantly, thousands of angry pursuers turned their weapons toward the Baz pirates. Baz claimed he was framed and had no idea who replaced the genuine clue map. But no one believed him. If not for Baz possessing some combat ability, he would have been beaten to death long ago. I'm so foolish. Why did I ever claim responsibility? Baz slapped himself hard. Boom. A deafening explosion rocked the area. What's happening? Could those maniacs have already caught up? How did they move so fast? Ladies and gentlemen, you brats. Baz suddenly stood and struck a dramatic pose. We've run into some trouble and must take our leave. That treasure hunt game will have to wait, but I'll return someday. Baz pirates retreat. With a single motion, Baz and his crew leaped through the window together. Wait, we're on the 3rd floor. Aji and Ame rushed to the window and breathed sighs of relief when they saw Baz and the others had landed safely. Wait a moment. Aji and Ame paused stunned. Did they just say they're pirates? Baz's crew escaped through the window. After leaping from the inn, they shockingly realized the entire area was engulfed in flames. Are these lunatics insane? The 16th Navy branch is right nearby, and they dare to pull this. Their eyes widened. They assumed the treasure hunters were behind the arson. I thought returning to the island would be safer, but this looks like they're genuinely trying to kill us. Captain, perhaps we should surrender to the Navy. Machi suggested, drooling snot as he spoke. Roar, roar. Nearby, the lion Richie nodded frantically, convinced the Navy wouldn't persecute a lion. The rest of the crew also agreed, believing the prison cell offered the greatest safety. Idiots, were pirates. We could never surrender to the Navy. Then what do we do now? Over 10,000 people want us dead. What else can we do? Run. Help. Help. Just then 2 desperate cries for help echoed from behind them. Aji and Ami were frantically waving and screaming for help, with flames rapidly consuming everything behind them. They'd be engulfed within minutes. Why would pirates bother saving anyone? Baz glanced coldly at the fire-encircled pair and quickened his pace. Captain Baz, you're running the wrong way. Why are you heading back? His crew shouted indignantly from behind. But I can't help myself. Thinking about not having played the treasure hunt yet drives me crazy. Baroque Island dock. As soon as Colonel Mice descended from the warship, the adjutant rushed forward to report. Colonel Mice, the arsonist pirates returned after setting the initial blaze and are requesting branch support. The adjutant flashed a knowing look while delivering this report. I'm aware of the situation. Colonel Mice adjusted his cap with gravity and ordered, immediately deploy the 16th Branch Navy to fight the flames. Also notify Smoker and Tina. Don't say I lack magnanimity. Right now, rescuing lives and battling the fire take priority. Yes. The adjutant nodded and proceeded to report the casualty figures. Why so many casualties? Colonel Mice asked, furrowing his brow. There's no getting around it, the adjutant said with a helpless shake of his head. The fire broke out in the central district of Baroque Town, where the population is dense. Additionally, we discovered that Sergeant Jerry, the naval technician dispatched by headquarters, was unfortunately killed by pirates. I believe the arsonist returned to destroy evidence of his murder. Oh, is that so? Colonel Mice's expression grew complicated as he wiped tears from his eyes. Sergeant Jerry was quite an interesting young man. Though we worked together only briefly, we became friends. I never expected he would die so young. Alas. Colonel Mice gazed toward the raging inferno ahead and rendered a solemn military salute. In our report to headquarters lists Sergeant Jerry's cause of death as sacrificing himself protecting civilians. It's the last thing I can do for him as a friend. Understood. The adjutant nodded. Furthermore, given the heavy casualties on Baroque Island, we should request relief funds from headquarters. Though we operate on naval budget allocations, these funds ultimately derive from the taxpayers of allied nations. Having failed to respond promptly due to trivial matters, the 16th Naval Branch bears undeniable responsibility. Yes. The adjutant rendered a precise military salute, then hesitated before asking, however, if the deceased residents have no surviving relatives, how should we handle these relief funds? In that case, Alas, Colonel Mice sighed heavily before stating seriously, then the 16th Naval Branch will hold those funds in trust for Baroque Island's reconstruction. We shall not touch them for personal use. Upon finishing, the adjutant and Colonel exchanged glances, then burst into unrestrained laughter. Buru burut. At that moment the Colonel's din mushy began ringing. Colonel Mice answered the call, but before he could speak an urgent voice came through. Sir, we have a major problem. Oh. Having just outmaneuvered Tina and Smoker with the illicit funds secured and all evidence destroyed, Colonel Mice walked with swagger, his arrogance reaching its zenith. What else could possibly go wrong? Sir, our money has been plundered. Sir, our money has been taken. Came an urgent voice from the din mushy. What? Colonel Rat stood frozen in place for a moment, his mind completely blank. He felt he must have misheard. He wanted to ask again softly, but his mouth honestly roared, what did you just say? Say that again, you motherfucker. Woo-woo. Came a cry from the din mushy, even more miserable than losing one's parents. Sir, our money is all gone. Someone has taken all our money. Boom. A thunderclap rang in his mind. Colonel Rat felt the sky was falling. It must be those bastards. The adjutant was right there, indignantly offering his speculation, his mouth spewing profanities, unable to understand how such shameless people could exist in the world. Was it easy for them to amass all that money through corruption? And now it was all snatched away. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Colonel Rat clutched his head in agony, swaying left and right, foaming at the mouth, utterly unwilling to believe this reality. Although in the fabricated clue map of the adjutant there was a marked point very close to where he had hidden the money, it was still 2 kilometers away, and moreover it was in the sea. You must understand, when it comes to a real sunken treasure, even if the deviation is just a few kilometers, the salvage time could easily extend by months or even years. Not to mention that in the clue map they provided, besides that marked point, there were several other different marked points. If they didn't find the treasure at the first marked point, shouldn't they have been led elsewhere? Moreover, the place where he hid the money was a newly formed island reef from over a decade ago. The Balu treasure from hundreds of years ago searched for on a new island reef only 10 years old. Were they even treasure hunters? Colonel Rat did not know that the Black Dragon Pirates' primary basis for treasure hunting was not the Marines' clue map at all. It was their own treasure map. The reason they had targeted the Marines' clue map was simply that the map the Marines had produced was quite close to their own treasure location, and they did not want over 10,000 people crowded together interfering with their salvage operation. That was all. Report. Just then another Marine soldier rushed in to reporting to Colonel Rat, the people from the Gaia Kingdom say we need to give them an explanation. Fuck your explanation. My money was stolen, do you understand? Colonel Rat kicked the Marine communicator away, then collapsed to the ground, wailing and crying as if he were about to die. Sir. Hearing the even more miserable crying from the other side, the Marine soldier on the din mushy reminded him things aren't that bad yet. We found a sailing ship in the waters 2 kilometers away from the hiding place. There's a high chance they took all our money. So, 2 kilometers. Still there? Upon hearing that there was still a chance to recover the situation, Colonel Rat's deathly pale face suddenly showed a glimmer of life. As if grasping at the last straw, Colonel Rat screamed hoarsely, keep an eye on them, don't let them escape. I'm coming over now. Meanwhile, in the southeast waters of Balu Island, 2 kilometers from the area where Roland and his party had salvaged the hundreds of millions of belly. This time there's absolutely no problem. It should be here. Name looked around the scene, then raised her head and said seriously, this is exactly where your treasure map truly points. TCH. The surrounding members of the Black Dragon Pirates all gave Name a disdainful look. You said the same thing last time, the time before that, and the time before that. Name, however, ignored them. Her gaze fell on Roland, knowing that he was the one who had the final say. Roland looked around, then took out a map and carefully compared it. With a strange expression, he said, are you sure it's here? This time I'm definitely not wrong. Name patted her chest to affirm. Hearing this, Roland's expression became even stranger. This time it's really true. Name thought Roland didn't believe her either, so she pointed at the exposed reef ahead and explained, look the direction of the reef. No, don't misunderstand. Roland spread out the map in his hand and said, I'm just surprised that the position you calculated is exactly one of the marked points on the Marines' clue map, and it's spot on. It is worth mentioning that because the Black Dragon Pirates and Name were merely cooperating, they had not shown her the clue map before. How is that possible? Name took the map skeptically and looked, only to find that indeed, as Roland had said, the Marines' clue map matched this location exactly. The Marines, can they really be so kind? Name was puzzled. 2 of you, I think rather than pondering this, we should go inside first. Roland stood behind them, her expectant gaze fixed on a narrow crevice in the reef. Yes, this reef actually had a cave entrance. Normally this cave entrance would be submerged in seawater, but as the seawater receded, it was fully revealed before everyone's eyes. This special cave might indeed contain some valuable archaeological discoveries. You seem much more energetic. Roland noticed Roland's expression. Of course I told you I'm an archaeologist. Roland said confidently. Oh. Roland turned his head suspiciously, looking at Roland with some surprise. It was strange. Since a few days ago Luo Bin had become less talkative, as if she had developed a faint, inexplicable resentment toward the Black Dragon pirates. Now she was like this, which was good. Alright then, let's go in quickly. Luo Lan nodded, then reminded Na Mei, but we need to make it clear first. We were already planning to continue searching for treasure according to the Marine's clue map, so if we really find something inside, you can't claim you contributed much. Na Mei's chest slightly heaved, realizing that this man was even more calculating than she was. However, she could hardly refute it. In the clue map that Luo Lan and the others had obtained, this place was indeed marked. And if she hadn't insisted on finding the true treasure location, they would probably have already entered and left by now. Fine, but you have to at least give me a share, Na Mei said bluntly. We'll see when the time comes. Leaving some necessary people outside to provide support, Luo Lan led half of the Black Dragon pirates into the cave. Initially, everyone thought the reef cave would not be very deep, but through the narrow entrance, they managed to walk another 1,000 meters inward. As they delved deeper into the cave, everyone's hearts began to beat with excitement. A cave entrance normally hidden underwater, plus the endorsement of the Marines. This was shaping up to be another treasure. Captain Gold. Is that Goldie? Just then a young pirate suddenly pointed excitedly at a corner and shouted, Gold. Where? Everyone looked in unison. By the light, they saw a small, gleaming golden object the size of a fingernail lying in the damp mud. Nami, being the closest, hurried over, in a few quick steps picked up the gold, brought it to her mouth, and gave it a gentle bite. Well, the others asked, their voices tense with anticipation. It's gold, real gold. We're going to be rich again. Nami laughed, her eyes sparkling with avarice. This is nothing. Roland suppressed his inner excitement. We haven't reached the end yet. He continued. Right, there must be more gold up ahead. The group pressed on. After another 1,000 meters or so, the space suddenly opened up, and the air was no longer as damp as before. Is this the end? Probably not. There are traces of seawater here. Look over there. Nami suddenly pointed in a direction. There's an opening. They all looked, and their faces fell with disappointment. Indeed, there was an opening, but it was too small for them to enter. Arg! Just then a young pirate let out a sudden shriek, his voice filled with barely contained excitement. What is it? What happened? Did you find more gold? The others perked up immediately. Is that a poneglyph? The young pirate's heart raced as he pointed in a direction, his voice trembling with joy. Could that be the legendary poneglyph? They all followed his gaze and saw a massive stone wall before them. It was a mural. It was covered in small figures and strange, unreadable script. A poneglyph. This must be it. I never imagined the Black Dragon pirates would find a poneglyph one day. The scene erupted into chaos. The younger pirates, full of hot-blooded excitement, howled with glee as if they had found a priceless treasure. However, Roland, Nami, and some of the older pirates were far less impressed. Nami in particular asked out of the blue, how much do you think we could sell this stone for? Soon after, Robin dashed their hopes with a bucket of cold water. I don't think this is a poneglyph. Robin shook her head, explaining, as far as I know, the stone used for poneglyphs is incredibly durable and resistant to corrosion. This wall, however, shows clear signs of erosion, and some of the inscriptions have become illegible. She's right. They looked closer and saw that the stone wall indeed bore many marks of seawater corrosion, just as Robin had said. But Robin paused for effect, then made a startling declaration. This mural might be far more ancient. She paused again before adding, furthermore, if this is the true resting place of the Baru treasure, then the origin of that legend might need to be pushed back much further. Or perhaps this stone wall existed long before the legend of the Baru treasure ever began. So what exactly is depicted here? Someone asked impatiently. Robin didn't answer. She walked over to the far left of the mural and began to study it closely. Roland, curious, also stepped forward. It wasn't that he had suddenly developed an interest in archaeology, but rather he realized he could vaguely understand some of it. Is that creature with tusks a boar? Roland mused, looking at a fierce figure on the wall. And this one with a crown must be a king, right? So the small figure with long hair next to him. Is that a princess? Something like that. Robin nodded, then corrected him. But the story doesn't start there. Boss lady, you can't seriously understand this, can you? The young pirates of the Black Dragon pirates gathered around. Even though they knew this wasn't a poneglyph, their curiosity was undiminished. Even some of the older pirates who had shown little interest before came over to look. Of course, I am an archaeologist, Robin answered with confidence. She scanned the mural, once more her eyes glinting, and began to interpret the paintings one by one. The story on the mural was simple. To put it in other words, once upon a time there was a boy who had a sword. He claimed it was the greatest holy sword in the world, but everyone laughed at him for it was clearly just a tree branch. Refusing to accept this, the boy set out on a journey with his holy sword, determined to find a real sword to prove himself. He heard that a legendary holy sword was lodged in the throat of the Octopus King. So he sailed out on a washboard, jumped into the Octopus King's mouth, only to pull out a rusty nail. The Octopus King told him some fool had stuck it there many years ago. The boy threw the nail into the sea and continued his journey. He traveled far and wide, searching for years, but never found a sword worthy of the name, Holy Sword. Later the Boar King terrorized the land and legend said only the world's greatest holy sword could defeat him. The boy rushed to the battlefield still carrying the branch at his waist. The boy drew his sword. He defeated the Boar King. People gathered around eager to see the legendary holy sword, but all they saw was a simple, ordinary branch. That sounds more like a fairy tale, Roland remarked. Wait, didn't it say only the world's greatest holy sword could cut through the Boar King's tusks? Someone asked, puzzled. I'm more curious about the sword's name, Universal Super Cosmic Thundering Sword. It sounds a lot like the name of our inn. Could they be connected? A young pirate said. What's so strange about that? When you were a kid, didn't you run around with a stick shouting, I'm a Marine Admiral? Look at you now. Couldn't make it as a Marine, and you're a lazy pirate too. An old pirate dug up a bit of the young pirate's embarrassing past. So what about the ending? Those last few characters aren't to be continued, are they? Roland pressed. The ending is. Robin paused, then suddenly said something seemingly unrelated. Roland, I think I know why Manka found the spore fruit back then. Oh. The mention of Manka even drew the attention of the pirates who had been ignoring the childish story on the wall to search for gold. Under the gaze of the crowd, Robin read the final words inscribed on the stone wall. All things in this world are born from desire. Approximately half an hour later, the Black Dragon pirate crew departed from the reef cave with a bountiful haul. Indeed, they returned fully laden. Not only had Robin obtained a precious archaeological discovery, but their crew had also unearthed a considerable amount of gold. The situation at that time unfolded as such. After Robin had finished tracing the mural's contents, she stood motionless, staring fixedly at dozens of bricks. They all thought Robin might have been bewitched and approached to inquire. Robin, cupping her chin, mused, strange. The seawater has eroded this place for eons. Why have these stone bricks remained here? Roland immediately grasped the implication. He pried the bricks apart and discovered that they were actually gold bricks encased in mud. There were over 50 such bricks in total. Adding the scattered fragments of gold collected within the ruins, this constituted yet another substantial fortune. On the deck of the Black Dragon. So you mean the reason Manka stumbled upon the bubble fruit was because he desperately wished to lead everyone out? Yes. Robin nodded earnestly. In academic circles there exists an unverified theory regarding devil fruits, that they are said to choose their hosts independently. Roland fell into contemplation. All things in the world arise from desire. This was a worldview rooted in idealism. Pity he had never watched One Piece, so he remained uncertain about the world's true nature and whether Robin's assertion was correct. Moreover, the Baru treasure is indeed real, but I believe most of the treasure has been swept away by the ocean currents. The reports we've heard these days of people retrieving varying amounts of gold from different sea areas are based on this. Robin concluded her summary to the crew. I can testify to that. Nami nodded in agreement. The ruins bear many traces of seawater erosion, and their layout aligns with the ocean currents. Seawater must have gushed in from one end and surged out the other. As for why the ruins ended up at the bottom of the sea, perhaps it was due to a massive earthquake or plate shift millennia ago. Hey, you little girl sure talks big. You said earlier the earthquake happened just over a decade ago. As soon as Nami finished her statement, a pirate immediately challenged her. Are you an idiot? Nami turned and glared at the challenger. An earthquake can occur 10 years ago, but couldn't it have happened dozens or hundreds of years ago? Why else do you think I made so many wrong guesses before finally finding that spot? Leaning against the railing, Nami spoke with a hint of marvel. But I have to admit the Marines are quite capable. They actually found the clues and were generous enough to share them. I initially thought they were just bluffing. Where did they get the leads? All right. After a pause, Nami suddenly turned to Roland. Captain Luo, when will you give me my share of the money? What's the hurry? These gold bricks aren't easy to price, Roland said, approaching her. He also had something he wanted to discuss with Nami. No need for such trouble. I recall the official gold prices. Come on, we're pirates. Fencing stolen goods carries risks. There's no way we'll go by the official price. Roland interrupted Nami. By the way, try not to sell those gold bricks as mere gold. I think some people might appreciate them as artifacts. Robin suddenly reminded. Roland nodded. These gold bricks were engraved with exquisite patterns, their value uncertain. Roland then said to Nami, you see, if we find a rich collector who likes these, we can sell them for more, and you'll get a bigger cut. You? Nami squinted, eyeing them warily. You're not planning to cheat me, are you? Cough. Upon hearing this, Roland nearly choked. Even the pirates standing farther away averted their eyes slightly. They were pirates after all, so they had indeed considered swindling Nami. After all, according to the initial agreement, letting the girl take 20% of the gold bricks' value was quite painful. But ultimately, everyone dismissed that notion. First, Nami's navigation skills were truly impressive, and they wanted to recruit her as the Black Dragon Pirate's navigator. Second, if they could lure Nami into their crew, then those 20% of the gold bricks would essentially be back in their own pockets. Moreover, Roland finally remembered why Nami looked familiar. It was from that notebook, the one in which Nami had appeared. Albeit as an older Nami. In other words, Nami and Robin had been allies in the original storyline. You actually considered cheating me. Nami noticed the subtle shifts in the nearby pirate's eyes, her chest heaving with indignation. But she couldn't say much. If she had been cooperating with Roland, she would have certainly tried to swindle him too. How could that be? Roland gave a dry laugh. Then what exactly do you mean? Nami placed her hands on her hips. Miss Nami, your sailing skills are exceptional. On behalf of the Black Dragon Pirates, I formally invite you to join us as our navigator. Roland extended his hand, making a second invitation for Nami to join the Black Dragon Pirates. Nami stared blankly at his outstretched hand, then clenched the fist that had been casually resting on her hip. Though they were pirates, their conduct was entirely different from Arlong's. If she truly wanted to take that hand. But Nami's hidden fist slowly unclenched. Sorry, she shook her head. I actually already belong to a pirate crew, even though I long to leave those bastards every moment. But in any case, I can't join you now. I still have my own matters to attend to. Are you in trouble? Roland asked. Yes. This time Nami nodded frankly. I've encountered a bit of a problem. We can help. We're strong. A pirate chimed in. No, you're not strong enough. Nami refused with a shake of her head. Your strength can't solve my problem. Besides, I don't need your help. With these gold bricks, I should get a few million berries right. With that money, I can resolve this problem soon. Once I've dealt with my trouble, if you still want to invite me. Nami didn't finish the sentence. She sniffled, then abruptly changed the subject. So where are we heading now? As if to mask the fact that she had been crying, Nami suddenly became talkative. Don't tell me we're going to the remaining marked spots. I've told you the rest of the clues were just random drawings by the Marines. Those sea areas have flat seabeds. There's no place to hide any treasure. Roland noticed Nami's subtle shift, but neither exposed it nor asked further. A young pirate wanted to inquire, but Robin stopped him. No, we're heading back to Baru Island now. Roland replied. Huh, back to Baru Island. Nami feigned firmness. Why go back? We've got the money, let's just bolt. Do you want us to get caught? My. Roland was taken aback. Though Nami was emotional, she wouldn't talk nonsense. I heard that you can't stay at sea during the start and end of the treasure hunting period. Roland confirmed. Nami waved her hand, dismissively feigning boldness. It's true that you can't be at sea when the period starts. The seawater level drops in an instant, and a massive whirlpool forms beneath the surface, sucking in any nearby ships. But during high tide it's manageable, though the waves are bigger. It might be a problem for others, but for me it's no big deal. As if to make her point more convincing, Nami emphasized, when I came to Baru Island last year, I escaped right at the end of the treasure hunting period. On a small boat. Yes, a small boat. You're really something. Roland gave a thumbs up. Of course. Nami raised her chin, proudly lifting her head, as if she had never known humility. Boom. At that moment, a deafening cannon roar erupted. What's happening? Report. Report. A young pirate from the lookout tower rushed down to inform Roland. Captain, it's the Marines. A lot of Marines. The young pirate handed Roland the telescope. Roland took it and peered into the distance. His expression immediately turned grim. Indeed, a lot of Marines. Meanwhile, on the other side, who the hell fired that shot? Colonel Rat bellowed, scanning the area. A Marine eagerly ran forward, expecting a reward. You idiot. Colonel Rat kicked the Marine aside, cursing. Who told you to fire? What if you'd set my money ablaze? Sir. Just then a lookout Marine rushed in with urgent news. Did you see who was so bold? Colonel Rat suppressed his fury and asked. Reporting, sir. The lookout Marine saluted and reported. Based on the flags on the sailboat ahead, they appear to be ordinary fishermen. Colonel Rat was stunned for a second, about to unleash a torrent of curses. The lookout Marine continued, but on that sailboat we spotted several wanted criminals from the Black Dragon pirate crew. So according to my inference, they are indeed the Black Dragon pirates. Colonel Rat was dumbfounded for another second, then kicked the lookout Marine aside. Then why didn't you say it all at once? He struggled to process the information, his anxiety palpable. Then he was stupefied. The Black Dragon pirates. They were still alive too. What the hell was going on? Colonel Rat was utterly bewildered, but his confusion lasted only a moment before he lost all interest in it. Because more than anything he cared about his money. Fine, let's settle old and new scores. They dared to interfere with my business and even steal my money. I'll make them wish they were never born. Colonel Rat's face twisted in madness as he vowed to make the Black Dragon pirates pay. But sir, without a cannon to intimidate them, how will we get the money back? Surely they won't just stop willingly, a Marine asked. Idiot. They're just on a crappy sailboat. You think we can't catch up? Full speed ahead. The naval warships surged forward, and the Black Dragon strained to speed away. They were locked in a chase. But as Colonel Rat said, the Black Dragon was just a sailboat and held no advantage in speed. The distance between them shrank rapidly. Being caught was only a matter of time. On the stern deck of the Black Dragon, the crew watched the Navy's relentless pursuit. So these Marines really are after us. But why? We're just humble fishermen. I think I heard the Marine at the front yelling to give his money back. I bet they found out we got Baru's treasure and are targeting us. Huh. Aren't the Marines being sore losers? And our first treasure was earned with our own map. What does it have to do with them? Even if there's a slight connection to the Navy for the second one, we got that clue map with our own skills. Amidst the grumbling, they all gripped their weapons tightly, ready to fight to the death the moment the Marines boarded. Roland was among them. He glanced at the approaching fleet, then dashed to the bow where Nami was intently steering the course. Nami, can we go any faster? They're catching up. Our ship is a sailboat. There's no way we can outrun a naval warship, Nami said. It seems. In the end, we can't avoid a fight. Roland's expression hardened as he turned to head back to the stern. Not necessarily. Normally we'd be out of luck. But the tide is about to come in. Nami suddenly smiled. As she spoke, the wind and waves on the sea surface noticeably grew stronger. How far are the Marines now? Nami asked loudly, her focus entirely on the sea ahead with no time to check behind. 500 meters. No, now only 400. That's enough. Nami stopped paying attention to the rear, her eyes locked on the horizon to the left. At a certain point, turn the helm right. Lower the sails. Nami shouted in 2 directions. I'd. The helmsman obeyed instantly. Huh. The young pirate in charge of the sails was stunned. They were sailing with the wind. Hurry, Nami yelled. The young pirate hesitated for just a second before swiftly lowering the sails. Nami's seamanship over the past few days had earned their complete trust. In the blink of an eye, almost the moment the Black Dragon's sails came down, the sea level visibly rose. The calm waters of the treasure-hunting period vanished, replaced by the same rough, stormy conditions they had faced on the way here. Most critically, a towering wave dozens of meters high suddenly rose from the left and crashed down upon them. Fortunately, they had adjusted their course and lowered the sails just in time. With a whoosh, the Black Dragon wasn't destroyed by the wave. Instead, it was catapulted forward by the immense force, surging over 100 meters in an instant. On the naval warship, what the hell? Colonel Rat was dumbfounded as he watched the Black Dragon leap hundreds of meters away. But that shock quickly turned to fury. Arg, are they out of their minds? His illicit stash included many jewels. Oh, what if they got damaged in the chaos? Those bastards deserve to die. Advance. Full speed ahead. Colonel Rat commanded, screaming at the top of his lungs. Sir, the waves are too high. We might not be able to catch them. Nonsense. They're on a pathetic sailboat. How can we not catch them? Colonel Rat refused to listen to any advice, ordering all ships to accelerate. Due to their heavy tonnage, the warships weren't in danger of capsizing. But the waves were so violent that they couldn't navigate effectively. My money. The money I worked so hard to embezzle. Watching the Black Dragon grow ever more distant, Colonel Rat fell to his knees, weeping, as if he had lost something more precious than life itself. Suddenly his expression turned grim. He looked around, his gaze locking onto a cannon on the deck. Without a second thought, he climbed into the cannon's mount and ordered his men to light the fuse. Huh, what are you Heinji about? Light the damn fuse. Colonel Rat was frantic. That's my money. My money is about to be gone. Don't you understand? Colonel Lao Shu barked orders in a frenzy, commanding the Navy to open fire. The sailors dared not speak a word. A thunderous roar echoed as the colonel, enduring searing pain, launched himself like a human projectile toward the Black Dragon. He forced his eyes open, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the Black Dragon ahead. Give me back my money. His heart-wrenching cry pierced the sky, even overpowering the tumultuous waves. The members of the Black Dragon pirates watched the flying colonel, their jaws dropping. Wait, who is that guy? Is he really that desperate? It's just a treasure, like we stole his money. Putting aside their stance, the crew couldn't help but admire the Navy man in the sky. To risk his life for treasure that would likely be confiscated by headquarters. Robin, Luolan suddenly shouted to Robin. Understood. Robin responded loudly, knowing exactly what Luolan intended. With rapid steps, Luolan dashed to the deck's edge, leaped upward without slowing. Almost simultaneously, 100 Blossom Staircase. Robin activated her Hana no Mi ability, forming a staircase of arms that propelled Luolan into the sky right before the charging colonel. Get back. With a deafening thud, a single punch connected. Luolan's fist, coated in Busashoku haki, slammed into the colonel's chest, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball. Commander. The sailors looked up, watching their commander arc across the sky from one end to the other in a graceful parabola. Commander, what do we do now? Still chase. We can't catch them now. Go save Colonel Lao Shu. Well said. The Navy ships turned around. Meanwhile, on the Black Dragon, after Luolan returned, the ship surged forward like a dragon, diving into the sea, vanishing into the distance. Haha, what a rush. Did you see that? In a flash, the Navy was gone. I bet those sailors are dumbfounded. The crew burst into raucous laughter, then turned their gaze to Nami. They had been chased by the Navy plenty of times, but always ended up fleeing like cornered rats, often losing many brothers before escaping. Never with such exhilarating ease. Nami. Luolan stepped forward with a smile. When the Navy showed up, I had a few more things to say. Perhaps it was the thrill of outrunning the Navy, the bounty of the hull, or witnessing Nami's masterful navigation again. Luolan's hearty laughter carried a hint of undeniable excitement. You said we're not strong enough to solve your troubles. I won't ask what those troubles are nor who your enemy is. I know you won't tell me the truth. But I want you to know this, I will become a great pirate one day. I don't know if by then your troubles will still be there. But anyway. Luolan paused. Not for dramatic effect, but because the words died on his lips, uncertain how to continue. What he said now wasn't even the unfinished part from before. It was a sudden thought. You may not be part of the Black Dragon Pirates, but just like now you're a brother who shares life and death with us. It might sound harsh, but if by the time I become a great pirate you still haven't solved your troubles, remember that I'll be a great pirate then. Well, since you're not part of our crew, we can't exactly help for free. You're a miser after all. So, as he spoke, Roland placed a token engraved with their Black Dragon skull flag into Nami's hand. Take this. For just 100,000 berries you can have a great pirate lend a hand. 100,000. Nami's previously excited expression faltered. She didn't like that number. Did I say something wrong? No. Nami shook her head, then unceremoniously took the token. A bit steep, but when the time comes I won't hold back. Of course by then I'll have already solved my troubles. By then she would have bought back her village. Nami added silently. Suddenly the Black Dragon lurched to a halt, nearly throwing everyone off balance. They looked up and realized they had left the waters of Balu Island. The chaotic currents were gone, the gloomy sky had cleared, replaced by a serene blue sky and white clouds. The Navy probably can't catch up, but just in case. Nami extended her hand, feeling the wind and current, then turned to Roland. The weather's perfect, and it's a tailwind. Then Roland nodded, sweeping his gaze over the crew, his voice rising. Set sail. Hoist the anchor. Meanwhile back on Balu Island, Colonel Lao Shu was nowhere to be found, so the task of extinguishing fires and rescuing people fell to Smoker and the two others who had arrived later. Fortunately Smoker was a Moku no Mi user, and soon it began to rain, preventing further casualties from the fire. The other side claims the pirates set the fire and went after them. Tina hung up the Den Mushi and reported to Smoker and Tashigi. The two remained silent. Tina said nothing more. The three stood there. The street ahead was bustling, untouched by the fire, with the usual cries of vendors still audible. Behind them lay a stretch of rubble, and people weeping as they held charred corpses. Aren't you Marines? A young child approached them angrily. Why didn't you save my mother? Why? The child's eyes were red, swinging fists wildly, but when he got closer and saw Smoker's fierce face, he burst into tears and ran away. Still Smoker and the others remained motionless like three silent statues. At some point Tashigi looked back at the ruins behind her, then toward a distant area. Her expression was complex, tinged with confusion. Mr. Smoker's sister Tina. If we hadn't come to investigate, would these people still be alive? This? Tina took out a lady's cigarette, unsure how to answer. Smoker bit 2 cigars, exhaled a smoke ring, and replied quickly. Of course not. We investigate the truth to save more people from being killed by rats like him, to save more lives. Smoker gave a bitter smile. A few years ago, I would have lied to you with that. But since you're about to graduate, take that nonsense for what it is. Nonsense. The truth is their deaths are indeed connected to us. Smoker gritted his teeth. More precisely, I bear responsibility. What if he had been slightly stronger? If while protecting the technical Marines in the courtyard, he had also kept timely watch over the island, would things have turned out differently? What if he had been a little faster? Would he have managed to save more people? Listening to Smoker, Tina lowered her head in shame. No, it's my fault. I should have kept a tighter watch on that rat. Tina is so useless. If she had not merely placed Colonel Rat under house arrest, but taken more extreme measures, if she had been as decisive as Smoker, without so many reservations, then none of those people would have died. Not a single soul. Tashigi shuddered. So Smoker's gaze hardened as he took up her words. I will not let that rat go unpunished. Exhaling another ring of smoke, Smoker forced down the fury burning in his chest and let out a long breath. Return and report the situation to headquarters. You are not yet a full-fledged Marine, so headquarters did not accept your testimony. But as a lieutenant commander from headquarters and Tina, as a colonel from headquarters, our combined accounts should be enough to prompt serious attention. Tashigi hesitated. But what if headquarters? She could not explain why, yet somehow she had lost faith in them. Rest assured, no matter how that old man Sengoku is, he can still tell right from wrong when it truly matters. Smoker reassured her. MH. Tashigi pondered for a moment longer, as though she had come to some understanding, then nodded firmly. I understand. I will do everything in my power to expose that rat's crimes to the public and let justice and fairness prevail. Hearing this, Smoker and Tina exchanged a glance, and both silently shook their heads. Even a rebellious soul like Smoker knew that even if this were fully investigated, there was no chance it would ever see the light of day. Even if headquarters wanted to make it public, the world government above them would never allow it. But at the very least they could put that rat down, and no scum like him would ever be celebrated as a martyr. Before a ruined building not far from where Smoker and the others stood. Sis, I remember where I've seen that map before. Aji spoke up suddenly. Which maps? Ames looked puzzled. The treasure map those guests had a few days ago, of course. Didn't I tell you I accidentally saw their treasure map? Aji. Ames reached out as if to strike him for saying those were the guests' belongings. But looking at the burnt-out treasure-hunting hut before her, she lacked the energy to raise her hand. Aji ignored Ames and continued, Sis, do you still remember that treasure map Dad used to treasure so dearly? He said it was the map from the first treasure hunt his grandfather had taken him on, one of great sentimental value, so he had later had a special copy drawn on parchment. Hearing this, Ames finally stirred a faint memory. But don't I recall that treasure map was stolen by a band of pirates? Hiss. Could those guests be those pirates? Ames was startled, then quickly shook her head in self-denial. But that doesn't add up. I remember that gang of pirates was wiped out by another crew not long after. She was a few years older than Aji, so her memories were clearer. It was called something with black. She tried hard to recall what that other pirate crew was named, but soon lost the desire to keep searching her memory. She gazed at the ruins before her. But what good is talking about this now? Our treasure hunting hut is gone. Sis, I was just thinking about the past. Ames paused. I'm sorry. Then she said gently, but it's all right. We're alive. Father is alive too. Things will get better. Marine warship. Colonel Rat was pulled back onto the deck by the crew. Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation chest compressions. After completing a series of first aid measures, Colonel Rat gradually regained consciousness. He looked around in bewilderment at the Marines surrounding him, then suddenly felt a surge of joy. Propping himself up halfway, he half-joked. Haha, let me tell you, this lieutenant just had a dream. Dreamt all my money was stolen. Haha, that's hilarious. Colonel Rat rose to his feet as though nothing had happened, slapping his thigh and laughing wildly. No one spoke. No one laughed. What's wrong? Colonel Rat's heart sank. Staring wildly at everyone, he shrieked, Don't you think that's funny? I have so much money. How could it all be stolen? Still no one spoke until his adjutant cried out through tears, Sir, that wasn't a dream. It really happened. Boom. Like a heavy hammer striking down, Colonel Rat's body convulsed, stiffened, and he fell straight down. Sir. Several Marines acted swiftly, preventing Colonel Rat from hitting the ground. Report. Report. At that moment, a Marine hurried over to deliver news. Please tell me Smoker hasn't found evidence of my wrongdoing too. Colonel Rat shoved away the Marines supporting him, his face etched with despair. Where was the double good fortune they had promised? Why was he always so unlucky? Actually that's not it. The Marine scratched his head. Hearing this, Colonel Rat breathed a sigh of relief. His money couldn't be recovered for now, and aside from having evidence of his wrongdoing found again, he couldn't imagine anything worse. The Marine saluted Colonel Rat and reporting, sir. According to our investigations, the reason those treasure hunters ended their search so early was because... Wait. Colonel Rat's breathing grew rapid, and he suddenly halted the Marine. Are you saying they never reached the place where I hid my money? Well, the Marine hesitated before answering cautiously. Only you, sir, and a very select few confidants know where you hide your money. This subordinate is not aware. But in the forged clue map, those people created near all the marked points, there were no islands or reefs suitable for hiding treasure. The treasure hunters therefore judged the clue map to be flawed, so no one ventured further into the northwest waters. As he spoke, the Marine produced a map, claiming it was the forged clue map created by others. Colonel Rat took the map with trembling hands, drawn carelessly by Roland. Several marked points on the map were indeed in the northwest waters of Balu Island. But they were 6 kilometers away from where he had actually hidden his money. In other words, it was I who. So it was my own doing. Colonel Mouse, consumed by a surge of fury and anguish, felt a sweetness in his throat, and unable to hold it back, sprayed a mouthful of black blood onto the deck. Sir, whoa, ayot. Colonel Mouse, as if donning a mask of agony, roared skyward, then burst into loud sobs, tears of regret streaming from the corners of his eyes. I won't accept this. The money was gone, all of it. What he couldn't bear most was that he himself had fed it right into the other's mouth. He suddenly felt it would be better to just die. Buru-burut. Just then the den mushy on the adjutant's body rang. The adjutant, sensing trouble, initially didn't want to answer, but upon seeing the projected image of the caller, he had no choice but to pick up. What's going on? Why can't I get through to Mouse? Is he dead, or what? A grumbling voice came from the other end of the den mushy. Reporting to Lord Spandam, Colonel Mouse is still alive, the adjutant replied in a low voice. Not dead. Since he's not dead, give him the den mushy. He still has work to do for me. Hey, Mouse. I know you can hear me. Don't you dare play dead. Get up and work. If you slack off again, I'll have my dad kill you for real, you hear me? When Colonel Mouse heard Spandam's voice and the immediate order to be treated like a dog, his pent-up rage could no longer be suppressed. Spandam, I'll fuck your uncle. I've lost my money. I'm not afraid of anyone now. Come on. Come to the East Blue and kill me right now. Colonel Mouse seemed intent on venting all the frustrations he had suffered that day, unleashing a torrent of profanity at Spandam for several minutes. Until his voice went hoarse. Had enough cursing? The other side. Spandam dug his ear and continued. I just received news that Smoker and Tina are coming after you. Tisk, both promising young Marines from your side. Your days probably won't be easy. Colonel Mouse gradually regained a shred of rationality. So you called just to humiliate me? I wouldn't be that bored. The two of them filed a request with Marine headquarters, hoping to have the judicial authorities investigate your 16th branch. You know I have some connections in the judicial system. I can help you. Spandam's voice was extremely seductive. Colonel Mouse pondered for a moment. He thought that even if the judicial authorities came to investigate him, they probably wouldn't find anything. But who wouldn't want to be more secure? What's the price? Colonel Mouse tried to calm himself. The price is to go find Nico Robin for me now. I'm still waiting, The moment Spandam mentioned Nico Robin, the adjutant beside him suddenly screamed several times louder than the noise around. Are you crazy too? Colonel Mouse looked at the adjutant in bewilderment. Nico Robin, Nico Robin. The adjutant repeated the name, trembling with excitement and incoherent. After killing the tech marine, he had watched the complete surveillance footage. At that time he had thought the poses of the marines in Pod Town as they fell were a bit odd. But he had been focused on whether the video implicated him and Colonel Mouse, so he didn't think much of it. But now with Spandam bringing up Nico Robin's name again. What are you trying to say? Colonel Mouse grabbed the adjutant's shoulder, a suspicion dawning in his mind. The adjutant exclaimed excitedly, Sir Nico Robin. I saw Nico Robin. Before Colonel Mouse could react, Spandam on the other end of the den mushy shouted in excitement. Nico Robin. Who saw Nico Robin? Who? Tell me. Buru Buru. Colonel Mouse hung up the den mushy, then took the adjutant to the command room. All right. The annoying one is gone. What exactly happened? Where did you see Nico Robin? Colonel Mouse asked. Reporting, sir, it's from the surveillance footage. The adjutant could barely contain his excitement. He took out a surveillance den mushy from his pocket, indicating that he had seen Nico Robin in it. Colonel Mouse took the den mushy with skepticism. Soon. Ha, Nico Robin, it really is Nico Robin. Colonel Mouse was overjoyed, his pupils fixed on the woman in the video who had her hands clasped together. Although her appearance differed slightly from the intelligence provided by Spandam, the power of the Hana Nomi was far too distinctive. By the way, the other group is the Black Dragon Pirates, right? Colonel Mouse chuckled. He already knew that the group that had destroyed his human trafficking business and the bunch that had stolen his money were the same people. But after learning that these people recklessly got involved with Nico Robin, his gaze toward the Black Dragon Pirates turned somewhat amused. I was wondering how someone could fly up to the sky and beat me down. So it was thanks to a devil fruit ability. What a small world full of enemies. Nico Robin, Black Dragon Pirates, haha. Colonel Mouse muttered these two names, unable to stop himself from bursting into maniacal laughter. He hadn't lost yet. Nico Robin's identity was too special. If he could use this, well, he could entirely leverage that to eliminate the Black Dragon Pirates and reclaim the money he had painstakingly embezzled over the years. Wait a minute. Colonel Mouse was stunned, suddenly realizing a blind spot. He tilted his head slightly, a scrutinizing gaze falling on the adjutant. Why do you still have the surveillance footage? Didn't I order you to destroy all the evidence? Oh well. The adjutant scratched his head, awkwardly stammering, Sir, if I said I just forgot, would you believe me? Alright, I get it. Seeing the adjutant's guilty look, Colonel Mouse instantly understood. Are you afraid I'll make you the scapegoat, so you kept a card up your sleeve to screw me over? We're in the same boat. If I'm caught, you can't escape either. Didn't you silence the officer from Pod Town? The adjutant muttered under his breath. Don't let it happen again. Consider this a merit this time. Colonel Mouse was angry, but not enough to do anything about it. It was normal for subordinates to have their own agendas. Not to mention this little scheme had indeed earned a great merit. As always, Nico Robin was too special. She wasn't a pirate, yet her bounty was as high as 79 million berries. She wasn't a wanted criminal by the Marines, her charges were personally drafted by the world government. Think about the other non-pirate criminals who were wanted by direct order of the world government. Who were they? Being treated on par with them was enough to know the weight that woman held in the eyes of the world government. To put it bluntly, suppose a vicious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion who had killed countless civilians stood next to Nico Robin, and they could only choose one to capture. Without intervention from the world government, Marine headquarters would undoubtedly choose to capture the former. But the world government would unquestionably choose the latter. Smoker Tina and that Tashigi had just 3 brainless fools. Colonel Mouse stroked his beard, his confidence swelling even more. His 16th branch was under Marine headquarters. But what was Marine headquarters under? The Marines were, after all, the navy of the world government. What was Smoker anyway? Once he captured the existence that the world government went to such lengths to erase, achieving such a great feat, how could his previous misdeeds matter? But then again, if I really catch Nico Robin, would I be directly promoted to Marine headquarters Colonel? Come to think of it, if I really capture Nico Robin, would I get promoted directly to headquarters captain? Colonel Mouse tapped his chin and seriously pondered the question. A 3-grade promotion. It seemed impossible, but when he thought of capturing Nico Robin, nothing seemed impossible anymore. Colonel Mouse suddenly understood why that idiot Spandam was so obsessed with hunting Nico Robin. By the way, what kind of wine do you like? Colonel Mouse's face regained its usual smile as he asked his adjutant. Sir, the adjutant tilted his head, looking at the colonel, puzzled by how he had changed so quickly from being desperate just minutes ago. Oh right, I almost forgot. You don't like wine, Colonel Mouse said as he took out a bottle of rare wine and 2 glasses from a compartment in his drawer. Like a modest and polite gentleman, he first filled the other's glass, then his own. But it doesn't matter. This kind of occasion deserves a celebration. Cheers. In a hidden dark room in Water 7. Damn it, he dared to hang up on me. Does he want to keep the information about Nico Robin all to himself? Spandam cursed and slammed the table. He's just a Marine. Do you want me to kill him, sir? Said a man in a black top hat with a calm expression. To be honest, working as a carpenter all day is getting boring, said the long-nosed man nearby. The remaining CP9 members were also eager to leave Water 7 for some fresh air. No, you stay undercover in Water 7. Spandam immediately refused, saying that leaving without reason would arouse Iceberg's suspicion. Capturing Nico Robin was important, but compared to the blueprints of Pluton, it still fell short. We can take leave from Galley Law Company, and as the secretary I can arrange it. Khalifa said. Spandam completely ignored Khalifa's suggestion and continued analyzing on his own. Not to mention that Mouse is just a Marine from the East Blue. Does he really think he can match Nico Robin? When he can't even handle a woman, he'll come begging to me. As if you could beat Nico Robin either. Except for Lucci, the CP9 members present all silently cursed, thinking their boss was a complete playboy. But their systematic training from childhood had ingrained obedience into their bones. Marineford, probably fuming at Smoker, Sengoku demanded to see the report as soon as the specifics of Belu Island came from the 16th branch. Those three bastards, Smoker and his men, will pay for the deaths of the residents of Belu Island. Sengoku slammed the table, never expecting the situation to be worse than he imagined. The Navy's failure to provide timely support resulted in over 1,000 deaths on Belu Island, countless injuries, and numerous houses burned down. The reason the 16th branch failed to support in time was largely because Colonel Mouse had been placed under house arrest by Smoker and his two companions. Sengoku, I think you're too biased against Smoker and the others. If Colonel Mouse is truly problematic, then the information from the 16th branch is questionable. Chief of Staff Tsuru said beside him. Bias. If I were biased, I would never have approved their request to investigate the 16th branch. Do you think I'm still holding a grudge just because Smoker called me an idiot? Sengoku cursed, still furious. You say you're not holding a grudge. Tsuru muttered, inwardly glancing at Sengoku's angry expression. But she couldn't say much more. Sengoku indeed hadn't made things difficult for Smoker and his men. He had followed the rules properly. By the way, Garp, you often return to the East Blue. Have you heard of the Black Dragon pirates mentioned above? Tsuru asked Garp, who was munching on senbei like an old child. Black Dragon pirates. Garp dug his ear and shook his head. Never heard of them. Black Dragon pirates. Hearing the name, Akiji recalled the small pirate crew he had seen in the East Blue. Has she still not left that small pirate crew? Akiji frowned, his expression puzzled. He didn't want Robin to stay in such a small pirate crew. It was too weak and her safety wouldn't be guaranteed. Moreover, in his eyes, that crew was just a transit point for Robin to shake off Spandam and his men. Looks like I need to find time to go check on her again. Akiji nodded to himself. Alabasta Rain Base. Boss, that's the situation in Pod Town for the past month. Since the Pirate Empress came by, there have been no other unusual incidents or notable figures. MMIC. Hanging up the Den mushy Crocodile fell into deep thought. Well-traveled and knowledgeable, he was certain that the flash of red glow he had seen at night was the residual of an extremely powerful conqueror's haki, and he could confirm that it had been released unconsciously. He couldn't describe the feeling at that moment. He only remembered that that night he recalled for the first time in a long while the day he was utterly defeated by Whitebeard and the confident and ambitious self of earlier times. Crocodile felt a slight pang of bitterness but quickly shook his head. It doesn't matter as long as I find Pluton. He grinned wickedly and spread out a map of Alabasta on the table. After his crushing defeat by Whitebeard, he had retreated to Alabasta. And during the years he played the role of a national hero in Alabasta, he had been able to confirm that this ancient kingdom indeed contained a poneglyph recording the location of Pluton. At that time he would not only possess Pluton, but also Alabasta. With Alabasta as his base, he could build a military nation, and with the might of Pluton, he might even contend for the throne of the Pirate King. He might even surpass Whitebeard. Over the years, frequently reported as a national hero, his popularity among the people had exceeded expectations. According to his plan, this would greatly help him succeed Cobra as the new king amid public support. But unfortunately, his plan to usurp the throne had not yet begun. He still lacked someone who could read the poneglyphs. Without this, the plan was doomed to be futile. Thinking of this, Crocodile slightly turned his head, his gaze falling on an old wanted poster. Nico Robin. In Low Town of the East Blue. Have you heard? The bounty on Captain Black Dragon has gone up again. Again? What did he do this time? Rumor has it that he slept with a noble lady, then killed her entire family, because she wasn't seductive enough afterwards. Fearing the Marines would find out, he had his men burn down the village where the lady lived. What? Really? Even for pirates, that's too. Do they have no humanity at all? Talking about humanity with that kind of pirate? Come on, have you forgotten? A month ago, over 1,000 lives on Baru Island were wiped out in a heartbeat. Tisk tisk tsk. It's truly terrifying to think that our peaceful East Blue harbors such vicious pirates. Actually, there's no need to fear. If we ignore the Calm Belt, Marineford isn't that far from the East Blue. The headquarters should deal with such pirates. You must still be dreaming. Ignore the Calm Belt. Do you think the Sea Kings in the Calm Belt are vegetarians? You're the one dreaming. Today's paper says Vegapunk invented something new. Marine warships can now freely cross the calm belt. Oh really? Looks like that pirate crew won't be rampant for long. What is all this nonsense? Nami happened to pass by and overheard the wild rumors. Furious, she stormed over nonsense. The Black Dragon pirates never did such things. Who are you? Several young men who had been boasting turned their heads, scrutinizing Nami. This girl actually spoke up for those pirates. Was she an accomplice? I was on Baru Island too. The ones who tricked everyone were the buggy pirates. Nami quickly changed her story, swearing she was not an accomplice of the Black Dragon pirates. She even added that she would beat up the buggy pirates every time she saw them. The group let Nami go with a mix of suspicion and belief. Speaking of which, I have friends who went to Baru Island looking for fortune and also got swindled by the buggy pirates. They also vowed to beat them up on sight. Well, scratching his head, probably the Marines are behind this. But regardless, they killed over 1,000 people on Baru Island. That's an undeniable fact. Even if Captain Black Dragon is now the highest bounty pirate in the East Blue, Bartolomeo will never admire him. We gangsters have our principles. Well said. Several underlings nodded in agreement. I think it's no big deal. The Black Dragon pirates went through all that trouble, killing and burning, to find the Baru treasure only to have it snatched by another pirate crew. Isn't that hilarious? Desire offered a different perspective. Makes sense. Enough, let's drop it. Desire turned to Bartolomeo and asked, I heard you landed a big job recently. How's it going? The volume of jewelry is too large for us to handle. The buyer wants to meet the seller in person, so we can't make much profit. Desire sounded slightly dissatisfied. Something like that. They chatted a bit more. Boss Jack, huh? Wait, where's my wallet? My wallet is gone too. Mine as well. When did it happen? Though the treasure hunt on Baru Island ended over a month ago, the massacre that occurred there was still fresh in many people's minds. Besides the 1,000+ residents of Baru Island, several nobles also perished in that tragedy. It affected the interests of the world government's member nations. The incident caused quite a stir at the time. As the instigators, the Black Dragon pirates' infamy grew and the massacre was frequently mentioned. Usually such a notorious pirate crew would have been captured long ago. But unfortunately, the wanted poster for Captain Black Dragon didn't have a photo, otherwise the 16th Marine Branch would have already cleaned up these scoundrels. However, Roland didn't feel much about all this. At the moment, in an office building in Podunk Town, host Roland, a vicious pirate, strength 100, speed 57, defense 49, stamina 50, hockey observation, hockey new armament, hockey conquerors, hockey. Looking at his shiny new stats, Roland nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The Baru Island trip. They had scored a total of 600 million belly in cash, over 1,000 pieces of gold and silver jewelry, and more than 50 gold bars. After setting aside Nami's share, they still had over 500 million belly in cash. Roland kept over 100 million belly for himself. Part of the remaining cash was invested in the Black Dragon pirates, expanding the escort company they had set up earlier with a new maritime shipping business. This was meant for sustainable development and to provide a place for the brothers' families. Another portion was saved for emergencies. With over 100 million belly, Roland quickly learned observation hockey in the training room. And it took less than a day. The reason? Roland had already spotted Robin in the crowd and noticed his hearing had improved. These were the early signs of observation hockey. Even without spending money in the training room mastering, it was only a matter of time. His armament hockey had also improved significantly. Though he hadn't reached armament coding, he felt that if he encountered that woman named Tashigi again, he would definitely have the upper hand. As for conqueror's hockey, it wasn't something he had gained in the past month. The morning after rescuing Sister Rand, Roland had been surprised to discover he had conqueror's hockey. But he didn't really feel anything special about it. Compared to how armament hockey hardened his fists and observation hockey could sense danger, he couldn't perceive any change brought by conqueror's hockey. He even thought conqueror's hockey was just an intimidating name. Of course, there was another possibility. He was born with it, and he was still himself. So it had always been like this. Knock knock. Just then a knock came from outside. The doors unlocked. Come in. Soon Robin and Old Moo entered. They got straight to the point. Roland, Captain, we might be in big trouble. Have the Marines found us? Roland asked. Not exactly. Here, today's newspaper. Robin handed him a paper. Genius scientist Vegapunk develops. Warlord Crocodile, national hero. Roland ignored the irrelevant content and focused on the East Blue section. Soon he spotted the article about him. He also saw his new wanted poster in the paper. Why has it gone up again? Roland thought for a moment, opened the system, and clicked on wealth. There a new entry bounty appeared. In the bounty column, bounty 50 belly 66 belly, indeed. According to our intel, the 16th Marine Branch has been pushing behind the scenes, requesting the increase from headquarters. A month ago, the Marines had corrected the Black Dragon pirates' wanted information, and Roland officially had a bounty. The 16th Branch had pinned the Baru Island murders and arson on the Black Dragon pirates, giving Roland an initial bounty of 50 million belly, cementing his position as the top pirate in the East Blue. Notably, Roland and his crew only learned about the Baru Island massacre from the newspaper after returning to Podunk Town. Are the people at the 16th branch insane? Roland couldn't figure it out. Counting this, my bounty has changed 3 times this month. I don't think we've done anything to provoke them. We haven't figured it out either. Forget it, let's leave it at that. Roland waved his hand. With my current strength, I shouldn't be afraid of the East Blue Marines. The increase in his bounty brought both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that the system treated his bounty as his net worth, which could be used as system currency. Moreover, it wasn't a one-time payment. It could be withdrawn once every year, essentially a long-term salary. The disadvantage was that his first bounty was 50 million berries, the second rose to 58 million, and today it had climbed to 66 million berries. In just 1 month, his bounty had changed 3 times. As the saying goes, the tallest tree catches the most wind. In plain terms, he was too flashy. Actually, your bounty is the least of our worries. The real trouble is this. Robin took the newspaper and flipped it back. Here, genius scientist Vegapunk develops. She summarized the newspaper's content. It was about a man named Vegapunk who had developed a new technology that would allow the Marines to freely navigate the Combelt. Then came some official flattery. You mean the Marines from headquarters will come after me? Roland raised an eyebrow and asked. That's one concern. Robin nodded and continued, but the Marine headquarters has limited resources, so they probably can't spare many troops to deal with us. Then, our shipping company has just started. Once this technology is implemented, shipping merchants from other seas will inevitably come to the East Blue. In a few months, we might go bankrupt. What? Old Moo puzzled asked. But this technology is meant for warships. Will it be available for civilian use that quickly? Not that fast, but larger shipping companies can apply to their affiliated kingdoms or directly to the Marine headquarters or the world government to have the Marines escort them. Robin paused and added, I mentioned before that I came from the West Blue. The reason I could come to the East Blue was by hitching a ride on a similar escorted ship. Even with Marine escort, accidents used to happen. The risk was too high, so few people engaged in cross-sea trade. But if such technology really exists... Robin didn't finish her sentence. Roland and Old Moo's faces turned grim. The past month had undoubtedly been the most prosperous for the Black Dragon pirates. They had indulged in fine food, drink, and entertainment. Their comrades' families now had a place to settle. For instance, Sister Ran. After being publicly arrested by the Marines, she had been forced to hide with little Danny in the mountain gully near their hideout. But now it was different. With a legitimate company as cover, they could live there openly. What? You suspect our company harbors pirates? Look closely. I have a license. Roland pondered for a moment and asked, can we get this technology on the black market? New technology. It won't be available for a while, and even if it becomes available later, it will cost a lot of money. Old Moo, familiar with the black market, replied. This was a technological bottleneck. Was it too late to switch industries? Worth mentioning, the shop feature had also been unlocked. And probably because he had previously hinted to the system about selling weapons, the items that appeared in the shop were all weapons. But the problem was that these weapons, though famous, were outdated models. For example, the AK-47. The only consolation was that these AK-47s were Soviet-made. But even ignoring these factors, the Black Dragon pirates were not yet big enough to engage in arms trade. Arms trade was out of their league, and maritime trade would soon face new competitors. What other blue ocean industries were left? Was he going to sell naughty books again? Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Roland rubbed his temples in frustration. If people from other seas come to steal our business, we'll steal their cargo. Robbing is our specialty. We're a shell company anyway. If we earn less, so be it. As long as our brothers have a place to stay. That's true. Old Moo nodded. Their purpose in setting up the company was to give the crew a legitimate front, so their parents, wives, and children wouldn't have to live in hiding. Speaking of money, have all the gold and jewels been handled? Not so fast. Old Moo glared at Roland. He said he couldn't take it all, and needed to find a buyer first. Fencing stolen goods was a delicate art. Black meeting black often led to betrayal. Black meeting white meant the white side feared being robbed, so a middleman was usually needed. Even then, they couldn't dump all the gold and jewels at once. Now they were selling them in batches of 100, and it was Roland's status as the highest bounty in the East Blue that gave them the confidence. Roland nodded and asked, by the way, is this middleman you mentioned reliable? Relatively reliable. We've worked with him before. He's a small-time thug from Lobetown, but he doesn't have the guts to cheat our pirate crew. And he's a devil fruit user, so we can't touch him, and neither can the buyers. Old Moo explained. A devil fruit user? I'm not sure exactly. He's someone we can't hit. Something like a barrier. A barrier? Roland paused, feeling a flicker of familiarity. Wait for me. He left and returned with a beautifully packaged book. Got it. The barrier fruit. Eating it makes you a barrier human, able to create extremely durable barriers. Is it this? Probably. Old Moo wasn't sure. Robin gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Is this a devil fruit encyclopedia? You have a devil fruit encyclopedia? What's the matter? Roland found her reaction strange. Oh no. Old Moo's heart sank. He frantically signaled Robin with his eyes. But Robin didn't notice. She blurted out. Usually only royalty possessed such encyclopedias. Royalty. Roland's eyes lit up. He turned to old Mu. This book was from his cheap father. Did that mean? Could I be of noble birth a prince of a fallen kingdom? It would fit the comics if the protagonist had an extraordinary background and noble blood. Robin also looked at old Mu. She never expected this ragtag pirate crew to have such a history. Old Mu opened his mouth facing their gazes. He never expected this secret to be exposed so soon. Old Mu, am I truly? No. Old Mu shook his head, his tone serious. The pure bloodline of the Lulan royal family was long extinct. If anyone could claim a connection to the Lulan royalty, it would be me. My father was a captain of the Lulan Kingdom's guard. When I was young, I served as a trainee guard for half a month and once saw the last monarch of Lulan from afar. As for this devil fruit encyclopedia, when the kingdom fell, the king knew they were doomed, but didn't want Lulan's culture to vanish. So in the chaos, he distributed many precious books to the people. Your grandfather was one of the recipients, and it later passed to your father. Nico. Robin. Old Mu turned to Robin, lowering his voice. You said you're from O'Hara, right? Actually, we're exiles, just like you. Walking home, Robin hung her head in shame. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. The word refugee echoed in her mind. Refugee. That was just a euphemism. In plain terms, they were a pitiful bunch. Homeless, their nation lost and family shattered. If she hadn't asked that one extra question, Roland wouldn't have had to learn such a brutal truth. After all, being an ordinary fisherman was far better than being a refugee of a fallen kingdom. It's fine, I don't mind. Roland waved his hand dismissively, genuinely unbothered by it. What piqued his interest instead was what old Mu had mentioned afterward. Roland suddenly questioned inwardly, System, have I been transported to this world before? According to old Mu, he was found abandoned, just like Philip. However, he was extremely young when he was taken in, coupled with the recurring feeling of having been on this pirate crew before. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Roland shook his head, casting aside these trivial thoughts. During this period, the Black Dragon pirates frequently made headlines. The 16th branch seemed to hold a personal grudge, pinning a series of absurd accusations on them. To avoid drawing unwanted attention, everyone kept a low profile. One afternoon, Roland received a notice from the hospital and went there with a few of his men. Notably, their narrow escape 2 incidents ago was thanks to Manka's self-destruction. Though he survived the blast, he was left in a vegetative state, lingering in the hospital. That was the hospital they were heading to. A month ago, some joked about pulling Manka's oxygen tube, saving a fortune in medical bills, and allowing his spore fruit to reappear. But since returning from Baru Island, no one made such jokes anymore. Has something happened? Family members of the patient. The attending physician briefed them on Manka's condition. I maintain my initial assessment. Although he has vital signs, the likelihood of him ever waking up is virtually non-existent. So the physician adjusted his glasses and said seriously, I recommend you consider withdrawing treatment. Hey, how can you say that? A young pirate immediately bristled with indignation, cursing the doctor as a shameless quack. No, my brother is still alive. Manka's younger sister Xiaoya clung to the hospital bed, looking as if she would fight anyone who dared to touch her brother. Sigh. The attending physician let out a heavy sigh. Despite the harshness of his words, he genuinely meant well for them. They didn't seem wealthy. It would be wiser to cut their losses than to spend a fortune on someone who might never wake up. But as a doctor, he could only say so much. If we took him to a country with better medical technology, would there be any hope of him waking up? Seeing that the doctor harbored no ill intent, Roland stepped forward to ask. Well, the physician hesitated for a moment, then said earnestly, in my professional opinion, current medical science cannot revive him. No, wait. The physician paused and corrected himself. The Drum Kingdom might have had a chance a few years ago, but they encountered some unfortunate incidents, so that's no longer possible. The Drum Kingdom. It's a country in the Grand Line. Seeing their confused looks, the attending physician briefly explained the situation in the Drum Kingdom. They all sighed upon learning that a foolish king had dismantled the healthcare system. What if there was a devil fruit with healing abilities? Could that wake him up? Roland asked again. This? The physician hesitated, sounding uncertain. I'm sorry, I can't guarantee that. And even if it were possible, devil fruits aren't exactly easy to come by. Devil fruits were incredibly rare. They couldn't just be found on a whim. And even if they found a user with healing powers, why would they help them? Roland fell silent. His devil fruit encyclopedia contained many entries on healing-type fruits. Perhaps he could find one in the future. So the hospital called us here just to convince us to give up? Roland asked. Something like that. Roland nodded, then shifted the conversation. Who's the best doctor in this hospital? That would be me, the attending physician replied. Are you married? Roland pressed. The physician's eyes widened, wondering if he had heard correctly. Roland paused, then explained. I mean, we have quite a few eligible young women in our village. So this is his way of trying to bribe me. The physician chuckled, inwardly shaking his head. Sorry, I'm already married. We're very happy together, and we have 2 children. What about your parents? A short while later. All right, I understand the situation now. But forget about withdrawing treatment. Take good care of him. We've got the money. Roland declared with confidence. Family members, I don't think you fully grasp the situation. You've already been overdue on your medical bills for days. The doctor looked exasperated. Out of simple medical compassion, he had been covering their expenses for the past few days. There was a limit to how much one could be taken advantage of. That's strange. We paid the hospital before we came. One of the young pirates squinted suspiciously. Doctor. Just then a nurse came rushing in. Noticing the others in the room, she whispered something into the attending physician's ear. They've actually paid. They paid for a whole year in one go. The physician stared at Roland and the others in astonishment, realizing he had been worrying for nothing. But wait, where did they get that kind of money? Just 2 months ago they had scraped together every last coin to pay the bill. A sudden sense of unease washed over the physician, a feeling of being watched. Although the doctor didn't seem like a bad person, one could never be too cautious. Especially since Manka had a bounty on his head. If anyone discovered his pirate identity, who knows what would happen? With a wife and kids, he had vulnerabilities. Even if he did discover something, he would have to weigh the consequences of his actions. Roland found this tactic somewhat despicable, but they were pirates after all. Of course, if the doctor played nice and his family ever found themselves in danger, they wouldn't hesitate to lend a hand. Leaving the hospital, Roland led the group towards the dock district of Pod Town. They wove through several bustling streets before finally stopping before a newly constructed office building. This building served as the headquarters for their freight company, which not only handled cargo transport, but also offered escort services. Upon entering, they were greeted by the reception desk, where 2 smiling young women rose to welcome them. These 2 were the company's only formal employees who were not part of their pirate crew. It wasn't that they were unwilling to keep things within the family, it was simply that none of the crew members' relatives were particularly attractive women. Rand, for instance, had the looks for the job, but her identity was still a sensitive matter. Besides, they would never consider having her work as a mere receptionist. Good day, boss, the 2 women chimed in unison. Roland responded casually, his gaze sweeping across the entire building. The office building was actually a converted warehouse. A small section was designated for office use while the majority remained for storage, making the structure both expansive in footprint and considerable in height. Reaching the 3rd floor, the view opened up. In the distance, a fleet of cargo ships was neatly lined up along the dock. Stevedores could be seen bustling in and out, loading and unloading goods with great fervor. The ships were second-hand cargo vessels purchased over the past month. Though not large, they were more than adequate for operating within the East Blue. Among the laborers, aside from a few Black Dragon pirates embedded as lookouts, the rest were temporary workers hired from the dock. As for the goods, it was largely thanks to their risky decision over a month ago to help numerous merchants escape, safely defying the so-called Great Pirates. These merchants, showing their gratitude, were willing to entrust their shipments to them. Whoosh! Gazing at the transformation of the past month, Roland felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He thought back to what they were doing 2 months prior. His brothers didn't know where their next meal was coming from, and the hard-earned money from fishing was being extorted away by a large margin. He himself sold adult books and ran a food stall, all while being forced to pay protection money. New Marines had been stationed in Pod Town, but they were just as corrupt as the old ones, regularly extorting vendors on East Street. But now, even if Roland were to set up his food stall again, those Marines wouldn't dare to lay a hand on him. Phew. Roland let out a long breath, feeling a surge of vindication. We have money now and a legitimate business. What else can we do? Roland pondered. Shortly after, they gathered in the office building's conference room. School, eh? The crew looked at Roland with confusion, wondering if they had heard him correctly. That's right. Roland nodded, his expression serious. I recall many of you have children, and they are of school age. And little Danny, she's also at the age for early education. And Manka's sister, though, that girl won't be leaving the hospital anytime soon. She's afraid we'll trick her away, and then go pull the plug on Manka's oxygen. And Roland continued, listing several more names of children who were of school age. It was worth noting Roland didn't expect the children to become scholars and then serve the Black Dragon pirates. That was unrealistic. He simply believed that children should go to school. But as he spoke, he noticed the odd expressions on everyone's faces. What's wrong? Roland asked. Captain, we can't go to school, a middle-aged pirate said. Only children of noble status are privileged to attend. Roland was taken aback. With his vast collection of books in his study, this thought had never crossed his mind. But considering what old Moo had shared about his past. Robin, what do you think? Roland turned to Robin. She was literate and a scholar, as she should know something about this. That, I'm not sure. Robin shook her head. At least in O'Hara, there was no such restriction. As for the West Blue, probably not either. She paused, then added, at least in the countries I've visited, there was no such condition. Though born in the West Blue, she hadn't visited every country, so she wasn't entirely certain. If it's just about teaching people to read, I can do it. Robin volunteered, patting her chest. Roland shook his head. It was true that Robin could read, but her identity and abilities made it impossible for her to spend her days teaching children. It would be a waste of her talents, and she simply didn't have the time. It seemed this matter would have to be shelved for now. Report. Just then a young pirate rushed in urgently. What's happened? The young pirate surveyed the room, ensuring no outsiders were present before he breathed a sigh of relief. What is it now? Captain, we have news on the jewelry deal, the young pirate said with delight. News? The crew's eyes lit up as they crowded around eager to hear how much the jewels would fetch. They said our jewels are too numerous for them to handle alone, so they need to contact buyers first. I know old Mu told me about this morning. Well, the young pirate scratched his head then pulled out a den mushy. They said the rest needs to be discussed in person. Soon the call connected. The snail projected the image of a man with a rooster comb hairstyle. So you are the owner of the 100 pieces of jewelry. They are exquisite. If possible, could you tell me their origin? Hey, are you even a professional? Roland's face darkened as he barked. Don't you know what you should and shouldn't ask? My apologies. I got too excited. The man quickly offered his apologies. Enough, let's get down to business. How will the transaction be arranged? In truth, the origin of the gold and jewelry was legitimate. They had found the treasure through hard work, and under the laws of this world, ownership belonged to them. However, they had been slandered so viciously by the 16th Marine Branch. If they revealed it was the Baru treasure, it would immediately connect them to the Black Dragon Pirates. And knowing the sellers were the super villains of the Black Dragon Pirates, who knows if the buyer would still be willing to deal with them. There is a buyer who is very interested in your jewels, but he wishes to meet with you in person. In person? Yes, but rest assured I'll be present as well to guarantee the safety of both you and the buyer. Guarantee our safety? You sound rather confident. I am the barrier man who ate the barrier fruit. I possess absolute defense. Absolute defense. That's quite a bold claim. Absolute defense. Roland muttered, inwardly unimpressed by the bold claim. After finalizing the details of the transaction, he hung up the den mushy. The man on the other end seemed to be involved with the underworld. He had access to all sorts of people, and given their past collaborations there shouldn't be any major issues. Still, why is the meeting place in Oikot City? Roland wondered, slightly puzzled. That rooster-haired man was a thug operating in Lobetown. As a middleman, he should have chosen a neutral ground in Lobetown to ensure the safety of both parties. While this actually works in our favor, the young pirate who brought the news explained. I heard a new marine officer from headquarters has appeared in Lobetown. His name is Smoker, and he's a Logia-type user. Isn't there another possibility? Roland shook his head, offering a different perspective. A strong marine is a risk for us, but for an average seller it's a guarantee of safety. Huh. The pirates were taken aback, realizing the logic held. It was like how they would instinctively flee at the sight of a marine, while ordinary citizens felt a sense of relief. So, Captain, are we still going? The young pirate asked, a hint of worry in his voice. Of course, why wouldn't we? Roland shot him a glare, noticing that many of his men still had the mindset of small-time pirates. After all, he was now the highest bounty pirate in the East Blue, yet they still acted with such timidity. Although, the way his bounty had skyrocketed was a bit baffling. But last time, under a disguised identity, he had fought Buggy, who had a 15 million berry bounty, and completely dominated him. The kind of utter defeat that wouldn't even make it into a movie. In other words, his current strength probably lived up to his inflated bounty. With that in mind, any demon or monster that showed up could just be punched away. Not to mention they were in desperate need of money. The kind of money they could actually spend. So who's going? Everyone exchanged glances, then, with knowing smiles, they all looked towards Roland and Robin. 2 days later, at the largest restaurant in Oikot City. So you're saying the buyer is a noble from the Oikot Kingdom, which is why the meeting is held here, Roland confirmed. That's right, Bartolomeo nodded. Nobles like them value their lives above all else. They're terrified of everything, so they chose their own turf. Roland was taken aback. This roosterhead was speaking so casually, completely different from the cautious tone he had used over the den mushy. He had a rough, unrefined air about him, much like themselves. What's wrong? Bartolomeo asked, noticing Roland's intense stare. Nothing, Roland said, snapping back to reality with a smile. I'm just curious why you don't talk like this on the phone. Huh, I thought anyone selling over 100 pieces of jewelry would be some big shot. Turns out you're just a bunch of scavengers. Bartolomeo cursed without malice, then continued. But let me give you a piece of advice, don't mention that you fished these jewels out of the sea. Why? Robin, who had been silent until now, asked. Haven't you heard? Bartolomeo boomed. A notorious pirate crew has emerged in the East Blue. The massacre on Baru Island over a month ago. That was them. And they say the Baru treasure is in their hands. Honestly, he glanced at Roland and Robin again, a hint of lingering fear in his eyes. When I heard you had a large amount of jewelry to sell, I even suspected you might be that Black Dragon Pirates. Roland and Robin exchanged a look, then their gazes shifted back to Bartolomeo in unison. What now? Nothing, just thought of something amusing. Meanwhile, in another corner of the restaurant. So that's the Black Dragon captain. He's so young. A nobleman frowned, then turned his gaze to the rat-faced marine captain beside him. Arg, it really is them. And they have the nerve to sell my treasure. Captain Rat hissed in a low, furious growl, vowing he'd recognize them even if they were reduced to ashes. It's worth noting, while the Black Dragon Pirates weren't a major crew, they had been active for a while and had a certain notoriety. For a marine captain like Rat, finding such a crew should have been a simple task. But these pirates were incredibly elusive. If he hadn't had connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world and heard about someone trying to sell a large amount of gold and jewelry, he would have had no leads at all. And ever since he learned that Nico Robin was with the Black Dragon Pirates, his goal had become simple: capture Nico Robin for a major promotion and get his money back while he was at it. If he couldn't do it himself, he could always go to Spandam. Tisk tisk tsk. To think the infamous Black Dragon captain is actually from my Oikit kingdom. What a disgrace to our nation. The nobleman said casually, then his face stiffened as he abruptly changed his tone. Wait a minute, how are you going to guarantee my safety during the transaction? He was the jewelry buyer. He had just been intercepted by Captain Rat. Don't worry, he'll be your bodyguard at the scene, Captain Rat said, pointing to a bald marine. He claimed that this marine had once single-handedly defeated a pirate with a bounty of over 7 million berry. 7 million berry. The nobleman shot up from his seat, suspecting Captain Rat was trying to scam him. Hey, don't leave. Captain Rat, knowing his concern, explained, relax, the Black Dragon captain's strength doesn't match his bounty at all. Initially, the Marines at HQ thought the Black Dragon crew was dead, so they adjusted a lot of bounties to boost my record. Then what about the Baru Island incident? The nobleman pressed. They didn't do it, but the investigation hit a dead end, so they needed a scapegoat. Captain Rat replied. And the rumors that followed? I spread those to smoke them out. This? The nobleman, now feeling a bit more confident after hearing Captain Rat's words, said, all right, but let's get this straight. Once you get your hands on the treasure, I get a share. No problem, Captain Rat nodded. So, when do we make our move? Wait a bit longer. You show your face once my forces are fully in position. Captain Rat was brimming with confidence, certain he would recover his money this time. As for that so-called 66 million berry big shot pirate, only the one who wrongs you truly knows how wrong you are. Captain Rat knew perfectly well that the Black Dragon captain was nothing but a paper tiger. As for being beaten by him, that was just because he had lost his head and he was already half dead from Smoker's beating. Plus the guy relied on Nico Robin's devil fruit ability. It was nothing to boast about. Meanwhile, in another corner of the restaurant. Hey, aren't you from the casino next door? Haven't seen you around in months. Shoo. What's the matter? Collecting debts here. Shoo. All right, I'll leave you be. Here's your whiskey. The casino manager had been troubled lately. His boss was Crocodile. Yes, that Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The boss lived in Rainbase City in Alabasta and owned a large casino there. Thanks to the privileges of being a warlord, his gambling empire extended to neighboring countries. The manager was precisely the head of the branch casino in the kingdom of Oikit. On ordinary days, he could make money with a smile. But 2 months ago, his boss assigned him espionage work, investigating matters in Pod Town. Initially, he was full of enthusiasm. He indeed discovered something unusual about Pod Town, such as the arrival of the pirate Empress Boa Hancock in this seemingly unremarkable little town. But after that, there was nothing noteworthy. His boss then told him to keep an eye on any new figures emerging in the East Blue. Recently, however, there was no one except a fellow called the Black Dragon Captain. According to his intelligence network, that Black Dragon Captain was likely a scapegoat set up by the Marines, a pirate with no real ability. The only unusual thing these past few days was that a Marine soldier from the 16th branch had sneaked into Oikit City. So he had been tailing Captain Mouse, trying to figure out what the man was up to. He had to admit the East Blue truly was the weakest sea. He had been following the man for days, and the officer hadn't even noticed. He even suspected Captain Mouse got his position through connections. During these days of tailing, he also realized that Captain Mouse seemed to be following someone else just like him. It was a nesting doll situation. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Roland glanced at the clock on the wall. It was only 9 in the morning. Yes, that guy said something came up, so we moved the meeting to 1 in the afternoon. Bartolomeo nodded and added, it's not that long. Just wait here a bit, or you can stroll around with your wife. I'll notify you in time. Robin frowned, wanting to say she wasn't Roland's wife. But she didn't say it out loud. It wasn't that she silently accepted the identity of Mrs. Roland. It was unnecessary. There was no need to explain to a stranger. It would only be superfluous. Of course, she also knew Roland had always wanted to sleep with her. She could also predict that if she continued staying on the Black Dragon Pirates, she might indeed become Mrs. Roland one day. But that was a matter for the future. All right then, madam, shall we go for a walk? Roland seized Robin's hand. Robin shot him a glare, but didn't refuse. They paid and left the restaurant. Outside, they noticed many more Marines. Say, are there always this many Marines here? Roland asked. What can you do? With such a ferocious pirate suddenly appearing in the East Blue, everyone is on edge. Bartolomeo said helplessly. Fencing stolen goods. In movies, such transactions are always full of style, money transferred through dozens of accounts. But pirates didn't have all those complications. It was just a simple exchange goods for payment. They didn't need many people, but they had to be strong. Besides, the other members of the Black Dragon Pirates were subtly pushing Roland and Robin to go out together. So this time it was just the 2 of them. Walking down the street, it almost felt like a honeymoon. The only problem was that the buyer was a noble, troublesome. But since they rarely came to the capital, Roland and Robin were happy to explore. Say, madam, where shall we go? Roland still held Robin's hand, smiling as he asked. Robin shot him another glare, but didn't pull her hand back. All right. She pursed her lips and turned her head away. Since we have time, let's check out the weapon shop first. Didn't you say you wanted a weapon? Roland nodded. His armament hockey was stuck between hardening and emission. Considering that the description of armament emission mentioned being able to coat weapons and arrows with hockey, Roland thought it necessary to get a weapon. Soon Roland and Robin arrived at a weapon shop. Blades were casually placed in 2 wooden barrels at the shop's entrance. If one had to describe it, they looked like umbrellas put away after rain, all priced uniformly at 400 berries. Inside there were more carefully arranged swords, mostly Japanese-style katanas, a few Western rapiers, and an imposing tall naginata. Strange, why is this sword so much more expensive than that one? Roland held a snow-white blade in his right hand priced at 2 million berries. In his left hand, he held another snow-white blade, but it cost only 800 berries. The details of the 2 swords were almost identical except for slight differences in the hilt carving. That yukike's was forged by a master craftsman, so of course the price is different, said the shop owner. Master craftsman? Roland's expression turned odd. Is it something like adding carbon? Roland asked uncertainly. What are you talking about? The shop owner was baffled, not understanding what Roland meant. Was there a master craftsman named Add Carbon? It's not adding blood, is it? Roland recalled some myths. Adding blood? The shop owner paused, then said seriously, indeed some master smiths do add blood when forging famous blades, but those are closely guarded secrets. Hearing this, Roland fell into deep thought as he looked at the sword in his hand. On Earth there was a saying, if you traveled back to ancient times with rebar, it would be a true divine weapon. Roland had that very feeling as he surveyed the rows of katanas in the shop. Hey, are you buying or not? Don't damage them. The shop owner suddenly grew impatient. Your swords are too light. Roland placed the 2 blades back and shook his head as he turned. My swords are light. Hey, are you deliberately picking a fight? The shop owner was instantly displeased. But Roland didn't reply, his gaze fixed on the largest naginata in the shop. Seeing Roland's expression, the shop owner panicked. Hey kid, don't overdo it. That naginata once crushed a person to death. He rushed from behind the counter to stop Roland. But he was too late. Roland grabbed the shaft of the naginata and lifted it with a gentle pull. A series of whooshing sounds rang out as Roland spun the weapon with ease. The shop owner's eyes widened, frozen in place. After a long moment, he managed to stammer out a sentence. Are you a monster? Roland had never watched One Piece. Otherwise he would definitely have complained, why didn't the shop owner give him a sword for the sake of dreams? Of course, although the shop owner didn't give him a sword, he did offer a suggestion. He said that someone with Roland's innate divine strength could consider seeking out a renowned blacksmith to forge a sword specifically for him. The shop owner even gave him the address of a renowned blacksmith. It seemed to be called Shuanyua Village. Perhaps it has something to do with my strength being pulled to 100. Roland nodded inwardly. In fact, the weight of that naginata was not a problem, but it was too long, not suitable. By the way, Roland walked and asked Robin, are you really not buying a weapon either? My ability only works on myself, not on a sword. Robin shook her head with a smile. They left the weapon shop. Roland, guided by the locals, arrived at the land exchange. The land exchange, as the name suggests, was a place for buying and selling land. After learning that only children of noble status could attend school, Roland actively sought out relevant knowledge. The threshold for becoming a noble was not too high, possessing a certain amount of assets and a certain range of territory qualified one as a noble. Of course, the territory here was quite large, at least the size of a town, and not obtained through armed plunder. If it was only for the children of his brothers to go to school, Roland had no interest in nobility. If they really needed to go to school, they could just kidnap the teacher. There was no need for such detours. But he was interested in territory. He had heard that real pirates all had their own territories. Although they now had a shipping company as a cover, they were still somewhat constrained in Doja Town. It was only because his wanted poster didn't have his full face that he could move around freely like this. Sir, madam, this way please. After a simple asset verification, a dedicated young lady soon came over to introduce the land situation to the two. After a round of introductions, either the land was too small or too expensive. There were also islands in the outer sea for sale, but none of them were large. Larger islands were even more expensive than those in the country. There were a few islands that were quite large and reasonably priced, but they had no fresh water. Also unsuitable. Roland continued flipping through the land atlas, and his gaze was suddenly drawn to an island that had been cut into 4 parts. Usually small islands were sold as a whole, not divided into several pieces. Most importantly, the name of this island was not unfamiliar to him. What's going on with this island? And if I remember correctly, isn't this Balu Island? Roland asked. Yes. The young lady nodded. Balu Island was originally under the joint jurisdiction of our Waikiki Kingdom, Goa Kingdom, and 2 other countries. The other 3 countries also have the intention to sell their respective parts. Seeing that Roland was somewhat interested in Balu Island, the young lady reminded him. Although this island is quite large, cheap, and has several rivers, the sea area around it is unusual. Previously it was okay with the legend of Balu treasure, it could earn some money. But recently it said that after someone obtained the Balu treasure, this place has become completely unwanted wasteland. Oh. Roland raised an eyebrow, curiously sizing up the young lady, and said with a half smile, why are you so kind to tell me about the trap? Of course. Brother Luo is young and promising. I can't bear to see you get tricked. The young lady's voice suddenly became coquettish and she hooked her fingers on her collar, pulling it down while winking at Roland. Roland nodded, unconcerned by her actions. Balu Island was quite large with rivers inside and the surrounding sea area, but it was not a good choice as a transit hub for trade. But if used as a pirate stronghold, the chaotic currents around it would be a natural moat. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough money now to buy it. Not to mention Marine Branch 16 was right next door. He had the right time and place, but unfortunately lacked the harmony of the people. Marine Fort. Inside the high-level meeting room. I want to sleep. Akiji yawned, sat on the sofa reluctantly, and then pretended to doze off with his eyes closed. He was very annoyed today. Today was a rare day off. He had originally planned to go to the East Blue to check on Nico Robin's situation. But early in the morning, he was notified by Sengoku to attend a meeting. He had no interest in meetings, let alone overtime meetings. He planned to slip away early, but Sengoku seemed to know his tricks, and actually came to his dormitory to block him. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, even Vice Admiral Garp, and Advisor Tsuru are here, plus the three of us. Kizaru arrived at the meeting room right on time, his gaze sweeping over the high-ranking officials in the room, and couldn't help but smack his lips. What a lineup, how terrifying. Oomph. Akainu snorted coldly, steam rising from his nostrils, somewhat displeased with Kizaru's lateness. Sengoku saw that everyone was present, stood up with a serious expression, and said, "All right, since everyone is here. Akiji zzz." Sengoku's face darkened instantly, and he growled, "Kazan, stop sleeping." Kizaru, sitting next to Akiji, gently pushed him. Akiji opened his eyes groggily and yawned, saying, "What's up? Is the meeting over?" Kazan." "What's wrong, Fleet Admiral?" Akiji looked at Sengoku with a bewildered expression. Faced with Akiji's innocent look, Sengoku was completely helpless, forced to swallow his anger, and finally let out a long sigh. "Alas, why am I so unlucky?" Sengoku slapped his forehead, unable to understand how he, as the dignified Fleet Admiral, ended up with such a subordinate. Actually, among the three admirals, as Fleet Admiral, his favorite was Akiji. If he ever retired, he would recommend Akiji to succeed him as Fleet Admiral. Unfortunately, at some point, Akiji became lazy and even lost his conviction in justice. From burning justice to lazy justice. As for the other two admirals, Kizaru slacks off and is ambiguous in his actions, as if he has entered his elderly years early. Akainu is serious about his work, but he is too serious about things that require tact, even a bit extreme, and Sengoku often has to clean up after him. Sengoku rubbed his forehead, stopped thinking about those headaches, and continued. "Since everyone is here, Branyu, I'll leave it to you." "Okay." Branyu nodded, stood up, and walked to the front. He pulled out a blackboard which already had many wanted posters on it.